Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5096 to Chapter 5189. Are you trying to force me to hand over the Cloud Journey 90,000? Little Rock King asked. Jean Wuxia said, if you make a mistake, you need to be punished. And there are many ways to punish. I didn't punish you physically because you are a descendant of the Great Rock Race. You should be grateful for this. Asking you to hand over the Cloudy 90,000 is also for the sake of our Great Rock Race. After hearing Jean Wuxia's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng thought that his skin was thick enough. But compared to Jean Wuxia, the difference was like heaven and earth. How shameless must one be to be able to say what Jean Wuxia just said, many people muttered in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. Who would dare to offend the higher-ups of the demon race's first ancestral land? Wouldn't that be courting death? Little Rock King said, if it was any other time. You want to cultivate the Cloudy 90,000? Naturally, I can tell you. Because I'm not a selfish person. But today, I won't take out the Cloudy 90,000 because your words just now really disgusted me. Hearing this, Jean Wuxia's face immediately darkened, and he looked at Little Rock King with a cold gaze. If it wasn't for your uncle's face, do you think you can still stand and talk to me? But back then, when I said those words just now, your uncle's face was no longer enough. Jean Wuxia looked at Little Rock King coldly, then shouted, kneel down. After his voice fell, a terrifying pressure was emitted from Jean Wuxia's body. That terrifying pressure directly suppressed Little Rock King. Little Rock King is in for it. Although his cultivation is not bad, in front of an expert like Jean Wuxia, it's nothing. He can't resist the pressure released by Jean Wuxia at all. After seeing Jean Wuxia release a powerful pressure to suppress Little Rock King, a cultivator immediately said. The others nodded. It was indeed as the cultivator had said. The pressure released by a true immortal was very difficult to resist. Moreover, it was said that Jean Wuxia was no ordinary true immortal. He was an expert in the second major realm of the true immortal realm, the Tao immortal realm. Such a cultivation level was simply too terrifying. In the eyes of many cultivators, such a cultivator did not even need to make a move. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress Little Rock King. In fact, even some virtual immortal realm cultivators would not be able to do so, let alone Little Rock King. Facing the suppression of a Tao immortal expert's aura, it was also unbearable. Little Peng King's expression became extremely ugly. The other party was a Tao immortal expert, yet he was so shameless. This made Little Peng King feel very helpless. In fact, in the world of cultivators, the most terrifying thing was those powerful and thick-skinned cultivators. They often did things without any scruples. Those who were strong and wanted to save face were much less threatening. Because of their desire to save face, most of the time, these cultivators would not make a move. It was a pity. Jean Wuxia was not a person who cared about his reputation. Just as the terrifying pressure was about to suppress Little Peng King's body, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and placed it on Little Peng King's shoulder. Instantly, all the oppressive aura dissipated. The pressure disappeared. Someone said in surprise. What's going on? Why did the pressure suddenly disappear? Then, someone asked doubtfully. Everyone revealed an incomparably surprised expression. They did not know why the pressure had disappeared. Naturally, they did not associate it with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was too young. Moreover, his cultivation level did not seem to be very high either. So, many people naturally looked down on Lin Feng. Only those who knew Lin Feng knew why the pressure that filled the world and suppressed Little Peng King suddenly disappeared. However, they did not make a sound. Instead, they waited and watched. You must be very tired after a big battle. Rest. Lin Feng said. Little Peng King nodded and then retreated. Jean Wuxia's face could not help but darken slightly. The pressure he released suddenly disappeared, and he actually did not notice what was going on. Now that he saw Lin Feng walk out, Jean Wuxia could not help but think in his heart. Could it be? The pressure disappeared. Could it be related to this young human cultivator in front of him? After this thought was born, it was quickly rejected by Jean Wuxia. Because This was too inconceivable, too inconceivable. He could not believe the reason in his heart. As a Dao Immortal level expert, you should have the dignity of a Dao Immortal level expert. As a Dao Immortal level expert, you actually attacked a junior. Isn't that too degrading? No matter what, the Great Ping clan still has a demon god level expert. You are not only embarrassing yourself, but also the reputation of the demon god and the Great Ping clan. Lin Feng said indifferently. As soon as he said these words, everyone's expression could not help but change slightly. A young cultivator like Lin Feng actually dared to use such a tone to speak to a Dao Immortal level expert. It was completely as if he was teaching the other party a lesson. This made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. Everyone could not help but have the same thought in their hearts. This guy. Where did he get the courage to say such words? Wasn't he thinking that he was dying too slowly? Did he want to reincarnate as soon as possible? And when he heard Lin Feng's words, Jin Wusher's face immediately revealed an angry gaze. A young junior was actually teaching him a lesson in front of everyone. This was really preposterous. This was completely not putting him in his eyes. This infuriated Jin Wusher. Jin Wusher was arrogant. He even looked down on the demon race cultivators who had ascended to the Undying Realm. Not to mention the human race cultivators. In his eyes, the human race cultivators seemed to always be associated with the word weak and could not be separated. Although there would occasionally be a few experts in the human race, it was only occasionally and not universally. In his eyes, Lin Feng was equivalent to a low-level cultivator from a low-level race. So, Lin Feng's behavior was something that Jin Wusher absolutely could not tolerate. Kid. Who do you think you are? How dare you make irresponsible remarks here? Jin Wusher looked at Lin Feng indifferently. In his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Jin Wusher raised his right hand. A palm struck towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm formed a powerful palm wind that directly enveloped Lin Feng. That kid has angered Jin Wusher. He's dead for sure. Some cultivators exclaimed when they saw Jin Wusher attack. Other than Little Peng Emperor and the others, almost everyone thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. Taking the attack of a Dao Immortal expert like Jin Wusher. It was indeed something that made people feel despair. Jin Wusher's punch was about to reach Lin Feng's body. But at that moment, everybody saw that Lin Feng had suddenly attacked. The moment Lin Feng attacked, many people couldn't help but have a thought. Facing the attack of an expert like Jin Wusher. How could Lin Feng still attack? It was truly a little inconceivable. Everyone's thoughts had yet to dissipate. In the next moment, Lin Feng and Jin Wusher collided. Bang, accompanied by the violent sound of collision. Everyone saw Lin Feng and Jin Wusher. They were actually evenly matched. Both sides took 3 steps back. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Because Lin Feng, such a young cultivator, was actually able to take on a powerful existence like Jin Wusher without being defeated. Wasn't this too unbelievable? How was this possible? This was the thought that appeared in every cultivator's mind. Who exactly are you? Jin Wusher's face revealed a solemn expression. Such a young cultivator was actually able to take on a palm strike without being defeated. What kind of cultivation did he have to be able to do this? But the key point was that Lin Feng was too young. He was a little too young. You don't need to know who I am. I'll give Duping Demon God face and won't lower myself to your level today. You can leave now. Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Jin Wusher's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Because Lin Feng's words were filled with disdain towards him. This infuriated Jin Wusher. He naturally wouldn't retreat just like that. Although Lin Feng's combat power was extraordinary, Jin Wusher wasn't necessarily afraid of Lin Feng. This was because Jin Wusher's cultivation was also very strong. In addition to his own cultivation, Jin Wusher's accumulation was also very strong. His battle experience was also very rich. In Jin Wusher's opinion, the reason why Lin Feng was able to display such strength was not because of Lin Feng's own strength. It was very likely that Lin Feng had used some kind of powerful treasure to display such strength. It was mainly because Lin Feng was too young. Therefore, it was hard for people to believe that he had such combat strength. One had to know. Even the Undying Realm's 8 young masters were much older than Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had relied on a magic treasure to have such strength, then it was nothing at all. Because to activate such a magic treasure, the consumption of magic power would definitely be incomparably shocking. From Jin Wusher's point of view, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Jin Wusher sneered and said, "Kid, you're just a young human cultivator, yet you dare to be so arrogant in my demon clan's ancestral land. Who gave you such guts? Don't you know that there's always someone better than you?" said Lin Feng. "There's always someone stronger than you. You should be happy that you're in the ancestral land of the animal clan. If you were in the outside world, you'd be a dead man already," said Lin Feng. Many people exclaimed because Lin Feng's words were really arrogant. It was as if he didn't put Jin Wusher in his eyes at all. This made everyone couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Jin Wusher was such a strong existence, but in Lin Feng's eyes, was he really so unbearable? In fact, many people thought that Lin Feng had relied on some powerful magic treasure or some special method to increase his battle strength, but after all, this wasn't his own strength. Therefore, if he thought that he could rely on these methods to show off in front of Jin Wusher, then he was gravely mistaken. A Dao Immortal's dignity was absolutely not to be violated, and a Dao Immortal's cultivation level was not something that could be resisted by relying on magic treasures or special methods. Even if you could resist for a short period of time, how long would you be able to hold on in a real battle, when the time came? You would still end up in a rather miserable state. Jin Wusher was so angry that he laughed and said, "What kind of genius haven't I seen before? But it's really the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Today, I'll let you know that if you want to rely on external strength to fight against a Dao Immortal, it's simply a fool's dream. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will take away your magic treasure. With your cultivation level, such a powerful magic treasure won't do you any good, so I'll keep it for you for a while." Jin Wusher was definitely a hypocrite. He always liked to find excuses for the things he did. After Jin Wusher finished speaking, he walked towards Lin Feng. A powerful spiritual energy surged out of his palm, and that spiritual energy instantly transformed into an ancient sacred mountain. Jin Wusher flipped his hand, and that sacred mountain flew out and suppressed Lin Feng. This sacred art was called the sacred mountain in the palm, and it was a type of suppressive sacred art. In the hands of a strong cultivator like Jin Wusher, this sacred art displayed a terrifying power. Stupid and ignorant. Facing Jin Wusher's attack, Lin Feng said coldly. He only said 5 words, but when everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they all laughed bitterly. Until now. Lin Feng still didn't know the difference between him and Jin Wusher. He was still so contemptuous and disdainful towards Jin Wusher. He was too arrogant. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was an arrogant person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he had some strength. And such a person, if he didn't meet a top expert, he would naturally be safe and sound. And if he acted tough, no one would be able to do anything to him. If he met a top expert, he would kick an iron plate. For example, now that Lin Feng had kicked an iron plate, one could imagine how miserable his ending would be. At this moment, Lin Feng's hands formed a seal, and he displayed the sacred art, emptiness of all ages. This sacred art. As a top sacred art of the human race in the previous era, it was naturally extremely powerful. After Lin Feng displayed this sacred art, a terrifying power that spanned across time and space surged out from the void. That terrifying power seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and 10,000 worlds. That terrifying power collided with Jin Wusher's attack. The sacred mountain that Jin Wusher condensed was instantly destroyed. Next, that terrifying power struck Jin Wusher's body, and Jin Wusher was instantly sent flying. Wow! In midair, Jin Wusher couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Dao Immortal Realm expert Jin Wusher. He was actually sent flying by a young cultivator. Many people even thought that this was a dream and then asked their friends to slap them awake. But when their friends slapped them, those cultivators were dizzy and blood flowed out of their mouths. Who asked cultivators to be so strong? The power of a casual slap was not to be underestimated. So, Those cultivators who were slapped all looked pitiful and then started to fight with their friends. As they fought, they scolded their friends for slapping them with such strength. Was he trying to use his power to avenge a personal grudge? But more people looked at Lin Feng. Shock. Disbelief. Horror. Respect. There were all kinds of gazes. But there was no jealousy. When the gap between two parties was too big, there was no way to be jealous. Usually, when the gap between two parties wasn't too big, the one who was slightly behind would be jealous of the one who was better. This world. It was just so magical. With a plop, Jin Wuxia fell to the ground. His hair was disheveled. For a Dao Immortal Realm expert, he was really in a sorry state. Jin Wuxia was a proud person. From the moment he appeared, he had always had a high and mighty attitude. Today, Jin Wuxia ended up like this. In his heart. Naturally, he couldn't accept it. This is definitely not true. How can I lose to a young human cultivator? Jin Wuxia roared in anger. His eyes had turned blood red. Jin Wuxia jumped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. He wasn't convinced. How could he possibly lose to a young human cultivator? So, Jin Wuxia wanted to regain his face. At this moment, Lin Feng waved his sleeves and a terrifying power surged out and struck Jin Wuxia's body. Jin Wuxia. As though he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying again. Wah. Jin Wuxia spat out another mouthful of blood. His face became even paler and uglier. Kneel down and talk to me. Lin Feng looked at Jin Wuxia indifferently. He waved his hand and a terrifying power surged out. That power. It headed straight for Jin Wuxia. Ah, Jin Wuxia roared in anger. He began to struggle. But he couldn't break free from Lin Feng's suppression. With a plop, Jin Wuxia knelt on the ground. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Jin Wuxia roared like a madman. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Surprisingly, he had knelt down in front of so many people, a young human cultivator. Jin Wuxia ground his teeth. He hated Lin Feng so much that even the water of the 5 lakes and 4 oceans couldn't wash away his hatred. And the surrounding cultivators. They were all dumbfounded. Wasn't Lin Feng a bit too strong? Jin Wuxia was a Dao Immortal expert. Moreover, this was the ancestral land of the demon race. He actually asked Jin Wuxia to kneel. He was unimaginably strong. Wasn't he afraid of offending the #1 ancestral land of the demon race, but thinking about how Lin Feng was so young and so strong, he must have something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so bold. Who is this young master? He's too strong? Someone said. They were extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. To be so strong, it means that his bloodline must be terrifying. I wonder which human race he is from. Someone continued. The human race was once glorious. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Human demon, human ancestor, and other experts. They were all peak existences in the history of the human race. There were also many innate humans. Although it had declined, it had once flourished for a period of time. Perhaps Lin Feng was a top genius at that time. He sealed himself in the divine stone. Now that he was born, many people felt that there was a possibility. Or else. It was hard to explain how Lin Feng could be so strong at such a young age. If it was someone from this era, it would be very difficult to have such battle strength at his age. One had to know. The 8 young masters were much older than Lin Feng. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked at Jin Wuxia. Everyone felt a little dazed. Everyone felt. The person standing there didn't seem to be a young human cultivator, but a human emperor. He was so strong. His temperament was so extraordinary. Jin Wuxia opened his mouth. He wanted to continue cursing Lin Feng. But some words on the tip of his tongue. But he didn't say it. Because he really felt it. Lin Feng wanted to kill him. although this was the ancestral land of the demon race. But it was still difficult to intimidate Lin Feng. Humph, kid. No matter who you are, remember, this is the ancestral land of the demon race, not a place for you to behave atrociously. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Following that, a cultivator stepped out. This was a middle-aged cultivator. He gave off a dignified feeling. This person was called Jin Wuzhong, and he was also a cultivator of the Great Rock clan. And he was Jin Wusher's cousin. Next, another 6 cultivators stepped out. There were men and women among those cultivators, and they all looked coldly at Lin Feng. There were a total of 7 experts, and they were all true immortals. All these years, there were many powerful experts in the first ancestral land of the demon race. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised to see so many true immortals appear. And these true immortals were only a portion of the true immortals in the first ancestral land of the demon race. The true immortal expert who spoke was abnormally strong, definitely much stronger than Jin Wusher, who Lin Feng had defeated before. Lin Feng was a little uncertain about this person's realm. After hearing this person's question, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Sir, shouldn't you go and teach Jin Wusher a lesson first?" As a Dao immortal expert, this guy actually targeted a young cultivator. It's really too shameless. But this guy is trash, he actually lost to me. In the future, he should stay at home and cultivate in seclusion, so as not to come out and embarrass himself. Kid, you're too arrogant. Jin Wusher was so angry that his whole body trembled. You're courting death. Jin Wuzhong's face suddenly sank, and then he slapped towards Lin Feng. His body immediately exuded an immortal and indestructible aura. Golden Immortal. This person was actually a golden immortal expert. No wonder this person's aura was so terrifying. Lin Feng knew that he wasn't a match for this person, but it wasn't that he didn't have a way to fight against him. Lin Feng planned to join forces with the Demon Lord to resist this person's attack, and then quickly go to the exit with Little Rock King and the others. When they reached the exit, Lin Feng believed that he could successfully break through the restriction and leave with his own methods. When he saw this figure, Lin Feng was overjoyed. The Rock King. The Rock King had appeared. The Rock King slapped at Jin Wuzhong. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The Rock King and Jin Wuzhong collided fiercely. The Rock King was unscathed. Jin Wuzhong was actually forced to retreat. How did you become so strong? Jin Wuzhong looked at the Rock King in disbelief. Lin Feng was also very shocked. The Rock King forced Jin Wuzhong to retreat. It was truly inconceivable. Because Jin Wuzhong was a golden immortal expert. It seemed that after the Rock King entered the world of time reversal, he had obtained great benefits. Lin Feng suddenly thought of his father, Lin Beidian. He had also entered the world of time reversal and soared into the sky. That world was really something to look forward to. The Rock King did not answer Jin Wuzhong's question. Instead, he turned to Lin Feng and smiled. Back in the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng and the Rock King were very close. The Rock King had always treated Lin Feng as his own nephew. Now that he saw Lin Feng again, he was naturally very happy. Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bowed to the Rock King. Okay, you can leave. I will take care of today's matter for you. The Rock King patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said. Lin Feng nodded and left. At this time, Lin Feng realized that the Peacock King was standing beside the Fire Qilin and the others. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bowed to the Peacock King. The Peacock King nodded in agreement. If the demon race can't tolerate us, we can leave today. The Rock King said. Jin Wuzhong sneered and said, You think you can come and go as you please? What do you think the demon race's ancestral land is? And that human brat, he injured Jin Wusher so badly, how can we let him leave like this? If this news spreads, where will the face of the demon race's first ancestral land go? The Great Ping Emperor asked, Then what do you plan to do? For your sake, we'll let him cripple his own arm, and we'll forgive him. Jin Wuzhong said. When King Zhanpeng heard Jin Wuzhong, he was so angry that he started laughing. He said, I'm sure you know the whole story better than I do. We're not afraid of you, we just don't want to cause trouble. But we're not afraid of trouble either. If you want to fight, we'll keep you company. Hee hee, you and your nephew are the same. Both of you are ungrateful wretches. If it weren't for our first ancestral land, if it weren't for the guidance of the three Yao gods, do you think you would be so strong right now? Jin Wuzhong said coldly. Actually, this was an equivalent exchange. This was because the Great Ping King and Peacock King had offered the extremely precious Primal Chaos Sacred Heaven Stone to the three Yao gods. Or else. Would the three Yao gods care about the Great Ping King and the others? Of course not. However, the Great Rock King did not want to find excuses for anything. So, the Great Ping King didn't refute Jin Wuzhong's words. He said, there are some things I don't want to explain, and I don't want to talk too much about. The three ancient ferocious beasts have taught me a lot, and I will never forget the kindness of the Peacock King. Now, our relationship with the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts has come to an end. Even though we won't have anything to do with the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts anymore, if the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts needs our help, we won't refuse. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. With the three Yao gods, what can the first ancestral land not solve? King Zhanpeng, if you don't pay a price today, you won't be able to leave smoothly. Jin Wuzhong laughed loudly. The Peacock King said, King Zhanpeng, it seems like this battle is unavoidable. The Great Ping King nodded and said, then let's fight. Jin Wuzhong knew that the Great Ping King was very strong, so he did not choose to fight alone. He chose to join forces with the other six. The other six experts. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable. There was one golden immortal and 5 quasi-gold immortals. These people. They were the absolute elites of the first ancestral land. The 7 experts joined forces to fight the Great Ping King. After seeing this, the spectators felt that it was inconceivable. The Great Ping King and the others had come from the mortal world. Moreover, they had only been in the Undying Realm for about 150 years. When the Great Ping King first came to the Undying Realm, he had just broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm. He was only at the 3rd firmament of the False Immortal Realm. Now, he could already fight against a Golden Immortal. Countless outstanding cultivators throughout the ages might not be able to complete such a transformation even if they spent their entire lives trying. However, the Great Rock King had completed such a transformation in a short 150 years. It was truly inconceivable and shocking. Rise and Fall of Ages. Yao Gods Descend. Lord of Myriad Yao. Lu Zhan Jiutian. Finger-slaying Immortals. Invincible 10 Directions. Sweeping through the ages. The 7 experts of the Yao Gods. One after another, they unleashed extremely terrifying divine abilities. Every single one of the divine abilities exuded a suffocating pressure. Even the cultivators who were far away felt their souls trembling when they felt the attacks from the experts of the 7 major demon clans. They felt as if they were nothing more than ants. Although the Great Ping King is very powerful now, I'm afraid that even the Great Ping King won't be able to withstand the combined attacks of the 7 great experts. At this time, a cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. Many people nodded. Obviously, they agreed with this cultivator's words. The Great Ping King was indeed very strong. But the 7 great experts were even stronger. The Great Ping King was fighting against 7 alone. He was at a disadvantage. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, in this battle, there was no suspense at all. The Great Ping King would definitely lose. Just as the attacks of the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan were about to hit the Great Ping King, the Great Ping King suddenly moved. Demons wreaking havoc in the heavens. The Great Ping King spoke. He took a step forward. Behind him, billions of spacetime appeared. The billions of spacetime seemed to have merged with the Great Ping King. The Great Ping King waved his hand. A terrifying power that was almost indescribable with words instantly surged out from the Great Ping King's palm. That terrifying power surged towards the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan. The attacks of the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan were instantly broken. Then, the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan were sent flying. Suppress. The great Ping King raised his hand and condensed the word suppress. This was the use of the great suppression technique. The word suppress turned into countless runes and suppressed the 7 great experts of the demon clan. Plop. 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 Great Ping King, you dare to humiliate us like this? We won't rest until you're dead. No, no, no. This can't be real. How could this be? How could the 7 of us be defeated so easily? The demon race experts who were suppressed by the great Ping King all roared furiously, their eyes turning blood red. These people were the decision-makers of the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts. They were the true higher-ups. How honorable were their identities, and now, they were kneeling in front of so many people. They were actually kneeling on the ground. This was a huge blow to them. Great Ping King, you've gone too far. A cold voice sounded. The great Ping King stepped out of the void. Greetings, great Ping King. When they saw the great Ping King appear, many people bowed. The great Ping King nodded. He looked at the great Ping King with a gloomy gaze. I'm just teaching them a lesson. I want them to know that they shouldn't be so cruel to their fellow clansmen. It's better to be kind. Haha, said the great Ping Emperor, I'm just teaching them a lesson. It's better to be kind. The great Ping King's expression was cold. Are you saying that they're not kind enough? Senior, what do you think? The great Ping King asked. The great Ping King sighed. There are some things that I don't want to get involved in, but today's matter concerns the dignity of the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts. The great Ping King said, so, Senior, you've never treated us as members of the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts, right? The great Ping King's gaze darkened. Don't try to guess what I'm thinking. In my eyes, you're all equal. The great Ping King laughed self-deprecatingly. He said, is that so? Is that really so? Senior, don't you know that my nephew and the others are being bullied? It's just a quarrel between youngsters. The great Ping King said. What about when Jean Wuxia humiliated my nephew? The great Ping King asked. As a senior, teaching a junior a lesson. Can that be considered humiliating? The great Ping King narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Previously, he had a rather good impression of De Peng. But now, this kind of good impression had completely disappeared. In fact, the cause of the whole thing was very simple. Lin Feng, the Little Rock King, and the others had been bullied and humiliated, but the people who had bullied and humiliated them weren't strong enough. On the contrary, they had been taught a lesson. Because of that, more and more strong cultivators had been involved. Even the leaders of the first ancestral land of the bestial clan had been involved. If Chu Feng had been fair, he would have blamed the people who had caused trouble, not the ones who had been bullied and humiliated. The Rock King said, then what about the battle between me and Jean Wuzhong? The 7 of them besieged me. Senior, please don't forget that I have only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. What about them? Which one of them had cultivated for less than 10 million years? So what if they attacked me? Is it like what Senior said, a senior teaching a junior a lesson? The Rock King asked. Hearing the Rock King's words, many people could not help but come back to their senses. Indeed, the Rock King had only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. What a heaven-defying existence. His age was really too young. No matter how biased the Rock Demon God was, he could not possibly say that the 7 experts had ganged up on the Rock King to teach him a lesson, could he? It was for the Rock King's own good, right? No matter how shameless a person was, they wouldn't be able to say something like that, right? We will leave today. I hope Senior will not stop us, the Rock King said. The Rock King said. The Rock Demon God's face darkened slightly. What if I say no? The Rock King asked. Senior, are you going to force us to stay? The Rock King asked. What happened to you all these years? Your cultivation has risen so quickly. Tell me what happened, and you can leave with the people behind you, the Rock Demon God said. The Rock Demon God said. The eyes of many cultivators in the ancestral land lit up. If they knew this secret, wouldn't they be able to quickly raise their cultivation as well? When they thought of this, many people could not help but become excited. The Rock King said, "The Lake of Time. The world where time is reversed." The rock demon god's eyes brightened slightly. "You're saying that you entered the world where time is reversed from the Lake of Time?" "Yes." The Rock King nodded. "Bring us into that world as well." The rock demon god said. "I can't do it." The Rock King replied. "Why not?" The rock demon god asked. "Only those who can sense that world can enter it." The Rock King said. The rock demon god said, "Is that so? Are you telling the truth?" The Rock King said, "Every word is true." The rock demon god asked, "Could it be that you have no other clues about that world?" The Rock King shook his head. "No." The rock demon god said, "Empty words have no proof. Let me search your soul and I'll be able to confirm if you're lying." Hearing this, the great Ping King's expression turned ugly. "Senior, do you not trust me?" Da Ping King asked in a deep voice. Da Ping replied, "It's not that I don't trust you. I just want to confirm it." Lin Feng cursed inwardly. This fellow's request was a little too much. If he wanted him to search the great Rock King's soul memories, he would be able to do so. If this guy had any ill intentions towards the great Ping King, at that time, wouldn't the great Rock King end up in a miserable state? One must always be on guard against others. The Rock King replied, "I refuse. I don't want to target you, but if you don't cooperate, I'll have no choice but to use some forceful methods." Da Ping Demon Celestial Da Ping clearly wanted to suppress Da Ping King, even though he had fallen from the Saint Realm. However, Da Ping Demon God was still in the quasi-sage realm. Such a cultivation was still incomparably terrifying and could not be underestimated. Great Ping King said, "If you really want to fight, I can only accompany you." "Very good, I want to see what level your cultivation has reached." The rock demon god sneered, then walked towards the great Ping King. With every step the great Ping demon god took, his aura increased by a large margin. The rock demon god was gathering his strength. Da Ping demon god's power was successfully condensed. His power was very terrifying. When Da Ping demon god's power was condensed, Da Ping demon god's every move seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Da Ping demon god's casual move could cause the energy of heaven and earth to become chaotic. How powerful was his battle prowess? It was simply unimaginable. "Exterminate," Da Ping demon god said coldly. When his voice fell, he struck out with his palm towards Da Ping King. That palm was surrounded by a terrifying destructive power. That destructive power made people involuntarily give birth to a hair-raising feeling. Strong. It was really too strong, even though he was only watching the battle. Even though he only sensed the power of Da Ping demon god's attack. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was insignificant. Just like an ant. It was as if he had seen a giant dragon. The cultivation of the quasi-saint realm was indeed too powerful. The quasi-saint realm was already so powerful. That was a true sage realm cultivation. How powerful was it, in the past? Da Ping demon god was a true sage realm expert. Cloud Journey 90,000. At this moment, Da Ping King also made his move. He immediately used the Cloud Layer 90,000. Little Rock King had used this divine ability before. This was a divine ability that made the rock race cultivators of the Undying Realm jealous. However, the Great Rock King and the Little Rock King both cultivated this ultimate technique. When Little Rock King used this divine ability, he could unleash an extremely heaven-defying power. Not to mention when Da Ping King used it. When Da Ping King used this divine ability, the power unleashed by this divine ability was even more powerful. 36 pairs of energy wings appeared on Da Ping King's back. At that time, Little Rock King only condensed 6 pairs of energy wings. There was a huge gap between them and the 36 pairs of energy wings that Da Ping King condensed. The main reason was that Da Ping King's cultivation was too powerful. His understanding of the Cloud Journey 90,000 was also not something that Little Rock King could compare to. Therefore, when the two of them both used the Cloud Journey 90,000, the power was naturally incomparable. The 36 pairs of wings quickly swept across the void and instantly swept towards the Ping demon god. The next moment, the Great Rock King's attack collided with the Great Rock Demon Celestial's attack. It was as if two worlds had collided. At the spot where the two of them collided, the void quickly split open. Fortunately, when the two of them were fighting, they had deliberately held back their strength and did not let a large amount of their strength leak out. If a large amount of power leaked out, when the time comes, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to do. Who knew how badly the ancestral land of the demonic beasts would be destroyed? The Great Ping King was actually not at a disadvantage in the clash with the Great Ping Demon God. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, the Great Rock King defeated Jin Wuzhong and the others by himself. Although everyone was shocked, it seemed that they could accept it. But the situation before their eyes was very difficult for them to accept. Jin Wuzhong and the others were strong. But the strongest was Jin Wuzhong. He was only a mid-stage golden immortal cultivator, while De Peng was a quasi-sage. A mid-level golden immortal was as weak as an ant in front of a quasi-sage. There was no comparison at all. However, the Great Rock King was able to block the attack of a quasi-sage. The Great Rock King's combat strength was too heaven-defying. Every single one of them. They all had an inconceivable feeling. But all of this was real. The Great Rock King's strength was indeed shocking. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Was that world where time was reversed really so extraordinary? It actually made the Great Rock King so powerful. Lin Feng immediately thought of the Peacock King. All these years, the Peacock King and the Great Rock King had the same fate. So, did that mean that the Peacock King had the same strength as the Great Rock King? If that was the case, then it would be heaven-defying. This was equivalent to having two more top-notch experts. At that time, the strength of the Sin realm would greatly increase. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Did your cultivation increase in the world where time was reversed? The Great Rock Demon God narrowed his eyes and looked at the Great Rock King. Even a big shot like him. Now that he saw the Great Rock King block his attack, it was as if a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. Yes. The Great Rock King's answer was very simple. He directly flew towards the Great Rock Demon God and said, "During this period of time, I've cultivated a new sacred art. It just so happens that I want to test the power of this sacred art." Cycle of eras. Suddenly, the Great Rock King let out a long roar, and suddenly, countless mysterious worlds appeared behind him. Each mysterious world seemed to represent an epoch. One era after another was born, and then destroyed one after another. Countless eras were replaced. This was the cycle of eras. This was definitely a peerless absolute art. When the Great Rock Demon God saw the Great Rock King use this absolute art, his expression couldn't help but become extremely serious. An attack that could make an expert of his level feel serious. One could imagine how powerful this attack was. The Great Rock Demon God naturally also had an incomparably powerful sacred art. Facing the Great Rock King's attack, the Great Ping Demon Celestial used a divine ability called Great Ping Controlling Sacred Mountain. The Great Rock Demon God flew out and transformed into a golden-winged rock. On his back, a sacred mountain appeared. That sacred mountain was like Mount Meru in the Western world. Great Rock Sacred Mountain. Killing billions of immortals. This was a sacred art that had been passed down from ancient times. It wasn't a sacred art that the Great Rock Demon God had created. In fact, no one knew who had created this sacred art, but it had been passed down in the Great Rock Demon God race. The Great Rock Demon God had broken through to the Saint Realm not long ago. He had once used this sacred art to kill a Saint Realm cultivator who was even stronger than him. Now, he once again used this divine ability. Bang, in the next moment. Accompanied by the sound of the world collapsing, the Great Rock Demon God and the Great Rock Demon God clashed once again. With the place where they fought as the center, the void began to shatter. Terrifying space-time energy surged out. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be swallowed by the space-time energy. Fortunately, everyone retreated quickly enough. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. The shattered void closed once again. The Great Rock Demon God and the Great Rock Demon God stood in the void. Both of them were panting heavily. Obviously, the attack just now had consumed a lot of their bodies. Whether it was the Great Rock Demon God or the Great Rock King, the magic power in their bodies had been severely depleted. They're still evenly matched. It's a draw. A cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air and said. Many people couldn't calm down. The Great Rock King had cultivated for 1,000 years, and he was actually able to contend against the Great Rock Demon God who was in the quasi-saint realm. In the future. How could this be? To what extent would the Great Rock King grow in the future? Good. It's true that the new generation excels the old. To be able to cultivate to this level at your age is truly unimaginable. Depung took a deep breath and said. It's really a fluke. Depung King said. Depung said, this is your own opportunity, so you don't need to be humble. There were some misunderstandings between us before, but when a family lives together, it's inevitable that there will be friction, not to mention that there are many different races living together. So, I hope you can understand, and there's no need for you to leave the ancestral land. This is your home in the Undying Realm. Everyone knew Depung King's words. Actually, it was a disguised form of goodwill. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, Depung King was simply too powerful, and he was so young. Just think about it. He was so young and so powerful. If the ancestral land missed out on such a peerless powerhouse, it would definitely be an extremely vexing matter. Everyone knew this. Depung King also knew this. So, Depung King wanted to turn hostility into friendship. Then, he asked Depung King and the others to stay. When one's strength reached a certain level, even these peerless powerhouses would have to speak humbly. To put it bluntly, the world of cultivators. This was a world where the strong were respected. Without strength, nothing at all. Moreover, they were destined to be bullied and humiliated, with nowhere to seek redress. Depung King said, thank you for asking us to stay, Senior. We plan to go out and take a look, so we don't plan to stay in the ancestral land any longer. What I said before still stands. If there's anything you can't solve in the ancestral land, you can still come and find me and the Peacock King. If we can help, we definitely won't refuse. Depung King said unwillingly, I know that some things that happened before made you quite angry. How about this? I'll get Jin Wuzhong and the others to apologize to you. What do you think? Depung King said, thank you for your kindness, Senior, but there are some things that can't be turned back. I hope you can understand. Depung King then looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, let's go. Lin Feng and the others nodded, and then they all flew towards the exit. Depung Demon God's expression was extremely ugly. Letting an expert like Depung King escape was a great loss to the demon race's ancestral land. Furthermore, the Great Pingyao Celestial felt that the Peacock King might not be any weaker than the Great Ping King. If that was the case, the loss of the ancestral land of the demonic beasts was greater than expected. However, the Great Ping King had made up his mind. There was no turning back. Right now, Demon God Dapeng had a belly full of anger that he had no way of venting. However, he could only watch as the Great Rock King and the others left. Jin Wuzhong and the others lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. They also knew that today's matter must have infuriated Dapeng Demon God. Right now, he didn't dare to offend the Great Rock. Dapeng Demon Celestial glanced coldly at Jin Wuzhong and the others. Jin Wuzhong and the others immediately felt as though there was a dagger at their backs. Things had already come to this. Demon Celestial Dapeng could not be bothered with Jin Wuzhong and the others. He returned to the secluded temple. The heaven-devouring Python Demon God and White Peacock Demon God were both here. What a pity, what a pity. Demon God Dapeng said in annoyance. The heaven-devouring Python Demon God said, the only fortunate thing is that the Great Rock King and the Peacock King do not seem to hold a grudge against the ancestral land of the demonic beasts. Their personalities are extremely good. The White Peacock Demon God nodded and said, yes, their personalities are indeed extremely good. But now that they have left the demonic beast's ancestral land, it seems that some of the bad habits of the demonic beast's ancestral land really need to be rectified. Otherwise, who knows if there will be a second or third person like the Great Rock King, who will be angered to the point of leaving the demonic beast's ancestral land. Demon God Dapeng said, I think it's better to let the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. Her character and way of doing things are still trustworthy. She's a loose cultivator and doesn't have any factions backing her. I'm afraid that the factions below her will make a big fuss. The heaven-devouring python demon god frowned slightly. Clearly, he did not think that the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress would take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. Demon God Dapeng said, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress is not a simple person, so don't underestimate her. The White Peacock Demon God said, I also agree to let the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. However, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress is usually in seclusion and does not care about what happens outside. I wonder if she will agree? She will. Demon God Dapeng narrowed his eyes and said, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress will definitely want to break through her shackles in the future and take another step forward to become a Saint Realm cultivator. If she takes charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land, her own fate will be linked to the fate of the demonic beast's ancestral land. This is an opportunity for her to break through to the Saint Realm. I'm sure the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress understands this as well. Therefore, she will not refuse to take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. Lin Feng and the others naturally did not know what the three demon gods were talking about. Originally, Lin Feng and the others had wanted to pay a visit to the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress. However, after what had happened today, they decided that if they had the chance in the future, they would go visit the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress again. Right now, the most important thing was to leave the demonic beast's ancestral land as soon as possible. This was because there were three demon gods in the demonic beast's ancestral land. Who knew if the three demon gods would suddenly go crazy and attack Lin Feng and the others? If that was the case, it would be terrible. Xianxia naturally understood this very well. She did not mention the matter of visiting her master, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress. Xianxia sent Lin Feng and the others to the exit. If there's a chance, Fairy can come to the Sin domain. When the time comes, we will definitely treat Fairy well. Lin Feng said with a smile. Okay, when there's time, I will definitely visit you. Xianxia said with a smile. She was born beautiful and moving. When she smiled, she was even more charming. There was a kind of immortal aura on her body that looked incomparably pure and otherworldly. After parting with Xianxia, Lin Feng and the others left the demonic beast's first ancestral land. Other than Lin Feng, the rest of the people were somewhat emotional. After all, they had lived here for 150 years and were extremely familiar with everything here. Now, but they had no choice but to leave this place. Naturally, they would feel a lot of emotions. Lin Feng and the others did not stop. They headed straight for the Sin domain. On the way, Lin Feng received something that shocked him greatly from the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King told Lin Feng that he and the Peacock King had seen the savages from afar in the world where time had reversed. Although they did not know that the savages were Lin Feng's protectors, they knew that Lin Feng had an extraordinary relationship with the savages. Back then, the savage had told Lin Feng. When Lin Feng cultivated to the Emperor Master realm, he would give him the things that ancestor Lin Qi had left with him back then. Lin Feng had always wanted to know what ancestor Lin Qi had left behind. Now, Lin Feng had already come to the Undying Realm, and Lin Feng had already cultivated to the worldly immortal realm. But even so, Lin Feng still hadn't been able to see the savage. In fact, Lin Feng had always been a little worried that something had happened to the savage. Now that he had news of the savage, he could finally relax. Lin Feng didn't mind getting the ancestors' things a little later. Senior Savage was fine, that was the best news. What is Senior Savage doing inside? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Great Rock King said, I'm not sure, we haven't been able to talk to him. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't know where Senior Savage had entered that world. Lin Feng was really curious. It seemed that he wanted to reunite with Senior Savage. Either he patiently waited for Senior Savage to come out of the world where time had reversed, or he waited for an opportunity to enter the world where time had reversed. Then, he would look for an opportunity to meet Senior Savage. Lin Feng knew. The matter of meeting the savage in front of him couldn't be rushed. He needed to be patient and wait for the time to come. On the way back to the Sin realm, Lin Feng and the others met the first Devil Pagoda. The first Devil Pagoda seemed to be in a hurry as it quickly streaked across the void and flew into the distance. Not long after, Lin Feng saw Li Dian's claws again. Li Dian's claws were chasing after the first Devil Pagoda. This time, there was a good show to watch. He didn't know what the outcome would be. Half a year later, Lin Feng and the others returned to the Sin City. As the central city of the Sin realm, the Sin City was now incomparably lively. The experts of the Sinner's blood came out one after another and came to the Sin City one after another. Now, Lin Feng had left many things to his grandmaster, Wang Mingchuan, to handle. Under Wang Mingchuan's management, everything in Sin City was in good order. Lin Feng introduced his ancestor, Wang Mingchuan, to the Great Rock King and the others. After the two sides got to know each other, Lin Feng brought everyone to rest in the courtyard. Then, someone came to report the situation in Sin City to Lin Feng. During this time, several cultivators in the Sin capital had recovered their strength to the true immortal realm. Those cultivators were the ones Lin Feng had saved from the Palace of White Bones. Back then, they were all immortals. However, after being imprisoned for so many years, his body had been severely damaged. Therefore, their cultivation levels had dropped, but after Lin Feng had saved them, they had become much stronger. Lin Feng was providing them with all kinds of cultivation resources. Lin Feng was also providing them with all kinds of cultivation resources. With the support of those cultivation resources, the cultivator's cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. In fact, he had even recovered to the true immortal state. This was truly something worth celebrating. These cultivators were different from ordinary cultivators. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to break through to the true immortal realm. But these cultivators were not like that. It was easy for them to break through to the true immortal realm. The reason was that they had already broken through to that realm. For them, there was no barrier to breaking through to the true immortal realm. That was why it was easy for them to break through to the true immortal realm. Lin Feng asked around. There were as many as 9 true immortal cultivators in the Sin realm. Although he didn't like the number 9, Lin Feng was still very happy to know that there were so many true immortals in the Sin realm. Of course, this didn't include Lin Feng's grandmaster, Wang Mingchuan. Lin Feng was also not included. In addition, Lin Feng also had 2 true immortal evil god stone statues. If they were included, there should be 13 true immortal experts in the Sin realm. Now, the Great Rock King and the others had followed Lin Feng to the Sin realm. The Great Rock King and the Peacock King's cultivation were naturally strong. They could even fight against a quasi-sage. In addition, although the Little Rock King and the Fire Qilin were still a distance away from the true immortal realm, their innate talents were strong, so they could fight against some early-stage true immortals. As for Feng Yaorao, Little Moon's cultivation was still a distance away from the Fire Qilin and the Little Rock King. As for Princess Shui Yao, actually, the one Lin Feng couldn't see through the most was Princess Shui Yao. Back then, Lin Feng was still a young man and had yet to grow up. Princess Shui Yao was already the princess respected by the demon race. Moreover, Princess Shui Yao had also obtained the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo. As a result, Princess Shui Yao's cultivation was definitely extremely tyrannical, but Princess Shui Yao had never made a move, so it was hard to determine what level her cultivation was at. Lin Feng felt that she might be even stronger than the Little Rock King. Now, the peak battle strength of the Sin realm was extremely powerful. Even if the experts of many large factions appeared one after another. But, there was definitely no faction that dared to say that they could suppress the Sin realm. The Sin realm's development was extremely good, so Lin Feng was naturally very happy. After Lin Feng dismissed his subordinates, he went back to rest. After spending an unforgettable night with Feng Yaorao, Lin Feng still had many things to take care of. First, he still hadn't figured out what the 3 items he had obtained from the stone tower were. Second, Lin Feng's meridian diagram had already opened the first gate of the 4 extremes. Now, he could explore his own meridian diagram and tap into his body's potential. Third, Lin Feng needed to consolidate his cultivation level, his celestial scriptures, and his godly skills. Fourth, Lin Feng still needed to continue familiarizing himself with the Arrow War Spear. Right now, he was still unable to use the Arrow War Spear with ease. The main reason was because he wasn't familiar with it. In addition, Lin Feng wanted to try and see if he could obtain the Arrow War Spear's matching spear technique. In order to unleash the strongest power of the Arrow War Spear, he had to obtain the matching spear technique. Fifth, there was still no news of the 3 treasures that could cure Lin Zixi's poison. Naturally, Lin Feng was extremely worried. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to continue sending people to scout for information. He couldn't just place his hopes on the Baishao Pavilion or some large trading companies. Sixth, he wondered how the Empress was doing now. Lin Feng planned to send people to scout for news of the Empress. Lin Feng hadn't seen the peerless Empress for a few years. He really missed the Empress a lot. Besides, Lin Feng still wanted to scout for news of some people. Of course, there were also some things that Lin Feng planned to find time to complete. For example, finding the Emperor Brush, the Sage Master's Holy Scripture, and so on. Lin Feng checked the 3 balls of light. Immediately, he realized that the energy of the 3 balls of light had been restrained by a lot. Seeing this, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. It seemed that the situation was not bad. Soon, the energy would be completely restrained. At that time, he would know what the 3 items were. They were treasures left behind by the evil ancestor. They were definitely extraordinary. When Lin Feng was about to go into closed-door cultivation, a servant girl came to report that someone had come to visit Lin Feng. The other party said that she was called Xianxia. This made Lin Feng a little surprised, because he never thought that Xianxia would actually come to the Xin domain. In reality, Lin Feng and Xianxia's relationship had gradually drifted apart. But since Xianxia came to find him, there might be something, right? Lin Feng planned to meet Xianxia, so he got someone to bring Xianxia to the guest hall. Lin Feng waited for a moment, then walked towards the guest hall. Lin Feng saw the beauty standing in the guest hall. As a fox spirit, Xianxia's entire body naturally emitted a charming aura that made people's hearts palpitate. She was extremely charming. It was talking about a woman like Xianxia. However, Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, so when he saw Xianxia, he was able to look at her like an ordinary person. At that moment, Lin Feng's immunity to beautiful women was quite high. Seeing that Lin Feng had arrived, Xianxia revealed an extremely excited expression. She bowed to Lin Feng. "Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. Quickly get up," Lin Feng said. Xianxia stood up. Then, she looked at Lin Feng faintly. She said, "Young master used to call me Yuxian. Now, has young master become so distant from me?" As Xianxian spoke, she looked as if she was about to cry. Seeing Xianxian's sad look, Lin Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. If someone who didn't know Xianxian, they would think that he had done something outrageous to Xianxian. But in reality, there was nothing between him and Xianxian. Although Lin Feng had once been slightly moved by Xianxian. Although in the past, the two of them had some ambiguous relationship. But that was all in the past. Lin Feng replied, "It's not that I'm estranged from you, but calling you Yuexin is a bit too intimate. I don't mind, but I'm worried that it'll damage your reputation." Yuexin sighed and said, "Sir, you're just trying to comfort me. I know, back then, I said some things that made you unhappy. I haven't been able to see you for a long time, and I've been missing you a lot. I realized how wrong I was back then, so I gave up everything in Western Sky City and came to the Xin region. I want to explain everything to you, and I hope you'll like me again. I'm willing to serve you forever, as long as you don't let me leave, I'm willing to be your servant," said Lin Feng. After hearing Yuexin's words, Lin Feng was surprised. Because he never thought that Yuexin would say such bold words. This was not far. She sent herself over to be his concubine. Lin Feng was in a difficult position. Now, if Lin Feng wanted to find a woman, he would not only look at her beauty. He also needed a feeling. To put it in simple terms, it was the feeling of being moved. Once, Lin Feng had that feeling towards Shui Yuexin, but now, he no longer had that feeling. Thus, facing Shui Yuexin's sudden confession, Lin Feng did not immediately agree. Does young master not like Yuexin anymore? Shui Yuexin immediately started crying. Her tear-stained face was truly pitiful. It had to be said. A woman's beauty was her greatest advantage. Shui Yuexin was too beautiful, and seeing her cry so sadly, even Lin Feng's heart ached. If such a beautiful woman was done by another man, this was truly a rather vexing matter. Why not keep her in his harem? Lin Feng thought about whether he would be able to have a harem of 3,000 beauties one day. He kept Shui Yuexin. It was also a good choice. Lin Feng said, Yuexin, you can stay here in the future, and cultivate well in Sin City. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Shui Yuexin immediately became happy. Then she threw herself into his arms. Lin Feng asked someone to help arrange a place for Shui Yuexin to rest. Then, Lin Feng returned to his residence to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng entered the time-space. He spent 3 years to sort out the various sacred arts. At the same time, he continued to study the various immortal scriptures and some top sacred arts. Lin Feng's gains from this cultivation were huge. Because his realm was becoming more and more stable, Lin Feng felt that he was not far from breaking through. Lin Feng wanted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm quickly. With his cultivation, once he broke through to the Earth Immortal realm, his battle strength would definitely increase greatly. Lin Feng used his spiritual will to explore the 3 balls of light. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the energy of the 3 balls of light had completely disappeared. The 3 things inside. They also appeared in Lin Feng's vision. The first thing. It was a skull bracelet. That skull bracelet was made up of 18 skulls strung together. Lin Feng did not know what race those skulls belonged to. Each skull was very small, about the size of a thumb. Lin Feng studied it and found that those skulls were not originally this size. He guessed that those skulls were bigger. The reason why they were so big now was because those skulls had been refined by someone. That was why they were small now. That skull bracelet should be a powerful magic treasure. Lin Feng tried to refine the skull bracelet but did not succeed. This made him very surprised. There were very few magic treasures that could not be refined, but this skull bracelet could not be refined. It should be an extraordinary treasure. Lin Feng looked at the second thing. The second thing was a map. A very simple map. Lin Feng opened the map and found that it was empty. There was nothing. It was an extremely strange map. Where are the words and pictures on it? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, could it be hidden? Where does the map lead to? Why did someone go to so much trouble to create a map like this? After muttering to himself, Lin Feng looked at the third thing. Martial talisman. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was a purple martial talisman. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of martial talisman it was. Martial talismans were very important to human cultivators because they could help human cultivators complete the evolution and transformation of their martial spirits. For example, Lin Feng was now to be able to condense 6 devouring martial spirits. 6 devouring martial spirits meant that Lin Feng could use 6 times the battle strength of the dragon elephant arm. At the same time, the devouring black hole formed by the 6 devouring martial spirits also played a crucial role in the execution of some of the sovereign emperor clan's inheritances. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained 2 Xiandao martial talismans. In fact, these martial talismans were imprinted with some ancient starry sky maps. When they reached a certain range, they could sense each other. However, if they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to sense each other. 3 Xiandao martial talismans. With one more, Lin Feng would have collected all of them. Lin Feng had already obtained the map of the 3rd Xiandao martial talisman. It was just that he didn't have the time to find the 3rd Xiandao martial talisman. Previously, Lin Feng had studied the whereabouts of the 3rd Xiandao martial talisman. The place indicated on the map was a certain place in the Undying Realm. However, it was hard to say where exactly in the Undying Realm. The markings on the map weren't particularly obvious. But sooner or later, he would find some clues. Lin Feng had no doubts about that. Now, obtaining a new martial talisman made Lin Feng very happy. When he found all the Xiandao martial talismans, he would see if he could evolve the 6 devouring martial spirits into 7. If it could evolve, it would be a great thing. After the evolution was successful, he would start to collect the other martial talismans. After collecting all of them, he would be able to evolve his martial spirits. Of course, dreams were beautiful, but it was hard to say if it could be realized in reality. Lin Feng naturally had to work hard to make his dream a reality. His divine sense invaded the new martial talisman. Brilliant purple martial talisman. After sensing it, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This martial talisman was called Brilliant Purple Martial Talisman, and it was one of the higher-ranked ones. Lin Feng put the talisman away. Then, Lin Feng studied the mysterious map for a while. However, he still couldn't figure out anything about it. Therefore, Lin Feng put away the map. He would study it when he had time in the future. In the end, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the skeleton bracelet. The skeletal bracelet should have been refined by a devil Dao cultivator or an evil Dao cultivator. Righteous Dao cultivators rarely refined such magic treasures. Previously, Lin Feng had tried to refine the skull bracelet, but he had failed. Lin Feng decided to continue refining the skull bracelet. He didn't believe it. Unable to refine the skeleton bracelet. A powerful magical power enveloped the skeletal bracelet. That magical power. He tried to invade the skeleton bracelet. In the beginning, the skull bracelet had blocked all the magic power from entering his body. However, as time passed, some magic power began to flow into the skeletal bracelet. 2 hours later, the defensive properties of the skull bracelet began to weaken significantly. More and more magic power surged into the skull bracelet. In the end, the skull bracelet was successfully refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense moved, and the skull bracelet quickly grew bigger. Screech, the 18 skulls let out a shrill cry at the same time. When he heard the cry of the 18 skulls, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to split open. His expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng quickly withdrew all the magic power. Only then did the skull bracelet shrink. Then it fell back into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. His face was still very pale. Fortunately, this magic treasure was his, so it wouldn't hurt him as much as it would others. If there were other people in this place, Lin Feng was suspicious. Would the other party's soul be instantly destroyed? It can even affect me, the owner. What a terrifying treasure. Lin Feng looked at the skull bracelet in his hand and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The skull bracelet, this kind of soul attack magic treasure, was still relatively rare. Especially powerful soul attack magic treasures, it was even rarer. At the critical moment, the skull bracelet could definitely play an extremely important role. Just think about it. Just when the two of them were locked in a battle, Lin Feng suddenly took out the skull bracelet. Then, the skull bracelet let out a sharp ear-piercing sound. When the sound of the skull bracelet came out, it directly caught the other party off guard. The other party might not be able to resist the soul attack of the skull bracelet and be seriously injured. At that time, the battle might be decided in an instant. After thinking about it, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. After putting away the skull bracelet, Lin Feng began to explore his meridian network. His divine sense entered the gate of the 4 extremes. When Lin Feng's divine sense entered, suddenly, Lin Feng found that he was in a starry sky world. This starry sky world, vast and boundless. Those stars were shrouded in endless mystery. There seemed to be a special connection between many stars. Is this the human meridian network map? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The human meridian network map was very special. It would construct the human body into a starry sky world. Before, Lin Feng didn't know much about the human meridian network map. Now that he began to explore the human meridian network map, he discovered the wonders of the human meridian network map. This was a deep level of cultivation. It was a deep level of development of the body. If the development was successful, it would naturally give Lin Feng endless benefits. Lin Feng flew to the first star, but he found that there was an invisible force preventing Lin Feng from getting closer. He tried again and again, but it ended in failure. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Was the human meridian network map so difficult to explore? This time, he explored the human meridian network map. Lin Feng ended in failure. But it wasn't without gains. For example, Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of the human meridian network map. Another example. Lin Feng already had some experience. Summing up experience in failure. Sooner or later, he would succeed. Failure is the mother of success. This sentence. It inspired countless cultivators. Lin Feng naturally heard of this sentence. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the great elder in charge of the mission hall, Yu Qingmin, came to visit Lin Feng. Yu Qingmin was of the sinner's bloodline. And he was a sinner's blood cultivator of the human race, with a cultivation of the sky immortal realm and a wide network. Furthermore, he was a smooth and slick person, managing the mission hall in an orderly manner. Previously, Lin Feng had asked Yu Qingmin to help him find information about the 3 heavenly treasures, snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and pure clean water. He didn't know if Yu Qingmin had found any information. Lin Feng summoned Yu Qingmin in the living room. After seeing Lin Feng, Yu Qingmin revealed a respectful expression. Although Lin Feng was young, his cultivation was unfathomable. As subordinates, they were naturally in awe of Lin Feng. Elder Yu, have you found any information about the snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and pure clean water? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Yu Qingmin said, Young master, I have not found any information about the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass, but I have some information about the pure clean water. When Lin Feng heard that, he was overjoyed. Those 3 treasures were extremely rare. Being able to find one of them was already extremely difficult. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Lin Feng believed it. Lin Feng asked, Where's the pure clean water? Yu Qingmin replied, It's in the Tian family of the Tianshui region. I heard that the Tian family of the Tianshui region is planning to auction off their pure clean water. This might be a good opportunity. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Yu Qingmin said, Yes, the Tian family of the Tianshui region is one of the 5 major powers of the Tianshui region. They control 87 ancient cities, and no one knows where their ancestral land is. However, some of their clansmen live in Tianshui city. Every 10,000 years, the Tian family of the Tianshui region will hold a grand auction. During the auction, many good things will be put up for auction. In order to attract a large number of cultivators, the Tian family of the Tianshui region will take out some top-notch natural treasures to advertise. This time, the pure clean water is one of the treasures that the Tian family of the Tianshui region is promoting. Young master, you can participate in the auction and bid for the pure clean water. If you can befriend the Tian family of the Tianshui region, that would be even better, because the Tian family of the Tianshui region is a special power. Snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass are things that the Tian family of the Tianshui region might be able to take out. Even if the Tian family of the Tianshui region can't take them out, they might have some special channels to find them. After hearing Yu Qingmin's words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If that was the case, it seemed that the Tianshui region was imperative. Lin Feng asked Yu Qingmin to leave. He planned to arrange things in Sin City before heading to the Tianshui region. Finding the 3 natural treasures was an urgent matter, and Lin Feng didn't want to waste time. Lin Feng ordered people to summon the higher-ups of the Sin realm and gave them some instructions. Lin Feng then set off for the Tianshui region. The Great Ping King, the Peacock King, the Fire Qilin, the Little Ping King, Feng Yarao, and the others were all in seclusion. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign holy sage, and the others were also in seclusion. Lin Feng didn't see them when he returned this time. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to go to the Tianshui region alone. He had just left the city of Sin. Shui Yuexin chased after him. Why did you come out? Lin Feng looked at Shui Yuexin and asked. The journey to the Tianshui region is long. How can there be no one by your side to take care of you? I want to stay by your side and take good care of you, Shui Yuexin said sweetly. Hearing her voice made one's bones go soft. Lin Feng replied, there's no need for that. You can stay in Sin City and cultivate. No, take me with you. I'll serve you well on the way. I'll definitely let you live a carefree life. That way, you won't feel lonely on the way. Shui Yuexin said ambiguously. Lin Feng was a little moved by Shui Yuexin's words. If he brought this big beauty with him to the Tianshui domain, then he would be able to take her with him. There were many things that could be done. Indeed, she wouldn't be lonely on the road. However, Lin Feng thought about it. He still rejected Shui Yuexin's tempting suggestion. This trip to the Tianshui region was to find treasures that could save people. It was not for enjoyment. On the way, he could cultivate in seclusion. Bringing along such a delicate beauty like Shui Yuexin would tease him from time to time. How could he still have the mood to cultivate? Lin Feng said, I've made up my mind. So, you should go back. Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, Shui Yuexin could only nod her head. She said, then Yuexin will wait for your return in Sin City. When you return, Yuexin will go to your residence to serve you. After hearing Shui Yuexin's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. If the fox spirit really went to seduce people, it was simply enough to take a person's life. All right, wait for me to return, Lin Feng said with a smile. Then he left. Shui Yuexin narrowed her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng, who was gradually disappearing into the distance. The corner of her mouth could not help but curl up into a sneer. And Lin Feng. He was destined to be unable to see Shui Yuexin's cold smile. The Tianshui region was relatively far away from the Sin domain, separated by the distance of 3 regions. Lin Feng planned to take the teleportation array to the Tianshui region. There was no teleportation array to the Tianshui region in the Sin domain, but there was one in the weak water region. So Lin Feng first came to the weak water region in the southwest region of the Sin domain. He planned to take the teleportation array to the Tianshui region in the weak water ancient city. If he took the teleportation array, he could save more than a year's time. It was a pretty good choice. However, the price of this long-distance teleportation was extremely high. It required 10,000 immortal stones each time, which was not something that anyone could afford. Of course, for Lin Feng, these immortal stones were naturally nothing. The reason why the cost of taking the teleportation array in the Undying Realm was so high was because it was extremely difficult to construct a teleportation array in the Undying Realm. After all, the Undying Realm's space laws were not comparable to the mortal world. The stronger the space laws were, the more difficult it was to construct a teleportation array. For example, the Undying Realm was like this. So, among the 72 regions of the Undying Realm, many of them only had teleportation arrays within the region and no teleportation arrays outside the region. And even if there was a teleportation array outside the region, basically, there was only one large-scale teleportation array. It was very rare for a region to have 2 or 3 teleportation arrays. There was only one teleportation array in the weak water region. The Spirit Array Master adjusted the coordinates on the teleportation array and teleported the cultivators into one spacetime tunnel after another. Since there was only one teleportation array, the cultivators would go to different places. Therefore, to take the teleportation array, one would often have to wait in line for a long time. Lin Feng was rather lucky. On the second day of his arrival, the teleportation array to the Tianshui region opened. After Lin Feng paid the immortal stones, he entered the teleportation array with thousands of cultivators. When the teleportation array was activated, Lin Feng and the others were teleported into the spacetime tunnel. After arriving at the spacetime tunnel, one could see many people appearing out of thin air and entering the spacetime tunnel. Those cultivators were basically teleported in from other regions and were also heading to the Tianshui region. Some people flew in the spacetime tunnel, while others took out some flying-type magic treasures. Generally speaking, taking out flying-type magic treasures could save a cultivator's magic power and save a lot of time. Lin Feng took out the Xianyuan ancient star city. The Xianyuan ancient star city could jump through the void, so its speed was extremely fast. Along the way, some cultivators wanted to rest on Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng did not refuse. He removed the restrictions and let the cultivators board the ship to rest. The cultivators were quite tactful. After boarding the ship, they rested on the deck. However, they did not enter the cabin. Most of the time, Lin Feng cultivated in seclusion in the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Sometimes, he would walk out of the ancient starry sky ship and talk to the cultivators resting on the deck. A few good-looking female cultivators felt that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. Therefore, they came forward to get close to him. Moreover, they said some words to seduce Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng pretended not to hear them. On this day, Lin Feng walked out of the cabin and heard a group of cultivators discussing a divine diviner. This piqued Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng asked a few people and found out that a divine diviner had appeared in the starry skyship channel. It was said that this divine diviner was an extremely beautiful woman. This woman's methods were very powerful. She claimed to be from the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall. The current leader of the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall was her master. This woman claimed that there was nothing she could not calculate. Therefore, many people came to her for divination. Lin Feng asked what kind of power the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall was. It sounded like a Taoist power. However, Lin Feng did not know whether it was Lin Feng or not. However, these cultivators did not know what kind of power the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall was. They had never heard of it before. Is it really accurate? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. In fact, Lin Feng had studied the Xiantian 8 trigrams before. The Xiantian 8 trigrams could deduce many things. However, Lin Feng was not particularly proficient in it. If he was proficient, he might be able to deduce the location of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass. Previously, Lin Feng had asked great immortal sage Martin to help him deduce the location of the snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and spotless clean aqua. However, this guy said that he could not deduce the whereabouts of the heaven and earth treasure. This made Lin Feng feel rather helpless. Furthermore, the great sage Martin had been reminding him that Lin Feng still owed him something. Of course, Lin Feng had not forgotten that when he had asked Great Immortal Sacred Martin to help him divine the location of the Little Rock King, Great Immortal Sacred Martin had asked for something like the profound yellow origin stone. Lin Feng was temporarily unable to take it out, but he had promised to help him find it in the future. Great Immortal Sacred Martin had never forgotten this matter and had constantly reminded Lin Feng. If he could find it, Lin Feng would have already given it to this guy. That way, he wouldn't have to continue listening to this guy's chatter. His divination technique was unable to divine the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and the crescent moon grass. Even the great immortal divine Martin could not help him. Perhaps he could ask the oracle for help, however, there were too many swindlers these days. Many people were swindlers. Lin Feng didn't know if the divine mathematician was really capable or if he was just a big swindler who specialized in deceiving people. At this moment, a cultivator said, "His divination is quite accurate." Someone asked him to divine some things, but before the other party could say anything, the divine mathematician even said the other party's name, age, which faction he came from, and what he wanted to divine. Damn, he's so powerful? Could it be a scam? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Because it did sound like a scam. It's not a scam. It's because a cultivator I know tried it before, and the divine mathematician actually managed to divine everything. The cultivator continued. Lin Feng could not help but rub his chin. Could it be that he had really met a powerful person with a special ability? The methods of Taoism were indeed extremely extraordinary. If one could cultivate some of the methods of Taoism to a relatively high level, they would be able to grasp many unimaginable abilities. Therefore, that divine mathematician. It was very likely that he had the ability to reach the heavens. Sir, did you not find the divine mathematician to test him? Lin Feng asked. I wanted to give it a try, but the divine mathematician had her own rules. She said that she would divine at most 3 people a day, so I did not get a chance. Later, when I tried to find her again, she was nowhere to be found. The cultivator said. That's really a pity. Lin Feng said. The ancient spaceship Xianxia continued to fly through the spacetime tunnel. Lin Feng was still wondering if he would be able to meet the divine mathematician. However, things did not go as he wished. Along the way, he did not see the divine mathematician. Half a month later, Lin Feng flew out of the spacetime tunnel. The place they appeared in was called Sky Snow City. This place was relatively cold and covered in snow all year round. Many cultivators came out of the teleportation array one after another. Lin Feng planned to find a place to stay first. After calculating the time, he realized that there was still some time before the auction. Many beautiful women gathered outside the teleportation square to solicit customers. Most of them were sent by the inns to solicit customers. The competition between the inns in these ancient cities was extremely high. A young man in his 20s came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the time when he was in his 20s. He really missed that time. Big brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is different from ordinary inns. Our environment is very elegant and quiet. Moreover, there are no female cultivators who keep trying to sell themselves. It's definitely an excellent place to rest. I would not casually strike up a conversation with ordinary people. However, I can tell that Big Brother is a noble person and would definitely not want to be disturbed by those ordinary inns. That's why I came to invite Big Brother to stay at our place. The young cultivator said. Actually, Lin Feng did not like to rest in inns because there would always be female cultivators knocking on the door. Lin Feng was not interested in those female cultivators. Of course. He would not rashly criticize those female cultivators. Everyone had their own way of life. Those female cultivators chose to sell their bodies in exchange for immortal stones. Although it was rather shameful, it was their own choice. It was because of this market that their profession had appeared. Lin Feng asked, "Is the environment very good? You really won't be disturbed?" The young cultivator said, "Of course. I guarantee that Big Brother will be satisfied. Take me to have a look." Lin Feng said. "Big Brother, please come with me." The young cultivator immediately revealed a smile. Lin Feng followed him. On the way, he chatted with the young cultivator and found out that the young cultivator was called Wu Kuan. He was 26 years old this year. He had already broken through to the Godfire realm. Lin Feng followed Wu Kuan to the residence that Wu Kuan had mentioned. It was a rather large courtyard, although it looked a little dilapidated. However, it was very clean. The environment inside was just as Wu Kuan had said, quiet and secluded. It was a very good place to rest, and there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Lin Feng followed Wu Kuan inside, but he didn't see anyone for a long time. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Wasn't this place a little too quiet? Could it be that I'm the only guest here? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course not, there are still 4 people living here, Wu Kuan said. 4 people. Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After passing through the front courtyard, they arrived at a courtyard at the back. Every so often, there would be a separate courtyard. Wu Kuan said, "Most of the courtyards in this courtyard are empty. Big Brother, you can choose one." "I'll take that one." Lin Feng pointed at one of the courtyards in front of him. The words Pavilion of Ting Immortals were written on it. This name was rather imposing. "All right." Wu Kuan nodded and brought Lin Feng to the Pavilion of Ting Immortals. He opened the courtyard door. Lin Feng looked around and found that it was very clean. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the environment here. "How much do you charge?" Lin Feng asked. 100 immortal stones a day. Wu Kuan said. "I'll be staying for about 3 days." Lin Feng said. "The deposit is 100 immortal stones. If you stay for 3 days, it'll be 400 immortal stones in total. I'll return the deposit to you when I leave." Wu Kuan said. Lin Feng nodded and took out 400 immortal stones, giving them to Wu Kuan. He didn't care about the deposit. It didn't matter if he took it or not. Wu Kuan happily accepted the 400 immortal stones. Then, he said, "Big Brother, you should rest. I won't disturb you." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. Before leaving, Wu Kuan said, "However, I have to remind you of something. What is it? Lin Feng asked. After midnight, we have a curfew here, so don't go out after midnight. Wu Kuan reminded. No problem. Lin Feng replied. Only then did Wu Kuan leave. Lin Feng closed the courtyard door and returned to his room to rest. Boom boom boom. In the evening, Lin Feng heard a loud noise, and then the whole house shook violently. Lin Feng was shocked. He thought there was an earthquake. Lin Feng quickly got up. Then, he went outside. He looked towards a courtyard a few hundred meters to his left and saw smoke and dust billowing there. He had no idea what had happened. Lin Feng walked over. He found that the gate to the courtyard had been blown open. A white-haired old man was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Uncle, are you all right? Lin Feng walked in and looked at the old man. There's no reason for it to fail. There's no reason for it to fail. The old man ignored Lin Feng and kept murmuring to himself. At that moment, more people were attracted by the sound of the explosion. Apart from Wu Kuan, there was also an old man smoking a pipe. One of them was a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, the other was a delicate-looking young lady, and the last one was an old witch in a black robe who was floating in the air. The old man frowned and said, "Old bastard, didn't I tell you to set up a defensive barrier before the experiment? My courtyard is about to be destroyed by you, old bastard. Even if you sell yourself, you won't be able to pay for it." After hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the old man should be the owner of this place. Lin Feng had heard Wu Kuan mention that there was only him and his master here. The others were all guests. The old man was obviously Wu Kuan's master. Cough, cough, Lao Wu too, isn't it just a courtyard? Your broken place doesn't have many guests anyway. After I finish researching the ultimate weapon, not to mention a courtyard, even if you give me 10,000 courtyards, I won't even blink an eye. The old man sat up and said. He should be an alchemist, and he was probably tinkering with some strange things. Alchemists were all madmen of invention. Maybe they would really tinker with some amazing things at some point in time. Damn, old bastard, you've already owed me more than 30 years of rent. How many immortal stones is that? Lao Wutu said angrily. It's only been 30 years, why are you so anxious? My ultimate weapon will be finished soon. When the time comes, I'll pay you double. The old man continued with a solemn and confident look on his face. Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. He didn't know what the old man's ultimate weapon was. Let's disperse. There's nothing interesting to see here. The old man stood up and said. The surrounding people dispersed one after another. Before Lao Wutu left, he scolded, "Old bastard, I'll give you 1 more month. If you can't pay the rent, I'll kick you out." After saying that, Lao Wutu and Wu Kuan left together. The old man pursed his lips. He didn't take Lao Wutu's words to heart. He glanced at Lin Feng and said angrily, "Why aren't you leaving? Go away as far as you can. Don't be an eyesore here." Lin Feng said, "I want to talk about a cooperation with you." Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? The old man looked at Lin Feng and asked in surprise. I want to buy your ultimate weapon. Lin Feng said. When the old man heard this, he immediately became happy and said, "It seems like you have good taste. Let's talk inside. I'll make you a cup of tea." Lin Feng nodded. He followed the old man into the room. There were many things piled up in the room. It was extremely dirty, and there was nowhere to put his feet. The old man picked up a kettle from the table and found a black cup. He poured Lin Feng a cup of cold spirit tea that had been brewed at an unknown time. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the black liquid floating on top of the tea. Was this even drinkable? He wouldn't be poisoned to death, right? Lin Feng placed the cup on the table and smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality, old man. Now, let's talk about the cooperation. My name is Ji. How should I address you?" The old man smiled and said, "Hee, don't call me old man. I'm actually very young. I just grew up a little too quickly." When he heard the old man's words, Lin Feng almost choked. At this moment, the old man introduced himself. "My name is Pei Jun. We're about the same age, so I'll call you Brother Ji from now on. and you can call me Brother Jun. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had seen too many shameless people, such as the Fire Qilin, Du Zhu, and the immeasurable Taoist. Each of them was thicker than the last. However, compared to this old man in front of him, the difference was like heaven and earth. Lin Feng said, "I'll call you Brother Pei." Pei Jun said, "That's fine too. As long as you like it, you can call me anything." Lin Feng asked, "Brother Pei, what exactly are you researching?" Pei Jun immediately said, "I'm researching an extremely powerful item called the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl." 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl? What's that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. "It's a rather special treasure, and I call it a bomb." Question mark. Bomb? Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This name, it sounded quite domineering. "Is this item very powerful?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course it's powerful. You saw the explosion just now, right? Actually, I've already set up many restrictions, but they were still destroyed. You have to know that the sample I tested just now was extremely small. I'm looking for a perfect ratio. Once the ratio is successful, the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl won't explode," Pei Jun said. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the mother-child dual lightning pearls he had obtained before. The mother-child dual lightning pearls also released their power through explosion. However, the power of the mother-child dual lightning pearls could only injure Emperor Realm cultivators at most. Different bombs. The materials that were fused and the refining methods were different. Therefore, after the research was completed, the power would naturally be different as well. Lin Feng asked, "Brother, if the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl you mentioned was successfully researched, how powerful would it be?" Pei Jun smiled and said, "Normally, a 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl can easily injure a virtual immortal." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but jump in fright. "CK, are you bragging? It's just a lightning bead. How can it possess such terrifying power?" Lin Feng said. This was because Pei Jun's words sounded unbelievable. Everyone could feel it. That was impossible. Pei Jun said seriously, "Of course I'm not bragging, you have no idea how rich I used to be. I became a pauper because I wanted to research the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, because the materials needed to refine the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl are too precious. Other than those precious materials, I also need to go to the Sea of Thunder to collect the power of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl. That is an extremely dangerous place, entering it is almost certain death. With so many precious materials and the power of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, it is natural that the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl can injure a true immortal realm cultivator." After hearing Pei Jun's explanation, Lin Feng believed what Pei Jun had said before. The 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl could really injure a true immortal realm expert. If one 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl was already so powerful, then, if 10, 100, or even 509 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearls were released together, how powerful would it be? Think about it. It made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng waved his hand and many rivers of immortal stones flew out. The rivers of immortal stones were all sealed by Lin Feng. There were a total of 10 rivers of immortal stones. Each river of immortal stones was formed by 100 million immortal stones. The 10 rivers of immortal stones added together were a billion immortal stones. So many immortal stones. Countless cultivators wouldn't be able to earn that much in their lifetime. But for Lin Feng, a billion immortal stones was nothing. "Here's 1 billion celestial stones, it's the research fund. When you finish researching the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, don't sell it to anyone else, give it to me. Apart from the 1 billion celestial stones, when you finish researching the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, I'll buy it from you at a high price," said Lin Feng. After seeing the 10 rivers of immortal stones, Pei Jun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Pei Jun was in need of money now. Especially in need of money. He had been researching the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl for so many years, but he hadn't succeeded. He didn't have much income these years. It was like eating his previous savings. So, Pei Jun was very poor now. In order to research the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, Pei Jun had basically sold everything he could. Lin Feng's 1 billion immortal stones. It was really timely help. He didn't have to worry about immortal stones anymore. Pei Jun hurriedly put away the 1 billion immortal stones and said, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I definitely won't let your 1 billion immortal stones go to waste. After so many years of research, I've already achieved great results. I feel that I've reached the most critical juncture of successfully synthesizing the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. It's also the final juncture. Perhaps we'll see the results soon." Lin Feng naturally hoped that Pei Jun could quickly develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. He had a large number of 9 heavenly thunder source pearls. When the time came, he would kill gods and Buddhas. Even if the Sky Emperor came. As long as he had enough 9 heavenly thunder source pearls. He could even kill the Sky Emperor. Just thinking about it made him excited. But Lin Feng also knew. He couldn't be in a hurry to develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. He needed to develop it calmly. The more anxious he was, the harder it would be to successfully develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. So, he had to be patient in order to successfully develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to rush. Let's take it slow." "Hee, I'm not in a hurry. I have a card up my sleeve," Pei Jun said. Lin Feng chatted with Pei Jun for a while and then left. Lin Feng walked back to his residence. At this time, Lin Feng felt a gloomy aura behind him. His heart trembled slightly. He turned his head and looked behind him. A face as ugly as a ghost appeared behind him. The owner of this face was the old witch. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This old witch's cultivation was very strong. She could actually appear behind him without a sound. Lin Feng didn't even notice. If the old witch had attacked him. Thinking about it, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Senior, people can scare people to death," Lin Feng said. "Brat, don't you understand the principle of not showing one's wealth? You're really generous, casually giving out 1 billion immortal stones. I think you've already been targeted," the old witch said eerily. The old witch was so powerful, yet she did not attack him. This meant that the old witch did not intend to kill him for his wealth. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, please tell me. Who is targeting me?" The old witch replied, "Who else? Of course it's that money-grubbing old thing." "Money-grubbing old thing?" Lin Feng was astonished. He thought for a moment and asked, "Are you talking about that Lao Wu too?" "Of course, it's him. He's not a good person," the old witch replied. Old man Wu came out from behind a big tree not far away, and angrily said, "Grandma Ancestor Wu, don't you dare slander me. I think you should be the one eyeing that brat, right? How dare you slander me here? Didn't you leave already? Why are you hiding behind a big tree? You should be punished." Grandma Wu too curled her lips. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead. The place he had come to, it seemed like it was not a simple place. Pei Jun, Lao Wu Tu, and Grandma Wu Tu were not simple existences. In fact, even the others weren't simple either. Now that he thought about it, Grandma Wu Tu could not be trusted completely. This was because of the feeling she gave off. It was very sinister and terrifying. She seemed to be a cultivator of the demonic path. She gave off a very oppressive aura. If not for Lin Feng's powerful cultivation, standing beside Grandma Wu Tu would definitely have a great impact on him. Grandma Wu Tu did not attack him. Perhaps she was afraid of Lao Wu Tu, who was hiding in the dark. All of these were highly possible. Lao Wu Tu said, "This is my home. I can go wherever I want. You can't do anything about it. Old bastard, you don't have the slightest bit of kindness in your eyes. You're not as kind as Granny. I've been watching you all this time because I was worried that you would attack this innocent young friend. Over the years, many people have died here. Do you dare say that it has nothing to do with you?" Grandma Wu sneered. "Of course it doesn't matter. If an old witch like you dares to spout nonsense again, do you believe that I will make you move out right now?" Lao Wu Tu said angrily. "Hee, I've been paying rent for 100 years. If you want me to move out, fine. But according to the contract, you have to pay me 3 times the amount," Grandma Wu said. Then, she stretched out her shriveled right hand that looked like a ghost's claw. After seeing Grandma Wu's ancestor's outstretched hand, Lao Wutu's mouth twitched violently. He then said, "You should continue living here." Lin Feng was speechless. It seemed that this Lao Wutu was a very smart person. He was truly a person who loved talents as much as his own life. "Leave this place as soon as possible. This is not a place for a child like you," Grandma Wu said. "Hee, little friend, don't listen to this old witch's nonsense. Ever since she was dumped by someone when she was young, her brain has been abnormal," Lao Wutu said. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that these two people, they knew each other when they were young. It was true. It was unexpected. "It's better than an old man like you. You've been single all your life, and you still have the nerve to talk nonsense about others. When you were young, I don't know who was the one who confessed to others time and time again, but was rejected again and again," Grandma Wutu said without backing down. Lin Feng rubbed his eyebrows. These two people were actually quarreling. After being exposed, Lao Wutu's expression became extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something. At this time, a voice came from outside. "Excuse me, is this a place to stay?" It was a woman's voice. Listening to the voice, it was actually quite pleasant to hear. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a woman wearing a green dress. Although her clothes were not luxurious, it was difficult to hide her peerless appearance. She was tall, had white skin, and a beautiful face. She was really a woman who could make people's hearts beat faster. This tall and beautiful woman carried 9 peach wood swords on her back. There was also an 8 trigrams compass hanging on her waist. This attire attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the female cultivator from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall that he heard people talking about in the spacetime tunnel. He wondered if it was this woman in front of him. If it was her, that would be great. In the past, Lin Feng had once looked for that female cultivator from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall. Although he could go to the Tian family to inquire about the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass, what if the Tian family did not know? Therefore, Lin Feng had to prepare for both sides. If the female cultivator from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall could calculate the location of these 2 heavenly treasures, it would naturally be a happy matter. "Yes, this is a place to stay. Little girl, you really know how to find a place. This place has the best environment in the entire ancient city," Lao Wutu said with a smile. "The scenery is really good, and it's also quite peaceful. I'll stay here," the woman said. "Alright, I'll take you to rest now, little girl," Lao Wutu said with a smile. The two of them left one after the other. When Lin Feng turned his head to look at Grandma Wu, however, he found that Grandma Wu had already disappeared without a trace. She really came and went like a ghost. Lin Feng stood in place, his expression uncertain. This place was a bit strange. Should he leave first? But soon, Lin Feng gave up on this idea. With his current cultivation, coupled with the many methods he had grasped, there was no need to be afraid. Moreover, Lin Feng suspected that the female cultivator just now was one of the female cultivators from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall. So, Lin Feng planned to find an opportunity to visit that female cultivator. Lin Feng returned to his residence. After waiting for about 2 hours, he guessed that the female cultivator should be almost done packing up. Thus, Lin Feng left his residence. He headed to the place where the female cultivator lived. When he arrived outside the small courtyard where the female cultivator lived, Lin Feng knocked on the door. Not long after, the female cultivator walked out and opened the door for Lin Feng. "It's you, why are you looking for me?" The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked. Lin Feng asked, "Fairy, could it be that you are the goddess oracle from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall?" The female cultivator smiled and said, "Even you have heard of my name." "Of course." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I came to find you this time to ask for your help in divination." The female cultivator said, "No problem, come in." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Then, he entered the courtyard. The female cultivator closed the courtyard door and walked in. When the female cultivator came to Lin Feng's side, Lin Feng smelled a pleasant fragrance from the female cultivator's body. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. That fragrance should be her body's natural fragrance. A woman with a natural fragrance. The female cultivator welcomed Lin Feng into the living room. Both of them sat down. The female cultivator introduced herself. "My name is Wan Lingyue, a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall." "My name is," Lin Feng was about to introduce himself. Wan Lingyue said, "I know who you are. If my guess is correct, you should be the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. And this time, you've come to find me to help you deduce the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass. Am I right?" After hearing Wan Lingyue's words, Lin Feng was completely shocked. Wan Lingyue. She even knew what he was here for. Could it be that she had divined it? If that was the case, that would be too shocking. However, the more capable Wan Lingyue was, the happier Lin Feng was. Lin Feng said, "Fairy is really amazing. I admire you. It's just some insignificant skills. I don't deserve your praise." Wan Lingyue said. Said Lin Feng. "You're too modest. I've seen many strange people over the years, but I've never seen anyone as strong as you," said Lin Feng. "Since you already know why I'm here, I won't hide my intentions. This time, I really do want to ask you to help me deduce the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass. As for the hard work required to deduce the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass, just name it. No matter how much it is, I'll be able to satisfy you." Wan Lingyue said, "If it was someone else who asked me to deduce, I would agree. However, I can't agree to your request." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He asked, "Why is that?" Wan Lingyue said, "Because I'm not proficient in the art of deduction." "Not proficient in the art of deduction? But you've already displayed an extraordinary ability," Lin Feng said. Wan Lingyue said, "My bloodline is called the mind-reading bloodline. That's why I was born with some special abilities. For example, I can see the thoughts and secrets of others." Lin Feng was moved. There was actually such a bloodline. Wasn't this too terrifying? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Wan Lingyue warily. This woman was too scary. There were many secrets hidden in his heart. If this woman were to pry into the secrets in his heart, wouldn't that be a very bad thing? Lin Feng had no choice but to guard against this woman. At that moment, Wan Lingyue said, "Actually, sir, you don't need to be on guard against me. Even though I can read other people's thoughts, in reality, the stronger they are, the more difficult it is to read people's thoughts," said Lin Feng. "Prince, you're extremely strong, and you're extremely lucky. It's extremely difficult to pry into your secrets. I've already done my best to pry into your background. If I want to pry into your secrets, you'll definitely find out," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know if he should believe Wan Lingyue's words. However, one must always be on guard against others. Thus, regardless of whether Wan Lingyue was telling the truth or not, he had to be on guard against this woman. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you weren't brought here by Wu Kuan. Logically speaking, you shouldn't know about this place, but you specifically found this place. Why are you here?" "I'm here for the same reason you're here, Prince," Wan Lingyue said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Then, he started to have second thoughts. Lin Feng guessed. Wan Lingyue had most likely misunderstood. After Wan Lingyue saw through his identity, she must have thought that he had a very clear purpose for coming here. However, in reality, he had only come here by coincidence. Wan Lingyue obviously didn't think so. Lin Feng didn't plan to hide it from Wan Lingyue. He continued, "If I were to say that I came here by coincidence, would you believe me?" Wan Lingyue was surprised. She then nodded and said, "Of course I would believe you. Prince isn't someone who lies." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Wan Lingyue had overestimated him. Lin Feng asked, "Fairy, can you tell me why you're here?" Wan Lingyue set up some restrictions and sealed the room. She was very cautious. After doing all this, Wan Lingyue said, "Prince, do you know about the Wu clan?" "The Wu clan? Is that Lao Wutu's clan?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right," Wan Lingyue replied. Lin Feng said, I don't know much about it. Wan Lingyue said, the Wu clan was an extremely powerful clan, but one of their ancestors went out and brought an extremely terrifying item with him. From then on, the Wu clan was plagued by misfortune. The members of the Wu clan died one after another. Now, almost all of them are dead. Wu Kuan isn't actually a member of the Wu clan, he's just a child that Lao Wu Tu took in and was given the surname Wu by Lao Wu Tu. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, so, Lao Wu Tu is the only member of the Wu clan left? That's right. Wan Lingyue nodded. In that case, did you come here for that unknown item? Lin Feng asked. That's right. Wan Lingyue nodded. She paused for a moment before continuing, actually, I can't say that there are no clues at all. My teacher had a good relationship with a strong cultivator from the Wu family, so my teacher heard that strong cultivator from the Wu family mention that item. Oh? There's such a thing? Doesn't that mean you know what that item is? Lin Feng asked curiously. Wan Lingyue replied, I heard that it's a supreme treasure called the Nine Heavens Cauldron. The Nine Heavens Cauldron? What the hell is that? Is it very powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Wan Lingyue smiled bitterly. Lin Gongzi, have you never heard of the Nine Heavens Cauldron? No. Lin Feng replied. Wan Lingyue said, this item doesn't belong to our epoch. A treasure that transcends epochs? Lin Feng was shocked. Of course, it's not that simple. Wan Lingyue said. She then lowered her voice and said, I heard that it came from that world that can't be told. Lin Feng gasped. It came from that world that can't be told. Didn't that mean, the Nine Heavens Cauldron, it came from the world of the mastermind? Such an item was like a hot potato. Even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to control it. What had happened to the Wu clan was the best proof of that. That was why, if they really found the Jiutian God Cauldron, they would have to think carefully about whether or not they could obtain it. It would be a tragedy if they didn't get the treasure and died. Wan Lingyue said, we don't want the treasure. We just want the Jiutian God Cauldron's energy and fate. Fate and fate? Lin Feng looked at Wan Lingyue in surprise. It seemed that Wan Lingyue's goal was different from what he had expected. Wan Lingyue's words piqued Lin Feng's interest. Wan Lingyue continued, as the Jiutian God Cauldron, it's related to the fate of that world, so it's naturally extraordinary. Who knows how much fate and energy it has absorbed over the years? Although fate and fate can't be seen or touched, in reality, fate and fate exist in the world. It's very useful to cultivators, so I don't need to explain it. I'm sure you understand it very well. As for energy, it can help us break through our shackles and increase our cultivation. Lin Feng's heart shook. So if we can find the Jiutian God Cauldron, it'll be a great thing for us. It's like that. Wan Lingyue said. Why are you looking for the Jiutian God Cauldron now? Lin Feng asked. Because my master sensed something. He said that the Jiutian God Cauldron should appear soon and will return to that world. Before that, we'll have a chance to steal its fate and energy. Wan Lingyue said. Lin Feng said, your master is that powerful? Wan Lingyue said, of course he's powerful. My master created the Jiutian Divine Dao Hall. His methods aren't something we can imagine. When talking about her master, Wan Lingyue showed an extremely respectful expression. It seems that deep down, she was full of reverence for her master. This made Lin Feng very curious. He didn't know what kind of person Tian Lingyue's master was. Lin Feng lamented, the Nine Heavens God's Cauldron has returned to that world. I'm afraid that world's strength will increase again. Wan Lingyue said, there are gains and losses in everything. Perhaps there will be gains, but perhaps there will be some things that even we don't know about. This was naturally very likely. Lin Feng asked, do we need to wait for a while? That's right. Wan Lingyue nodded. She continued, everyone who came here probably has a goal, so if we work together, we'll have a better chance. This was a pretty good suggestion, and Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Alright, let's work together then. Lin Feng then asked, do you know anything about the people who live here? Wan Lingyue nodded and said, I know some things about them, but I don't know much. Tell me about it. Lin Feng said. Wan Lingyue said, Pei Jun is an alchemist, and he probably came here by accident. As for the witch ancestor, she was a very famous expert of the devil path back in the day. She's been living in seclusion for many years, and this time, she might have wanted to use the Nine Heavens God's Cauldron's power to advance. The girl who looks 7 or 8 years old is called Elder Gui Shan. She looks very cute, but she's not easy to deal with. Her body can't grow because of special reasons, but she's a vicious and merciless person. She's good at all kinds of powerful demonic techniques, so she can't be underestimated. The girl who looks weak is called Su Wanqing, and she's a very strong person. She's nicknamed the Poisonous Widow. Lin Feng thought of the weak girl. She was quite pretty and had a good temperament. That kind of temperament left a deep impression on people. Lin Feng didn't think that she would have such an explosive nickname. Wan Lingyue said, these people all have some powerful methods, especially that Lao Wu too. The people of the Wu family died because of the Nine Heavens God's Cauldron, but he's still alive now. He's really powerful. Lin Feng nodded. He was also very afraid of that Lao Wu too. Lin Feng couldn't even see the depth of Lao Wu tu's strength. Lao Wu tu was probably the strongest and most powerful person in the group. Of course. This was just Lin Feng's guess. The other people might be stronger than Lao Wu too. This was also very likely. Lin Feng and Wan Lingyue chatted for a while. Then he said goodbye and left. After Lin Feng returned to his residence, he added some new restrictions. The reason he added these restrictions was because Lin Feng felt that the people around him needed to be more careful. It was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to fail miserably. After doing all this, Lin Feng relaxed. There was still some time before the Tian family's auction, so Lin Feng could still stay here for a while. Lin Feng hoped that he could find the Nine Heavens God's Cauldron during this time. At that moment, Sage Martin transmitted, I advise you not to provoke the Nine Heavens God's Cauldron. That thing has already given birth to a god. Aren't you courting death by provoking the Nine Heavens God's Cauldron? Lin Feng replied, it's fine. Wealth comes from danger. One must know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. That's the principle. Sage Martin continued. This guy was someone who didn't want to take risks at all. Every time he encountered danger, he didn't think about how to deal with the danger, but how to avoid it. This made Lin Feng quite speechless. What a disgrace to the great immortal's name. He might as well stop calling himself Sage Martin Great Immortal and call himself Sage Martin Coward. Lin Feng ignored Sage Martin Great Immortal. He sat down cross-legged. He began to cultivate. Late at night, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the weather had become very cold. Wisps of coldness swept through his body, which surprised Lin Feng. His cultivation was so strong, so how could the coldness enter his body? Lin Feng walked out of his room and went to the courtyard outside. He looked up at the sky and saw a silver moon and stars. The starry sky was very beautiful. However, the coldness couldn't be dispelled. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could this coldness invading my body have something to do with the Nine Heavens God's Cauldron? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was already the latter half of the night. Who would knock on his door? There weren't many people living here? Who is it? Lin Feng asked. Young master, I am Han Yu. Greetings, young master. At this moment, a voice came from outside. It was his brother's woman's voice. The moment he heard this voice, Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. Didn't Wu Kuan say that this place was very quiet? Was there absolutely no one to disturb him? It was his first night here. There was actually a female cultivator knocking on his door to promote him. He's already asleep. Fairy, please take your leave. Lin Feng said. He had no interest in this kind of female cultivator. To put it bluntly, with Lin Feng's current status, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be a groom every night. With a hook of his finger, a large number of fairies would throw themselves at him. So, as for these prostitutes, naturally, he had no interest in them. However, the female cultivator in front of him had no intention of leaving. She said, Young master, you have misunderstood me. I am not a person who does that. This time, I really have something to discuss with you, and it is an extremely important matter. You don't do that? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then he said, then I'm really sorry. I hope Fairy won't blame me. Lin Feng arrived at the courtyard door. He then opened the courtyard door. Then, Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman. This woman was indeed beautiful. Her exquisite facial features made people gasp in amazement. Tall and charming figure, fair as jade skin. Charming and flirtatious eyes. The goddess was talking about this kind of woman. Of course. Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Therefore, even when facing this goddess in front of him, he was still very calm. Let's talk inside. Lin Feng said. Thank you, young master. The female cultivator bowed to Lin Feng. Fairy, you're welcome. Lin Feng said. She did not get up on her own. A pair of charming eyes looked at Lin Feng, as if she wanted Lin Feng to help her up. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He then reached out and helped the female cultivator up. Many thanks, young master. The female cultivator said in a sweet voice. Her voice was very soft. After hearing her voice, even Gugu felt like he was about to melt. Lin Feng and the female cultivator entered the courtyard together. Lin Feng closed the courtyard door. He then led the female cultivator to the living room. Lin Feng asked, I haven't seen you before. Did you just move in? I've lived here for a long time. The woman said. Wu Kuan said that there were 5 people living here, except for Wu Kuan and Lao Wu too. Lin Feng had already met Grandma Wu and the others. There was only one person he had never seen before. Could it be this woman in front of him? That was a possibility. Lin Feng said, Fairy, you said that you're called Hanyue? May I know your full name? My full name is Guang Hanyue. The woman said. This name sounds pretty good. Lin Feng said. Actually, what he was really thinking was that the name sounded a little sad. This was indeed a rather sad name. However, these words were a little rude. Therefore, Lin Feng did not say these words out loud. Young master, you flatter me. Guang Hanyue said. Fairy, you said that you had something to talk to me about. May I know why you've come to find me? Lin Feng went straight to the point. I saw that you have an extraordinary aura and am very fond of you. That's why I came to see you. Guang Hanyue stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. Was her charm already that great? Lin Feng was about to reject her, but at that moment, Guang Hanyue had already sat on Lin Feng's thighs and wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Guang Hanyue's series of actions stunned Lin Feng. Wasn't this too open? I'm a conservative man. However, even Lin Feng himself didn't believe it. You're playing with fire, do you know that? Lin Feng said. I like to play with fire. Guang Hanyue said. Her hands moved back and forth on Lin Feng's back. Then, slowly, she touched Lin Feng's spine. Just as she was about to touch Lin Feng's spine, many runes appeared on Lin Feng's back, blocking Guang Hanyue's attack. Lin Feng looked at Guang Hanyue with a smile yet not a smile. You must be disappointed, right? What are you talking about? Guang Hanyue looked confused. Pretend, keep pretending, said Lin Feng. Didn't you want to break my spine a moment ago? Guang Hanyue said, how could you misunderstand me like that? I like you, so I came here to confess my feelings. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Even though I'm very charming, I'm not that stupid. I'm not the kind of man who loses his soul because of a woman's words, said Lin Feng indifferently. Guang Hanyue looked as if she was about to cry. To put it bluntly, you still don't believe me. Are you worthy of my trust? Lin Feng reached out and pinched Guang Hanyue's chin. What a beautiful face. So beautiful. So scary. Of course I'm worthy of your trust, but you don't believe me. Guang Hanyue looked very sad. She muttered to herself, my heart belongs to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch. If you don't believe me, I'll leave now. Lin Feng put his arm around Guang Hanyue's waist, not letting her leave. Instead, he said, do you know how you've exposed yourself? Exposed myself? I don't know what you're talking about. Guang Hanyue said sadly. Lin Feng continued, you're very good at pretending. For example, your beautiful face, your hot body, your flirtatious eyes, and your lovable personality. But there's something you didn't do well. Guang Hanyue didn't say anything. She just looked at Lin Feng. Shadow. Lin Feng smiled. Is there something wrong with my shadow? Guang Hanyue asked. Aren't you a fox spirit? Your shadow doesn't seem to have a tail. Lin Feng said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. The reason why Lin Feng knew that Guan Hanyu was a fox spirit was because he had noticed that she had 9 fox tails under her dress. Her clothes were slightly bulging, but her silhouette was slim, which meant something was wrong. When Guang Hanyu heard Lin Feng's explanation, she was slightly stunned. Then, her expression became quite unsightly. I'm surprised that you were able to notice such a small thing, Guang Hanyu said calmly. Thank you for the compliment. You shouldn't have a shadow. So, are you a ghost? Lin Feng asked. Just as the 3,000 strands of hair were about to pierce through Lin Feng's head, an energy wall suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. As a result, the 3,000 strands of hair were all blocked by Lin Feng's energy wall. The woman then sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to block the woman's palm strike. When the two sides collided, the woman used this palm strike to quickly retreat more than 10 meters away. She landed in the living room. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a dense array of restrictions sealed the living room. You're really capable. The woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the woman with interest and said, You still haven't answered me, are you a human or a ghost? The woman sneered and said, I am a ghost immortal, an undying and indestructible ghost immortal. As soon as she finished her sentence, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. The shadow that she had used a special method to create disappeared without a trace. Ghosts had no shadows. No matter if it was a low-level ghost or a high-level ghost. They all had no shadows. Even if it was as powerful as a ghost immortal. There was no shadow either. For example, the female ghost immortal. Ordinary ghosts that had evolved to the ghost immortal level had already shed some of the characteristics of ordinary ghosts. Ordinary ghosts did not have flesh and blood, and were only bodies of energy. But ghost immortals were different. Ghost immortals had long since developed flesh and blood, and belonged to a different kind of life form. To be precise, they could be considered as living creatures in the underworld, and not living creatures in the world of the living. Even as powerful as the ghost immortal, they could not stay in the world of the living for too long. This would cause great harm to their bodies. But why was this ghost immortal here? Lin Feng did not know for the time being. Why are you looking for me? Lin Feng looked at the female ghost immortal and asked. The female ghost immortal said, Because I want to absorb your yang qi. Rumor had it that ghosts could absorb yang qi to stay in the world of the living and also increase their cultivation. This was quite similar to some evil techniques. For example, some harvesting techniques. There was also the saying of absorbing yang energy. If you just want to absorb yang qi, you can go outside and absorb yang qi. You don't have to take the risk to come here. Lin Feng said indifferently. I can't go out, so I can only absorb your yang qi. The female ghost immortal said. Can't get out? Are you trapped here? Lin Feng looked at the female ghost immortal in surprise. Yes. The female ghost celestial nodded and said, So, you should let me eat you. As soon as he finished speaking, the female ghost immortal once again charged towards Lin Feng. This time, the female ghost immortal's fingernails kept growing longer. In an instant, they were already half a meter long. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and charged at the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng's sword slashed towards the female ghost immortal. The ghost immortal sneered in the face of Lin Feng's attack. She showed no fear at all. The female ghost immortal's sharp claws were her weapons. Clang, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng and the female ghost immortal collided fiercely. When Lin Feng's black dragon sword slashed at the female ghost immortal's sharp claws, it was unable to cut off the female ghost immortal's sharp claws. These claws were too terrifying. The female ghost immortal's other claw quickly swept towards Lin Feng. 5 claws. 5 claw lights were formed. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Feng. The power of the five claw lights was extremely terrifying. It made people's hair stand on end. Facing the female ghost immortal's attack, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. Many runes appeared on the surface of his body. Those were magic immunity runes. Every single rune. They all contained an astonishing defensive power. When the claw light swept over, the magic immunity runes on the surface of Lin Feng's body suddenly emitted an astonishing fluctuation. Most of the power of the five claw lights was blocked by Lin Feng's magic immunity runes. Only a part of the power was not blocked. That part of the power was neutralized by Lin Feng's powerful body. But even so, Lin Feng was still sent flying. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not injured. "You're really powerful." As expected of the female ghost immortal, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "You're also very powerful. Someone as powerful as you must have a very strong yang qi. If I devour you, my cultivation will definitely increase a lot," the female ghost immortal said coldly. She quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to launch an even more violent attack on Lin Feng and the others. But at this moment, Lin Feng took out the Bell of Hell King. Then, Lin Feng sent out a series of runes. Those runes all entered the Bell of Hell King. Lin Feng knew how to use the Bell of Hell King. With the increase of his cultivation, the power of the Bell of Hell King was gradually activated by Lin Feng. And the Bell of Hell King was the nemesis of the creatures of the underworld. The Bell of Hell King emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Then, the Bell of Hell King quickly attacked the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal did not recognize the Bell of Hell King. After all, very few creatures of the underworld knew the existence of the Bell of Hell King. And the female ghost immortal in front of them was not a creature of the underworld. She directly used her sharp claws to sweep at the Bell of Hell King, as if she wanted to sweep it away. But when the female ghost immortal's claws collided with the Bell of Hell King, the female ghost immortal's claws actually started to burn quickly. It was like an ordinary person's hand had been put in concentrated sulfuric acid. Ah! The female ghost immortal could not help but let out a painful scream. Her expression was one of shock. She did not expect that Lin Feng's magic treasure would be so powerful. It actually caused such serious damage to her. The female ghost immortal did not dare to continue fighting with the Bell of Hell King. She quickly retreated and pulled away from the Bell of Hell King. "What is that magic treasure of yours?" the female ghost immortal asked with an ugly expression. "Bell of Hell King. Have you heard of it?" Lin Feng asked. "The supreme treasure of the underworld king." The female ghost immortal's expression became more and more ugly. The suppression of the Bell of Hell King on creatures like her was unimaginable. If Lin Feng did not have the Bell of Hell King, she felt that she should be able to kill Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had the Bell of Hell King. She felt it. She had no chance of winning at all. "Today, I want to catch you. I plan to tame you and raise a female ghost immortal as a slave. It should be a good experience," Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he controlled the Bell of Hell King to suppress the female ghost immortal. After seeing the Bell of Hell King flying towards her, the female ghost immortal's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Just now, the Bell of Hell King had caused serious damage to her. Female ghost immortal. Her memory was still fresh. The female ghost immortal did not dare to hesitate, she turned around and flew out. When the female ghost immortal rushed to the door, she smashed her palm towards the restriction set up by Lin Feng. However, she did not destroy the restriction set up by Lin Feng. "You won't be able to escape. You're destined to become my prisoner," Lin Feng said with a cold smile. The Bell of Hell once again arrived in front of the female ghost immortal. Then, it fiercely charged towards the female ghost immortal's body. Just as it was about to hit the female ghost immortal's body, suddenly, the female ghost immortal's body disappeared without a trace. Even the Bell of Hell lost track of the female ghost immortal's whereabouts. The female ghost immortal's methods were truly extraordinary. "Namo Amaba." Lin Feng clasped his hands together, like a holy monk. When his voice was heard, suddenly, endless Buddhist light surged out. Those Buddhist lights were rolling in the void. It filled every corner of the room. Screech. The female ghost immortal let out a painful scream. The power of Buddhism. It restrained these evil ghosts. The female ghost immortal was naturally restrained. Of course. It also depended on the cultivation of the person who used the Buddhist sacred art. If the person who used the Buddhist sacred art was not strong enough, even if he used the Buddhist sacred art, he would not be able to restrain the female ghost immortal. But Lin Feng was strong enough. So, the female ghost immortal was destined to be restrained by Lin Feng. The female ghost immortal appeared and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng said, "If you obediently submit to me, you will be able to suffer a lot less." "I will not submit to anyone." The female ghost immortal replied coldly. "Then I'll suppress you," Lin Feng said. Under Lin Feng's control, a large amount of Buddhist karma enveloped the female ghost immortal. At the same time, the bell of hell also suppressed the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng's double attack put a lot of pressure on the female ghost immortal. Something appeared in the female ghost immortal's right hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a black flag. That black flag should be a powerful supreme treasure. But as for what kind of treasure it was, Lin Feng was not particularly clear. The female ghost immortal activated the black flag. In an instant, the black flag rapidly grew in size. The female ghost immortal held the black flag in her hand. "It's the Empyrean flag." At this time, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The demon lord sounded very surprised. Lin Feng was flabbergasted. What exactly was that treasure? Why was the demon lord so surprised? "What is the heavenly god flag?" asked Lin Feng telepathically. "A conferred god? The supreme treasure of the era that could command conferred gods?" "The battle flag of the United States," the demon lord said. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The heavenly god banner was actually so extraordinary, the female ghost immortal actually had such a supreme treasure. What is the background of this female ghost immortal? He even had a treasure like the heavenly god flag. At this moment, the female ghost immortal waved the heavenly god flag. When the heavenly god flag was waved, the heavenly god flag swept out waves of terrifying power, dispersing the surrounding Buddhist light. Even the Hell King bell was sent flying. The power of the heavenly god flag was really powerful. However, when the female ghost immortal activated the heavenly god flag, her face became extremely pale. Although the heavenly god flag was powerful, the heavenly god flag could command conferred gods? The battle flag. This kind of thing could condense a conferred god? The will to fight was extremely strong and young. And the female ghost immortal was a yin spirit. Although the female ghost immortal had already condensed a flesh and blood body and was not very different from a normal person, her essence was still a yin spirit. Therefore, the current female ghost immortal, she would be restrained by a magic treasure that was extremely strong and young. Buddhist magic treasures were extremely strong and young magic treasures, and the heavenly god flag was also a magic treasure that was extremely strong and young. Although the female ghost immortal could activate the heavenly god flag. However, so what if she could activate the heavenly god flag? She would still be restrained by the heavenly god flag. This was her weakness. There was nothing she could do about it. Therefore, the female ghost immortal couldn't activate the heavenly god flag for a long time. The female ghost immortal didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed outside. This time, the female ghost immortal waved the heavenly god flag in her hand and swept it towards the restriction set up by Lin Feng. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The female ghost immortal's heavenly god flag directly destroyed the restriction set up by Lin Feng. Then, the female ghost immortal quickly rushed outside. After Lin Feng put away the bell of Hades, he chased after her. In the void, ghost chi churned. The female ghost immortal hid in the ghost chi and quickly rushed towards the depths. Lin Feng chased after him, unwilling to give up. "Do you really want to fight to the death?" the female ghost immortal said fiercely. Lin Feng said, "I don't think it will be a life and death struggle. You shouldn't have the ability to kill me, and I am very interested in capturing you." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the female ghost immortal's face became even more gloomy. She continued to fly towards the depths. Lin Feng's speed was much faster than the female ghost immortals, so the distance between the two of them was constantly shrinking. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. He would be able to catch up to the female ghost immortal. The two of them, one running and one chasing, finally arrived at the depths of the mansion. The depths were extremely eerie and terrifying, not a single blade of grass grew. After arriving here, it was as if they had arrived at the underworld. Moreover, the deepest part of the mansion was sealed by restrictions. The female ghost immortal quickly rushed into the deepest part of the mansion. The restrictions here are so powerful, but they seem to have loosened. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The restrictions in the depths had loosened, so he could try to enter the restrictions now. If he encountered any danger, he would consider coming out. Lin Feng believed that with his array formation skills, there would be no problem in coming out if he encountered any danger. Wanting to trap him. This was not an easy task. Lin Feng entered the courtyard. He quickly passed through the various restrictions. The restrictions here were extremely terrifying. However, those restrictions were unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the mansion. At the deepest part, the yin qi was the heaviest. Oh well, Lin Feng looked into the depths and couldn't help but slightly frown. At the deepest part of the mansion, there was actually a well. That well emitted an extremely eerie aura. Did the female ghost immortal enter this well? Lin Feng looked at the well. It was pitch black down there, he couldn't see anything. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what was going on down there. Lin Feng was hesitating whether or not to go down and take a look. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng made his decision. Although it was very likely that it would be extremely dangerous down there, Lin Feng wanted to capture the female ghost immortal. If he didn't go down and take a look, naturally, he wouldn't be able to capture the female ghost immortal. WWXX by Lin Feng entered the well. He dove all the way down. This well was very deep. It emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was no well water in this well. There was only demonic aura that filled the well. After entering the well, Lin Feng was extremely careful, because this was the female ghost immortal's territory, so he had to be careful. Or else, that would be too dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, he could die here. The female ghost immortal was an extremely terrifying existence. She was not a character that could be easily manipulated. After diving for about 2 hours, Lin Feng was still unable to dive to the deepest part. Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. Wasn't this well too deep? Where was the bottom? Lin Feng could only patiently continue to dive down. About another hour or so passed. Lin Feng saw a black light barrier appear below. He revealed a hint of joy. It seemed he had finally reached the bottom. Lin Feng entered the black light barrier. As soon as he entered, before he could clearly see his surroundings, a cold voice sounded. Since you want to die, then I can fulfill your wish. This was the female ghost immortal's voice. The female ghost immortal naturally knew that Lin Feng had chased after her all the way here. So, when Lin Feng came down, the female ghost immortal immediately activated the powerful restriction here. After all kinds of great formations were activated, Lin Feng was instantly sent flying by those great formations. However, before he was sent flying, Lin Feng had already activated the ruler's armor. In addition, Lin Feng had used the technique of magic immunity. So, 80% of the power was successfully neutralized by Lin Feng. Only 20% of the power was left on Lin Feng's body. However, that 20% of the power was also successfully neutralized by Lin Feng's incomparably powerful body. At this moment, Lin Feng could finally observe the situation around him. He discovered this was a world shrouded in darkness, emitting an eerie and terrifying aura. In the world of darkness, there were terrifying restrictions everywhere. The female ghost immortal stood not far away and looked at him coldly. The last thing you should have done was to chase me all the way here. Now that you've chased me all the way here, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. The female ghost immortal looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "She's so beautiful and charming, but why is her temper so bad? Can we talk peacefully?" Hee hee, you came here to kill me, and you want me to talk calmly? You're really shameless. The female ghost immortal sneered. Lin Feng said, don't make it sound so bad. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm just trying to guide you onto the right path. The female ghost couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing Lin Feng. It was true. He was shameless. Invincible in the world. Go to hell. The female ghost immortal shouted coldly. She continued to activate the various powerful restrictions around her to attack Lin Feng. The power of those restrictions was indeed terrifying. When those restrictions were activated by Lin Feng, a terrifying wave of energy immediately filled the air. Very quickly, those restrictions began to attack Lin Feng. All kinds of terrifying attacks bombarded Lin Feng. When he first came down, Lin Feng was caught off guard, so he wasn't able to dodge the attacks. But now, it was different. Lin Feng was able to observe everything around him, and he had enough time to react. Therefore, when Lin Feng faced those restrictions again, he was able to handle them with ease. Lin Feng's inheritance of the Celestial Master Dao was displayed to the extreme at this moment. Lin Feng quickly shuttled through the powerful restrictions, successfully dodging all the attacks. It was true. Powerful methods. He was quickly approaching the female ghost immortal. When she saw Lin Feng quickly approaching her, the female ghost immortal's face couldn't help but become incomparably ugly. She originally thought that with the restrictions here, it wouldn't be a problem to kill Lin Feng. But who would have thought that Lin Feng was actually able to freely shuttle through the various restrictions? What kind of method was this? It was really shocking. And the female ghost immortal was quite vexed. Let's go. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to reach here, the female ghost immortal didn't dare to hesitate. She turned around and ran, because the female ghost immortal knew. If this continued, she would be caught by Lin Feng, so she could only take advantage of this opportunity to escape. By the time Lin Feng arrived next to him, it was already too late to escape. However, the female ghost immortal still underestimated Lin Feng's ability. The moment she escaped, Lin Feng had already rushed out of the restrictions. Then, Lin Feng used the 8 directions whirled and quickly chased after the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. He quickly caught up to the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng took out the bell of hell. Under Lin Feng's control, the bell of hell quickly grew larger and then crashed towards the female ghost immortal. Facing the attack of the bell of hell, the female ghost immortal didn't dare to be careless. She quickly dodged the attack of the bell of hell. The female ghost immortal's ability was extraordinary. She successfully dodged the attack of the bell of hell. But at this time, Lin Feng used his 12-fold domineering magnetic field. The 12-fold domineering magnetic field directly enveloped the female ghost immortal and then suppressed her. After the female ghost immortal was enveloped by Lin Feng's 12-fold domineering magnetic field, she was instantly sent flying. Her battle strength was reduced by at least 50%. The moment the female ghost immortal was sent flying, Lin Feng had already arrived beside her. Then, he sent a palm strike towards the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal hurriedly exchanged a palm strike with Lin Feng. The female ghost immortal felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body flew backwards. Her magic power became incomparably chaotic. Her injuries were not light. Lin Feng immediately sent out numerous runes. Those were the runes condensed by Lin Feng's 8 God-forbidden seals. They were very powerful. Those runes imprinted on the female ghost immortal's body and immediately sealed her. Let me go, the female ghost immortal struggled. But she couldn't break free. She was now Lin Feng's prisoner. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He finally suppressed the female ghost immortal. Fortunately, the female ghost immortal couldn't use the divine god flag for a long time. If she could use that magic treasure for a long time, it wouldn't be realistic to suppress the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng arrived in front of the female ghost immortal. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched the female ghost immortal's scarily smooth face. This face was really smooth. She didn't look like a female ghost at all. However, the female ghost immortal's life level was very high. She was indeed different from ordinary female ghosts. Be obedient and be my slave. I won't mistreat you. Lin Feng pinched the female ghost immortal's chin and said. Looking at this face up close. Lin Feng thought of many words to describe the celestial ghost's beauty. She was beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a city or a moon. She was worthy of any description. Female ghost immortal. She was so beautiful, so moving. Just kill me, said Lin Feng. The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng said, didn't you just say that you are an undying existence? I don't think I can kill you. The female ghost immortal rolled her eyes. She felt that Lin Feng must have done it on purpose. This was because cultivators liked to boast about their abilities. In this world, how could there be an immortal in the true sense? Even the undead creatures of the underworld could be revived if they were killed. In fact, as long as one found the right method, they could also be killed. Therefore, the female ghost immortal did not pay attention to Lin Feng. This was because she felt that Lin Feng was both shameless and despicable. You actually dare to ignore me. Do you believe that I won't let you see me naked right now? Lin Feng said with a smile, his right hand on the belt of the female ghost immortal's clothes. He had to undress the female ghost immortal at any time. This scared the hell out of the female ghost immortal. You're shameless, the female ghost immortal looked at Lin Feng angrily. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Feng said. You're shameless. The female ghost immortal continued to scold. That's one of my strengths. Lin Feng continued. The female ghost immortal was speechless as she looked at the man in front of her. This guy could turn a weakness into a strength. How could his skin be so thick? Whether it was in her previous life or this life, the female ghost immortal had never seen such a shameless person. Lin Feng said with a smile, next, you will answer whatever I ask you. You won't reject me anymore, right? Of course, the female ghost immortal didn't want to bother with Lin Feng. However, she was really worried that this shameless guy, Lin Feng, would do something excessive to her. Right now, the female ghost immortal's level of life was already very high. Coupled with the fact that she had condensed a new body of flesh and blood, she was no different from a normal cultivator. The only difference was that she did not have a shadow. But that didn't affect anything. The female ghost immortal also knew how charming she was. Therefore, she was really worried that Lin Feng would eat her clean. She felt that Lin Feng was someone who could do such a thing. The female ghost immortal also valued her chastity very much. All right. The female ghost immortal gritted her teeth as she answered Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about the female ghost immortal's attitude. He asked. Name? The female ghost immortal answered, Guanghan Moon. This name was exactly the same as the name that the female ghost immortal had told him. How many years have you been here? Lin Feng continued to ask. The female ghostly immortal said, time is long. I turned into a vengeful spirit and became a female ghostly immortal. It took a long time. Most of the time I was muddle-headed, so I don't know how long it was. Lin Feng nodded and asked, why didn't you enter the underworld? The female ghostly immortal replied, I can't enter the underworld. Why? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Generally speaking, any Yin spirit or ghost like the female ghost immortal could enter the underworld world. The underworld was their final destination. This was the first time that Lin Feng had heard that ghosts couldn't enter the underworld. I've been cursed. The female ghost immortal said. She seemed to have thought of something sad, so when she said this, she couldn't help but reveal a heartbroken expression. What happened in the past? Lin Feng continued to ask. The female ghost immortal was silent. So many years have passed. Can't you get over it? Lin Feng asked. The female ghost immortal said, the pain didn't happen to you, so it's natural for you to say it so easily. Only those who have experienced it know how difficult it is to overcome it. Lin Feng said, I understand how you feel, but the past is the past. It's time to face a new life, so be bold and tell me what happened in the past. That way, you can face the future. Can I? The female ghost immortal couldn't help but mutter to herself. She wasn't sure either. Of course you can. Lin Feng said with certainty. The female ghost immortal fell silent for a while before saying, back then, I was killed by someone I trusted. I died very, very miserably. I even became a sacrifice. It's funny when I think about it. I thought that the promise of eternal love would bring me happiness in the future, but in reality, I walked step by step into the abyss. Is it related to the Wu family? Lin Feng asked. The female ghost immortal sighed and nodded. Yes, it's related to the Wu family. What exactly is going on? Lin Feng asked. My father obtained a treasure called the Jiutian Cauldron. It was very special. It was sealed and could not be opened. Once it was opened, many terrible things would happen. However, when my father obtained the Jiutian Cauldron, the seal of the Jiutian Cauldron had already loosened. My physique is special, and my bloodline can suppress the seal of the Jiutian Cauldron. Therefore, my father left the Jiutian Cauldron with me. Later, when I went out to train, I met someone. He was very strong, very young, very handsome, and very good to me. How could I have experienced such things at that time? Therefore, I had a good impression of him. But we weren't from the same world. He was from the undying world, and I was from the celestial world. I brought him to see my parents. I told my parents that I liked him very much. I hoped that I could go to the undying world with him. He also made a lot of promises to my parents, she said. I won't travel far with my parents. Lin Feng said. Yes, I won't travel far with my parents. The celestial world and the undying world are very, very far apart. The female ghost immortal sighed. My parents didn't agree because the journey was too far. They couldn't be at ease with me going to the undying world, but I insisted and they finally agreed. After that, I came to the undying world and went to the Wu family. I thought that I would have a happy life. He promised to marry me and prepared a wedding for me. But on the night of the wedding, he changed, ? That's a sad story, he said. Lin Feng said. Maybe it's because I can't see through people. Now that I think about it, my parents didn't want me to come to the undying realm. Maybe it wasn't just because the undying realm was too far away from the heaven realm. Maybe there were other reasons. But at that time I was blinded by love, so I didn't listen to their advice. Therefore, they didn't tell me about their worries. Under my insistence, they finally compromised, said the female ghost immortal. Are you saying this because you hate your parents for not standing up for them? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The female ghost immortal said, why would I hate my parents? I only have love for them. I only regret now. Why did I choose to leave my parents back then? If they knew about my death, would they be extremely sad? They didn't come looking for you? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. The female ghost immortal shook her head. At that time, the female ghost immortal was just a vengeful spirit and didn't have her own thoughts. So, even if the female ghost immortal's parents came looking for her, she probably wouldn't know. Therefore, the female ghost immortal really didn't know about this matter. Do you know why that person treated you so cruelly? Could it be that all the vows of eternal love were fake? Lin Feng asked. Maybe he knew about the 9 heavens god cauldron long ago, so he deliberately approached me. Maybe he found out later, but in front of Benefits and me, he chose Benefits and abandoned me. The female ghost immortal said sadly. It was indeed not an easy thing to walk out of such a sorrowful thing. Even after so many years. The female ghost immortal still couldn't completely walk out of this matter. Maybe she could say that she didn't care anymore, but in reality, she still cared about many things. What happened after that? The cultivators of the Wu family died one after another. What happened? Is it related to the 9 heavens god cauldron? Lin Feng asked. When he asked this question, Lin Feng didn't have much hope of getting an answer because the female ghost immortal should have died at that time. She probably didn't know what happened after that. The female ghost immortal said, I didn't experience what happened after that, but my father said that the 9 heavens god cauldron is a supreme treasure to the people of that world, but to us, it's a disaster. Therefore, when the people of our era open the seal of the 9 heavens god cauldron, it's very difficult to control it. There's a high chance that we would be devoured by the 9 heavens god cauldron. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. If that was the case, the tragedy of the Wu family might really be related to the 9 heavens god cauldron. In fact, at first, Lin Feng had some sympathy for the Wu family, but now, he didn't. Many things in the world were about the cycle of karma. The Wu family killed the female ghost immortal's previous life, Guang Hanyue, to satisfy their ambitions, but in the end, they were devoured by the Nine Heavens God Cauldron. Perhaps this was the so-called cycle of karma. I heard that the Nine Heavens God Cauldron is still here. I wonder if you found out where it is after all these years? Lin Feng asked. I've tried to find the Nine Heavens God Cauldron's location, but I didn't find any clues. Even so, I still feel that the Nine Heavens God Cauldron should be hidden somewhere. The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The female ghost immortal didn't know where the Nine Heavens God Cauldron was hidden. If that was the case, he could only look for other clues. Lin Feng said, perhaps I can help you escape, but I don't know how. Do you know? The female ghost immortal looked at Lin Feng in shock and said, are you really willing to help me? Of course, Lin Feng nodded. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the female ghost immortal immediately became happy. She said, come with me. Lin Feng nodded and removed the seal on the female ghost immortal. Then, he followed the female ghost immortal into the depths. The space in the underground world wasn't small. With the female ghost immortal leading the way, Lin Feng flew for 2 hours before arriving at their final destination. At the end of the underground world, there was a huge altar. 9 thick copper pillars stood on top of the altar. On one of the bronze pillars, there was a skeleton tied to it. Even though there was only a skeleton left, it could still be seen that it was left behind by a woman. Because, the skeleton was relatively slender, which was a characteristic of a woman's skeleton. Men's skeletons were usually thicker. That's my skeleton. I can't get close to that place. Young master, go over and take my skeleton and bury it in the ground. I'll be able to escape the curse of this place and leave this place. The female ghost immortal said. Alright, wait a moment. Lin Feng said. He was about to fly towards the altar. But at that moment, a rustling sound could be heard. After hearing that sound, Lin Feng stopped and walked outside. An old man smoking a pipe walked over. It was Lao Wu too. Little friend, why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you doing here? Lao Wu Tu looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, I was attacked by a female ghost, so I chased after her. Are you talking about this female ghost? She has indeed been here for a long time. Many customers have been killed by this female ghost. It can be seen that this female ghost is not a good person, so we should stay away from her. Lao Wu Tu said. Lin Feng said, since you know that this female ghost has killed many people, why don't you kill her? Lao Wu Tu sighed and said, how can it be so easy to kill her? Her methods are too powerful, it's already good that she didn't kill you. Right now, this female ghost's body is bound, so her strength is greatly reduced. If little friend releases the corpse of this female ghost's previous life, then she will no longer be bound, and her battle strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, it will be a disaster for everyone, including you. Would you believe the words of a female ghost? Ghosts are the best at deceiving people, because the words of ghosts are all nonsense, and naturally, ghosts cannot be trusted. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. Lin Feng nodded. The female ghost immortal's expression suddenly changed. She said, young master, everything I said is the truth, I definitely did not deceive you. Young master, don't listen to this person's words to sow discord. What's the point of saying that? Everyone knows whether they should believe lies or not. Lao Wu Tu said. I'm going to kill you. The female ghost immortal screamed and charged towards Lao Wu Tu. Lao Wu Tu waved his sleeve and a terrifying force surged out. The female ghost immortal was sent flying. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lao Wu Tu. This old man's cultivation was very strong. Although the female ghost immortal's strength had decreased because of the previous battle and her injuries, she was still very strong. However, she had been easily sent flying by Lao Wu Tu. This Lao Wu Tu was really unfathomable. Who are you? Aren't all the Wu clan members dead? Why are you the only one who survived? Furthermore, when my divine sense was born, I noticed that you were spying on me. But after so many years, you never attacked me. What exactly are you planning? The female ghost immortal asked sternly. I'm not killing you because I can't kill you, Lao Wutu said indifferently. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, little friend, leave now. I know why you're here. When the time comes, you just have to fight for the opportunity you want. Nobody will stop you. Forget about everything else. Don't leave me. The female ghost immortal looked at Lin Feng. In her eyes, there was pleading and fear. Maybe it was just like many years ago when she was burned alive by the person she loved. She used to trust people. But she had ended up like that. Now, she was trying to trust someone else, but she didn't know what the result would be. She was afraid. She had been abandoned again. Lin Feng looked at Lao Wutu and said, I think that ghosts are harmless, but people can deceive people. People's hearts are much scarier than ghosts. Ghosts are straightforward, while people beat around the bush. Does that mean you want to meddle in other people's business? Lao Wutu looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Said Lin Feng. How could that be called meddling in other people's business? Isn't there a saying that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda? You saved a female ghost immortal, not a human, Lao Wutu said coldly. Lin Feng said, I take back what I said just now. Saving a ghost is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. The corner of Lao Wutu's mouth twitched violently when he heard Lin Feng's words. Lao Wutu could not help but curse in his heart. This guy. How could he be so shameless? Truly, shameless people are invincible in this world. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, this old man will send you to heaven. Lao Wutu looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He leaped out and instantly arrived beside Lin Feng. Then, he directly sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. So fast. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Lao Wutu's speed was indeed too fast. It was unbelievably fast. Fortunately, Lin Feng's reaction was also extremely fast. Lin Feng reacted in an instant. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lao Wutu. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. Following the violent sound of the collision, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering force rushing towards his body. That force. It fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was instantly sent flying. You're too weak. Lao Wutu sneered and continued to attack Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in one go. Lin Feng was shocked. How could this old man be so strong? Just as Lin Feng was about to make a move, Lao Wutu had already arrived beside Lin Feng. He once again sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression became ugly. Facing Lao Wutu's attack, Lin Feng had no time to use his divine ability. Therefore, he could only block Lao Wutu's terrifying attack with his arms. Bang! Lao Wutu's tyrannical attack bombarded Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng was immediately sent flying by Lao Wutu. Lao Wutu chased after Lin Feng. For the third time, he launched an attack on Lin Feng. At this time, the female ghost immortal rushed over and clawed at Lao Wutu with her sharp claws. Get lost. Lao Wutu coldly looked at the female ghost immortal and sent a palm strike through the void. In the middle of his palm, a question mark appeared. D-word. Legend has it that when Buddha was born, he held a question mark. D-word. This question mark. D-word represented an extraordinary meaning. Bang! Lao Wutu's attack collided with the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal was greatly restrained by Lao Wutu's attack and was sent flying. Her face was as white as paper. Her body fell to the ground and twitched in pain. From time to time, she would scream in pain. Old thing, eat my spear. Lin Feng took this opportunity to take out his epic war spear and attacked Lao Wutu with it. Xianyuan Dipper Shield. Lao Wutu's voice was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden light shield appeared in front of him. That golden shield's defensive power was astonishing. When Lin Feng's spear pierced through, it was blocked by Lao Wutu's golden shield. Lao Wutu's palm struck Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng was sent flying by Lao Wutu's palm strike. Cough cough, Lin Feng started coughing violently. Although he was wearing the Dominator's armor and using dermic immunity, Lao Wutu's palm strike still caused some damage to Lin Feng. This old thing Lao Wutu was too terrifying. He had underestimated this old thing. He didn't expect this old thing to be so strong. You're just an ant. So what if you have a powerful supreme treasure? You still can't escape death. Lao Wutu's voice was cold. He was like a grim reaper from hell as he charged at Lin Feng. The Xianyuan Dipper shield floated in front of him. This guy was good at both offense and defense. He was really a troublesome character. It was too difficult to deal with this kind of cultivator. At this moment, Lin Feng knew that the situation was dangerous. So, Lin Feng decided not to hide his strongest battle power. The Dominator's armor, the Golden Dwarf, the Magic Lotus, the Saint Bone, and the power of his external incarnation all flowed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his fighting strength had started to increase rapidly. Although Lin Feng didn't know the powerful spear technique that went with the epic war spear. However, Lin Feng's battle power soared. Even if he didn't know the powerful spear technique that went with the epic war spear, he could still release the power of the epic war spear. Die. Lin Feng held the epic war spear and stabbed at Lao Wutu. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Lao Wutu still used his Xianyuan Tiangang shield to block it. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly. This guy was really confident. Did he really think that his attack was still the same as before? His attack was different now. Things are no longer the same as they used to be. You'll be crying soon. Lin Feng's epic war spear once again stabbed Lao Wutu's Xianyuan Tiangang shield. Last time, the Xianyuan Tiangang shield blocked the epic war spear's attack. But this time it couldn't block the epic war spear's attack. Puff. A tearing sound was suddenly heard. Lao Wutu's Xianyuan Tiangang shield was directly pierced through by Lin Feng's epic war spear. The epic war spear then went straight for Lao Wutu's neck. Lao Wutu's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to break through his defensive shield. However, Lao Wutu was strong and his reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's spear was still a distance away from Lao Wutu, the old man had already moved to the left. Lin Feng's spear pierced through the air. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used total annihilation. The war spear in his hand swept towards Lao Wutu. The epic war spear swept out a powerful spear light. The powerful spear light directly tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of Lao Wutu, sweeping towards him. Lao Wutu was shocked and quickly retreated. Even so, his neck was still swept. Suddenly, a huge wound appeared and blood flowed out continuously. Damn it. Lao Wutu couldn't help but roar in anger. He was actually injured, which made Lao Wutu quite angry. Lao Wutu's hand flashed. Suddenly, a halberd appeared. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes and say, "Holy shit, you're actually using a weapon like the halberd? Aren't you embarrassed? Don't you think your current appearance is an insult to the halberd?" After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, Lao Wutu's heart was filled with hatred. He said coldly, "Kid, I'm going to grind your bones to dust later." "Old thing, I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lin Feng sneered and charged toward Lao Wutu again with his epic war spear. Lin Feng's spear stabbed toward Lao Wutu. Lao Wutu swept his halberd toward Lin Feng. Clang. Lin Feng's epic war spear and Lao Wutu's halberd collided fiercely. A loud clang. The sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The surrounding void was actually shattered by the shockwave. The collision of such power was truly terrifying. After Lao Wutu took out his treasure, his battle prowess had greatly increased. Therefore, it was not easy to rely on the epic war spear to deal with Lao Wutu. Even though Lao Wutu was injured, it was still quite difficult to deal with him. He needed to use some new methods. Lin Feng used the One Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. 2 doppelgangers manifested. Together with Lin Feng, they surrounded Lao Wutu. Then, Lin Feng's original body and his clones combined to display 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields. After the 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields were displayed, the 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields suppressed Lao Wutu. After being enveloped by Lin Feng's 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields, Lao Wutu's battle prowess was greatly reduced. The domineering magnetic fields could reduce a cultivator's battle prowess, but how much? It was related to 2 aspects. The first aspect, the number of layers of domineering magnetic fields. The more layers of domineering magnetic fields, the more powerful it was, and the more obvious the suppression on the cultivator's cultivation base. The second aspect, the cultivator's cultivation base was suppressed by the domineering magnetic fields. The stronger the cultivator's cultivation base was, the stronger their ability to resist the domineering magnetic fields. The domineering magnetic fields had less suppression on the cultivator's cultivation base. These two aspects complemented each other. Because Lao Wutu's cultivation base was relatively high, Lin Feng's domineering magnetic fields did not suppress Lao Wutu's cultivation base as much as imagined. Lin Feng's domineering magnetic fields only weakened Lao Wutu's battle prowess by 30%. But to be honest, it weakened Lao Wutu's battle prowess by 30%. It was already very impressive. In addition to weakening Lao Wutu's battle prowess, Lao Wutu's speed was also greatly restricted. Lin Feng's battle prowess, under the support of the domineering magnetic fields, was greatly increased. Therefore, in this situation where one side was weakened and the other side was strengthened, the gap between the two sides suddenly became obvious. Clang clang clang, Lin Feng's original body and his two clones continuously fought with Lao Wutu for more than 10 rounds. Lao Wutu was suppressed. Lao Wutu's face became more and more ugly. Perhaps this old thing definitely did not expect that he would be suppressed to this extent by a young cultivator. Kid, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Lao Wutu's expression darkened as he looked at Lin Feng. Old thing, now that I've offended you, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Lin Feng sneered as he said. His attacks became more and more fierce. Lao Wutu's resistance became more and more difficult. At this time, the female ghost immortal also recovered a lot, so she also joined the battle. Because Lao Wutu was suppressed by Lin Feng's original body and his two clones, it was difficult for him to divert his attention to deal with the female ghost immortal. Therefore, after the female ghost immortal joined the battle, Lao Wutu's situation became worse and worse. Several times, Lao Wutu was almost killed, but Lao Wutu's cultivation was strong enough to turn danger into safety. But even so, Lao Wutu's back was torn by the female ghost immortal and one of Lin Feng's clones, leaving 2 deep wounds on his back. Blood stained his back red. Lao Wutu suddenly let out a burst of angry roars. Then, his body emitted a crackling sound. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Lao Wutu's body. He actually became younger, and his body also became taller. Damn, what's going on? Could it be that he's going to transform? Seeing the situation in front of him, Lin Feng was suddenly very shocked. You all should go to hell. Lao Wutu's cold voice came out. Then, his body completed a transformation in an extremely short period of time. His body changed from a white-haired old man to a cultivator in his 30s. Seeing Lao Wutu's transformation, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Was this still Lao Wutu? Wasn't this too young? Author's note, I'm feeling much better after catching a cold. 9 chapters today, please subscribe to the original version. Recently, the subscription hasn't been ideal. Old Mantu's heart is stifled. There's a new member in the family and I need money. Everyone, come to QQ to read or subscribe to the original version of the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. It's you. It's actually you. You're still alive. When the female ghost immortal saw the transformed Lao Wutu, her eyes were filled with boundless hatred. Lin Feng was very surprised that the female ghost immortal knew Lao Wutu. Soon, Lin Feng thought of Lao Wutu's identity. Could it be that Lao Wutu's true identity was the man who abandoned the female ghost immortal back then? The man who harmed the female ghost immortal back then? That was really possible. This guy was actually still alive. Lin Feng originally thought that this guy had died long ago. There was a saying that went, good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This saying was indeed true. That's right, it's me, Hanyue. I still love you, so when I found out that you had a vengeful spirit, I helped you gather baleful chi in order to help you condense a body. Now that you've condensed a body of flesh and blood, I'm very happy to see that you've condensed a body of flesh and blood. I've always wanted to reunite with you, but because I was worried that you would still hold a grudge against me, I didn't reunite with you and have been silently protecting you in the dark. Lao Wutu said. Of course, now that this guy had become younger, it was no longer appropriate to call him Lao Wutu. Wu Yuan, do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Back then, you caused me to be so miserable, yet you still have the nerve to say such words. I'm really embarrassed by your shamelessness. The female ghost immortal coldly looked at the younger old man Wu. So this guy's name was Wu Yuan. His name sounded pretty good, but he was so bad that he used pus. Wu Yuan said, Hanyue, I know you hate me. You should hate me. After all, I did something wrong to you back then. But can you listen to my explanation? Things have already come to this, what else do you want to explain? The female ghost immortal coldly said. Wu Yuan said, we were about to get married that day, but before that, I was controlled by the god of the nine heavens god Cauldron. The god of the nine heavens god Cauldron was controlled? It was really too powerful. I couldn't fight against the god of the nine heavens god Cauldron. The cauldron controlled my body and did many wrong things, including burning you to death here. My heart was about to break at that time, and I even thought of destroying my own soul to accompany you. However, I was unwilling to do so. I had to destroy the cauldron before I could go to hell to accompany you. That's why I've been living an ignoble life until now. Fortunately, God has eyes and actually allowed you to refine your body again. I'm really happy to see that you've been able to survive this tribulation. Wu Yuan's words was full of tenderness. Lin, Hanyue's god Kai, was the immortal? You're not lying? The female ghost immortal asked. Wu Yuan replied, of course I didn't lie to you. How? Asked the immortal. Wu Yuan said, it's because of the nine heavens god Cauldron. It secretly controlled my body and put a curse on it. All these years, I've been resisting the nine heavens god Cauldron, but it's very difficult to fight against this guy. However, if you can help me, I'll definitely be able to destroy it. Do you know where the nine heavens god Cauldron is? Asked the immortal. Wu Yuan nodded. Of course I do. The nine heavens god Cauldron is trapped under the 8 trigrams array in the center of the mansion. How can I help you? Asked the immortal. Join forces with me to kill this kid and use his blood to deal with the god of the nine heavens god Cauldron. His bloodline is very terrifying. It's unprecedentedly terrifying. So his bloodline can deal with the god of the nine heavens god Cauldron? It'll cause a lot of damage. That's the only way we can succeed, said Wu Yuan. Lin Feng was speechless. Fuck, he wants to sacrifice me? You can't believe this guy's words. However, the immortal chose to remain silent. She didn't answer Lin Feng or Wu Yuan. Her expression was gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing the immortal's expression, Lin Feng's expression sank. He felt that things weren't going well. I know that this guy helped you before, so you don't want to kill him. But think about it carefully. This guy wanted to take you as a slave because he coveted your beauty. Maybe he did all these things for you just to make you like him and then find an opportunity to attack you. But I'm different from him. I love you wholeheartedly without any selfishness. As long as I destroy the Jiutian cauldron, I don't know how many innocent people will be saved. This is a good thing for heaven and earth. When the time comes, the curse that the Jiutian cauldron imposed on me will disappear and I'll be free. Then, we can be together again. Wu Yuan continued. Wu Yuan is right. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree to his request. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Following that, a cultivator flew over. It was none other than the old witch. Who are you? The immortal looked at the old witch and asked. She had naturally seen the old witch before, but she didn't know much about her identity. I'm a dying person, but I want to seize this opportunity to resolve the crisis of my lifespan. Let's destroy the nine heavens god cauldron together. When the time comes, I'll be able to devour the energy inside the cauldron. At that time, my cultivation will be greatly enhanced, and I'll be able to defy the heavens and change my fate. You and Wu Yuan can also live together. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Grandma Wu continued to speak. Count me in. At that moment, another cultivator flew over. It was the girl who looked only a few years old. Her name was Ghost Mountain Child, and she was also an extremely powerful cultivator. After Elder Ghost Mountain flew over, Xianxia also flew over and said, I should be able to help. Ha ha ha, with your help, this kid will definitely die today. Wu Yuan laughed loudly, looking extremely proud. What about you? Lin Feng looked at the immortal. The immortal said, I won't participate in this matter. Wu Yuan smiled and said, it's good that you don't participate. Lin Feng was very depressed. The immortal had chosen not to participate, which was no different from betraying him. Next, he would have to face Wu Yuan, Grandma Wu Zhu, Ghost Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing. Although he was very depressed, he still had to face it. At the same time, Lin Feng felt a little emotional. It seemed that the so-called kindness was nothing in front of her old lover. It didn't mean anything. Although it was a little heart-wrenching, the world of cultivators had always been very cruel. To talk about friendship with others, forget it. This was a world that ate people without spitting out the bones. Unless it was your biological parents, who might be sincere to you, everyone else might betray you. Impulse is the devil. I think there's some misunderstanding between us. Maybe we can sit down and talk calmly. Lin Feng said. Wu Yuan said righteously, boy, we don't want to kill you, but for the sake of the world, we must kill you. After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to curse. He made it sound like he was a heinous demon. Yes, we're killing you for the sake of the world, so I hope you can understand our good intentions. Elder Gui Shan said. Grandma Wu Zhu said, sacrificing you will bring happiness to millions. Su Wanqing didn't say such shameless words, but she obviously decided to participate in the battle against Lin Feng. Then let's see if you can kill me. Lin Feng said indifferently. His two clones stood beside him, and the three pure ones' divine ability hadn't dissipated yet. So now Lin Feng was in his peak state. Do it. Wu Yuan said indifferently. He held the Sky Piercer and attacked Lin Feng. Elder Ghost Mountain took out a Ghost Emperor streamer. The Ghost Emperor streamer began to shake violently in the void. Every time it shook, it couldn't help but shake out waves of extremely powerful fluctuations. It was also an extremely powerful supreme treasure. Su Wanqing held a Jade Rui magic treasure in her hand. Every time she waved the Jade Rui magic treasure in her hand, it would sweep out a terrifying light beam. Grandma Wu Zhu took out a demonic blade. With a sweep of the demonic blade, the void was destroyed. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to be outdone. Together with the two great clones, he fought against the four great experts. However, the methods of the four experts were all very powerful. Lin Feng's original body was still manageable. There was no problem for the time being, but Lin Feng's two clones were in an extremely bad situation. This was because Lin Feng had been using the one qi into three pure ones for a while now. Therefore, the battle prowess of the two clones had actually dropped quite a bit. As time passed, the strength of the two clones would continue to drop. Therefore, in this kind of confrontation, the two clones were gradually unable to hold on. In the end, the two clones completely disappeared. The situation wasn't looking good. Lin Feng planned to break out of the encirclement. It was obviously not a wise choice to stay and fight. Lin Feng swung the epic war spear at the four experts. The terrifying spear light collided with the opponent's attack. The four experts were forced to retreat. Lin Feng's epic war spear was truly powerful. However, using the epical war spear consumed a lot of energy. It couldn't be maintained for long. Lin Feng felt that his spiritual energy was being consumed too quickly. Therefore, he didn't continue to fight. After repelling the four experts, Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. At this moment, Wu Yuan had actually taken out a powerful treasure. It was a mirror. The mirror emitted a beam of light. In front of Lin Feng, a Star River world suddenly appeared. No matter how Lin Feng flew, he couldn't fly past that Star River world. Damn, so strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout gloomily. Lin Feng had some powerful treasures. Others also had powerful treasures. This was unavoidable. Now that Lin Feng was trapped by someone else's powerful treasure, it was really troublesome. Kid, you can't escape. Prepare to die. Wu Yuan sneered. He, Elder Ghost Mountain, Su Wanqing, and Grandma Witch all attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng was surrounded by the four of them. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. In this battle, Lin Feng was entangled by the four of them. He couldn't escape. Lin Feng's expression became gloomier. Kid, just obediently accept your death. Why do you have to make such a pointless struggle? Elder Ghost Mountain said gloomily. Struggle my ass. Lin Feng cursed. You're courting death, Elder Ghost Mountain shouted angrily. The Ghost Emperor banner shook even more violently. The Ghost Emperor banner's power was constantly increasing. Wu Yuan said, this kid's spiritual energy is being consumed very quickly. Let's put in more effort and we can definitely kill him. Wu Yuan also began to increase his offensive power. Su Wanqing didn't say anything, but she was using her actions to increase her threat. Su Wanqing's Jade Scepter's power was constantly increasing. Grandma Witch's demonic blade's power was also constantly increasing. Just as the four experts were increasing their power and wanted to take down Lin Feng in one go. Suddenly, in the void, an 8 trigrams Dharma treasure flew over. The 8 trigrams Dharma treasure quickly grew in size and started to spin rapidly in the void. With each spin, the treasure's power would suddenly increase by a lot. The 8 trigrams treasure directly shattered the river of stars and flew above everyone. Terrifying beams of light shot out from the 8 trigrams treasure towards Wu Yuan, Elder Ghost Mountain, Su Wanqing, and Grandma Witch. Originally, the four of them wanted to kill Lin Feng in one go. However, they were suddenly attacked by the 8 trigrams treasure and had no choice but to block it. Lin Feng took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of the four of them. He saw the person who had used the treasure to help him escape. It was none other than Wan Lingyue. You came just in time, said Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. It's so lively here. After I heard the commotion, I naturally wanted to come and join in the fun. Wan Lingyue said. At this moment, Wu Yuan, Elder Ghost Mountain, Su Wanqing, and Grandma Witch had already blocked the 8 trigrams treasure's attack. They didn't know who had forged the 8 trigrams treasure, but it was extremely terrifying. It was definitely a top-level treasure. Wu Yuan looked coldly at Wan Lingyue and said, what do you mean by this? Do you want to join forces with this kid? If that's the case, then you're our enemy. However, if you join forces with us to deal with this kid, then you'll definitely get a lot of benefits from the 9 Heavens God Cauldron. Wu Yuan wanted to pull Wan Lingyue along. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He couldn't control other people's thoughts, so Lin Feng didn't know what Wan Lingyue's decision would be. Wan Lingyue sneered and said, I've always been a person of my words. Since I've joined forces with Brother Lin, then I'm Brother Lin's ally. After killing you, the 9 Heavens God Cauldron's opportunity will be mine and Brother Lin's. Lin Feng was so touched that he almost burst into tears. Little sister Lingyue is really a good person. I really want to hug you. Since you want to die with this brat, we can help you, said Lin Feng coldly. Wu Yuan immediately sneered as a dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. Grandma Wu said, this girl's bloodline is also very strong. Isn't it better to sacrifice them together? We'll send the two of you to hell. Boy, it's a good thing to have such a beautiful girl accompany you on the road. Lin Feng said, I already knew that you weren't a good person. Now I've confirmed my guess. You're really not a good person. I'll beat you until you kneel and call me Grandpa. Grandma Wu said angrily, boy, your mouth is really cheap. When I catch you later, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. After the old witch finished speaking, the 4 strong cultivators once again surrounded Lin Feng and Wan Lingyue. The two sides fought fiercely. It was a stalemate. For a while, it was difficult to do anything to each other. I have a secret technique. Let's combine our strength to deal with them. Wu Yuan shouted when he saw that he couldn't defeat Lin Feng and Wan Lingyue. Grandma Witch Ancestor, Witch Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing all agreed. Then, their powerful spiritual energy flowed into Wu Yuan's body. My secret technique is called all-directional deterrence. It can form a special magnetic field. When this magnetic field is formed, it can immediately erupt with an unimaginably strong deterrent force. Any cultivator who is enveloped by this deterrent force will be suppressed. Those with a weak cultivation level will probably die on the spot. Wu Yuan said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice fell. Wu Yuan started to condense this special magnetic field. This magnetic field was a bit similar to the domineering magnetic field, but it was different. When Wu Yuan condensed this magnetic field, Lin Feng immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure fill the air. This pressure contained a very strange and terrifying energy. This kind of power couldn't be underestimated. Lend me a hand. Lin Feng looked at Wan Lingyue and said. Okay. Wan Lingyue nodded, and her magic power started to flow towards Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng thought of using the domineering magnetic field to deal with Wu Yuan's method. After all, Wu Yuan's method seemed to be similar to a magnetic field. Although it wasn't the domineering magnetic field, it was still extremely terrifying. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. Now, Lin Feng planned to attack the magnetic field with the magnetic field. Of course, Lin Feng was no longer able to condense 12 domineering magnetic fields. This was because the prerequisite for condensing the 12 domineering magnetic fields was that Lin Feng could also use the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. However, Lin Feng had just used the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. This ability needed to cool down for a period of time before it could be used again. Therefore, Lin Feng could only activate 4 domineering magnetic fields. Of course, in Lin Feng's opinion, 4 domineering magnetic fields were already strong enough. With the support of Wan Lingyue's spiritual power, Lin Feng felt that the spiritual power in his body had become much stronger. He guided Wan Lingyue's spiritual power to converge with the spiritual power in his body. Then, Lin Feng began to try to condense 4 domineering magnetic fields. Soon, the 4 domineering magnetic fields were condensed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field shrouded Wu Yuan's omniscient deterrence. The two attacks suddenly collided in the void, and then a stalemate was formed. Lin Feng's 4 domineering magnetic fields were only supported by the spiritual power of Lin Feng and Wan Lingyue, but it was able to form a stalemate with the omniscient deterrence. It could be seen that Lin Feng's 4 domineering magnetic fields were stronger. Both sides were trying to suppress each other, and the 2 magnetic fields formed a special field. When the balance was tilted, the other side would suffer from the attack brought about by this domain. This kind of force field was extremely terrifying. Once one was attacked by this kind of force field, it was very likely that the cultivator would suffer a fatal injury. Therefore, whether it was Lin Feng's side or Wu Yuan's side, they didn't dare to stop easily. Both sides wanted to see who would be the first to give up. Hanyue, help me kill that boy. At that moment, Wu Yuan looked at the female ghost immortal. I already said that I won't participate in this battle. The female ghost immortal refused Wu Yuan again. Wu Yuan said, Hanyue, I know that in your heart, you must believe what I said before. That boy helped you because he wanted to obtain your body. He's ambitious, so you don't have to care about old feelings, and you don't have to feel sorry. Kill him, and we can use his blood to destroy the Jiutian god of the 9 heavens and earth cauldron. Think about it, all these years, we can't get married because of the Jiutian god of the 9 heavens and earth cauldron? You want to get rid of the Jiutian god of the 9 heavens and earth cauldron? Not only will we be able to take revenge, but we will also be able to help countless innocent people and prevent them from being wiped out. How great of a fortune is this? Don't tell me that you want to put yourself and countless pitiful people in danger just because you can't bear to kill this person? After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to stomp this guy to death. This guy really deserved a beating. He was clearly not a good person, but now he actually bit back. However, Lin Feng did not say anything. He did not know what choice the female ghost immortal would make. Lin Feng did not have much hope for the female ghost immortal. After all, previously, when Lin Feng was surrounded by the 4 experts, the female ghost immortal chose to stand by and watch. It was already a betrayal. Could it be that he still hoped that the female ghost immortal would have a conscience and help him? All right. I promise you. The female ghost immortal nodded. Great, we'll be able to be together very soon. Wu Yuan immediately revealed a smile. However, a sinister look appeared in the depths of his eyes. That sinister look was hidden very well by Wu Yuan. Thus, no one saw it. The female ghost immortal quickly flew over from afar. Her nails were the most powerful magic treasure. When she passed by Wu Yuan said, "Don't destroy his soul. Leave his soul, I have a use for it." "Okay." The female ghost immortal nodded. The corners of Wu Yuan's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Just as the female ghost immortal was about to fly towards Lin Feng, she suddenly exploded. Her sharp claws pierced towards Wu Yuan's chest. Wu Yuan's expression was filled with shock. He did not expect the female ghost immortal to suddenly attack him. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff, in the next moment. The female ghost immortal's sharp claws directly pierced Wan Yuan's chest. "Why is this happening? Why did you suddenly attack me?" Wu Yuan looked at the female ghost immortal in disbelief. The female ghost immortal's sudden attack caught him off guard. "Because I didn't believe anything you said. I acted as if I had forgiven you on purpose. You invited me to help you kill Mr. Lin, but I didn't agree. I told you that I wouldn't help either side because I wanted to lower your vigilance. If I had agreed to help you kill Mr. Lin, you would have been suspicious. I needed to wait for a good opportunity to attack. Now, you're in a deadlock and you want me to attack again. This is the best opportunity I've been waiting for." The female ghost immortal said proudly. "You actually treat me like this. I'm completely infatuated with you." Wu Yuan said with difficulty. The female ghost immortal sneered and said, "Even now, you're still lying to me? I know, you must be worried that I'll destroy your heart, so you said such a lie. Do you know? I clearly felt that when you said those words, your heart beat a lot faster. So, I won't be fooled by you again. Go to hell." At this moment, Wu Yuan raised his right hand and sent a palm strike toward the female ghost immortal. That palm. It was condensed when Wu Yuan and the female ghost immortal were talking. This guy and the female ghost immortal's conversation was just to distract the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal sneered and directly dug out Wu Yuan's heart. Bang! In the next moment, Wu Yuan's tyrannical palm strike landed on the female ghost immortal's shoulder. The female ghost immortal was sent flying, and her face became paler and paler. Fortunately, when he attacked, Wu Yuan's battle power had already dropped tremendously. So, although the female ghost immortal had taken Wu Yuan's palm strike, that palm strike, for the female ghost immortal, it wasn't fatal. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. "My heart, give it back to me." Wu Yuan pounced toward the female ghost immortal. "You want the heart? In your next life." The female ghost immortal sneered, and a powerful ghost fire appeared in her palm. The ghost fire burned fiercely. Wu Yuan's heart was instantly burned to ashes. Wu Yuan, who had lost his heart, began to tremble violently. He fell straight down from the sky. Then, his body began to age rapidly. "Master, save me," Wu Yuan begged loudly. Trash. At this moment, a cold voice came from Wu Yuan's body. When the voice came out, Wu Yuan's body quickly burned to ashes. Then, a black cauldron appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. That cauldron. It exuded an extremely terrifying fluctuation. The Nine Heavens cauldron. When Lin Feng and the others saw the black cauldron, they couldn't help but be astonished. This was the Nine Heavens god cauldron they had been searching for. The Nine Heavens cauldron. It was unexpected that it was hidden in Wu Yuan's body. Lin Feng was very puzzled. Why was the Nine Heavens god cauldron hidden in Wu Yuan's body? There must be a reason. Let's call a truce. Our goal is the Nine Heavens cauldron, Grandma Wuzu said. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Although he really wanted to kill Grandma Wuzu and the others. But now, it was indeed not good to continue fighting. Continuing to fight with Grandma Wuzu and the others would only continue to weaken his and Wan Lingyue's strength. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Okay, let's call a truce for now, Lin Feng said. He made it very clear that they were calling a truce for now. After the matter here was settled, they would still be enemies. Is he really under your control? The female ghost immortal looked at the Nine Heavens god cauldron and asked. Back then, he knew about the Jiutian cauldron a long time ago, so he slowly approached you and tricked you into coming to the undying world. Then, he found a way to communicate with me. In order to become stronger, he sold his soul to me, said Lin Feng. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? Said. The female ghost immortal had already expected all of this. The question just now was actually to preserve the last trace of a beautiful illusion. But this beautiful illusion was destroyed by the god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? It was completely destroyed. The female ghost immortal found that she was no longer sad. This surprised the female ghost immortal. It seemed she had really walked out of the past. What have you been planning all these years? Asked the female ghost immortal. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? I've been planning to completely open the seal. The female ghost immortal frowned and asked, back then, you sacrificed me. Could it be that you still couldn't open the seal? Maybe it's because your cultivation wasn't strong enough back then, so even after sacrificing you, you still couldn't completely open the seal. You should be very curious as to why your clan's bloodline could open my seal. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? Asked the female ghost immortal. It's because my bloodline is a little special, said the female ghost immortal. No, no, no. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? The real reason is because the person who sealed me back then was your clan's ancestor, the seventh celestial master, Guan Taizong. It was that old fart who sealed me. So, to open the seal, I need your clan's blood. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? Said the female ghost immortal. After hearing the nine heavens God Cauldron's words, Grandma Wu Zhu and the others came back to their senses. Wu Yuan had said that he could use Lin Feng and Wan Lingyue's blood to destroy the nine heavens God Cauldron. It was a bunch of nonsense. He probably wanted them to kill each other. In the end, he would capture all of them in one fell swoop. Grandma Wu Zhu and the others couldn't help but curse Wu Yuan in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Feng was a little shocked. The seventh celestial master was actually the female ghost immortal's ancestor. This was really shocking. All these years, have you been waiting for me to condense a body of flesh and blood? Asked the female ghost immortal. The nine heavens God Cauldron said, yes, I've been waiting for you to condense a body of flesh and blood. Then, I'll sacrifice you a second time. That way, I should be able to completely open my seal. Because your soul isn't perfect yet, I wanted to wait for a while. But now, it seems that I can't wait any longer. So, you can die now. As soon as it finished speaking, the nine heavens God Cauldron flew towards the female ghost immortal. A powerful devouring power surged out of the cauldron. The nine heavens God Cauldron wanted to devour the female ghost immortal. Ninth update, I haven't recovered from my cold, so I'm going to sleep. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, genuine subscription. The female ghost immortal turned around and fled toward Lin Feng, trying to avoid being devoured by the nine heavens God Cauldron. However, this was obviously not an easy task because the nine heavens God Cauldron had completely locked onto the female ghost immortal. When the female ghost immortal rushed toward Lin Feng, the nine heavens God Cauldron released a powerful devouring force that enveloped the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal tried to struggle but was unable to break free. Her body quickly flew toward the nine heavens God Cauldron. Just as she was about to be devoured by the cauldron, Lin Feng appeared beside the cauldron. He held the battle spear in his hand and directly whipped it toward the cauldron. Although the nine heavens God Cauldron was a powerful treasure, Lin Feng's epical battle spear was equally terrifying. Therefore, when Lin Feng's epical battle spear struck the nine heavens God Cauldron, there was a sonorous sound of collision. The nine heavens God Cauldron was immediately sent flying by Lin Feng, and the female ghost immortal managed to escape from being devoured by the nine heavens God Cauldron. Boy, how dare you ruin my plans? The god of the nine heavens God Cauldron? It could not help but roar furiously, its voice filled with murderous intent. It originally wanted to devour the female ghost immortal and then break the seal, but it could not do so because it was sent flying by Lin Feng at the most critical moment. It was really mad. Lin Feng did not care about the nine heavens God Cauldron at all. Instead, he looked at the female ghost immortal and said, "Stay away. Don't let this guy get close to you." The female ghost immortal quickly nodded and flew into the distance. At this moment, the nine heavens God Cauldron pounced toward Lin Feng. After being ruined by Lin Feng, the god of the nine heavens God Cauldron? He hated Lin Feng to the core. He wanted to crush Lin Feng's bones and scatter his ashes. It also knew that if it did not get rid of Lin Feng, it could forget about devouring the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng would definitely stop it. Seeing the Nine Heavens God Cauldron coming quickly, Lin Feng immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking the Nine Heavens God Cauldron? Do you want to miss out on this opportunity?" Hearing this, the others nodded one after another. Grandma Witch, Elder, Ghost Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing rushed toward the Heavens God Cauldron. Lin and Wan Lingyue were to kill the God Cauldron. The five began to the cauldron. To fight, to engage, to fight, to kill. Lin Feng tried to suppress the Nine Heavens and Earth Cauldron, but he failed. Suppressing the Nine Heavens God Cauldron was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for the cauldron to defeat Lin Feng and the other four cultivators. "Demon Lord, do you have a way to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron? Right now, the five of us are only able to fight to a draw with this guy. As we consume more and more of our energy, we'll be in trouble." Lin Feng transmitted to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "The God of the Heavens God Cauldron? Although it's weakened, that's only relative to its peak. The God of the Heavens God Cauldron is still very powerful. Is that why you want to kill the God of the Heavens God Cauldron? It's simply impossible." Lin Feng's expression darkened. "Are you saying that we should leave now?" The Demon Lord said, "No. Although we can't kill the God of the Heavens God Cauldron, we can use other methods to deal with it. However, we can choose other ways to deal with him. Don't you want to devour the special energy stored in the Nine Heavens State Cauldron to raise your cultivation? You only need to make the God of the Heavens God Cauldron unable to control it. It's fine if you can't control the cauldron. You can devour the energy inside the cauldron. That way, your cultivation will increase greatly." "How can we prevent it from controlling the cauldron?" Lin Feng asked. "Well, I haven't thought of that yet," the Demon Lord replied. Lin Feng rolled his eyes when he heard the Demon Lord's words. If that was the case, didn't that mean there was no hope at all? Go ask Wan Lingyue. Her master should be a Taoist cultivator. She might have a way. The Demon Lord transmitted. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to Wan Lingyue, asking her if she had a way to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron. She had a way. "I have a treasure called the Soul Repelling Bell. It's very special because it's used to deal with the god of some treasures. Can this treasure cause the god of those treasures to fall asleep?" In the end, he had no choice but to hibernate. However, when this treasure is activated, it doesn't succeed every time. Especially during a great battle, when one's mind is more focused, it's very difficult to use the soul expelling bell to achieve good results. And once the soul expelling bell fails, it'll be even more difficult to use it to attack the opponent. Because the enemy will definitely be more vigilant. Wan Lingyue said. Said Lin Feng. "I also have a treasure. It's a soul attack treasure. I'm sure it's a godly treasure, right? It should be able to cause a great impact. I'll use that treasure to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron." If it's the God of the Heavens God Cauldron? When it's affected, you should be able to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron. It'll cause great damage. Wan Lingyue said, "Alright, let's do that." At this moment, Lin Feng, Wan Lingyue, Grandma Witch Ancestor, Witch Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing were at a disadvantage in the battle against the Heavens God Cauldron. After a long time, the Heavens God Cauldron had accumulated a great amount of energy. Therefore, it wasn't afraid of consumption at all. However, Lin Feng and the others couldn't. In a great battle, the consumption of magic power was extremely serious. Grandma Witch Ancestor and Witch Mountain Child cursed angrily. Because they felt that those opportunities were getting further and further away from them. Naturally, they were very depressed. Although Su Wanqing didn't curse, her expression didn't look good either. "You'll all die later. The God of the Heavens God Cauldron?" he said sinisterly. This guy thought that he had everything under control. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He took out his skeleton bracelet. The skull bracelet suddenly grew rapidly, and the 18 skulls all let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. Those cries had a great impact on the soul. Ah! The god of the heavens god cauldron? It immediately let out a painful cry. At this moment, Wan Lingyue also took out her soul-repelling bell. Ding ding dang dang. The soul-repelling bell shook, and a strange collision sound was heard. The screaming god of the heavens god cauldron? It became quiet. Soon, Lin Feng and the others couldn't sense the god of the heavens god cauldron. Its aura was gone. The reason why he could not sense the nine heavens god cauldron? The aura was not because of the nine heavens god cauldron? It had been killed. Was it because of the nine heavens god cauldron? It fell into a deep slumber. Devour. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a powerful devouring power enveloped the nine heavens god cauldron. Next, long rivers of energy were sucked out of the nine heavens god cauldron by Lin Feng. Then, the long rivers of energy were absorbed into Lin Feng's time and space. The long rivers of energy were very special. They were not pure energy, but they were integrated with a very special power. Therefore, it could allow a cultivator to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. After Lin Feng made his move, the others followed suit. They also tried to obtain the special energy from the nine heavens god cauldron. Even the female ghost immortal rushed over quickly to devour the energy. Lin Feng woke up Bibi, Blackie, Emperor Archaic, Demon King Bug, and the others to devour the energy. At this moment, it was a race against time. It was time to frantically plunder. Who would get the most, based on their own abilities? Seeing Lin Feng summon so many creatures to devour the energy, Grandmother Witch Ancestor, Child Ghost Mountain, and Su Wanqing's faces turned green. Their speed of devouring the energy was far slower than Lin Feng's. Now that Lin Feng had summoned so many strange creatures to devour the energy, the amount of energy they could obtain was even less. However, Grandmother Witch Ancestor and the others did not dare to provoke Lin Feng. Rumble. 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 At this moment, a loud noise shook the sky. In the void, an incomparably huge vortex appeared. The aura of the nine heavens god cauldron. A cry of surprise came from the vortex. Then, a terrifying aura that made the gods tremble surged out of the vortex. After feeling the aura, everyone's face changed slightly. Go, go, go. The people of that world have sensed the aura of the nine heavens god cauldron. The demon lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly sent Bibi and the others into the time-space. Following this, Lin Feng looked at the female ghost celestial and Wan Lingyue and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave, we can't stay here for long." The female ghost, immortal Wan Lingyue, nodded. Lin Feng teleported to the top of the altar and took down the skeleton of the female ghost immortal. Then, he quickly left with the female ghost immortal and Wan Lingyue. Grandma Wu and the others didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out of the twisting vortex and wrapped around the nine heavens god cauldron. Then, Jiutian Sheiji disappeared without a trace, and the huge energy whirlpool also disappeared. After Lin Feng and the other two arrived outside, they heaved a sigh of relief. After they came out, Grandma Wu, Elder Gue Shan, and Su Wanqing rushed out as well. The three of them didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. By the time Lin Feng came back to his senses, the three of them were already very far away. It wouldn't be easy to catch up to them, so Lin Feng didn't chase after them. The nine heavens god cauldron should have been taken, the demon lord said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Following this, Lin Feng became happy. He had gained a lot this time because he had devoured a lot of energy rivers. He would refine them later and see if they could increase his cultivation. Lin Feng looked at Wan Lingyue and asked, "What do you plan to do next, fairy?" Wan Lingyue said, "I still have some things to take care of, so I won't stay here any longer." Lin Feng said, "Alright, then we'll part ways here. Be careful when you're alone." "Alright, you too, young master," Wan Lingyue said. Then, Wan Lingyue left. The female ghost immortal followed Lin Feng to Lin Feng's residence and went into seclusion to cultivate. After arriving at Lin Feng's residence, the female ghost immortal felt very emotional. The female ghost immortal wanted to devour Lin Feng's primordial yang energy. Now that she was here, she had regained her freedom and seemed to have become friends with Lin Feng. Life. Sometimes, it was really strange. Lin Feng returned to his room and went into seclusion. The female ghost immortal could go into seclusion anywhere she wanted. After all, there were so many rooms. Lin Feng began to refine and absorb the special energy. Lin Feng's cultivation had stopped at the 6th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage for some time now. He didn't know what level his cultivation would stop at after refining the special energy. In fact, Lin Feng knew that it would be difficult for him to make breakthroughs. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to think about breaking through many levels at once. If he could break through 1 or 2 levels, Lin Feng would be satisfied. However, whether he could break through 1 or 2 levels was hard to say. Lin Feng would have to wait until he finished refining all the energy. As the special energy was refined by Lin Feng could clearly feel that his level was constantly improving. This made Lin Feng very happy. After about 3 days, Lin Feng finally broke through from the 6th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 7th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. However, this was just the beginning because Lin Feng still had a lot of powerful energy in his body. Time continued to pass. Lin Feng continued to refine the special energy. In the next month, Lin Feng's cultivation had been steadily improving. He broke through from the 7th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 8th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. Then, he broke through from the 8th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 9th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. Then, he broke through from the 9th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 10th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. It wasn't until he broke through to the 10th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage that the special energy in Lin Feng's body completely dispersed. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Originally, Lin Feng would be extremely satisfied if he could break through 1 or 2 levels. However, this breakthrough, it brought him a lot of surprises. He actually broke through 4 levels at once. This was really something to be surprised about. The next step was to try to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. However, it was more difficult to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. For Lin Feng, breaking through to the Earth Immortal stage often required the help of some heavenly treasures or some great opportunities. Of course, now that he had just broken through 4 levels, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. He needed to consolidate his cultivation during this period of time. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the female ghost immortal had also come out. As for Bibi and the others, they were still in seclusion. He hoped that they could also use the special energy from the 9 heavens and earth cauldron to make a breakthrough. Where do you want to bury the bones of your previous life? Lin Feng looked at the female ghost immortal and said. Let's bury it in the wilderness outside. The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng nodded and left with the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng found a place with good feng shui for the female ghost immortal. Then, he buried the bones of her previous life. Lin Feng followed the female ghost immortal's request and set up a stone tablet for her previous life's bones. However, he only set up a simple stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was nothing written. This was also the request of the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng walked into the distance. The female ghost immortal sat in front of the grave and started crying. Perhaps, she was crying for the fate of her previous life. After the female ghost immortal finished crying, she came to Lin Feng's side. Then, he said, I'm leaving. Where are you going? Heaven realm or the underworld? Lin Feng asked. To the heaven realm, but now that the world has changed, the passageway that connected to the heaven realm has disappeared. I don't know how to go to the heaven realm now, so I plan to go to the underworld first, and then find the passageway to the heaven realm in the underworld. The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng said, this is indeed a good method, but before you go to the heaven realm, you have to be fully prepared. As the supreme world, the heaven realm is the best place to restrain the creatures of the underworld. That place is very harmful to your body, so even if you go there, you can't stay in the heaven realm for too long. I know, thank you for your reminder. I will not forget your great kindness. The female ghost immortal said. Then she left. Lin Feng stood alone in the forest. Go back and see if Pei Yingjuan's 9-heaven thunder source pearl has been researched. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't stay any longer and quickly flew towards the ancient city. Lin Feng came back and saw Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan didn't know what happened before. He was puzzled as to why Lao Wu Tu and the others suddenly disappeared. Now that he saw Lin Feng, Wu Kuan was very happy. He ran to Lin Feng and asked him. Lin Feng told him that he didn't know either. Wu Kuan nodded and left. Perhaps the best choice was not to let him know some things. Wu Kuan was just a very ordinary person. In that case, let him continue to live an ordinary life. Lin Feng still didn't know who the fifth person was. He didn't see that person from the beginning to the end. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care who that person was. Lin Feng came to Pei Yingjuan's place. He admired Pei Yingjun. With Pei Yingjuan's strength, he should have sensed what happened in the underground world. However, Pei Yingjun didn't check it out because he put all his energy into researching the 9-heaven thunder source pearl. He was obsessed with it to the point of madness. Want to succeed? Go crazy first. That was Pei Yingjuan's life motto. When Lin Feng came to Pei Yingjuan's place, Pei Yingjuan's cheers came from the room. I did it, ha 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 ha, I finally researched it. Pei Yingjun couldn't help but laugh. He was so excited that he went crazy. Pei Yingjun sensed Lin Feng outside. He opened the door and rushed out. He grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder and shouted excitedly, "Brother, I did it, did you know? I finally did it, the 9-heaven thunder source pearl was successfully researched. Your 200 million immortal stones weren't spent in vain." Lin Feng was naturally very happy. The 9-heaven thunder source pearl was very powerful. If they could mass-produce it, it would be very important for Lin Feng. Congratulations, you are destined to leave your mark in the history of alchemy, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course, who am I? A handsome and confident man destined to leave a mark in history. Pei Yingjun said proudly. This guy's skin was really thick, Lin Feng had to concede defeat. Lin Feng asked, how did you make such a breakthrough? Pei Yingjun laughed and said, after I had the money, I changed a few materials and succeeded. Lin Feng said, so, if you want to succeed, you need to use some good materials. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Pei Yingjun said, expensive materials have their benefits. I'm going to collect thunder source pearls now, are you interested in coming with me? Lin Feng happened to have nothing to do. Following Pei Yingjun to collect thunder source pearls was quite a good thing. Moreover, with one more person, they would be able to collect more thunder source pearls and refine more 9-heaven thunder source pearls. Lin Feng said, of course, I'm interested. Let's go now. Pei Yingjun nodded and set off with Lin Feng to collect thunder source pearls. Thunder source pearls were usually things that appeared in lightning seas. However, the power of the thunder source pearls that appeared in different lightning seas were different. The stronger the thunder source pearls were, the more powerful the 9-heaven thunder source pearls would be. Generally speaking, the thunder source pearls in the lightning seas formed by rain were the weakest. The stronger thunder source pearls were the thunder source pearls that appeared in the lightning tribulations of some fierce beasts. Above that was the thunder source pearls that appeared in the lightning seas when cultivators were undergoing their tribulations. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the lightning tribulations. Then, the stronger the thunder source pearls in the lightning seas would be. Therefore, the thunder source Lin Feng was looking for was the thunder source pearls that appeared when cultivators were undergoing their tribulations. He and Pei Yingjun flew quickly in the air. It was not rare for cultivators to undergo their tribulations, and it was common to see cultivators undergoing their tribulations in the mountains. However, it was rare to see a tribulation that could satisfy them. This required them to be patient and search for it. And after finding that kind of tribulation, they also needed to be careful, because once they entered someone else's lightning tribulation, they would very likely be attacked by someone else's lightning tribulation. If he was attacked by someone else's thunder tribulation, there was a certain probability that his own thunder tribulation would also be attracted. If the thunder tribulation was attracted before it was time to cross the tribulation, this was an extremely terrifying and terrible thing. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic end. After flying for 10 days in the forest, Lin Feng finally saw an incomparably huge sea of lightning in the distance. Within the sea of lightning, thunder dragons and lightning snakes swam in the air. There were top experts undergoing their tribulations. There were many cultivators at the edge of the tribulation. These cultivators were just there to watch the show, but Lin Feng noticed that they were all from the same faction. Perhaps they were from the same faction as the cultivator undergoing the tribulation and had followed him to undergo the tribulation. That way, they would be able to immediately know if the cultivator from their faction had succeeded. Be careful, the tribulation is very dangerous. You must suppress your cultivation with all your might and don't let the tribulation attract your own tribulation, Pei Yingjun reminded him. It was rare for him to be so serious. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You be careful too." Pei Yingjun said, "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." When they flew closer, they saw a middle-aged cultivator undergoing the tribulation. The cultivator was very powerful, and he was probably breaking through from the virtual immortal realm to the Tao immortal realm. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun's arrival attracted a lot of attention. When they saw Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun flying towards the lightning ocean, they couldn't help but point at them. In their opinion, they were simply courting death. Even the cultivator undergoing the tribulation couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun, not knowing what the two were up to. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun entered the lightning ocean. Endless lightning surged within the ocean, emitting a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Facing the surging lightning, anyone would feel their heart palpitate. When Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun arrived, a large amount of lightning energy rushed towards them. They had to dodge the lightning energy in a wretched manner. Because there was too much lightning energy, it was unrealistic to completely dodge it. When the lightning energy struck his body, Lin Feng noticed that the tribulation light between his eyebrows was constantly growing stronger. When the tribulation light accumulated to a certain degree, when that time came, the tribulation would completely erupt. "I can't let the lightning strike me," Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He released his domineering magnetic field. For domineering magnetic fields overlapped, enveloping Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun. When the lightning struck, it was blocked by Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field. "Damn, what kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful?" Pei Yingjun immediately exclaimed. Lin Feng said, "A magnetic field formed by the condensed domineering force." Pei Yingjun said in shock, "You're still the best. Not even 1 in a billion people can condense a domineering force, but you condensed a domineering magnetic field. This technique is really terrifying. It's just luck." Lin Feng smiled. Then, he and Pei Yingjun continued forward. They rushed towards the center of the Sea of Lightning. When they reached the periphery of the center, Lin Feng noticed that the lightning in the center had passed through Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field and was rushing towards him and Pei Yingjun. The lightning in the center had become even more powerful. For domineering magnetic fields couldn't withstand it. Lin Feng didn't use 12 domineering magnetic fields because it required the pure ones transforming into 3 pure ones. The duration of the pure ones transforming into 3 pure ones wasn't very long. If he used it, he could use it during the crucial moment of collecting the lightning essence. However, for domineering magnetic fields wasn't the limit of Lin Feng's domineering force. The limit was 5 domineering magnetic fields. Lin Feng cultivated 5 domineering forces: Sovereign Domineering Force, White Tiger Domineering Force, Azure Dragon Domineering Force, Epic Domineering Force, and Highest World Destroying Domineering Force. Lin Feng had used 5 domineering magnetic fields in a battle before, but Lin Feng discovered that he couldn't control them perfectly. This was mainly because his cultivation wasn't high enough. Controlling 5 domineering magnetic fields by himself was difficult, so Lin Feng used 4 domineering magnetic fields. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation was much higher than before. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that he should be able to control 5 domineering magnetic fields now. So, Lin Feng began to operate the 5 domineering magnetic fields. Sure enough, as Lin Feng imagined, when Lin Feng operated the 5 domineering magnetic fields, the strenuous feeling disappeared. However, Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the 5 domineering magnetic fields. So, when Lin Feng operated the 5 domineering magnetic fields, he still felt unfamiliar. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As time passed, and as the number of times he used it increased, it would be easier for him to operate the 5 domineering magnetic fields. After completely mastering the 5 domineering magnetic fields, Lin Feng could operate the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. At most, he could display 15 domineering magnetic fields. However, Lin Feng knew that such a method required time to complete the transformation. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. Damn it, how many domineering magnetic fields have you cultivated? Pei Yingjun looked at Lin Feng enviously. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense Lin Feng's situation. Lin Feng stacked a new domineering magnetic field. This shocked Pei Yingjun. Lin Feng seemed to have cultivated too many domineering magnetic fields. Other people who cultivated even one domineering magnetic field were blessed by their ancestors. Lin Feng actually cultivated so many domineering magnetic fields. What a waste of money. Comparisons were odious. Lin Feng said, not many, not many. Just 5. Hearing Lin Feng's humble words, Pei Yingjun felt his teeth ache. He had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Under the protection of the 5 domineering magnetic fields, Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun quickly rushed towards the Thunder Mother. Do you see that? That's the Thunder Mother. Pei Yingjun only thought of the core area, where there was a distorted purple ball of lightning. That twisted purple lightning ball should be the Lightning Mother. Lin Feng said, the Thunder Mother's aura seems to be very violent. How can we take it away? Pei Yingjun said, you'll need a special treasure to take it away. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yingjun took out something that looked like a chamber pot. Isn't that a chamber pot? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Pei Yingjun said, this is the thunder extraction pot that I refined. Lin Feng was speechless. Pei Yingjun really had a wicked sense of humor. Because this guy actually forged such an extraordinary treasure into the shape of a chamber pot. Those who didn't know would definitely think that it was a chamber pot. Lin Feng held the thunder extraction pot in his hand and asked, how do I use this? Pei Yingjun said, once activated, it can automatically absorb the Thunder Mother. Of course, he couldn't absorb the Thunder Mother yet because he was still quite a distance away from the location of the Thunder Mother. They had to reach the edge of the Lightning Mother before they could try to absorb it. But it wasn't easy. The lightning in the last part of the journey was even more violent. Lin Feng's 5-layered magnetic field couldn't withstand it any longer. But Lin Feng still had 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields. Lin Feng used his 1 qi into 3 pure ones and the 2 clones went back into his body. But that didn't stop Lin Feng from using his 12-fold domineering magnetic field. After Lin Feng used the 12-fold domineering magnetic field, it enveloped him and Pei Yingjun. Pei Yingjun was completely numb after feeling the power of the 12-fold domineering magnetic field. Now, no matter what Lin Feng did, he wouldn't be shocked anymore. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun arrived at the edge of the Lightning Mother under the protection of the 12-fold domineering magnetic field. Pei Yingjun took out a lightning extraction pot and activated it to absorb the Lightning Mother. Lin Feng activated the lightning extraction pot in his hand. When Lin Feng's spiritual energy entered the lightning extraction pot, the lightning extraction pot released a powerful devouring force. An endless stream of Lightning Mother was quickly absorbed by the lightning extraction pot. Lin Feng smiled. These Lightning Mothers were 9 heavenly lightning pearls. Lin Feng had the impression that he could take out hundreds of thunder pearls at the same time. At that time, he would kill gods and Buddhas. That's how willful we are. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun used the lightning extraction pot to absorb all the Lightning Mother. The two of them quickly left. Damn, look. Those 2 guys are coming out. Someone pointed at Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun. Many people initially thought that Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun were going to die in the ocean of thunder, but Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun were completely fine. They were astonished. Who the hell are those 2 guys? What are they doing in the lightning ocean? Some people couldn't help but mutter. They were very confused about why Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun went into the lightning ocean. No matter what their goal is, their cultivation must be terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come out alive. Another cultivator said. The others nodded. He also agreed with this point of view. After Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun left, they continued searching for Lightning Mother. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun, they went to many places. After searching for enough Thunder Mothers, Yi Zichen decided to leave. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun went back to the ancient city. Pei Yingjun didn't stop there, he immediately went to make the 9 Thunder Source Pearl. Lin Feng. Half a month later, Pei Yingjun came out. "How many pearls did you make?" asked Lin Feng to Pei Yingjun. "That's great." Lin Feng clenched his fists. 1,209 Heaven Thunder Source Pearls, with so many 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearls being used together, just how terrifying would their power be? Even with Lin Feng's experience, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Pei Yingjun gave Lin Feng 1,200 Thunder Pearls and said, "These 9 Thunder Pearls are very similar to talismans. Now, you can use these 9 Thunder Pearls to refine them. If you want to use the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearls against your enemies, you just have to pour your Fa Li into the pearls and release them." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He put the pearls away and said, "I'll buy them for 1 million each. 1,200 of them will be 1.2 billion immortal stones." Lin Feng waved his hand. 12 rivers of immortal stones flew out and Lin Feng sealed them in an energy ball. Pei Yingjun rubbed his hands and said, "Then I'll accept them." "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Pei Yingjun was very happy and excited after accepting the 1.2 billion immortal stones. His hard work all these years hadn't been in vain. Lin Feng said, "Why don't you follow me from now on?" "Follow you?" Pei Yingjun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "I can give you all kinds of resources and celestial stones. You can study all kinds of things. When you're done, I'll buy them from you at a high price," said Lin Feng, nodding. "I'm used to being free," Pei Yingjun said. Said Lin Feng. "I won't restrict your freedom. On the contrary, I'll protect you. You created the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, and even though only the 2 of us know about it, there are many strange people in the world. They might be able to calculate it. When the time comes, many influential groups will try to steal it from you. It'll be a disaster for you, but if you work for me, you'll be safe." "Hee, now that you mention it, I think so too." "Alright, I'll agree." Pei Yingjun grinned. Lin Feng smiled after hearing Pei Yingjun's answer. Pei Yingjun was a genius. In this society, people like him were hard to come by. A top alchemist was extremely important to a great power. For example, Pei Yingjun could create something as terrifying as the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl. He could also create other terrifying things, which could transform a great power. Therefore, to be able to recruit Pei Yingjun was a great thing for Lin Feng. Lin Feng told Pei Yingjun his identity. Pei Yingjun was startled and said, "I've guessed your true identity before. I also guessed that you were that person from the Sin Realm. But I wasn't sure. Now I've finally confirmed that you're that person. No wonder you have so many terrifying methods." Lin Feng smiled and said, "There are too few top experts in the younger generation. If there were more, it wouldn't be easy to guess my identity." Pei Yingjun said, "There will be more." Lin Feng nodded and wrote a letter of recommendation for Pei Yingjun. Lin Feng told Pei Yingjun to give it to his ancestor, Wang Mingchuan. If Wang Mingchuan saw this letter, he would make arrangements for Pei Yingjun. Pei Yingjun went to the Sin Realm while Lin Feng went to Skywater City. Skywater City was one of the 10 ancient cities in the Skywater Realm. It had a long history and was controlled by the Tian clan a long time ago. The Tian clan was quite mysterious. No one knew where their ancestral ground was. The only way to contact the Tian clan was through the Tian clan in the Skywater Realm. Rumor had it that the Tian clan in Skywater City was an outer circle of the Tian clan. However, Lin Feng didn't know if this was true or not. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the head of the 3-headed viper and closed his eyes to rest. The 3-headed viper flapped its wings and flew towards Skywater City. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw Skywater City lying on the horizon. It was huge like a primordial beast resting on the ground. It exuded an oppressive aura as heavy as a mountain. Cultivators from all directions were heading towards the city. Some flew by themselves while others rode mounts like Lin Feng. Others took flying ships. These cultivators stopped outside Tianshui City. When they arrived at Tianshui City, they could only choose to walk. They could no longer take airships or mounts. Of course, rules were dead, while people were alive. The rules of Tianshui City were only for ordinary cultivators. For those powerful cultivators or the children of aristocratic families, these rules were like empty words. They could not restrain those people at all. However, if ordinary cultivators dared to violate these rules at will, naturally, they would not have a good ending. There was already a long queue outside the city. Entering the city required an entrance fee of 10 pieces. Countless cultivators entered the city every day, so the entrance fee collected by the city was extremely shocking. After entering the city, Lin Feng saw a cultivator in front of him. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Qin Mubai. It turned out to be this person. Lin Feng had met Qin Mubai a few times in the past. This was an old friend of the Sky Martial continent. Lin Feng still remembered the time when they went to the Eternal Demon Mountain and encountered the blood moon rising in the sky. Their group was drawn into the land of death. At that time, Lin Feng met up with Xiao and the others. It was Xiao who saved Lin Feng. Lin Feng would never forget this kindness. Xiao had a treasure. It was a golden Buddha that could scare away some of the dangers in the land of death. However, not long after Xiao took out the golden Buddha, Xiao was killed and his golden Buddha was taken away. Before Xiao died, he asked Lin Feng to promise to take care of his sister, Ling. Naturally, Lin Feng wouldn't refuse Xiao's last request. Later, Lin Feng found Ling. However, after Ling awakened the mysterious Yin Witch bloodline, she was taken away by the Geomaster faction. Later, Lin Feng chased her all the way to the 9 continents. He even found the backer of the Geomaster faction, the Huangdao clan. It was all to find Ling. However, Ling was taken away by 2 mysterious men wearing bamboo hats. Since then, Lin Feng had completely lost track of Ling. Lin Feng had always felt guilty about this matter. He hoped to find Ling. However, after so many years, there were no clues about Ling. In addition, Lin Feng also wanted to find Xiao's murderer. At that time, there were many cultivators involved in the land of death. However, there were not many people who could kill Xiao silently. In the beginning, Lin Feng had suspected Saber Lord. However, it was later proven that it wasn't Saber Lord. Therefore, there were only a few people left that Lin Feng suspected. One was Qin Mubai, one was Jin Yichen, and the other was Ji Mingtian. Fairy Mengxian also seemed to be a suspect. However, she was the least suspicious. This was because Fairy Mengxian had an unconcealable fragrance on her body. It could be smelled from far away. However, when Xiao was in trouble, Lin Feng didn't smell Fairy Mengxian's fragrance. As a result, the 3 people most likely to kill Xiao and steal his treasure were Qin Mubai, Jin Yichen, and Ji Mingtian. Ji Mingtian was Ji Yuhan's brother. Lin Feng knew a little about Ji Mingtian's character from Ji Yuhan. For example, when he was 16 years old, Ji Mingtian went out to train. He once found a corpse in a nameless cave. After discovering the identity of the corpse, Ji Mingtian took the corpse's storage ring and then crossed several regions to return the storage ring to the deceased's family. It could be seen that Ji Mingtian's character was extremely good. As for Ji Mingtian, he was a prince of the Great Zhou Empire. What kind of treasure did he not have, therefore? The possibility of Ji Mingtian killing Xiao and stealing his treasure was relatively small. Then only Jin Yichen and Qin Mubai were left. Later, due to the upheaval in the Tianwu continent, Qin Mubai and Jin Yichen also disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Lin Feng's investigation was stopped. Until now, Lin Feng hadn't found Xiao's murderer. But now, Lin Feng saw Qin Mubai. This made Lin Feng very surprised and also made Lin Feng very happy. Perhaps he could find out some things from Qin Mubai. If the murderer wasn't Qin Mubai, then it was very likely to be Jin Yichen. Lin Feng quickly walked over. He caught up with Qin Mubai and then shouted, "Brother Qin." Qin Mubai heard someone calling him and stopped. He turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Immediately, he revealed a puzzled expression. When Lin Feng and Qin Mubai met that year, he was only 16 or 17 years old. His appearance had changed quite a bit compared to now. Furthermore, the two of them hadn't seen each other for over 100 years. When Qin Mubai saw Lin Feng again, he indeed didn't recognize who Lin Feng was. You are? Qin Mubai looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. It seems that brother Qin has forgotten about me. I am Lin Feng of the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng said. It's actually you. Qin Mubai was extremely shocked. The Tianwu continent belonged to the 9 continents Great World. Now, everyone knew that the master of Xin domain was Lin Feng, who had ascended from the 9 continents Great World. Furthermore, this Lin Feng was the son of Lin Beidian. It was just that Qin Mubai didn't know if this Lin Feng in front of him was the Lin Feng of Xin domain. The reason why he couldn't be sure was because there were many people called Lin Feng. Especially after the rise of the Sinner's Blood Emperor, many people even changed their names to Lin Feng. And that Lin Feng of the Tianwu continent was indeed a genius. However, Qin Mubai remembered that the Lin Feng of the Tianwu continent came from a small family. Could such a small family have produced a peerless expert like Lin Beidian? Qin Mubai didn't think that such a small clan could have such a strong cultivator like Lin Baitian. If such a strong cultivator had appeared in such a small clan, how could Lin Feng's clan be so weak? Qin Mubai's lack of understanding of Lin Feng was understandable. After all, Qin Mubai had left as soon as the martial heaven continent fell into chaos. There were many things about Lin Feng that he didn't know, and he didn't know much about Lin Feng either. As for Lin Feng's family, he knew even less. After all, Qin Mubai had come from a major power, so he naturally didn't know much about Lin Feng's family. Lin Feng's father had left the martial heaven continent to train in his teens. Lin Feng's father's reputation was mainly in the undying world, not the martial heaven continent. In the undying world, everyone knew who Lin Beidian was, but in the martial heaven continent, everyone was confused. Who was this Lin Beidian? Qin Mubai didn't think that this Lin Feng was the Sinner Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. However, Qin Mubai still wanted to ask. He wanted to confirm it. Brother Lin, are you the Sinner Blood Emperor in the Sin realm? Asked Qin Mubai. Lin Feng also realized that Qin Mubai didn't know his true identity. In that case, there was no need for him to confess everything to Qin Mubai. However, Lin Feng didn't directly deny it. Sometimes, doing so would have the opposite effect. Lin Feng said, yes, I'm the Sinner Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. What? You're the Sinner Blood Emperor, Lin Feng? Before Qin Mubai could say anything, the cultivators passing by couldn't help exclaiming. Fuck, would the Sinner Blood Emperor tell others on the street that he's the Sinner Blood Emperor? Another cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Someone else said, if you want to brag, why would the Sinner Blood Emperor come to the Skywater realm when the Sinner Blood Emperor is so far away? Even if the Sinner's Blood Emperor came to the Tianshui region, a major figure like him would definitely have many experts following him. Where are your experts? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, it's none of your business. If there's nothing else, go away. You must be furious after being exposed, right? I've seen plenty of people like you. Brother, let me tell you, don't be tricked by this guy. There are a lot of swindlers these days. I met a swindler a while ago, and that swindler told me that he was the nephew of the Heavenly Emperor. His storage ring was stolen by someone, and he didn't have the money to take the cross-domain space-time passage to the Heavenly Court. Thus, he lent me 1,000 immortal stones and thanked me heavily when I returned. I didn't fall for that guy's trick. In my opinion, this guy is the same as the person I met before. Cough, cough. I was just joking. Is there a need to be so serious? Lin Feng said. Everyone, let's disperse. We've known each other for many years. That was just a joke. Qin Mubai said. F*ck, what a waste of our time, the group of people couldn't help but be speechless. Then, they quickly dispersed. Qin Mubai looked at Lin Feng and asked, Brother Lin, when did you come to the undying world? Lin Feng said, it's been a few years. How about you, Brother Qin? When did you come to the undying world? Qin Mubai said, I've been here for more than 130 years. Brother Qin, where are you working now? Lin Feng asked. Qin Mubai smiled bitterly. Not really, but there are some things that aren't convenient to talk about here. How about we find a quiet place to talk? Alright, it's my treat. Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai said, this is my territory. There's no need for Brother Lin to treat me. I'll be the host today. Qin Mubai brought Lin Feng to a restaurant called Idol Gathering House. The owner of Idol Gathering House was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her looks were ordinary, but her figure was not bad. She personally brought Qin Mubai and Lin Feng to a private room. Lin Feng entered the room first and found a place to sit. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, because he sensed that Qin Mubai and the young woman were getting intimate outside. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. Qin Mubai was handsome and talented. He could have any woman he wanted. Surprisingly, he was with that young woman. That young woman was too mediocre and mediocre. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. They only had a simple moment of intimacy before the young woman left. Qin Mubai entered the private room, and before long, someone brought food and wine. Lin Feng and Qin Mubai drank one cup after another. As they chatted, Lin Feng learned that after Qin Mubai and his family left the Tianwu continent, they had experienced countless dangers on their way to the Undying World. After arriving at the Undying World, most of the family members had died. After arriving at the Undying World, they were unlucky and encountered a great battle between experts. They were affected, and the last few dozen of their family members died miserably. Only Qin Mubai was lucky enough to survive. Later on, Qin Mubai managed to pass the recruitment test of the Shui clan of the Tianshui region by chance and became an ordinary guard of the Shui clan of the Tianshui region. When Qin Mubai was in the Tianwu continent, he was a peerless genius on par with the little Pun King. Thus, his talent was very powerful. Thus, after his life settled down and he was able to obtain a certain amount of cultivation resources every month, Qin Mubai's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Thus, Qin Mubai quickly stood out. The Shui family felt that Qin Mubai was a talent, so they decided to properly nurture him. After all, Qin Mubai and the Shui family did not have any relationship. The Shui family was worried that Qin Mubai would grow up and leave the Shui family. Thus, they decided to recruit Qin Mubai as their son-in-law. However, many young ladies of the Shui family looked down on Qin Mubai, who was born as a rogue cultivator. Even if Qin Mubai's talent was not bad, those young ladies of the big family still looked down on Qin Mubai. However, at this time, a young lady of the Shui family actually gave birth to a child before marriage. This young lady's reputation was not very good. It was said that she had an affair with many men, and it was unknown who she was pregnant with. This kind of thing was too shameful. The Shui family wanted to find someone to win over this young lady, and then tell the world that this man was actually in love with the young lady of the Shui family. Furthermore, they were already engaged. Now, they were going to get married. This way, they could still save some face. Coincidentally, the Shui family wanted to recruit Qin Mubai as their son-in-law. Thus, they wanted to marry this young lady to Qin Mubai. No matter how down and out Qin Mubai was, he was still a talented and handsome young man. How could he not agree to this kind of marriage? Qin Mubai wanted to reject, but the moment he revealed his intentions, he could feel the killing intent from the Shui clan members. Qin Mubai knew that if he dared to refuse, the Shui family would definitely kill him. Qin Mubai did not want to die, so Qin Mubai swallowed his anger and agreed to this matter. This matter was not a secret in Skywater City, so Qin Mubai told Lin Feng about it. He had already become the laughingstock of countless people in Skywater City. After Lin Feng heard about Qin Mubai's experience, he couldn't help but sigh. Qin Mubai's life was also very sad. He was not even married, but he was already a father. If this kind of thing happened to anyone, they would not be able to endure it. However, Qin Mubai endured it. It was clear that Qin Mubai was not a simple person. After knowing what had happened to Qin Mubai, Lin Feng could roughly guess what Qin Mubai's life would be like in the future. Qin Mubai, who had become a father, would naturally not feel happy about this matter. In addition, his nominal wife was a fickle woman. So, Qin Mubai had been very happy all these years. Moreover, he was a son-in-law who married into a family. In the world of cultivators, the status of a son-in-law who married into a family was not particularly high. In fact, it was not just the world of cultivators. Even in the secular world, or in any other world, the status of a son-in-law who married into a family was not particularly high. If there was a way, who would choose to marry into a family? So, Qin Mubai had also suffered a lot in the Shui family these past few years. Qin Mubai naturally needed to find a safe harbor. In this kind of harbor, Qin Mubai could feel the warmth that he had not felt for a long time. Thus, the appearance of this woman in Jiuxian restaurant gave Qin Mubai a bit of comfort. From this woman, Qin Mubai felt the dignity of a man. Although this woman was not beautiful, Qin Mubai did not care about that. Thus, Qin Mubai and this woman definitely had true love. Brother, let me tell you, no matter how bad your life is in the future, don't be like me and marry into someone else's family. It's really not a life for humans to live, to be looked down upon, to be ridiculed, to have no dignity, to live like a dog, but what can I do? I can't resist, because if I resist, I will die. I still miss the time when I was in the Sky Martial continent. At that time I had a beautiful face and a happy life. Qin Mubai was already drunk. He was reminiscing about the past. Back then, Qin Mubai was the top genius of the Sky Martial continent. What a carefree life that was. But that was already a thing of the past. There was no way to go back. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Life was really a bitch. It actually tortured the proud son of heaven to such a state. But perhaps this was life. Everyone's life trajectory was different. Everything will be fine. Lin Feng said. Yes, everything will be fine. I hope so. Qin Mubai said. He picked up his wine cup and continued to drink. Qin Mubai was very drunk. Lin Feng felt that now was the best time to ask Qin Mubai about what happened back then. Lin Feng asked, Brother Qin, do you still remember what happened in the primordial demon mountains? Of course I remember. The blood moon rose into the sky and everyone was sucked into the land of death. Qin Mubai said drunkenly, it was really dangerous back then. Luckily, I managed to escape. But now that I think about it, it would have been better if I had died in there. At least I would have died with dignity, unlike now, where I'm living like a coward. Do you still remember Xiao? Lin Feng asked. Xiao? Who was he? I can't remember. Qin Mubai shook his head. He used to have a golden Buddha. Lin Feng continued. Qin Mubai said, I really don't remember who this Xiao is. If you're talking about the golden Buddha, I do remember seeing a golden Buddha at Genie Chen's place. Speaking of which, Qin Mubai lay on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Genie Chen, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He finally knew who had caused Xiao's death. It was actually Genie Chen. But where was Genie Chen now? 2 hours later, Qin Mubai sobered up a little. Sorry, I drank too much. Qin Mubai smiled bitterly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, who hasn't drunk too much at one time? So, there's no need to feel sorry for this. Right, I still remember many old friends from the Martial Heaven continent. One of them was called Genie Chen. Do you remember him? Of course. Qin Mubai nodded and asked curiously, Brother Lin, why did you mention him? Nothing. I just suddenly remembered some things and people from the Martial Heaven continent, so I was just asking. Do you know where Genie Chen is? Asked Lin Feng. Qin Mubai shook his head. Back then, when the Martial Heaven continent fell into chaos, many people fled, but I don't know where they fled to. The world is huge, especially the starry sky world. It's boundless. There are many places one can go. Yes. There are many places one can go. But perhaps in the end, everyone will gather in the undying world. After all, the undying world is a cultivation holy land that countless people dream of. Said Lin Feng. Qin Mubai nodded. That's right. By the time the two of them left Idol Restaurant, it was already late at night. However, it was still quite lively outside. An ancient city like Tianshui City was originally a city that never slept. Qin Mubai said, it's getting late. I'll take you to find an inn to stay in. There's no need for that. I'll find an inn to stay in. You drank quite a bit as well, so you should go home and rest. Said Lin Feng. Qin Mubai said, there's no rush. I'll help you find an inn first before I go back. Seeing Qin Mubai's insistence, Lin Feng nodded. Then, he walked forward with Qin Mubai. Before long, they saw a group of men and women walking out of a restaurant in front of them. There were about 20 of them. When Qin Mubai saw that group of people, his eyes immediately turned red. Lin Feng noticed that Qin Mubai was staring at a man and a woman. The man was wearing a golden robe and looked to be in high spirits. It was obvious that he was an extraordinary cultivator. The two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other. There was no consideration at all. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could that person be Qin Mubai's wife? Otherwise, why would Qin Mubai's eyes turn red? It was fine if Qin Mubai couldn't see this kind of thing, but now that Qin Mubai had seen it, Qin Mubai naturally couldn't accept it. Qin Mubai was currently suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. The group of people also seemed to have noticed Qin Mubai and Lin Feng. A group of people walked over. Haha, isn't this the son-in-law of the Shui clan? Someone said with a smile. It's really him. He reeks of alcohol. Did you go drinking with girls? Someone else said, looking at Qin Mubai with disdain. These people were most likely disciples of the major powers of Tianshui City. The woman in the golden-cloaked man's embrace looked at Qin Mubai with disgust and said, It's the middle of the night, yet you're still wandering around outside. You're making our Shui family lose face. Hurry up and go back. The corner of Qin Mubai's mouth twitched violently. He wanted to refute a few words. But the cruel reality. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were all swallowed back into his stomach. How could he refute? After retorting, he would only suffer an even greater humiliation. Lin Feng decided to help Qin Mubai. Because, now, Lin Feng was sure that Qin Mubai was not Zijiao's murderer. And Qin Mubai. He was one of his old friends in the Sky Martial continent. Now, how many of Lin Feng's old friends were there in the Sky Martial continent? There really weren't many left. If he could lend a helping hand, Lin Feng naturally had to help Qin Mubai. Helping Qin Mubai would offend the Shui family of the Sky Water City. Lin Feng believed that if the Shui family of the Sky Water City knew what was good for them, they would not fall out with him because of a woman who had lost face for their family. If the Shui family of the Sky Water City did not know what was good for them, Lin Feng did not mind causing a ruckus. So what if it was the Shui family of the Sky Water City, the current Lin Feng? His cultivation was powerful. Furthermore, he had 1,209 Heaven Thunder Source Pearl in his possession. Whoever came to destroy him, Lin Feng was that confident. Brother, let's go. Qin Mubai pulled on Lin Feng's clothes, wanting to leave with Lin Feng quickly. He was worried that these people would vent their anger on Lin Feng, and at that time even Lin Feng would be implicated. In the past, Qin Mubai and Lin Feng didn't know each other very well, but now that they had met in the undying world, they were like old friends. Tears welled up in their eyes. Suddenly, they had become good friends. Qin Mubai naturally did not wish for anything to happen to Lin Feng. However, Qin Mubai was unable to pull Lin Feng away. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said with a smile, as a fickle woman who doesn't even know whose child she is pregnant with, you actually have the nerve to say that others have lost face for your family. How thick is your skin to be able to say such words? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Mubai's face changed. It was over. These were the only words that appeared in Qin Mubai's mind. Then, he was completely stunned on the spot. Lin Feng's words. It was indeed too explosive. Although it sounded very cool and satisfying, it had caused a huge disaster. Therefore, Qin Mubai had no idea what to do next. When the group of people heard Lin Feng's words, they were stunned for a moment before coming back to their senses. Many people were waiting for a good show. The woman who was ridiculed by Lin Feng was so angry that her whole body trembled. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of resentment. The golden-robed man's face turned ugly. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the golden-robed man and said, Brother, I think your family background should be quite good. You can be considered a talent. What kind of woman don't you have? Why did you have to hook up with a broken shoe? To be honest, those female cultivators who fell into prostitution were forced to do so, so they came out to take on business. However, the woman beside you took the initiative to seduce others. Her body and soul are not as good as those female cultivators who fell into prostitution. Of course, if you like this kind of thing, then it's a different story. Some people will always be cuckolded. It's understandable. I heard that cuckolding is a genetic mental illness. You'd better go home and do a blood test or something to see if your background is wrong. Brother, I didn't mean to humiliate you by saying this. I'm just concerned about you. I'm worried that you'll recognize a thief as your father. Pfft. After hearing Lin Feng's words, some of the cultivators who were watching the show immediately burst into laughter. Lin Feng's words were too vicious. Anyone who heard Lin Feng's words would probably have the urge to kill someone. Kid, who the F***ck are you? Why are you looking for a sense of existence here? Do you have a death wish? The golden-robed man glared fiercely at Lin Feng. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat someone. Lin Feng said, "Don't be so agitated." Why are you so agitated? I don't have any ill intentions. Many people felt that Lin Feng was really shameless. What he said just now didn't have any ill intentions, it was really overflowing with malice. Although Qin Mubai felt very good when he heard Lin Feng scold the couple, he knew that he had really caused a lot of trouble today. He planned to apologize to Lin Feng and hope that he could forgive him. No matter how high the price was, he would try his best to protect Lin Feng's life. Qin Mubai wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng. I know what you want to say, brother Qin. Trust me, I can make you live like a real man. You can live with dignity. Live with dignity? Is that possible? Qin Mubai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He also wanted to live with dignity. But all of this, it seemed to be something that was impossible to accomplish. Qin Mubai had resisted before, but he had given up in the end. Now, when he saw Lin Feng's encouraging gaze, Qin Mubai's heart once again surged with a rebellious feeling. Live with dignity. He had to live with dignity. He couldn't do it in front of his brothers. He had lost face. Sometimes, life was more precious than dignity. But sometimes, dignity was more precious than life. Shui Yunqin, remember your status. You're already someone's wife, yet you're still fooling around outside. Do you see those people watching the show? They'll only laugh at you for being a promiscuous woman. They'll only laugh at the Shui clan for having such an embarrassing thing. And Sun Yunqiang, no matter what, you're still a young master of a large clan. You're actually fooling around with such a woman. You've really embarrassed the Sun clan. Today, in front of everyone, I, Qin Mubai, want to announce that I'm divorcing my wife. A slut like her is even worse than a prostitute. How can she be qualified to be my wife? Qin Mubai had completely exploded. The sullenness, suppression, and anger that had accumulated in his heart all these years were all vented at this moment. Qin Mubai no longer had any scruples. In front of Lin Feng, he had chosen dignity. Perhaps everything that had happened now would set the stage for his death. But, Qin Mubai no longer cared about these things. He wanted to die before he died. He wanted to live with dignity for once. But unfortunately, this time, it seemed that he had implicated Lin Feng. Brother. In my next life, I'll do anything to repay you. Rip. A sound was heard. Qin Mubai tore off a large piece of his sleeve. Then, he threw it to Shui Yunqin. He said coldly, a slut like you doesn't have the right to make me write a letter of divorce. Today, cutting off my robe is like divorcing my wife. You've officially been divorced by me. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other, and I have nothing to do with your Shui clan. I've heard of this Qin Mubai. He's a complete tragedy in the past. Although he's the son-in-law of the Shui clan, everyone knows what kind of woman Shui Yunqin is. Qin Mubai is practically a cuckold. Now, he actually dares to divorce his wife. This is truly inconceivable. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Divorcing his wife is equivalent to slapping the Shui clan's face. When the time comes, the Shui clan will definitely not let him off. Immediately, a cultivator cried out in shock. When he heard that Qin Mubai had divorced his wife, he still felt a sense of disbelief. Seeing his wife flirt with another man on the street and being humiliated by his wife in front of his friends, no man would be able to take it. After all, Qin Mubai also wants to save face. In the past, he might not have dared to resist because of some misgivings. But now, he no longer has any misgivings. Naturally, he won't be afraid of the other party. Next, a cultivator said. Once news of Qin Mubai divorcing his wife spreads, it will definitely cause an uproar. When the time comes, the Shui clan won't be the only one to lose face. The Sun clan will also become the focus of public opinion. Who asked Sun Yunqiang to flirt with Shui Yunqin? This guy is really despicable. What kind of woman does he find? Why must he get together with this famous social butterfly? Now, the Sun clan's reputation will probably be ruined. When the time comes, this Sun Yunqiang will definitely be heavily punished. Another cultivator said. The surrounding cultivators were all whispering to each other about this matter. At this moment, Shui Yunqin had already gone mad with anger. Sun Yunqiang's eyes also flashed with dense killing intent. Shui Yunqin pointed at Qin Mubai's nose and cursed, "Qin Mubai, you trash. Do you know what you're doing? Who do you think you are? You dare to insult me? Do you believe that I won't let you die without a burial ground?" The moment Shui Yunqin finished speaking, Qin Mubai kicked her in the stomach, sending this fickle bitch flying more than 10 meters away. Shui Yunqin fell to the ground and hugged her stomach as she wailed in pain. B*TCH, I don't usually hit women, but AB*TCH like you can't even be considered a woman. I've already F*King divorced you. You can't ride on my head anymore, so you better be polite in front of me, Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai loudly cursed. Fuck, Qin Mubai is a real man. Many cultivators who were watching the show gave Qin Mubai a thumbs up. How could a man let a bitch like Shui Yunqin ride on his head? Qin Mubai's actions really won the hearts of the people. Kill them, said Sun Yunqiang's voice. The Sun clan was a big clan in Tianshui City. They were extremely strong. Therefore, when they heard Sun Yunqiang's order, they all rushed towards Lin Feng and Qin Mubai like wolves and tigers. Qin Mubai shouted, "Brother Lin, I'll stop these people. Hurry up and run. If you manage to escape, burn some incense for me and tell me what happened. If you don't manage to escape, I'll be your slave in my next life to repay you," said Lin Feng. Why would I need to escape? They're just a bunch of trash. Many people were dumbstruck when they heard Lin Feng. Lin Feng had called the young geniuses of Celestial Water City a bunch of small fish. Wasn't that too arrogant? The skyprides of Tianshui City were quite powerful. Brat, you're courting death. Brat, we're going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. The geniuses of Tianshui City all said coldly. Lin Feng had really infuriated them. Let them, they hated Lin Feng to the core. They just wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. That brat is going to die a horrible death, said one of the cultivators who were watching the show. That was what many people thought. How dare he humiliate the geniuses of Tianshui City? Those geniuses. They wouldn't let it go. Kneel. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Instantly, the geniuses of Tianshui City who were charging towards Lin Feng and Qin Mubai all knelt on the ground. After seeing this scene, everyone showed an extremely shocked expression. No one dared to believe that this was real, but it was all real. Lin Feng had only said the 2 words, kneel, and a large group of geniuses had actually knelt on the ground. It was unbelievable. They didn't even know what was going on. It's pressure. When he said the word kneel, an invisible pressure was released. They couldn't withstand that invisible pressure, so they all knelt on the ground, said Lin Feng. An old man said with a serious expression. Invisible pressure? No way. Why didn't I feel any pressure? Logically speaking, if he released his pressure, even if it wasn't directed at us, we should still be able to feel it. Could it be that I'm the only one who didn't feel it? Can you all sense this pressure? Immediately, a cultivator asked doubtfully. I didn't feel it either. I didn't feel it either. I didn't feel it either. One by one, the cultivators who were watching the show said. None of them felt this invisible pressure. The old man said, it's precisely because we didn't feel it that this person is terrifying. This means that this person has perfect control over his pressure. His pressure is only targeted at the geniuses. others won't be able to feel it. After hearing the old man's words, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this too awesome? How terrifying was his control to be able to control his pressure so perfectly? It was simply unimaginable. It was simply shocking. The group of geniuses who were kneeling on the ground also came back to their senses. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. It was a great humiliation to kneel on the ground in front of so many people. These geniuses were existences who could do whatever they wanted in Xianxia City. When had they ever been humiliated like this? However, when they thought about how terrifying Lin Feng was, they didn't dare to say a word. Lin Feng was really too powerful. He was so powerful that it made their hearts tremble. They really couldn't understand how a lowly son-in-law like Qin Mubai could be so powerful. How did he get to know such an awesome person like Lin Feng? If they had known that Lin Feng was so terrifying, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have participated in this matter. It's your turn. Are you going to kneel on your own, or do you want me to make you kneel? Lin Feng said to Sun Yunqiang. Sun Yunqiang's expression became unsettled. His identity was different from those ordinary geniuses. He was a direct descendant of the Sun family. The Sun family was one of the top families in the Tianshui city. Even the Shui family did not dare to underestimate the Sun family's strength. If a top young master like him were to kneel on the ground, then he would really be finished. The family would definitely give up on him. I am from the Sun family, Sun Yunqiang said in a deep voice. He brought out the Sun family. He wanted to use the Sun family's reputation to intimidate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was really not familiar with the Sun family. Lin Feng's enemy was the Celestial Emperor, the Crown Prince, Di Wudao, and the Heavenly Court. What was the Sun family, not to mention the Sun family? Even the powerful and unfathomable Shui family was nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. Is the Sun family very powerful? Lin Feng asked. The corner of Sun Yunqiang's mouth twitched violently. He used the Sun family to intimidate Lin Feng, but Lin Feng did not know if the Sun family was powerful or not. It was as if he had punched cotton. The Sun family has a golden immortal level expert. A cultivator who was watching the show reminded him. Oh. Lin Feng nodded. Then he continued, hurry up and kneel down, my patience is limited. Seeing that Lin Feng was still so domineering, many people felt that their heads couldn't turn. Didn't that cultivator just remind this guy that the Sun family had a golden immortal level expert? Why did this guy? It was as if he didn't hear it. Could it be? Did this guy really not put the Sun family's experts in his eyes? That was a golden immortal. Brat, don't think that you can be impudent here just because you have some ability. Tianshui City is not a place for you to be impudent. Sun Yunqiang said coldly. You talk too much. Lin Feng couldn't help but say speechlessly. Kneel down. His voice suddenly turned cold. When Lin Feng's voice fell, Lin Feng's body suddenly emitted a terrifying pressure. That terrifying pressure directly enveloped Sun Yunqiang. Sun Yunqiang is at the heavenly immortal stage. Additionally, he possesses great talent and is capable of challenging cultivators at a higher level. It is said that he is capable of fighting against cultivators at the starry immortal stage for tens of rounds without losing. That young master wants to use his aura to suppress Sun Yunqiang, a cultivator said. That's right. I've underestimated Sun Yunqiang. I'm afraid that he'll only embarrass himself later. Another cultivator said. Brat, you think too highly of yourself. I was just about to see what you're capable of. Sun Yunqiang looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was about to rush towards Lin Feng. Then, he fought Lin Feng. But at this time, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying pressure that suppressed Sun Yunqiang. Sun Yunqiang was unable to resist. There was a thump. He immediately knelt on the ground. This is impossible. Sun Yunqiang was unable to accept this and shouted in disbelief. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all extremely shocked. An expert like Sun Yunqiang, surprisingly, he couldn't resist Lin Feng's oppressive strength. Everyone's hearts seemed to be in a state of shock. You, who are you? Shui Yunxin looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. She was scared out of her wits. Beside her, Qin Mubai also had an expression of disbelief. Wasn't Lin Feng too strong? Back then, when he was in the Sky Martial continent, he was a top genius while Lin Feng was just a cultivator who had just revealed his talent. He was not even qualified. Now, how many years had it been? He was just a small character that he had left far behind in the past. He actually needed to look up to him now. Qin Mubai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know what Lin Feng had experienced all these years to become so powerful. Lin Feng didn't care about Shui Yunxin at all. A slut. Was she qualified to talk to him? Lin Feng looked at Sun Yunqiang and the others who were kneeling on the ground, and said, "Aren't you guys very awesome? Do you think that with some strength and the support of some mediocre forces, you can do whatever you want? Isn't reality a slap to your face?" Hearing Lin Feng's address of the forces behind Sun Yunqiang and the others, many people couldn't help but smile bitterly. Those forces were not weak. To think that they were a mediocre force in Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps, that young master really had the qualifications to say that. "We were wrong, let us go." Some heaven's prides began to beg for mercy. But there were also some who remained silent with gloomy faces. "Call Qin Mubai your ancestor and I'll let you go," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Damn, he's really a devil." Many people couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng's methods were simply too despicable. If they shouted like that, how would they be able to live in the future? Back to the clan. They would probably be severely punished by the clan. Qin Mubai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really admired Lin Feng's methods of dealing with people. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of such a despicable move. This little brother actually didn't hesitate to offend so many people from great powers for his friends. He's really too handsome. I really want to get to know this little brother. Yeah, this little brother is really too domineering. He's too manly. I really want to give birth to his children. Some young female cultivators muttered softly, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. Some beautiful women looked at Lin Feng with even bolder and fiery gazes. Lin Feng. Young, handsome, powerful, domineering. He was really a woman's dream. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? You're not willing to call me that? Since that's the case, I'll cripple your limbs first." Hearing that Lin Feng was going to cripple their limbs, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They believed Lin Feng's words. After all, Lin Feng was really too powerful. These powerful cultivators naturally didn't care too much when they did things. Often, they were existences who kept their word. If their limbs were crippled, they would be crippled. In the world of cultivators where strength was respected, once a person became a cripple, they would live a life worse than death. "Don't cripple us, we'll shout, we'll shout." Some geniuses couldn't hold it in anymore and hurriedly shouted. "Qin Mubai is our ancestor. Qin Mubai is our ancestor. Qin Mubai is our ancestor." The geniuses began to shout loudly. Some cultivators who heard that there was a commotion here came over and saw a group of geniuses kneeling on the ground and shouting that Qin Mubai was their ancestor. Those cultivators were dumbfounded. Wasn't Qin Mubai a son-in-law who had been cuckolded for many years and was bullied by everyone? In front of these geniuses, Qin Mubai's status was even lower than that of a servant. Now, this group of geniuses, why were they all calling Qin Mubai their ancestor? This caused everyone to be extremely astonished. Many people were even more puzzled. They didn't know why those cultivators were kneeling on the ground and calling Qin Mubai their ancestor. What happened? Some of the cultivators asked aloud. They had just arrived. They didn't know much about what had happened here. When the cultivators heard what had happened, they were immediately shocked. Many of them looked at Lin Feng, trying to guess who Lin Feng was. Daring to humiliate the cultivators of the Shui clan, Sun clan, and other forces in Tianshui City, could no longer be described as audacious. Therefore, many people were curious about Lin Feng. Only a ferocious dragon could cross a river. Lin Feng was definitely a terrifying cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so audacious. Besides, Lin Feng had only shown a small part of his strength. He hadn't shown his real strength yet. Regarding this point, everyone firmly believed without a doubt. "Young man, do you know what you are doing by humiliating them like this? You should leave a way out for others, otherwise, you will bring trouble upon yourself." At this time, a voice suddenly came out of thin air. Clearly, there was an expert secretly threatening Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I think these clans should be thanking me. After all, I am teaching these guys how to behave. In this world, there is always someone better than you, so it's better not to be so arrogant. It's fine if you meet me, because I don't like to kill people. If you provoke other experts, these people might have already been beheaded, and in the end, they might even implicate the clans behind them." The voice sounded again, "You said they were arrogant, but aren't you arrogant? You are all just the pot calling the kettle black." Lin Feng said, "I'm happy to be arrogant. If you have the ability, come out and hit me." After hearing Lin Feng's answer, many people couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng was really a shameless guy. However, if they thought about it carefully, Lin Feng's arrogance was completely different from Sun Yunxiang's arrogance. First of all, Sun Yunxiang and the others took the initiative to bully and humiliate others, but these guys were not strong enough and were instead trampled under others' feet. Secondly, Lin Feng's arrogance was because he wanted to help his friend, so he launched a counterattack. Lin Feng was the kind of person who didn't take the initiative to provoke others, but he would absolutely not swallow the insult when he was bullied. Not only would he not swallow this insult, he might even return it to the other party tenfold. Besides, furthermore, Lin Feng possessed an unfathomable cultivation base. It was not something that Sun Yunqiang could compare to. Sun Yunqiang and the others were indeed powerful. But in front of Lin Feng, they were no different from ants. In this world. After all, this was a world where the strong ruled. If one wasn't strong enough, one should keep a low profile. Don't act tough all the time, and don't think too highly of yourself. As for those experts who acted pretentious and arrogant, because he had the ability to do so. Not convinced, sure. You can go up and trample them under your feet, or you can act cool. If he didn't have the ability, he could only hold it in. Lin Feng was currently in the situation of "I'm arrogant, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy," you have to hold it in even if you're not convinced. The expert hidden in the dark said coldly, "Junior, I originally didn't want to make a move on you because of my status, but if you're stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Feng said, "Don't hold it in. If you want to make a move, then hurry up and do it. My time is limited, I don't have that much time to waste here with you." Lin Feng's attitude was still as arrogant as before. He didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. Many people guessed that the expert hidden in the dark should be a true immortal realm expert. How terrifying was such an expert? How high was his status? Naturally, it wouldn't be easy for him to make a move. Everyone felt that Lin Feng should be able to guess the other party's identity, but Lin Feng still looked down on the other party. This was what made everyone feel the most inconceivable. Of course, Lin Feng had indeed displayed extraordinary strength before, and many people felt that Lin Feng was very likely to have the strength to compete with a true immortal. However, having the strength to compete with a true immortal and not putting a true immortal realm expert in his eyes were two different concepts. "Junior, today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your elders. I won't kill you, but I will cripple one of your arms to teach you a lesson," the expert hidden in the dark said coldly. After he finished speaking, the void trembled slightly, and a cultivator walked out of the void. This cultivator was a skinny old man with a gloomy and terrifying gaze. After seeing this person, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Tianyue, it's actually him. This person is the hidden expert of the Sun family. A cultivator said. So he's Sun Tianyue. He's an incomparably terrifying existence. It's said that he already has one foot in the Tao immortal realm. If he takes action, how can that young master fight against him? They're probably not on the same level at all. Then, another cultivator said. With Sun Tianyue's reputation, everyone naturally thought highly of him. In addition to this reason, there was another reason. The main reason was that Lin Feng was simply too young. At such a young age, even though he was the son of the Sage Emperor, it was already very heaven-defying for him to have the strength of a virtual immortal. Sun Tianyue had one foot in the Tao immortal realm. In addition, he was an expert with a strong foundation and had been in the Tao immortal realm for countless years. Although he had not stepped into the Tao immortal realm, he already had the strength to fight against some Tao immortal realm cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng was naturally nothing in front of Sun Tianyue. After seeing Sun Tianyue, Sun Yunqiang immediately shouted, "Ancestor, save me!" At this moment, Sun Yunqiang's eyes were blood red. He had suffered such a great humiliation today. It made Sun Yunqiang go crazy with hatred. Now, finally, there was hope for revenge. He didn't believe that Lin Feng had the strength to deal with Sun Tianyue. In fact, it wasn't just Sun Yunqiang who didn't believe that Lin Feng had the strength to deal with Sun Tianyue. Basically, no one thought so. Even Qin Mubai. He was also worried for Lin Feng. Wait a moment. After I deal with this brat, I will naturally return your freedom, Sun Tianyue said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice fell. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Sun Tianyue's body emitted an extremely powerful pressure. That pressure. It was suffocating. Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't withstand that terrifying pressure and had no choice but to quickly retreat. The pressure emitted from Sun Tianyue's body directly suppressed Lin Feng. Sun Tianyue's strength is too strong. Even the pressure emanating from his body is so terrifying. That kid won't be defeated by Sun Tianyue's pressure, right? Some cultivators cried out in alarm. That's really possible. Many cultivators chimed in. I don't think so. Although Sun Tianyue is strong now, he hasn't broken through to the Tao immortal realm. That young master of the human race has the strength of a virtual immortal. Although he might not be a match for Sun Tianyue, the gap between them shouldn't be too big. Therefore, in my opinion, it's unrealistic for Sun Tianyue to defeat that young master of the human race with his pressure. At this moment, another cultivator spoke up. This cultivator's words also gained the approval of many people. At this moment, the powerful pressure emanating from Sun Tianyue's body suppressed Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng seemed to be fine. After seeing this scene, some of the cultivators who thought highly of Lin Feng immediately said, "This young master of the human race is indeed extraordinary. He's completely fine." The cultivators who thought that Sun Tianyue could defeat Lin Feng with his powerful pressure were shocked. They realized that they seemed to have underestimated Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng, who possessed such terrifying strength at such a young age, be a simple character? Presumably, he must have many extraordinary methods. Of course, even if Lin Feng had many extraordinary methods, in their opinion, it would still be extremely difficult for him to fight against Sun Tianyue. However, these people didn't continue to speak. They were all silently observing the development of the situation. Ignorant fool. Yi Futian sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently. What did you say? Sun Tianyue thought that he had heard wrong. The cultivators who were watching the show were also stunned. Because of those words. It was really too humiliating. And Lin Feng was humiliating a powerful existence like Sun Tianyue. This was completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. Sun Tianyue had just said that he would cripple one of Lin Feng's arms. But now, it wouldn't be as simple as crippling one of Lin Feng's arms. It was very likely that he would crush Lin Feng's bones and scatter his ashes. Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng looked at Sun Tianyue mockingly. Qin Mubai, who was at the side, had a bitter smile on his face. Lin Feng really didn't put Sun Tianyue in his eyes. But Sun Tianyue was so powerful. Was it really okay to not put Sun Tianyue in his eyes? An arrogant army was defeated. Qin Mubai's heart couldn't help but feel very uneasy. Preposterous. I've seen many. But this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. But this is the first I've seen such an arrogant person's is. This is the first. A.T.S. Sun Tianyue looked at Lin Feng indifferently and walked towards him step by step. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you king idiot? You're about to cripple one of my arms, do you think I should kneel down and lick your boots? I don't know if your brain has been kicked by a donkey, but you can still say such ignorant, shameless, and stupid words. Brat, go to hell." Sun Tianyue was enraged by Lin Feng's words, and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Everyone wanted to see how Lin Feng would deal with Sun Tianyue's attack. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, like an afterimage, he instantly arrived beside Sun Tianyue. Even Sun Tianyue's palm strike was unable to touch Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng slapped Sun Tianyue. Pa, the sound of a loud slap was heard. Lin Feng's slap ruthlessly landed on Sun Tianyue's face. Sun Tianyue's face. Instantly, it swelled up. Sun Tianyue's eyes couldn't help but turn blood red. He, a dignified true immortal expert, was actually slapped in the face in front of so many people. This was to him. Naturally, it was a great humiliation. The rest of the people's eyes couldn't help but widen. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Sun Tianyue. He was actually slapped by that young human cultivator. That young human cultivator's speed was simply too fast. So, everybody didn't even know how Lin Feng had attacked. I'm going to kill you. Sun Tianyue roared in anger. He punched towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was one step ahead. Bang, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng's punch ruthlessly landed on Sun Tianyue's abdomen. That tyrannical punch directly sent Sun Tianyue flying. Sun Tianyue's entire body was sent flying. Wah! In midair, Sun Tianyue couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as a sheet. Plop! Sun Tianyue fell directly to the ground. He tried his best to get up, but then he fell to the ground and fainted. He knocked Sun Tianyue out with a single punch. Isn't that too savage? Exclamations of shock rang out. Everyone was shocked. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed could be described as heaven-defying. No matter who it was, they would feel as if they were in a dream. When Sun Yunqiang and the rest saw this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. It was only now that they realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. Right now, the group of people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a demon. Brother Lin, you. Qin Mubai also became incoherent. Lin Feng's strength deeply shocked his heart, so much so that Qin Mubai's mind went blank. Lin Feng said, Brother Qin, let's go. Qin Mubai hurriedly nodded and rushed out with Lin Feng. The surrounding area had long been surrounded by people that not even a drop of water could trickle through. But when they saw Lin Feng and Qin Mubai walking over, they hurriedly opened a path for them. They didn't dare to stop Lin Feng and Qin Mubai. After they walked out of the crowd, Qin Mubai said, the Sun family has a golden immortal expert overseeing it. Let's leave together. Lin Feng said, it's fine. Even a golden immortal can't do anything to me. Qin Mubai couldn't help but sigh. The current Lin Feng was too strong, wasn't he? Now, he believed whatever Lin Feng said. Lin Feng said, do you plan to leave by yourself, or do you plan to take that woman with you? Qin Mubai said, I'll take her with me. Qin Mubai's choice made Lin Feng feel rather gratified. Before leaving, Qin Mubai wanted to take that ordinary woman with him. This was enough to show that Qin Mubai's character was quite good. Lin Feng followed Qin Mubai to the leisure gathering house. Lin Feng was waiting for Qin Mubai outside. Qin Mubai went in to talk to the woman about this matter. Lin Feng did not know how the cultivators of the Shui family, the Sun family, and the other forces would deal with this matter. But no matter how they dealt with it, Lin Feng had his own countermeasures. Why would he be afraid of them? Not long after, Qin Mubai and the woman walked out together. The restaurant itself was rented and operated. The property that did not belong to Qin Mubai and the others would be due in a few months. So, he did not want the rent for those few months either. Lin Feng brought them out of Tianshui City. Go to Sin Realm and say that you are my friend. I will take good care of you there. Lin Feng said as he looked at Qin Mubai. Sin Realm. You are really that person from Sin Realm. Qin Mubai looked at Lin Feng in shock. Who didn't know the name of the Sinner's Blood Emperor? The weight of this name was immeasurable. The reason why this name was so important was because, it was not only because the Sinner's Blood Emperor was powerful. There were many powerful young geniuses. But no one's reputation could be compared to the Sinner's Blood Emperor. Why was that? Because, the Sinner's Blood Emperor was the leader of all the Sinner's Blood Emperors. There were many experts under the Sinner's Blood Emperor, and those experts had joined forces because of the Sinner's Blood Emperor, forming a powerful force that even the heavenly court did not dare to underestimate. This was the deterrence and cohesion of the Sinner's Blood Emperor. And now, when Qin Mubai found out that his old friend was actually the famous Sinner's Blood Emperor, his heart was naturally filled with shock. Lin Feng said, "Even if I am that person, we are still friends. Take her and leave quickly." Qin Mubai nodded heavily. To have a friend like Lin Feng, it was truly something to be proud of. Qin Mubai even wanted to shout out loud. However, he restrained the impulse in his heart. Qin Mubai said, "You have to be careful too." "I will," Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai and the woman left together. Lin Feng watched them leave and then went back to Celestial Water City. Lin Feng found a rather high-end inn in Tianshui City and rented a courtyard. Then, he lay on the bed to rest. While drinking with Qin Mubai, Lin Feng had already learned about the auction from Qin Mubai. There was still half a month before the auction. Therefore, he still needed to wait here for a while. Lin Feng's mind was now filled with the crescent moon grass, snow dragon grass, and the shadow of the pure clean water. He hoped that everything would go smoothly, and then quickly wake up Lin Zishi, this big beauty. That night, Lin Feng slept exceptionally soundly, and no one came to disturb him. However, in the morning, some cultivators came to Lin Feng's courtyard one after another. They were all cultivators from the major forces of Skywater City. The arrival of these cultivators attracted the attention of many people. Many cultivators were watching from afar. They were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on for so many cultivators from great powers to come. Not long after, 3 cultivators came together. These 3 cultivators were all white-haired old men. Their auras were deep and powerful. With a single glance, one could tell that they were extremely terrifying cultivators. "It's the patriarchs of the Shui clan, Sun clan, and Wu clan." Someone recognized the identity of the 3 cultivators. The 3 of them came from 3 top forces. They were all experts with a strong foundation. However, no one knew exactly what they were called. Generally speaking, these ancestor-level experts would not easily interfere in the affairs of the outside world. Now that the 3 great ancestor-level powerhouses had come together, it was quite a rare thing. What exactly happened? The cultivators from the great powers of Tianshui City have all arrived, and there are even 3 ancestor-level experts? Some of the cultivators who were watching the show said in confusion. The situation in front of him, it was indeed very shocking. It also filled people's hearts with doubt. "I'm not sure," many cultivators shook their heads. They didn't know what was going on either. Today's matter was indeed very strange. Those cultivators. He decided to wait and see. Very soon, the 3 ancestor-level experts arrived outside Lin Feng's courtyard. "Greetings, Ancestor." The cultivators from the great powers all bowed to the 3 ancestor-level experts. The 3 ancestor-level experts nodded. The cultivators then stood up. The 3 ancestor-level experts whispered to each other for a while. Then, the Shui clan's ancestor said, "Fellow Taoist, I took the liberty to come here. I wonder if we can talk face to face." Seeing the Shui clan's ancestor being so courteous, the cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Originally, everyone thought that so many people had come. They definitely didn't come with good intentions. But the reality was, it didn't seem to be the case. "I know who the person living inside is. I saw him enter the courtyard to rest yesterday." At this time, a cultivator said. "Who lives inside?" Then, someone asked impatiently. "Did you hear about what happened last night?" The cultivator didn't answer, but asked instead. "Sir, are you talking about the incident where those geniuses were taught a lesson last night?" Even Sun Tianyue, who tried to suppress that young cultivator, was taught a lesson? Someone asked with a look of uncertainty. The cultivator nodded and said, "The person living inside is the young master who attacked last night." "What? It's him?" Heavens, he actually didn't leave after getting into such a big mess? One of the cultivators said in disbelief. Logically speaking, Lin Feng, who had gotten into such a big mess, should have left. That was human nature. But not only did Lin Feng not leave, he even stayed in Tianshui City. It was truly puzzling. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Maybe it's because he has enough confidence in himself? Someone then said. But some of the top powers in Xianxia City have golden immortals overseeing them. This person is indeed powerful, but can he really defeat a golden immortal? Someone voiced out the doubts in their hearts. I don't know. I wonder what the three patriarchs will do next. But judging from their attitude, it doesn't seem like they're here to cause trouble. It's truly puzzling. Those great powers suffered such a big loss, yet they're here to negotiate? A cultivator said, feeling puzzled. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the door to the courtyard opened by itself. Next, Lin Feng's voice rang out from the courtyard. Come in. Lin Feng was waiting for them in the living room. When the three of them entered the living room and saw Lin Feng, they couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Feng was really too young. They had a feeling that they couldn't put into words. They were once as young as Lin Feng, but things had changed with the passage of time. Now, they were old and weak. Although they were all experts with a strong foundation, if they didn't have a great opportunity, it would be impossible for them to change their fate. It was also very difficult to defy the heavens and change one's fate. This was something they were very clear about. Therefore, when they saw that Lin Feng was so young and so strong, they couldn't help but feel jealous. However, they didn't express their feelings. They were all sly old foxes, so they knew how to maintain their reputation. Please, have a seat. Lin Feng said. Thank you. The three of them cupped their fists and said. They then sat down. Lin Feng said, Why are you three here today? We are here because of yesterday's matter. Yesterday's disciples offended you in any way, please forgive us. The ancestor of the Shui clan said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This was different from what he had imagined. Lin Feng had always thought that these people wouldn't let the matter rest, but now, they were actually so humble. This really surprised Lin Feng. There was definitely something fishy going on. Lin Feng naturally understood this logic. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that this matter wasn't simple, and there might be something fishy going on. Of course, Lin Feng didn't expose them. He wanted to see what they were up to. Lin Feng said, I didn't take yesterday's matter to heart. Thank you for your magnanimity, young master. This is a small token from us, please accept it. The ancestor of the Shui clan stood up and handed a storage ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the ring, and he found that there were 1 billion immortal stones inside. 1 billion immortal stones was nothing to Lin Feng. But when it came to actual numbers, 1 billion immortal stones. To any other force, this was a considerable amount of wealth. These powers had taken out 1 billion immortal stones to apologize to him, and they seemed to be rather sincere. Lin Feng accepted the 1 billion immortal stones. He then said, What happened before is over, you don't need to take it to heart. However, in the future, when you educate the disciples of the clan, you should restrain their behavior so that they don't get into trouble. It wouldn't be good if the power behind them was involved. You're right, sir. Once we return, we'll definitely restrain our disciples, the three ancestors said in unison. Lin Feng looked at the patriarch in the lead. Needless to say, Lin Feng also knew that this person was the patriarch of the Shui clan. This was because the Shui clan was the biggest power in the Skywater City. The leader of the group. Naturally, it was the old ancestor of the Shui clan. Lin Feng asked, I've heard that the Shui clan has a long history and is good at collecting treasures. Does the Shui clan have any news about snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass? Snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass are both extremely rare heavenly treasures. They can only survive under extremely harsh conditions, so they are extremely rare. However, I remember that there is a snow dragon grass in the ancestral lands of the Shui clan. I don't have any impression of the crescent moon grass. If young master isn't in a hurry to leave, I can send someone to the ancestral lands to retrieve the snow dragon grass. At the same time, I can help young master inquire about the crescent moon grass. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. If he could obtain the snow dragon grass from the Shui clan, then the only thing left to collect was the crescent moon grass. Perhaps the Shui clan could help him find the crescent moon grass, Lin Feng said. Thank you, fellow Taoist. You're too polite, sir. The old ancestor of the Shui clan laughed. However, this smile of his seemed to contain a deeper meaning. An hour later, the three ancestors left. "You may leave," the old ancestor of the Shui clan said. The cultivators from the large factions and those who had come to watch the show didn't dare to linger and quickly left. However, many people were still talking about the fact that the three great ancestors had come together. In a short period of time, this matter became a hot topic of discussion. The three ancestors returned to the Shui clan. In the main hall, the old ancestor of the Sun clan said, "We've temporarily stabilized Lin Feng. Once Crown Prince Di Wudao arrives, we'll have done a great service." Ha 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 ha. Indeed, the Crown Prince, Di Wudao, after capturing that little boy, he'll force Lin Beidian to come out. Once Lin Beidian comes out, he'll kill him and we'll all benefit from it. The old ancestor of the Wu clan couldn't help but laugh. These people had already found out Lin Feng's identity and had even informed Di Wudao. During this time, Di Wudao had indeed been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Some time ago, Di Wudao had passed by Tianshui City because of some matters. It was said that the Mirror of Future seemed to have seen some scenes of the future. The Mirror of Future told Di Wudao, one day in the future, Lin Feng would appear in Tianshui City. And that day shouldn't be too far away from now. After hearing the Mirror of Future's words, Di Wudao roped in several of the top factions in Tianshui City. When Lin Feng had appeared, he had told him to come. Now that the three ancestors had found out Lin Feng's identity, they immediately informed Di Wudao and tried to stabilize Lin Feng. Except for Di Wudao, the three ancestors also sent the news back to the ancestral land. The three of them were all high-level Dao immortals. Although they were strong, they weren't eternal immortals. Their strength hadn't reached the level where they could pierce through heaven and earth. This time, they sent the news back to the ancestral land in the hope that the golden immortals in the ancestral land would come. If Di Wudao hadn't come and Lin Feng wanted to leave, they could ask the golden immortals to deal with Lin Feng. If Di Wudao hadn't come, if Lin Feng hadn't left, then their golden immortals wouldn't have to do anything. Although they had joined Di Wudao, if they didn't have to personally deal with the Sinner's Blood Emperor, they would try their best not to personally deal with the Sinner's Blood Emperor. After all, the power behind the Sinner's Blood Emperor Lin Feng was extremely terrifying. They were worried that the power behind Lin Feng would take revenge. What we need to do now is try to stabilize Lin Feng. We can't let him leave Tianshui City no matter what. When the Golden Immortals or the Crown Prince arrive, we can completely relax. When that time comes, Lin Feng won't be able to leave Tianshui City even if he wants to. Wonderful, wonderful. The Sun and Wu ancestors couldn't help but praise. It was as though they could see Lin Feng becoming Di Wudao's prisoner. The two ancestors couldn't help but smile coldly. Inside the room, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged, silently adjusting his breathing. Great Immortal Sacred Martin said, "I think we should leave. The other party clearly has another goal. You have to understand the principle of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Cultivators in the world of cultivators must know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Otherwise, you'll probably die a miserable death." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you say something nice? Are you cursing me?" Sacred Martin immediately said, "I'm not cursing you, I'm just reminding you. I hope you can understand this principle and don't be too stubborn. Sometimes, you have to learn to be flexible." Lin Feng was speechless. Sacred Martin was too cautious, so it would immediately run away when it sensed that something was wrong. Lin Feng could sense that the three ancestors were up to no good, so Sacred Martin could naturally sense it as well, so it couldn't sit still. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, everything is under my control." Sacred Martin said, "I know that you have a lot of 9 heavenly lightning source pearls now, and you think that you can rely on them to be fearless. However, there are many people in this world who are difficult to predict, and their methods are extremely terrifying. Thus, you have to be careful of them. You can't be careless, especially the cultivators from these great powers. You can't underestimate them." Lin Feng said, "My confidence doesn't come from the 9 heavenly lightning source pearls, but from my own strength. Don't interfere with my business in the future, or I'll smash you to pieces." When the great sage Martin heard Lin Feng's threat, he shrank back in fear. Lin Feng's threat was very effective, so the Martin shut up. Lin Feng spent the next half a month in seclusion. He was waiting for the auction to begin. Lin Feng's goal was the pure clean aqua. As for the other items, Lin Feng didn't care. Of course, if he saw something useful to him, Lin Feng would also bid for it. The promotion of the auction was very effective. Many cultivators came for this auction. Lin Feng also came to the auction. The huge auction that could accommodate 300,000 cultivators was simply packed to the brim. Everyone was excitedly discussing the auction. Not long after, the cultivator in charge of the auction walked out. There were two cultivators presiding over the auction. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a beautiful woman. The two introduced themselves. The middle-aged man was called Zhang Sunwuhan. The beautiful woman was called Sikong Qingwan. Under their auspices, the auction items were brought out one by one. Among them, there was no lack of extremely precious items. There were even some top-grade immortal artifacts, bronze artifacts, stone artifacts, and other supreme treasures. So many supreme treasures were naturally very attractive to cultivators. Therefore, the competition in the auction was very fierce. In order to compete for some treasures, many people raised the price of the treasures to an extremely high level. Lin Feng had not participated in the competition. He did not lack all kinds of treasures here, but there were basically no treasures that could really interest Lin Feng. After about 100 auction items were auctioned, a servant came up with a tray. On the tray was a porcelain bottle. The beauty said, "Everyone, the supreme treasure in this porcelain bottle is the legendary dustless clean aqua. I believe everyone has heard of dustless clean aqua. It comes from the heavenly realm and can cleanse a cultivator's body and even their soul. In addition, dustless clean aqua is the main material for refining many top-grade immortal pills. The preciousness of dustless clean aqua is not only because of its powerful effect, but also because of its rarity. Because dustless clean aqua is too rare, dustless clean aqua has always been a priceless item. Now, this bottle of dustless clean aqua has a base price of 30 million immortal stones. Each bid must not be lower than 1 million immortal stones." After the beautiful woman's voice faded away, there was a brief silence in the auction. The base price of 30 million was indeed an extremely high price. One had to know that the price of an ordinary immortal artifact was only about 30 million. However, the base price of dustless clean aqua had already reached 30 million. Who knew how high the final price would be, of course. This kind of item was a luxury item for countless people. Naturally, they could not afford it. However, for cultivators who needed it, it was worth it no matter how high the price was. 100 million. After a brief silence, someone called out a price. The other party was obviously not short of money. He raised the price to 100 million. This made many people feel very amazed. 120 million. Then, someone quoted a new price. 130 million. Someone called out a new price. 140 million, 170 million. More and more people joined in the bidding. It seemed that there were many cultivators who were interested in dustless clean aqua. These cultivators were basically cultivators from top-grade factions. Rogue cultivators. It was very difficult to have such powerful financial resources. However, those cultivators from top-grade factions were different. There was a powerful force behind them. They could mobilize large amounts of money. When competing for these treasures, they were full of confidence. The price of dustless clean aqua soared, and it did not take long for it to exceed 1 billion. It had already increased by more than 30 times. According to the previous auctions, the final price would increase by more than 30 times. However, dustless clean aqua was different. Firstly, it was because dustless clean aqua came from the heavenly realm. It was rare and extremely precious. Secondly, dustless clean aqua was useful for many cultivators, especially for cleansing the body and soul. It was highly valued by many top-grade experts of the major factions. Therefore, those cultivators from the major factions were still constantly raising the price of dustless clean aqua. The price of dustless clean aqua was still soaring. It did not take long for it to reach an astonishing 2 billion. Although this price had already scared off many people. However, there were still some people who continued to compete for dustless clean aqua 10 billion. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the auction. Someone actually raised the price to 10 billion. After hearing this price, the corners of the cultivators who were still bidding could not help but twitch slightly. Everyone looked at the cultivator who made the bid. Then, they realized that it was a young cultivator. Who is this person? Many people were puzzled. How could such a young cultivator take out 10 billion immortal stones? Was this a joke? It's him. However, some cultivators recognized Lin Feng. They were present when Lin Feng taught the group of geniuses and Sun Tianyue a lesson. Later, they heard that even the ancestors of the Shui clan, Sun clan, and Wu clan went to negotiate with the young cultivator. This matter caused a huge uproar. Many people guessed Lin Feng's identity. He's the young master who had a conflict with the Shui clan, Sun clan, and the others. A cultivator said. What? He's that person? Many people were shocked. Although they didn't know Lin Feng's true identity, they had heard a lot about Lin Feng. Therefore, when they found out that the person who made the bid was Lin Feng, who had a conflict with the Shui clan, Sun clan, and the others, many people felt relieved. Such a person being able to take out 10 billion immortal stones was naturally not too surprising. It was obvious. Everyone knew that this young master of the human race was determined to get the dustless clean water. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bid such a high price. I originally estimated that the highest price of the dustless clean water would be around 4 to 5 billion, but I didn't expect this young master to raise the price to 10 billion. In this case, I think the other factions will be scared away. The price of the dustless clean water should be fixed at 10 billion. At this time, a cultivator said. I think that's about the price, another cultivator said. There was no dispute about this price. This young master has bid 10 billion. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? The beautiful woman asked excitedly. With such a high price, her commission was also high. Naturally, she was overjoyed. This kind of joy. It was completely displayed on her face. The crowd was filled with people complaining. However, no one continued to bid. Even the factions who had been eyeing the dustless clean water covetously did not continue to bid. Although they also had the financial resources to compete with Lin Feng. However, it was clear that if they were to fight for it, when the time comes, the price was definitely far more than 1 million. This was far beyond their budget. Once the cost of pure clean water was too high. As for their other targets, they might not be able to capture them. Although pure clean water was rare, it was not a necessity. Therefore, those powers. In the end, he gave up. 10 billion going once. 10 billion going twice. 10 billion going thrice. Deal. After the beautiful woman's voice faded away, the dustless clean water was won by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Pure clean water, snow dragon grass, and crescent moon grass. The 3 heavenly treasures that could cure Lung Zixi poison. Lin Feng had already collected the first type. On the other hand, Lin Feng already had news of the snow dragon grass. He wondered if the Shui clan had already brought the snow dragon grass from the ancestral land. Should he go to the Shui clan and ask? Lin Feng was no longer interested in the rest of the auction. He directly left the auction. Someone brought Lin Feng to the VIP lounge. Not long after, the head of the auction house came to the VIP box. This person was a quasi-true immortal ranker, and his strength was not ordinary. Furthermore, he was a cultivator from the Shui clan. Young master, this is the pure clean water. Please check it carefully. If there are no problems, we can proceed with the transaction. The head of the auction house said. Lin Feng nodded. He opened the porcelain bottle and checked it. There was no problem with the pure clean water. Generally speaking, there were basically no problems with the items that were auctioned off at the various auction houses. If they dared to play tricks behind the scenes, the reputation of the auction house was completely ruined. Even the reputation of the family behind them and the power behind them was completely ruined. These great powers valued their reputation extremely, so they naturally wouldn't do such a thing as lifting a rock and smashing it on their own feet. No problem. Lin Feng said. With a wave of his hand, a ball of energy flew out. Within that ball of energy, there were many rivers of immortal stones sealed. There were a total of 100 rivers of immortal stones. Each river of immortal stones was formed by 100 million immortal stones. The 100 rivers of immortal stones added together were 10 billion immortal stones. The head of the auction house kept the immortal stones. Lin Feng kept the pure clean water. Then, Lin Feng left the auction house. Lin Feng didn't return to his residence directly. Instead, he headed in the direction of the Shui clan's residence. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the Shui clan's residence. The Shui clan's residence was naturally heavily guarded. Lin Feng was stopped outside. "I'm looking for the Shui clan's ancestor," Lin Feng said. F*CK. Who the F*CK are you? Do you know where this place is? A guard said coldly. The guard commander recognized Lin Feng's identity and was instantly shocked. The guard commander kicked the guard, causing him to fall to the ground. F*CK, you don't even recognize Lin Gongzi? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyes out? The guard commander cursed loudly. This guard commander had seen Lin Feng when he was fighting with the group of geniuses earlier. However, he was hiding in the crowd. He didn't dare to come out. Now that he saw Lin Feng, this killing god, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. The guard was so scared that his entire body trembled. His face was pale as he kowtowed to Lin Feng to apologize. "Spare him," Lin Feng said. Yes. "Please follow me, young master," the guard commander hurriedly said. He led the way in front. The other guard ran in to deliver the letter in advance. The guard commander brought Lin Feng to a drawing room where a servant girl served tea. Lin Feng waited quietly. Not long after, the patriarch of the Shui clan arrived at the drawing room. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled. The old ancestor of the Shui family smiled and said, "I'm sorry for making you wait." Lin Feng replied, "There's no need to be so courteous." Both the host and the guest were seated. Lin Feng went straight to the point. "It's like this. Have the cultivators who went to the ancestral grounds returned?" The patriarch replied, "They haven't returned yet. However, from the information we received, they should be back in a few days. So, young master, please wait patiently for a few more days." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, when they come back, please inform me as soon as possible." "No problem." The patriarch nodded. "Then I'll take my leave." Lin Feng stood up. "I'll send you off, young master," said the ancestor of the Shui clan, sending Lin Feng off. He looked at Lin Feng's departing figure and revealed a sinister expression. "Kid, I'll let you live freely for a few more days. Soon, you'll become a pitiful prisoner." Lin Feng returned to his residence. The demon lord said, "Looks like we'll have to be more careful in the next few days." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. There were many things that he could see clearly, but Lin Feng didn't say much. He just didn't want to talk about it. The next few days were very important for Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to come up with some countermeasures. Countermeasures to deal with all kinds of dangers. 7 days later, someone from the Shui clan informed Lin Feng that the cultivators from the Shui clan who were heading to the ancestral land had arrived in Tianshui City. Furthermore, they brought the snow dragon grass that Lin Feng needed. Now, Lin Feng could head to the Shui clan. After receiving the news, Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and headed straight to the Shui clan. When Lin Feng arrived at the Shui clan, he felt a special atmosphere. This atmosphere was completely different from the last time he came to the Shui clan. This time, the atmosphere was different. It seemed to carry a kind of austere aura. Perhaps something was about to happen. Lin Feng remained expressionless. The guard commander still brought Lin Feng to the hall from before. Lin Feng waited in the hall for a while before the Shui clan's ancestor arrived. Together with the Shui clan ancestor was a middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator had a medium build and a square face. He looked righteous, but Lin Feng could feel a cold intent from him. Golden Immortal. This middle-aged man was actually a Golden Immortal expert. It seemed like he was a Golden Immortal expert from the Shui clan. However, the Shui clan's ancestor didn't introduce this middle-aged man to Lin Feng. He smiled and said, "I'm really sorry for making you wait." Lin Feng said, "Dao friend, please don't be so polite. Did you bring the snow dragon grass?" The Shui clan's ancestor said, "The snow dragon grass has been brought and is currently in the treasury. However, it's placed in a special treasure. Only by opening the treasure's restrictions can the snow dragon grass be taken out. How about this, you can stay in the Shui clan for a while. Once the restrictions are opened, we'll immediately take out the snow dragon grass and give it to you." After hearing the Shui clan's ancestor's words, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. At the beginning, Lin Feng did believe that the snow dragon grass was in the Shui clan's ancestral land. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was something fishy about this matter. He felt that the Shui clan's ancestor was stalling for time and wanted him to stay in Xianxia City. Lin Feng was only guessing before, but now that he saw the golden immortal expert beside the Shui clan's ancestor, he was sure that the Shui clan's ancestor was just stalling for time. In fact, the snow dragon grass was placed in the Shui clan's treasury and not in their ancestral land. What puzzled Lin Feng was that since the Shui clan's golden immortal expert had already arrived, why hadn't the Shui clan's people made a move yet? Lin Feng couldn't understand why the Shui clan's ancestor was stalling for time. However, since the Shui clan's ancestor was doing this, he must have his own reasons. Lin Feng didn't plan on wasting time here. He had already thought of a way to deal with the Shui clan's golden immortal expert. If they were to fight head-on, even 10 of Lin Feng wouldn't be a match for a golden immortal expert. However, Lin Feng had many 9 heaven godly source pearls. These pearls could play a crucial role. Of course, Lin Feng didn't show his inner emotions on his face. These old foxes were good at hiding their true thoughts. Lin Feng had been in the world for many years and had experienced countless schemes. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Feng also knew how to hide his emotions and thoughts. Lin Feng said, "No problem, I'll stay here then." "Alright, I'll send someone to arrange young master's residence." The Shui clan's ancestor smiled. In his heart, he actually looked down on Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was very strong, and he was also a sinner's blood emperor, he was still an emperor. The old ancestor of the Shui clan was naturally pleased with himself. He looked at the golden immortal expert. Although the old ancestor of the Shui clan was much older than the golden immortal expert, his strength and status in the clan were far inferior to the golden immortal expert. The golden immortal expert's lips curled into a smile, as though he was using this method to praise the Shui clan's ancestor. Lin Feng stood up and said, "There's no need to find someone else to bring me to my residence. Why don't I let Dao Friend's follower bring me there?" Hearing how Lin Feng addressed the golden immortal expert, the Shui clan's ancestor's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. He couldn't help but cough dryly. He didn't dare to order this golden immortal expert. The world of cultivators was a world where the strong were respected, not a world where age was respected. Only the strong ordered the weak to do things, and not the old ordered the young to do things. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man said, "Alright, I'll bring Lin Gongzi to rest." "Alright." The Shui clan's ancestor said. "Lin Gongzi, this way please." The middle-aged man said. "Thank you for leading the way," Lin Feng said with a meaningful smile. "Lin Gongzi, you're welcome." The middle-aged man said with a smile. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked on the way. "Shui Ziwen." The middle-aged man said. "That's a rather elegant name, it matches your temperament." Lin Feng said. "You flatter me, sir. I'm just a boor, I don't deserve such praise." The middle-aged man said. "Of course. I feel that you're not an ordinary person. Could you be a direct descendant of the Shui clan's ancestor?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged man shook his head, "Of course not. Our bloodline with the ancestor is already quite thin. The Shui clan's ancestor seems to be a cultivator from a side branch, right? Could it be that you're a direct descendant?" Lin Feng continued asking. The middle-aged man said with a faint smile, "Cultivators from the side branches live in Tianshui City, while those from the direct bloodline live in the ancestral land. I'm currently living in Tianshui City, so do you think I'm a side branch or a direct descendant?" Lin Feng said, "So there's such a thing." I wasn't clear about it before. The big clans have always been clear about this. The middle-aged man said. Lin Feng nodded and sighed. Yes, the big clans are indeed more meticulous in many aspects. Just like that, Lin Feng kept chatting with the middle-aged man along the way. His main goal was to lower the middle-aged man's vigilance through conversation. After all, it was extremely difficult to deal with a golden immortal. Therefore, Lin Feng had to be fully prepared and try his best to make every detail perfect. Not long after, the middle-aged man brought Lin Feng to Lin Feng's residence. It was surrounded by lush green lawns. There were also ponds, rockery, stone bridges, and other things scattered around. The environment of this place was really quite good. This was Lin Feng's residence. Go in and see if you're satisfied. If you're not satisfied, I'll take you to other places to take a look. The middle-aged man said. Lin Feng nodded. He then entered the courtyard. There was also a hot spring pool in the courtyard. The hot spring in the pool was bubbling. There was a layer of mist lingering above the hot spring. It was like immortal mist, beautiful and magnificent. There were also some strange flowers and herbs planted in the courtyard, and the entire courtyard emitted a strange fragrance. It smelled. It was very comfortable. His mind seemed to have become much clearer. The fragrance here can actually refresh one's mind. Lin Feng said in surprise. The middle-aged man smiled and said, there's a kind of spirit grass called the spirit-gathering grass. It can refresh one's mind and is also good for cultivation. Lin Feng sighed in admiration. No wonder they're from a big clan. I've never seen or heard of such things. Lin Feng looked like Granny Lu had walked into a big manor. He looked very ignorant. Country bumpkin, the middle-aged man couldn't help but despise Lin Feng in his heart. Although Lin Feng's identity was extraordinary and his strength was not ordinary. However, in the middle-aged man's opinion, Lin Feng was just a cultivator from the secular world. Such a cultivator naturally didn't have much experience, and Lin Feng's performance was basically as he had guessed. So, the middle-aged man was full of contempt for Lin Feng. Although he despised Lin Feng in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He smiled and said, actually, these are all ordinary things. Young master's cultivation is powerful, so whatever you want, it's easy to get. Lin Feng said, let's forget about it. Luxuries can easily make people indulge in enjoyment. If that's the case, the heart of cultivation will be mixed with other things. Perhaps I won't be able to fully focus on cultivation anymore. The middle-aged man said, sir, you're quite insightful. No wonder your cultivation is so powerful at such a young age. There aren't many people with such insight, especially at your age. You should be enjoying life, but you've chosen to cultivate like an ascetic monk. Lin Feng replied, it's far from the path of an ascetic monk. When it's time to relax, I'll relax as well. The middle-aged man asked, young master, how do you relax? Lin Feng replied, women. Ha 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 ha, the middle-aged cultivator laughed and said, this is indeed a good way to relax. Which man doesn't love beautiful women? When I was young, I liked beautiful women. Even though I'm no longer young, whenever I see a beautiful woman, I always want to take her for myself. When he heard the middle-aged cultivator's words, Lin Feng immediately cursed him in his heart. He hadn't expected that he would be able to trick this guy into revealing his dirty thoughts. This guy was indeed a sanctimonious person. Lin Feng said, why don't we arrange something for tonight? The middle-aged cultivator looked down on Lin Feng in his heart. However, he still smiled and said, of course, that's not a problem. May I know what kind of women you like? I like all kinds of women. Sir, you know what I mean, right? Lin Feng said. The middle-aged cultivator was speechless. In truth, the Shui clan had nurtured many beautiful female cultivators who could win people's hearts. Most large clans would nurture such beautiful female cultivators. However, Lin Feng had actually brought up a request like all kinds of women. He was really greedy. However, the middle-aged cultivator still nodded and said, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Lin Feng said, thank you, brother. Ha 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 ha, you're really a good person. Now, bring me inside to have a look. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and led the way into the room. Lin Feng followed behind him. The middle-aged cultivator was still looking down on Lin Feng. At the same time, he was also wondering if this guy was really the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. He didn't look like someone who could accomplish great things. It could be said that the middle-aged cultivator was currently at his lowest state of vigilance. Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer as he took out 300 heavenly lightning source pearls. The moment he took out the heavenly lightning source pearls, Lin Feng immediately retreated. When the middle-aged cultivator sensed the heavenly lightning source pearls that Lin Feng had taken out, he was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression suddenly changed. He had already regained his senses. It turned out that Lin Feng had been talking to him for so long. He had actually been trying to distract him. Moreover, he had actually been tricked by Lin Feng. This caused the middle-aged cultivator to be incomparably furious. A powerful figure like him had actually been tricked by Lin Feng. It was simply too infuriating. Of course, the middle-aged cultivator was powerful enough. After all, he was a golden immortal realm expert. To himself. Naturally, he was incomparably confident. So, even if he had been tricked by Lin Feng, he was still confident that he could neutralize Lin Feng's attack. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly took out a huge light shield. The defensive power of that defensive light shield was extremely tyrannical. That defensive light shield completely enveloped the middle-aged cultivator. Boom, then. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The 300 heavenly lightning source pearls that Lin Feng had taken out all exploded. The explosion of the 300 heavenly lightning source pearls produced a destructive force. The entire courtyard was instantly destroyed. And the middle-aged cultivator was completely submerged by the destructive force produced by the explosion of the 300 heavenly lightning source pearls. Lin Feng stood in the air, looking down at the completely destroyed courtyard. I wonder if the 300 heavenly lightning source pearls would be able to kill this golden immortal realm expert, in Lin Feng's heart. Actually, he wasn't sure. What happened? The Shui clan members in the distance were also alarmed. Just now, the earth shook. They wanted to not be alarmed. It was impossible. The Shui clan members quickly rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Ah! An angry and painful roar came from the center of the explosion. Then, the middle-aged cultivator rushed out from inside. His left arm and right leg had been blown away. Half of his body had been blown apart. Some intestines. They were even flowing out. But even so, he still didn't die. A golden immortal realm expert wouldn't die so easily. Heavens, how could this be? When the Shui clan cultivators who were rushing over saw that the Shui clan's golden immortal realm expert was actually injured so heavily, their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Little bastard, I'll take your dog life. The Shui clan's golden immortal realm expert roared in anger, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. The attack of a golden immortal. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying. Even though the golden immortal who attacked was already severely injured, no one dared to underestimate this golden immortal. If they dared to underestimate this golden immortal, they would be courting death. Now, this golden immortal had displayed an extremely heaven-defying combat strength. The power of that palm strike was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This guy was so severely injured, how could his attack still be so powerful? Fortunately, Lin Feng had been very cautious from the beginning to the end, so he had enough time to deal with the attack of the Shui clan golden immortal. Lin Feng had taken out the ruler's armor. Naturally, he had to be careful when fighting against a golden immortal. Therefore, Lin Feng took out this defensive magic treasure to protect himself. In this way, the ruler's armor could reduce about 60% of the opponent's attack power. Lin Feng could use some of his powerful techniques to neutralize the remaining attack power. After Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor, he connected with the magic lotus, the ruler's armor, his external avatar, the sage bone, and the golden dwarf. Suddenly, Lin Feng's strength began to soar rapidly. As his strength soared, so did his combat strength. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to feel that his every move seemed to have the power to turn the world upside down. Such a terrifying combat strength was naturally extremely shocking. Lin Feng directly condensed the shadow of the door of everlasting life and suppressed it towards the Shui clan golden immortal. Bang! Following the violent collision, the shadow of the door of everlasting life that Lin Feng condensed collided with the palm strike of the Shui clan golden immortal. After the tyrannical collision, all the Shui clan members who were rushing over couldn't help but be shocked and moved. Therefore, they saw that Lin Feng was actually evenly matched with their Shui clan golden immortal. The Shui clan cultivators naturally didn't think that their golden immortal was injured by Lin Feng. They didn't believe that Lin Feng had such combat strength. They felt that Lin Feng must have used some despicable method to sneak attack their golden immortal. When their golden immortal attacked, wouldn't it be easy to kill Lin Feng? However, the reality wasn't like that. The Shui clan golden immortal couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Although the Shui clan golden immortal's combat strength had greatly decreased due to his injuries, it shouldn't be something that a young cultivator could contend against. However, Lin Feng blocked the attack of the Shui clan golden immortal. After thinking about Lin Feng's combat strength, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng was so terrifying at such a young age. How terrifying would he be in the future? Now that they had offended Lin Feng, many people felt a chill down their backs. If they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would definitely bring disaster to their clan in the future. No one doubted this at all. Now, they couldn't help but panic in their hearts. "You're no longer capable. Your time has passed," said Lin Feng indifferently. After blocking the attack of the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator, he quickly moved towards him. Lin Feng arrived next to the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator and released 6 times the strength of his draconic elephant arm. He attacked the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator. "Brat, it's too early to talk big. Today, I'll let you know how powerful this seed is." The golden celestial cultivator of the Shui clan looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was a golden celestial cultivator, his physical body was indestructible, how could he be afraid of fighting against Lin Feng? Therefore, when facing Lin Feng's physical attack, the Shui clan's golden celestial wasn't afraid at all. He threw a punch which tore through the air. The strength of a golden celestial's punch was incredible. Golden celestial's physical strength was naturally different from ordinary cultivators. Bang! 2 stars collided violently. Lin Feng and the golden celestial cultivator of the Shui clan collided. Their physical bodies collided. Lin Feng and the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator collided. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but the Shui clan golden immortal was like a kite with a broken string. His arm was broken. The broken bone pierced through his skin. "This is impossible." Seeing this scene, the Shui clan cultivators couldn't believe their eyes. A golden immortal's physical body could break through the void. How strong was his physical body? Physical body. It could be said to be one of the trump cards of a golden immortal. Compared to other cultivators, a golden immortal's physical body had a huge advantage. Besides being a golden immortal, the bloodline of the Shui clan golden immortal also flowed in their veins. Therefore, their physical body was naturally strong. Under the support of these 2 factors, the strength of the Shui clan golden immortal's physical body was imaginable. But even so, when the Shui clan golden immortal clashed with Lin Feng's physical body, he was actually defeated. This was what the Shui clan cultivators couldn't accept. Lin Feng was indeed strong, but as a human, Lin Feng's biggest weakness was his physical body. However, the situation wasn't like that. Lin Feng's physical body wasn't his weakness. On the contrary, Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong. It was so strong that it made the Shui clan cultivators pale in shock. His Efeli was strong, his sacred art was powerful, and his physical body was terrifying. In the eyes of many, Lin Feng didn't have any weaknesses. This is impossible. How can a human's physical body be so strong? The golden immortal from the Shui clan also let out a roar of disbelief. He couldn't accept this. No matter what happens to a human cultivator, it's not surprising. Because humans are a race that can create miracles. Lin Feng looked at the golden celestial immortal of the Shui clan indifferently. He quickly moved towards the golden celestial immortal of the Shui clan. He wanted to kill him as soon as possible. The Shui clan golden immortal's face turned extremely ugly. He knew that he had lost the upper hand. Therefore, he turned around and fled. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly gave chase and punched towards the Shui clan Golden Immortal. The Shui clan Golden Immortal hurriedly blocked Lin Feng's attack, but he was still sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. His injuries worsened. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and turned into a ray of sword chi. Lin Feng used the sacred art man from the outer heavens. One sword can kill immortals. A poochie sound was heard. Fresh blood spurted out. Lin Feng turned into sword chi and cut off the head of the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator. The golden immortal lost. How is that possible? The golden immortal is an invincible existence, how could he lose? And he was defeated by a young cultivator. But the golden immortal was defeated, and it was a terrible defeat. What should we do next? He won't start a massacre on our Shui clan, right? Let's run away now. The cultivators of the Shui clan started discussing. Everyone had a terrified expression on their faces. Their clan's golden immortal had been beheaded by Lin Feng. That was a huge shock to them. Even the Dao immortal ancestor of the Shui clan, who had received Lin Feng before, paled. Go, go, go. The Dao immortal old ancestor was scared out of his wits by Lin Feng and didn't dare to stay any longer. He was worried that he would die miserably if he stayed any longer, so he turned and ran outside. Seeing the Dao immortal old ancestor running away, the rest of the cultivators didn't dare to stay any longer. The rest of the cultivators also ran away. Lin Feng didn't care about the cultivators who were running away, they were just small fries. He smashed the golden immortal old ancestor's body into pieces, leaving only a ball of source energy in the void. Lin Feng kept it. This was the golden immortal's source energy. If he refined it, he should be able to reach the earth immortal realm, right? Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. If he could break through to the earth immortal layer, that would be amazing. Even though there was only one level between the human immortal layer and the earth immortal layer, the difference between the two levels was huge, just like the difference between the Dao immortal layer and the golden immortal layer. Dao immortals were like ants in front of golden immortals, they weren't even on the same level. This was a huge gap. Human immortals were the same in front of Dao immortals. After all, the number of cultivators who could challenge those of a higher realm was very small. After collecting the golden immortal's source energy, Lin Feng grabbed the golden immortal's head. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The head began to beg for mercy. Just now, when Lin Feng had beheaded him, he had deliberately held back his strength. Therefore, his soul hadn't been destroyed. Where is the snow dragon grass? Lin Feng asked indifferently. If you don't kill me, I'll tell you where the snow dragon grass is. The golden immortal from the Shui clan bargained. Lin Feng sneered and said, Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? You must be daydreaming. After saying that, Lin Feng directly captured the soul that was hiding in the skull. Lin Feng then threw the head to the ground. He summoned the heavenly flame. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. As the heavenly fire burned, the golden immortal's soul let out an incomparably shrill scream. The heavenly fire was extremely harmful to the soul. However, as long as he controlled it well, the other party's soul wouldn't be destroyed. There would only be unbearable pain. It was as if he was being burned by the flames of hell. Living was worse than death. Very few people could withstand such pain. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. The golden immortal begged loudly. He couldn't bear it. Living. It was more painful than death. Lin Feng said indifferently, Where is it? In the treasury is in the depths of the courtyard. The golden immortal's soul hurriedly said. Lin Feng didn't stop. He directly soared into the sky. Soon, he arrived at the deepest part of the courtyard. Originally, this place was heavily guarded, but now, there was no one. The people here. They had all run away. The treasury's gate was built magnificently. There was a picture of a giant dragon on it. That giant dragon was lifelike. It was as if it could fly out of the gate at any time and then become a real dragon. Around the gate, there was a terrifying killing intent that couldn't be concealed. This place was densely covered with restrictions. Once a restriction was triggered, one would be attacked by the restriction. How do I open the gate? Lin Feng said. The eyes of the golden immortal soul turned. He was about to speak. Lin Feng sneered and said, "No one here is a fool. Whether you want to tell the truth or not, you should think carefully. I don't need to say more." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the golden immortal's soul knew that Lin Feng had seen through his trick. He didn't dare to lie anymore and told the truth. The left gate, the left dragon eye is the first switch, the dragon's reverse scale is the second switch, and the dragon claw below is the third switch. These 3 switches need to be touched at the same time to open the gate. The first switch needs to be twisted half a turn to the left, the second switch needs to be twisted to the right, and the third switch needs to be gently kicked. That's all. After hearing the golden immortal's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was actually so troublesome to set up the switches. If someone who didn't know tried to open the gate, they would definitely be attacked by the restriction. Lin Feng couldn't verify whether this guy was telling the truth or not, so Lin Feng didn't do it himself. He took out a humanoid puppet that he had refined before and let it try. The humanoid puppet went to the gate and tried according to the golden immortal's words. A loud rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the gate moved to the side. After the gate opened, Lin Feng entered the secret room. The secret room had its own space. The space inside was very big, and there were countless treasures piled up. These treasures were the treasures that the Shui clan of Xianxia City had accumulated over countless years. In addition to the treasures that the Shui clan of Xianxia City had accumulated, there were also some treasures taken out from the ancestral land that the Shui clan of Xianxia City had helped to auction and sell. Therefore, there were too many treasures here. Lin Feng summoned over 100 humanoid puppets. He let these puppets store these treasures in time and space. The puppets began to get busy, and a large number of treasures were stored in time and space. Lin Feng looked at the golden immortal soul and asked, "Where is the snow dragon grass?" On a metal shelf in the depths, there is a white jade box emitting a terrifying cold chi. It contains the snow dragon grass. The golden immortal soul said. Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew towards the depths. He saw that there were many metal shelves in the depths, but Lin Feng still found the white jade box at a glance because it was emitting a terrifying cold chi. Lin Feng flew over and opened the white jade box. Sure enough, there was a snow-white immortal grass inside. This was the snow dragon grass. Lin Feng put the white jade box away. The puppets were very fast. As soon as Lin Feng put the white jade box away, the puppets also took the treasures around Lin Feng into time and space. After that, the treasures in the treasury were quickly emptied. Lin Feng didn't stop. After putting the puppets away, he quickly flew outside. "You're finally out." When Lin Feng came out of the treasury, he heard a voice. Lin Feng looked over and saw a handsome cultivator. When he saw this person, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Di Wudao. It was actually Di Wudao. Lin Feng had seen a portrait of Di Wudao before, so he recognized him at a glance. Di Wudao's strength didn't need to be mentioned. He was a super genius who could challenge people several realms higher than him. Lin Feng had heard some rumors about Di Wudao. For example, Di Wudao wasn't the son of the Celestial Emperor. He was actually the son of the Celestial Emperor and Di Wudao's mother. If that was the case, then Di Wudao's talent was much more terrifying than one could imagine. The Celestial Emperor couldn't be compared to the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor was only the ruler of the undying world in a half-higher plane, while the Celestial Emperor was the ruler of a higher plane. The difference between the two couldn't be calculated. Of course, no one knew if these rumors were true. But no matter whether the news was true or not, one thing was for sure. Since he had become a true celestial being, Di Wudao's cultivation level had reached an unfathomable level. Nobody knew how strong he was. Lin Feng didn't know either, but he had the impression that Di Wudao couldn't compete with him. When he faced Di Wudao, Lin Feng sensed an oppressive pressure he had never sensed before. It was even more oppressive than when he was facing a golden celestial cultivator. Di Wudao was really strong. "When did you arrive?" Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked. When you opened the door and didn't enter, I was already here. Di Wudao said casually. Di Wudao looked like he had everything under his control. The current Di Wudao was truly terrifying. He had everything under his control, everything was beneath his eyes. Maybe only someone with such a personality would be able to become a supreme expert, right? Why didn't you stop me from entering? Lin Feng asked curiously. Di Wudao smiled and said, don't you think that making someone fall from heaven to hell is something to be happy about? When Lin Feng heard Di Wudao, he pulled a long face. He knew that Di Wudao was talking about the treasures he had obtained in the treasury. When he had entered the treasury, he had been extremely happy. It had been like going to heaven, hadn't it? But when he came out and met Di Wudao, wasn't it like falling into hell? Lin Feng said. You're too arrogant. Di Wudao said indifferently. Arrogant? I don't think so. I'm from the same era as your father. Although you've grown fast, how could you know my methods? Hee, you think you're from the same era as my father? Don't forget that back then, you were just a dog by my father's side. Unfortunately, my father didn't see your true face. Otherwise, everything wouldn't have happened. Lin Feng said mockingly. Haha. You don't even know what happened back then, yet you're spouting nonsense here. How laughable. Di Wudao sneered. What happened? Lin Feng asked. Di Wudao's expression was indifferent. In the beginning, I truly followed your father wholeheartedly. However, as time passed, my heart changed. Do you know why I changed? It's all because of your father. Why is it that both of us have outstanding talent, but your father has so many great opportunities, and even awakened his own fate bloodline? Why is it that so many good things happen to your father, and I can only watch as they happen to me? I can't accept it, so I want to destroy him. Lin Feng sneered. Back then, my father had so many followers. Why didn't they act like you? To put it bluntly, you're just a selfish person. You're just trying to hide your despicable and shameless nature. Besides, didn't my father help you back then? I've heard Uncle Duguya talk about some of the things that happened in the past. You've all received the blessings of fate by my father's side. You've all received great benefits, and my father has never forgotten about you. My father even changed your destinies for you. He did everything he could, but how did you repay him? You're evil and despicable, so don't try to find excuses. I thought you were a despicable person, but now it seems that calling you a despicable person is an insult to the word despicable. You're a despicable person who doesn't know how to be grateful. You don't deserve to be called a human, said Di Wudao, smiling coldly. Do you think you can change the fate of your father, your mother, and your father's followers? What's done can't be undone. Back then, I killed your uncle, and in the future, I'll kill your father. But don't worry, I won't kill you now. I can't bear to kill you. I'll capture you and use you to force your father to show himself. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg me to spare your life. I think that scene will be very exciting. At this point, Di Wudao's face revealed a hint of madness. You're a psychopath, said Lin Feng gloomily. Hee, whatever you say. All I know is that I'm the winner, said Di Wudao, smiling. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. I've heard a lot about you. I heard that your cultivation level has increased very quickly. I'm very curious. How's your cultivation level now? Let me see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Wudao gently pressed down across the void. In an instant, a gigantic energy hand appeared above Di Wudao. That gigantic energy hand seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It moved directly towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng sensed that gigantic energy hand, his face turned pale with fright. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Di Wudao's casual attack, how could it be so terrifying? How terrifying, how terrifying. Lin Feng had heard that Di Wudao had been able to break through to the true immortal realm for a long time, but he hadn't been able to break through to the true immortal realm. Di Wudao had been accumulating more and more energy. As he accumulated more and more energy, breaking through to the true immortal realm became more and more difficult. But if he succeeded, his fighting strength would increase by an unimaginable amount. Now that Di Wudao had broken through, his fighting strength had reached a level that made people despair. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same person as before. Therefore, in the face of Di Wudao's attack, Lin Feng was not completely defenseless. Lin Feng channeled his dermic powers. He immediately unleashed the powerful divine ability, Aeon Nullification. This was the supreme technique of the human tribe of the last era. Now that Lin Feng had unleashed it, it immediately displayed an extremely powerful force. An ancient world appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was as if the ancient spacetime had been integrated into this ancient world. Under Lin Feng's control, Aeon Nullification directly met Di Wudao's divine ability head-on. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, the divine abilities of both sides collided violently. Then, something terrifying happened. Di Wudao's condensed energy palm directly broke Lin Feng's divine ability. Di Wudao. He did not use any divine ability at all. He merely condensed an energy palm. It was a very casual attack, but it was so powerful. This was completely out of Lin Feng's expectations. Therefore, Lin Feng could not help but reveal an expression of disbelief. In the face of Di Wudao's overbearing attack, Lin Feng's heart was extremely unsettled. After breaking Lin Feng's divine ability, Di Wudao's condensed energy palm continued to move toward Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng dodged Di Wudao's attack one step ahead. Di Wudao's attack landed in the air and then dissipated. Lin Feng could not help but feel a lingering fear. If he had been hit by Di Wudao's attack just now, it would have been quite troublesome. Lin Feng despised Di Wudao's character, but he had to admit that Di Wudao was indeed powerful. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, Di Wudao was no longer immortal. He was a true immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal allowed Di Wudao to undergo a major transformation. He was originally a monster like Lin Feng. Now that he had reached the true immortal realm, Lin Feng naturally did not find it strange that he had such combat strength. Haha, you're really pitifully weak. Di Wudao said mockingly. Lin Feng replied with a cold smile, how many years have you cultivated? How many years have I cultivated? You can't even defeat me in an instant at your level, and you have the nerve to say that I'm pitifully weak? What a joke. Are you comforting yourself? If I were at the same level as you, do you believe that I could crush you as easily as crushing an ant? Hearing Lin Feng's mockery, Di Wudao was not angry. This guy's ability to endure was really strong. Di Wudao said, you didn't inherit your father's modesty at all. I don't need to be exactly like my father. I am me, Lin Feng said with a cold smile. You're a man with your own thoughts, but so what? Your fate was already sealed when you met me. Today, no one in the world can save your life. Flowing light phantom. Di Wudao sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a phantom. This was an extremely terrifying divine ability. Once the flowing light phantom was used, it could lock onto the target's position. Then, the cultivator who used this divine ability would appear in front of the targeted cultivator at the fastest speed possible. Then, he would launch a powerful attack on the targeted cultivator. Many people didn't even know what was going on before they were defeated by the opponent. Di Wudao's control of this divine ability had obviously reached an extremely high level. When he used this divine ability, he turned into a phantom. The phantom was so fast that it was almost impossible for people to react. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to react in time and would have been attacked by Di Wudao. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's speed was unparalleled in the world, and his reaction speed was also unbelievably fast. Therefore, when Di Wudao came to his side, Lin Feng quickly retreated and put some distance between him and Di Wudao. Di Wudao's lips curled into a cold smile. He quickly chased after Lin Feng. The power of the flowing light phantom was displayed at this moment. Since Lin Feng was locked onto by Di Wudao was able to catch up to Lin Feng immediately and attack Lin Feng with a palm. After sensing Di Wudao's terrifying attack, Lin Feng's face darkened. He activated the Supreme Reincarnation Fist and attacked Di Wudao. Lin Feng activated the thousands of divine abilities that he had cultivated, continuously increasing the power of his punch. Lin Feng's punch instantly reached the peak of its power. Bang! The two sides collided again. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that an earth-shattering strength was penetrating into his body. That power instantly broke Lin Feng's divine ability. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist. It was Lin Feng's most powerful divine ability. However, it took on Di Wudao's terrifying attack. It was broken instantly. Lin Feng was in disbelief. Di Wudao was too powerful, wasn't he? That earth-shattering power crashed into Lin Feng's body and instantly sent Lin Feng flying. The sovereign's armor dissipated a large portion of the power. The remaining power was neutralized by Lin Feng's magical immunity and strong physical body. Even so, Lin Feng still felt like his insides were burning. Cough cough, Lin Feng couldn't help but cough violently. Interesting, but you're still too weak. Take another hit from me. Di Wudao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He struck out another palm at Lin Feng. After Di Wudao struck out with his palm, the power of heaven and earth, it quickly gathered. The energy turned into a giant energy palm. That energy palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Di Wudao. He seemed to be getting serious. That destructive giant energy palm rushed towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to use his divine ability to counter the attack of the giant energy palm. However, when the giant energy palm approached him, Lin Feng completely gave up on that idea. That was because the giant energy palm was too powerful. There was no way to counter it. Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. When the gigantic hand was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng immediately disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. He was panting slightly. The expression on his face was unprecedentedly serious. Before Di Wudao's arrival, the battle between Lin Feng and the Golden Immortal from the Shui clan had already attracted the attention of many cultivators. After Di Wudao's arrival, the area was completely surrounded. Even the Shui clan's Golden Immortal was killed by that human cultivator. But now, that human cultivator is being suppressed. Who is that human cultivator fighting against that human cultivator? How is he so strong? Asked a cultivator doubtfully. The cultivator who spoke clearly didn't know Di Wudao. In fact, there weren't many people who knew Di Wudao. Many people shook their heads. They also wanted to know who was fighting with Lin Feng. He's the crown prince, Di Wudao, said a cultivator at that moment. What? He's the crown prince, Di Wudao? Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. Many people were shocked to hear the news. They didn't expect that person to be Di Wudao. In the Undying Realm, there were too many rumors about Di Wudao. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, Di Wudao would probably leave the Undying Realm after the Heavenly Emperor broke through to the Saint Realm. At that time, Di Wudao would inherit the position of Heavenly Emperor and become the 10th Heavenly Emperor. Then, he would take control of the Heavenly Court and become the ruler of the Undying Realm. Therefore, when people learned that the person fighting was Di Wudao, they naturally couldn't calm down. Who's the young human cultivator fighting with Di Wudao? Asked someone else. There were even fewer cultivators who knew Lin Feng, but that didn't mean that everyone didn't know Lin Feng. There were still some who knew Lin Feng, but they didn't say much. They didn't reveal Lin Feng's true identity. However, not all cultivators didn't reveal Lin Feng's identity. Someone said, he's the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard one after another. The Sinner's Blood Emperor. Lin Baitian's son. He was fighting with Di Wudao. Naturally, everyone had heard of the relationship between Di Wudao and Lin Baitian. Back then, Di Wudao wasn't known to everyone. Among the Celestial Emperor's children, Di Wudao was the least known. Everyone knew that the Sky Emperor had such a son, but very few people knew his name or what he looked like. Furthermore, it had always been widely rumored that this son was born after the Sky Emperor was cuckolded by the Lord of the Heaven Realm. Therefore, many people felt that the Celestial Emperor did not know his son well on purpose. There are some things in this world that are very strange. For example, many people liked to believe some rumors. Many cultivators believed that Di Wudao was born because the Heaven Realm's Heaven Lord had cuckolded the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor did not care about the Heavenly Master of the Heaven Realm, he would have killed his son long ago, right? Instead of killing his son, he hid everything about him. That was already the most benevolent thing he could do. Many people knew the story that followed. Di Wudao, who had been frustrated by his lack of success, decided to take Lin Beidian as his master by chance. At that time, Lin Beidian had no conflict with the Heavenly Court or the Heavenly Monarch. The hatred was only born later. Di Wudao only truly rose to prominence after following Lin Beidian. However, for the sake of benefits, Di Wudao later joined the mastermind behind the scenes in that unspeakable world. Lin Beidian and the others, on the other hand, ended up in a rather tragic state. Therefore, Lin Feng and Di Wudao naturally had an irreconcilable relationship. Lin Baitian's son hasn't been in the Undying Realm for long, right? He has actually grown to such an extent that he can even kill a golden immortal. This is truly unbelievable. A cultivator sighed. Don't think too highly of him. If he didn't use some special methods to severely injure the Shui clan's golden immortal, how could he be a match for a golden immortal with his battle strength? Someone curled his lips and said. Although the Shui clan's golden immortal's battle strength has dropped after being injured, it is still extremely terrifying. Lin Feng has only cultivated for about 360 years, and he is already so powerful. What will happen in the future? Those who dare to underestimate Lin Feng will definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, when looking at things and problems, we can't just look at the surface, we have to look at the long term. A cultivator immediately retorted. Someone said, if Lin Feng is given time, he will definitely become an incomparably terrifying existence. However, what Lin Feng lacks right now is time. Since Di Wudao has already appeared, he will definitely not give Lin Feng another chance. Yeah, Lin Feng is definitely finished this time. Many people nodded and agreed with the words of the cultivator just now. Heaven-mending art. This sacred art is quite interesting. As expected of Lin Baitian's son, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. However, it doesn't matter how many tricks you have. Now, it's time to end this. Di Wudao looked indifferently at Lin Feng. All-directional nirvana. Di Wudao said. His hands formed a seal. Clearly, Di Wudao was about to use a sacred art. Di Wudao didn't use a sacred art at all when he attacked just now. Even the energy palm attack was formed casually. It couldn't be considered a sacred art. Even so, it was still very powerful. Now that Di Wudao had used a sacred art, its power had reached an unfathomable level. Lin Feng felt that things were getting troublesome after Di Wudao's sacred art was formed. The sacred art's aura was too terrifying. It was an aura that made one's soul tremble. There was no way to fight against it. Lin Feng wanted to teleport away, but he found that the space around him had been sealed. He couldn't do that. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Then, he took out the remaining 909 heavenly lightning source pearls. Then, the 9 heavenly lightning source pearls were ignited. Boom, with an earth-shattering explosion, all 909 heavenly lightning source pearls exploded, instantly destroying Di Wudao's sacred art. Then, the destructive power engulfed Di Wudao. Such terrifying energy directly shattered the void. What is that? How can the explosion be so terrifying? Even a golden immortal would be killed by it, right? Back then, was the explosion of the gold immortal from the Shui family the one that injured him? Can Di Wudao withstand the power of those pearls? Many cultivators cried out in alarm. 900 heavenly thunder essence pearls were extremely powerful. They were much more powerful than the 300 heavenly thunder essence pearls Lin Feng had used before. Therefore, when they saw the destructive energy of the 909 heavenly thunder source pearls surging towards Wudao Di, they felt uncertain. They didn't know if Wudao Di could withstand the attack of the 909 heavenly thunder source pearls. Sun and Moon Infinite Light Dome. Di Wudao was about to be engulfed by the destructive energy. However, at this moment, Di Wudao made his move. With a wave of his hand, a huge energy shield appeared in front of him. The energy shield contained a strong defensive power, as if it could block all attacks. When the majestic destructive power blasted towards him, it was all blocked by the energy shield. Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. The power of 909 heavenly thunder source pearls was indescribable. Lin Feng couldn't find any words to describe it. How could such a terrifying attack be blocked? Was Di Wudao really that strong? If that couldn't kill Di Wudao, what else could? At the very least, Lin Feng couldn't think of a way to kill Di Wudao. Di Wudao was an invincible existence, there was no way to kill him. Let's go. Lin Feng released empty space Dao. He wanted to leave, but Di Wudao smiled coldly. It's useless. I've already sealed the space around you. You can't leave. I told you, when you met me, your fate was sealed. Don't try to struggle anymore, said Di Wudao. Di Wudao blocked the 909 heavenly thunder source pearls and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. His body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. He was preparing a powerful attack to completely suppress Lin Feng. He didn't want to give Lin Feng any more chances because he was worried that Lin Feng had other tricks up his sleeve. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng once and for all. Di Wudao is getting serious. The battle is about to end, said a cultivator. Many people nodded. Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, the battle was about to end. If Di Wudao became serious, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist his attacks. Even Lin Feng had a serious expression on his face. He was in trouble. Di Wudao was so strong that he didn't know what to do. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. It was a very frustrating feeling. Lin Feng was furious, but there were some things that he had to face. Di Wudao was someone from his father's generation and had been by his father's side for a long time. It would be strange if he was easy to deal with. However, Lin Feng had to think about how to deal with this dangerous situation. Lin Feng took out the epic war spear. Perhaps he had to fight Di Wudao. Hopefully, he would be able to find a way to escape during the battle. That was the only way Lin Feng could think of. Lin Feng couldn't think of anything else for now. At this critical moment, a huge vortex appeared in the sky and swallowed Di Wudao. Di Wudao hadn't expected such a vortex to appear. Even Lin Feng was stunned. That vortex wasn't created by him, so he didn't know what was going on. However, Lin Feng could sense that the vortex was strange. It was a vortex formed by an extremely strong curse power. What were cultivators most afraid of? What they were most afraid of was curses. That was because the curse was simply too bizarre. The saying that the unknown was the scariest was very true. Therefore, even someone as strong as Di Wudao couldn't help but feel a little gloomy when he sensed the curse vortex. If it were any other power, he could have easily destroyed the vortex. However, since the vortex was formed by curse power, Di Wudao had to be cautious. He quickly formed a shield of magic power to protect his body, preventing the curse power from invading his body. The curse vortex flew quickly towards Di Wudao. Di Wudao wanted to teleport away to avoid being swallowed by the vortex. However, Di Wudao couldn't do it. The curse vortex was very strange. After locking onto Di Wudao, it followed him like a shadow. There was no way for him to avoid it. Therefore, Di Wudao was swallowed by the vortex. After Di Wudao was swallowed by the vortex, a cursed door appeared in the sky. The cursed doll flew out of the cursed door. He looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." Lin Feng was excited when he saw the cursed doll. He hadn't expected the cursed doll to be in a place like this. Moreover, the cursed doll had lent him a helping hand at a critical moment. It seemed like the cursed doll wasn't bad at all. Although it could be a little tricky at times, it was still a trustworthy companion. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the cursed doll. He entered the cursed door with the cursed doll. Then, the cursed door disappeared. At that moment, the curse vortex shattered. Di Wudao rushed out of the vortex. Damn it! Even with Di Wudao's mentality, he couldn't help but roar when he saw Lin Feng escape. He had been so close to capturing Lin Feng. He had already planned everything after capturing Lin Feng. However, it had all been for naught. It would be strange if Di Wudao was in a good mood. Lin Feng, you won't be able to escape from me next time, Di Wudao said with a dark expression. Then, Di Wudao turned invisible and quickly left the place. Shua, in the forest, light flashed on Lin Feng and the cursed doll flew out from the void. Damn! You're amazing. You can't even defeat Di Wudao after exchanging so many moves with him. Even the old lady who tried to scam others is impressed by you. The cursed doll shouted. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. I'm embarrassed. Di Wudao was too careless. Otherwise, he would have captured me long ago. I knew that Di Wudao would be very strong after breaking through to the true immortal stage, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. It's unbelievable. I really don't know how he cultivates. Is his talent even greater than mine? This was what puzzled Lin Feng. In terms of talent, he felt that he was even more talented than his father, Lin Feng, let alone Di Wudao. However, Di Wudao's combat power was clearly above that of a golden immortal. This was what puzzled Lin Feng the most. Lin Feng felt that with his talent, having Di Wudao's combat power after breaking through to the true immortal stage was already quite good. Di Wudao's current combat power had truly shocked Lin Feng. Logically speaking, Di Wudao shouldn't be this strong, but the truth was that Di Wudao was indeed so strong that Lin Feng couldn't believe it. In terms of talent, Di Wudao is much weaker than you. However, there's one thing that you can't compare to him. This is also the reason why he's so strong. Oh? What's so outstanding about Di Wudao? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll doubtfully. You must have heard about Di Wudao's mother, right? The cursed doll didn't answer Lin Feng's question directly. Instead, it asked Lin Feng a question. Lin Feng nodded. Of course I've heard a lot about his mother, but I don't know what you're talking about. The cursed doll smirked and said, I'm talking about Di Wudao's mother and the mysterious master of the heavenly master. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Are you trying to say that Di Wudao's mother really had an affair with his master? Di Wudao isn't the son of the celestial emperor? He's actually the son of the celestial emperor? The cursed doll said, I didn't say that. Only the people involved would know. How could people like us know? That's why I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that Di Wudao's strength is related to the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor is Di Wudao's ancestor. Lin Feng nodded. Their relationship was similar to his relationship with Wang Mingchuan. Wang Mingchuan was his mother's master, so according to seniority, he should call Wang Mingchuan ancestor. Said the cursed doll. As a celestial master, his means are naturally terrifying, and he has countless treasures. I heard that the celestial master once killed a saint, and that saint had cultivated a holy embryo. When Di Wudao was born, the celestial master gave him the holy embryo. The reason why Di Wudao is so strong is closely related to the holy embryo. Damn, this guy is really lucky. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He was a little envious of Di Wudao. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Princess Shuiyao. She also had a holy embryo. He wondered if Princess Shuiyao had already grasped the holy embryo's power. Hee, there's no need for you to be envious of him. You're already very strong. When you were Di Wudao's age, I dare say that you could easily crush him. Take your time. Time waits for no man. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. There was a sense of urgency in his heart. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, it was naturally a terrible thing for them to not be able to fully increase their strength. This time, he was able to escape successfully because of the cursed doll's help. But what about next time? You can't expect someone to help you every time, right? Therefore, Lin Feng really wanted to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Go. Lin Feng said. Where to? Cursed doll asked. Go into seclusion and refine the golden immortal's origin, Lin Feng said. Hee, looks like you're going to break through again. The cursed doll grinned. Lin Feng and the cursed doll entered the depths of the mountain forest. Then, Lin Feng found a secluded place and opened up a cave. After sealing the cave with a restriction, he began to cultivate in seclusion. With the cursed doll guarding him, Lin Feng did not have to worry about being disturbed. Lin Feng took out the golden immortal's origin and began to refine it. The golden immortal's origin emitted an astonishing energy fluctuation. When he felt the aura of the golden immortal's origin, Lin Feng even felt the magic power in his body begin to stir. The magic power in his body seemed to want to complete a transformation. In fact, some of the top Dao immortal's origin could also increase Lin Feng's cultivation. However, this kind of increase was limited to a small realm. If he wanted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm, it was impossible to do so just by using the Tao Immortal's origin. Breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm required the Golden Immortal's origin. As the Golden Immortal's origin was refined by Lin Feng, the magic power in Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's origin, Lin Feng's soul, Lin Feng's body and so on all began to transform. This kind of transformation, it allowed Lin Feng to become stronger and stronger. The fluctuations coming from Lin Feng's body also became more and more terrifying. The cursed doll glanced at Lin Feng from time to time with a shocked expression in his eyes. He could feel a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas from Lin Feng's body. Logically speaking, breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm shouldn't be so powerful, but Lin Feng was so powerful. It was really unbelievable. No matter what happened, as long as it happened to Lin Feng, it seemed to be understandable. It wasn't the first day that the cursed doll knew Lin Feng, so he could naturally understand all of this. Lin Feng's life level had reached the edge of transformation. In fact, many people would choose to break through to the half-step Earth Immortal realm to break through. However, Lin Feng didn't want to overdo it in this realm. He wanted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm directly. In time and space, the immortal mountains piled up by the high-grade immortal stones burned directly. After the high-grade immortal stones burned, they produced a large amount of energy. The energy continuously poured into Lin Feng's body. A cultivator's breakthrough wasn't something that could be achieved just because he wanted to. Being a cultivator was a profession that drank money the most. Without money, there was no need to talk about breaking through. What were immortal stones? For cultivators, immortal stones were money. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more immortal stones one needed to break through. So why was it so difficult for a top expert to appear among the rogue cultivators? It was mainly because rogue cultivators couldn't get enough cultivation resources. For example, a rogue cultivator had accumulated enough and was about to break through. He needed 100 million immortal stones to break through. If he had 100 million immortal stones, he might not be able to break through successfully. However, it could also greatly increase the success rate of this rogue cultivator. If he didn't have 100 million immortal stones, that would be terrible. If he wanted to break through, he would think about it in his next life. If it was a cultivator from a big sect, it would be different. They basically wouldn't need to worry about the cultivation resources they needed to break through. If they were talented, they would be heavily nurtured by their sect. All these years, everything about Lin Feng, he had worked hard on his own. Although Lin Feng had established many forces, to be honest, Lin Feng would often take out a lot of cultivation resources to maintain the operation of these forces. He had never drawn wealth from these forces. In essence, this was the case. Lin Feng was still a rogue cultivator. It was indeed not easy for him to be able to fight his way to where he was now. At this moment, the light of tribulation flickered between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Lin Feng was about to transcend the tribulation. The real tribulation had yet to begin. The most dangerous time was when he was transcending the tribulation. When he was transcending the tribulation, he would need more immortal stones. Of course, Lin Feng didn't lack immortal stones. Even 1,000,000,000,000 immortal stones were nothing to Lin Feng. The cursed doll flew out. After seeing the rolling lightning sea outside, he couldn't help but gasp. This was because he had seen many thunder gods in the Thunder Ocean. For example, the War God, Mighty Miracle God, and other gods condensed from lightning. Damn, the lightning tribulation hasn't started yet and there are already so many gods in the lightning sea. What kind of tribulation is this guy going to transcend? Could it be the end of the gods? The cursed doll thought of a legendary tribulation. But when he thought of that tribulation, the cursed doll quickly shook his head. He didn't dare to believe that Lin Feng would transcend such a tribulation. The end of the gods. It was the tribulation when one broke through to the Saint Realm. Moreover, among the cultivators who broke through to the Saint Realm, those who transcended the end of the gods were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Any cultivator who transcended such a tribulation, basically, they died in the tribulation. Lin Feng had only broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. How could he transcend a tribulation like the end of the gods? However, as time passed, more and more gods condensed in the lightning sea and the gods condensed became stronger. He increasingly felt that this tribulation was really the end of the gods and the legends. At this moment, Lin Feng walked out of the cave and quickly flew into the sky. Lin Feng was ready to transcend the tribulation. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy because it had personally witnessed how Lin Feng had transcended the tribulation. The cursed doll was certain that the tribulation was the legendary doomsday of the gods. However, it was still resolved by Lin Feng. Many people would definitely die when facing such a tribulation. How did Lin Feng, a human immortal, successfully transcend the doomsday of the gods? Even now, the cursed doll still didn't understand why he had successfully transcended the tribulation. After breaking through to the earth immortal realm, Lin Feng seemed to have changed a little, but the cursed doll couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. However, the cursed doll was certain that Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. The earth immortal realm wasn't something a human immortal realm cultivator could compare to. As for strength, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Lin Feng said weakly, "Find a place, I need to recover properly." Lin Feng looked quite miserable right now. His body was covered in wounds. If it wasn't for his undying bloodline, he would have died countless times during the tribulation. Luckily, he had passed the Kulpa test of the gods' tribulation. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation level was at the first Earth celestial layer. Lin Feng's soul was at the top of the Tao celestial layer. Lin Feng's physical body had broken through to the golden celestial immortal layer. Lin Feng's physical strength was comparable to that of a golden celestial cultivator. Lin Feng's physical strength was comparable to that of a golden celestial cultivator. Lin Feng's physical strength was comparable to that of a golden celestial cultivator. The current Lin Feng. His battle strength had increased many times compared to before his breakthrough. Lin Feng and the cursed doll left together and found a secluded place. Lin Feng went into seclusion to recuperate. After about 5 days, Lin Feng's body had fully recovered. After recovering, Lin Feng's face was full of joy. The feeling of breaking through to the earth immortal realm was too good. Of course, Lin Feng didn't feel proud because he had broken through to the earth immortal realm. So what if he was in the earth immortal realm? He still had a long way to go. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he would only be able to relax after breaking through to the true immortal realm. Lin Feng believed that once he broke through to the true immortal realm, killing Di Wudao wouldn't be much of a problem. Lin Feng was still confident about this. As for now, he would try his best to avoid conflict with Di Wudao. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after he broke through. Di Wudao still had the 9 stone swords. Lin Feng had always wanted to kill Di Wudao and snatch his 9 stone swords. Perhaps that day would come very soon. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng left with the cursed doll. On the way, Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" The cursed doll replied, "I've already dealt with some matters, so I don't know what to do now." "What do you plan to do?" Lin Feng replied, "There are many things I need to do. I need to find the crescent moon grass, the emperor brush, the stone sutra, and so on." Crescent moon grass? You want to find crescent moon grass? I know where to find crescent moon grass. The cursed doll replied. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The cursed doll actually knew where to find crescent moon grass. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Lin Feng was in a hurry to find crescent moon grass to cure Leng Zixi poison. Now that he had the dustless technique and the snow dragon grass, he only needed crescent moon grass. As long as he could find crescent moon grass, Leng Zixi would be able to wake up. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "Where can I find crescent moon grass?" "There's a place in the outer seas called the Immortal Moon Valley. The Immortal Moon Valley has crescent moon grass there, but it's extremely dangerous. It's a famous place in the outer seas, so very few people dare to enter." The cursed doll explained. "It's fine. Let's go take a look." "May I know which sea region you're talking about?" Lin Feng asked. "The Western Sea." The cursed doll replied. Lin Feng said, "Then we're not too far from the Western Sea." Lin Feng and the cursed doll headed to the Western Sea together. Lin Feng still remembered that he had agreed to go to the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen with Taoist Xianxia and the other 3 experts. The 4 experts had already gone out to sea to search for the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen. They would inform him once they found the place. However, he had yet to receive any news from them. The four experts had also gone to the Western Sea. He didn't know if he would be able to meet the four experts there. It would be even better if he could meet them. Then, he could enter the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen. It was said that there was an entrance to the reincarnation passage there. Lin Feng was very worried about Feng Yaoguang's safety. Therefore, he wanted to enter the reincarnation passage to find Feng Yaoguang. However, entering the reincarnation passage was easier said than done. Entering the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen, there was one way. According to the four experts, the news that there was an entrance to the reincarnation passage was much more reliable than the news that there was an entrance to the heaven-devouring secret realm. 3 months later, the ancient ship, Xianxia, jumped through spacetime and arrived at the overseas world. In order to save time, Lin Feng had been burning immortal stones to supply the ancient ship with a steady stream of immortal stones. This way, the ancient ship could continue to jump through spacetime without stopping. The amount of immortal stones consumed each day was more than 1 million. The number of immortal stones consumed in 3 months was about 100 million. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear such an expenditure, but for Lin Feng, this amount of immortal stones was nothing. In the overseas world, blue waves rippled as far as the eye could see. The ancient ship, Xianxia, was flying at high speed. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked, "You came to the overseas world before this?" "Yes." The cursed doll nodded. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll replied, "I'm not telling you." Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "Is there a need to be so secretive?" At that moment, a violent fluctuation came from ahead. After sensing it, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The fluctuation was too powerful. Lin Feng felt that it was definitely caused by a battle between two peerless experts. Otherwise, the fluctuation wouldn't be so terrifying. Lin Feng was naturally very curious. Therefore, he issued an order to the humanoid puppet controlling the ancient starship Xianxia. The humanoid puppet sped up. It rushed forward quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the periphery of the battle. A sun appeared in the void. The sun was extremely hot. At this moment, 5 cultivators were besieging the sun. One of the cultivators was a middle-aged man with wings on his back. The middle-aged man was surrounded by terrifying lightning power. The middle-aged man was a cultivator of the Thunder God clan. Among the 9 generations of Thunder Gods, the first Thunder God seemed to be a cultivator with wings on his back. Therefore, the other party should be a descendant of the first Thunder God. The second cultivator was a cultivator of the Dragon clan. He looked quite young, but in fact, he had been cultivating for a very long time. He just looked young. He had transformed into a human form, but there were dragon horns on his head. He looked very handsome and his combat strength was unusually tyrannical. The third cultivator was a demon Dao expert. In the Undying Realm, although Lin Feng didn't see many demon experts, Lin Feng did come into contact with some demon experts. Lin Feng didn't know the demon expert in front of him. He was about 2 meters tall and burly, and wore a loose demon robe. The aura on his body was terrifying. This person was definitely a powerful existence. The fourth cultivator was a demon expert. He wore a gray robe and a bamboo hat. That bamboo hat was not an ordinary bamboo hat. Ordinary bamboo hats couldn't resist the detection of a cultivator's divine sense, so there was basically no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. However, the bamboo hat worn by this cultivator was obviously different. The bamboo hat worn by this cultivator could block the detection of other cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what this person looked like. As for the fifth cultivator, she was a female cultivator with her face covered. Her figure was really hot and sexy. Since he couldn't see her face, he didn't know whether she was a beauty or not. However, judging from her hot figure, she should be a top-notch beauty. As for the sun that was being besieged, naturally, it wasn't the real sun. What was it exactly, Lin Feng didn't know either, but that thing really did look like a miniature sun. The cultivation of the 5 experts was very strong. They displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. However, when their attacks hit the sun, they seemed to be swallowed and absorbed by the sun. That sun. It was truly extraordinary. What do you think is inside that sun? Lin Feng asked the cursed doll. The cursed doll shook its head and said, "It's hard to say. The light has blocked the probing of my divine sense, so I don't know what's inside." Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. Although he didn't know what was inside the sun, Lin Feng could feel that it was extraordinary. That thing, could it be a powerful magic treasure? At this time, the sun began its counterattack. The sun shone with a dazzling light. Each beam of light could pierce through the void. It was so powerful. It was truly frightening. Beams of light shone on the 5 experts who were besieging the sun. The 5 experts tried to resist. Unexpectedly, he was also forced into a fluster by the beams of light. What a powerful attack. That sun is really extraordinary. Lin Feng was shocked. However, the cultivation of the 5 experts was also very strong. Therefore, although they were in a sorry state, they weren't injured. Although the sun's attack was very powerful, it obviously couldn't last for long. Since it couldn't last for long, then they had to end the battle quickly. However, the sun obviously couldn't end the battle in a short time. It wouldn't be easy to injure the 5 experts, so the sun didn't intend to continue fighting. After the sun broke through the encirclement, it quickly rushed outside. "Chase," one of the experts said coldly and took the lead to chase after the sun. Then, the other 4 experts quickly chased after the sun. As for the ancient starship Xianxia, it was directly ignored by the 5 experts. As long as it didn't hinder them. They couldn't care less about the origins of the ancient starship Xianxia. The sun and the 5 experts left one after the other. The cursed doll said, "Why don't we chase after them and take a look?" Lin Feng said, "Forget it. Those 5 experts are very strong, and their origins are probably extraordinary. We still have things to deal with, so there's no need to get into a dispute with them." The cursed doll thought about it and agreed. Therefore, it didn't mention this matter again. "How much longer do we need to reach the immortal moonstream you mentioned?" Lin Feng asked. The immortal moonstream is in the central region of the West Sea, and we're currently in the outer region of the West Sea. If we're fast, we'll need a month. If we're slow, we'll need even longer. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. For the rest of the journey, the ancient starship Xianxia continued to travel at full speed. After a month, they were very close to the immortal moonstream. The ancient starship Xianxia stopped on an island that was only 300 kilometers away from the immortal moonstream. Lin Feng had originally planned to go directly to the immortal moonstream, but the cursed doll wanted to rest on the island for a day. They had spent 4 months traveling without stopping, so it was indeed very tiring. Lin Feng agreed. This island was called the Immortal Moon Island. The Immortal Moon Island was very large, and it was the closest gathering place for cultivators to the immortal moonstream. Although the immortal moonstream was a dangerous place, there were many precious resources in the surrounding 300 kilometers. Therefore, this place attracted a large number of cultivators. Many cultivators took the risk to dive into the sea to find all kinds of precious treasures and sell them. On the Immortal Moon Island, there were many shops that bought all kinds of rare treasures. In addition to the shops, there were also many large merchant guilds. The large merchant guilds had a lot of materials and were also collecting all kinds of rare treasures. Many large merchant guilds bought things here and then transported them to inland areas. Price, usually, they could earn several times the price. They made a lot of money. After Lin Feng and the cursed doll landed on the Immortal Moon Island, they went to find a place to rest. "Lin Feng, the overseas world is where you'll be buried." Lin Feng didn't notice that a cold gaze was secretly staring at him. The existence uttered an eerie and venomous voice. Lin Feng naturally didn't notice that someone was secretly watching him. As Lin Feng walked down the main street, he could feel all sorts of worldly auras assaulting his senses. The sounds of hawking could be heard everywhere, and it didn't seem like the world of cultivators at all. Instead, it seemed like the world of mortals. The world of cultivators was usually quieter, and there wasn't much noise like this. Only the world of mortals would be like this. It was like a huge market. There are many rare treasures here. If there's anything you like, you can sell it, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said, I've taken a look, and there are indeed many strange things here. However, I'm not interested in those things. Once we find a place to stay, I'll take you to the precious treasure pavilion. Perhaps you'll find something you like there, the cursed doll said. You might find something there, the cursed doll said. Precious treasure pavilion? What's that place? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The cursed doll said, it's a chamber of commerce set up by the West Sea Dragon Palace. There are many precious treasures there. The West Sea Dragon Palace controls the West Sea world, and many treasures that cultivators can't mine can be mined by the people of the West Sea Dragon Palace. That's why there are many things in the precious treasure pavilion that can't be found outside. Lin Feng said, do you remember that dragon expert we saw before? I wonder if he's from the West Sea Dragon Palace. The cursed doll naturally remembered that dragon expert. Previously, when the 5 great experts had attacked the sun, one of them had been a dragon expert. The cursed doll said, that's indeed possible. After all, most of the dragon cultivators who are active in the West Sea world are dragon cultivators from the West Sea Dragon Palace. Of course, there are also dragon cultivators from outside. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what kind of power is the West Sea Dragon Palace? The cursed doll said, we're currently in the central region of the West Sea world, and the dragon clan controls a large portion of the inner region. The central region and outer regions are also controlled by the dragon clan. Even though there are many factions in the West Sea world, the dragon clan is definitely the most powerful faction. It's a faction that no one dares to offend. The Dragon King of the West Sea was an expert from ancient times, and it's said that the Dragon King of the West Sea has many different battle forms. Each battle form has a terrifying power, so the Dragon King of the West Sea is a terrifying existence. Different battle states? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. He did not know what the cursed doll meant. What were the different battle states? Lin Feng, on the other hand, was very curious about this. Although the Immortal Moon Island was huge, there were too many cultivators going in and out of the Immortal Moon Island. There were more cultivators in the West Sea world to begin with, and the Immortal Moon Stream was rich in resources, attracting a large number of cultivators. Naturally, everyone would rest on the Immortal Moon Island. Thus, the inns on the Immortal Moon Island were almost full. Even after searching through many inns, they were still unable to find an empty room. In the end, however, they managed to find a place to stay. This time, it was not an individual courtyard, as the individual courtyard was already full. This time, the inn was a guest room, and there was only one room. Lin Feng, on the other hand, did not mind. He was a person who could enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. He was also someone who could live a happy life. Not to mention, the current environment was quite good. It was not something that could be compared to spending the night in the forest. After resting for a while, at night, the cursed doll called Lin Feng to the precious treasure pavilion. Do you know about the clam girl? The cursed doll asked Lin Feng with a smile. I've heard of her. Lin Feng nodded. The maidservants in the precious treasure pavilion are all clam girls. Those clam girls have hot bodies and gentle personalities. They are the most suitable candidates to be wives. Maybe you can buy a clam girl to be your personal maidservant. She will serve you wholeheartedly. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. What kind of person did the cursed doll think he was? The precious treasure pavilion was located in the busiest city center. There were many large chambers of commerce there. People came and went, and it was very lively. However, the precious treasure pavilion was like a crane in a flock of chickens. The other chambers of commerce only had 7 floors at most, but the precious treasure pavilion had 16 floors. At that moment, a large number of cultivators came and went. The first floor of the precious treasure pavilion is the exhibition hall and the consultation hall. The second to fourth floors of the precious treasure pavilion are ordinary treasures. The 5th to 7th floors are precious treasures. The 8th to 10th floors are rare treasures. The 11th to 13th floors are treasures from the bottom of the sea. The things on the 14th floor are even more precious. Ordinary people can't go to the 14th floor. The 15th floor is where the trade fairs and auctions are held. There's a special passage that leads to the 15th floor. You can't go up by stairs. The 16th floor is where the higher-ups of the precious treasure pavilion rest. After hearing the cursed doll's explanation, Lin Feng had a better understanding of the precious treasure pavilion. He could not help but nod. Lin Feng was also very interested in the precious treasure pavilion. He wondered if he could find some good things in the precious treasure pavilion. After a short while, Lin Feng and the cursed doll arrived at the precious treasure pavilion. A clam girl walked towards the two of them with light steps. This clam girl had a tall and voluptuous figure. She was wearing a long white dress. Her face looked gentle and beautiful. Her pair of big watery eyes looked very beautiful and pitiful. She had a pair of huge clam shells on her back. The clam girl came to Lin Feng and the cursed doll's side and bowed to them. She then stood up and asked, "Young masters, are you here to sell something? Or are you here to buy something?" Cultivators were usually very busy. Therefore, they usually went to the big chamber of commerce with a purpose. There were also people like this who had nothing better to do, but there were not many of them. Therefore, cultivators were very straightforward when they spoke. The cursed doll said, "Of course we're here to buy something. This young master beside me is lacking in everything except immortal stones. He has no problem emptying your precious treasure pavilion." The cursed doll had just arrived and was already bragging. "You're bragging, aren't you? Brother, you should control your bragging. Don't brag too much. When it comes to bragging, I admire you." Some of the cultivators around them heard the cursed doll's words and started talking. They naturally did not think that the cursed doll was telling the truth. They all thought that the cursed doll was bragging. The clam girl who received Lin Feng and the cursed doll was all smiles. She did not show any disdain for the cursed doll. Her attitude was very professional. "Go away, what does this have to do with you? You're all poor, so you're very different from us." The cursed doll curled its lips. "Damn it, we're indeed different from you. We're not as good at bragging as you are," someone said sarcastically. The cursed doll rolled its eyes. Then, it couldn't be bothered with them anymore. Lin Feng didn't have the mood to deal with those cultivators either. He looked at the clam girl who had received them and said, "Bring us around." "Young masters, please follow this servant," the clam girl said respectfully. The clam girl said respectfully before leading the way. Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed. The clam girl followed behind. The cursed doll was born with a gossipy heart. It smiled and asked, "What's your name?" The clam girl said, "We're not famous here, so this number is my name." The clam girl pointed at a name tag on her waist, which had the word 8 written on it. This meant that the clam girl was 8. The cursed doll immediately said, "Damn it, the precious treasure pavilion is so inhumane. They don't even let you call them by their names. This kind of behavior is really intolerable. If I see the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion, I'll definitely report this to him." The clam girl said, "The pavilion master wants us to work hard wholeheartedly. That's why we're doing this." Lin Feng asked, "Are you training in the precious treasure pavilion?" The clam girl nodded and said, "Yes, we'll be training in the precious treasure pavilion for 100 years. When the training is over, we'll receive different rewards according to our performance." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. This was similar to what he had imagined. The cursed doll said, "Training is good. If you're training, you'll be free. You're so good looking, do you have a man?" After hearing the cursed doll's words, Lin Feng was speechless. This guy, how vulgar. How could he ask someone like that? She was a girl, sure enough. The clam girl blushed slightly, but she still shook her head and said, "I'm focused on training, so I've never thought about that." The cursed doll said, "That's not right. You have to be prepared for the future." "That's good. Let me introduce you to this young master beside me. He has a good character, is handsome, and has a lot of money at a young age. His character is excellent, and his future is limitless. Now, he can't even be called a potential stock anymore. He's now an overlord. Why don't you go with him? Tonight, when the rice is cooked, you'll be rich." The clam girl stole a glance at Lin Feng when she heard what the cursed doll said. The young master in front of him was indeed very handsome. However, did this young master have a great background? The clam girl's face turned even redder. Lin Feng glared at the cursed doll and said, "If you dare to spout nonsense here again, I will tear your mouth apart." "Hee hee, I was just joking to liven things up." The cursed doll grinned. However, he did not continue on this topic. With the clam girl leading the way, Lin Feng and the cursed doll headed up. When they reached the second floor, Lin Feng looked around but did not see any treasures. He and the cursed doll did not stop and continued to head up. On the fifth floor, Lin Feng saw a special crystal. It was a kind of azure crystal, which looked very beautiful. The clam girl introduced, "Young master, this is the deep sea Xian crystal. This kind of deep sea Xian crystal is quite special. It can store magic power and even some divine abilities." "Oh? It has such a miraculous effect?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. If it was really as the clam girl said, then the deep sea Xian crystal was really a good thing. "Yes." The clam girl nodded and said, "Deep sea Xian crystals are very difficult to mine, so they are quite expensive. One deep sea Xian crystal costs 100,000 immortal stones. It's not expensive, only 100,000. We can afford it even if it's 1,000,000. The cursed doll seemed to be very rich. Lin Feng was indeed interested in the deep sea Xian crystal. Because Lin Feng had many women, Lin Feng was not by their side most of the time, so he was naturally worried about their safety. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to make some deep sea Xian crystals. He wanted to use them to seal some powerful spells and spells inside them. Then, he would give them to his women. If they were in danger, they could activate the deep sea Xian crystals and release the sealed divine abilities. In this way, it would be equivalent to a full force attack. Even if it could not kill the opponent, it should be able to buy time for them to escape. Lin Feng asked, "How many of these deep sea Xian crystals do you have?" The clam girl said, "Not many. Including the deep sea Xian crystals in the storage, we have about 100. That's quite a small number." Lin Feng could not help but sigh. One deep sea Xian crystal could probably only seal one divine ability, so Lin Feng naturally wanted to get more deep sea Xian crystals. He would only be able to rest assured if he gave 8 or 10 deep sea Xian crystals to a woman. Unfortunately, the other party did not have many deep sea Xian crystals. "Take out all the deep sea Xian crystals in the storage. I want them all," Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the clam girl was delighted. Including the 100 or so deep sea Xian crystals in the storage, one deep sea Xian crystal cost 300,000 immortal stones, so 100 deep sea Xian crystals would be 30 million immortal stones. Normally, the clam girl would not necessarily have 30 million immortal stones in sales in a month. But today, a customer had brought her a 30 million immortal stones order. The clam girl was naturally happy. This was extremely important for her performance evaluation. "Young master, please wait for a moment. I will go to the storage and get these deep sea Xian crystals," the clam girl said. "Alright, go ahead," Lin Feng said. After the clam girl left, Lin Feng and the cursed doll waited there. Not long after, the clam girl returned. She was accompanied by an old man. This old man was also a cultivator from the Dragon Palace. He was transformed from a deep-sea dragon turtle. In the storage room. When taking things from the storage room, if the amount was not too large, the dragon turtle elder would not come out personally. Instead, he would send a deacon out to check. However, the transaction today had reached 30 million immortal stones. This was already a huge fortune. Therefore, the dragon turtle elder came out personally. "Young masters. This is the dragon turtle elder in charge of the precious treasure pavilion storage room." The clam girl introduced the dragon turtle elder to Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The dragon turtle elder had a smile on his face the whole time. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Young masters, the items are here. There are a total of 103 deep sea Xian crystals. Young master, you only need to pay 30 million immortal stones." The dragon turtle elder was a smart person. He took the initiative to give Lin Feng a discount of 900,000 immortal stones. Although Lin Feng did not lack the 900,000 immortal stones, since the dragon turtle elder was being nice, Lin Feng naturally could not refuse the dragon turtle patriarch's kindness. Therefore, he accepted it with a clear conscience. Lin Feng waved his hand and a ball of magic power surged out. A river of immortal stones was sealed by Lin Feng. That river of immortal stones was exactly 30 million immortal stones. There are a total of 30 million immortal stones here. Elder Dragon Turtle, please take a look. Lin Feng flicked his finger. The ball of light containing 30 million immortal stones flew towards Elder Dragon Turtle. Elder Dragon Turtle checked and found that there were indeed 30 million immortal stones. A smile appeared on his face. He put away the 30 million immortal stones and said, "How about I accompany you for a walk?" The cursed doll curled its lips and thought, "With a beauty accompanying us, who wants an old man like you to accompany us?" Of course, it did not say this out loud. Otherwise, it would really offend Elder Dragon Turtle. The cursed doll was not stupid. It knew that it was better to keep a low profile in someone else's territory. If it offended its master, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? Lin Feng said, "Of course. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Dragon Turtle." "You're welcome, young master," Elder Dragon Turtle said with a smile. He did not ask about Lin Feng's identity because some people hated being asked about their identity. Elder Dragon Turtle was very clear about this. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Elder Dragon Turtle would not ask about the identity of the customer. It could make the customer happy. This way, he could sell more things. If the overall performance was good, Elder Dragon Turtle would get a lot of commission. His commission was much higher than the clam girls or the deacons. Cultivators were more focused on profits. The reason for this was that there was no other way. In the world of cultivators, not everyone was like Lin Feng, who treated money like dirt. It was mainly because Lin Feng was too rich, so he was not particularly obsessed with cultivation resources and immortal stones. As for the other cultivators, usually, when they cultivated and broke through, they would need to consume a lot of immortal stones. Therefore, they were very obsessed with immortal stones. Immortal stones were hard to earn. Elder Dragon Turtle and the clam girls brought Lin Feng and the cursed doll to walk around. Who are those two guys? Even Elder Dragon Turtle personally came out to accompany them. How can they be so important? A cultivator whispered. I don't know them. They're probably young masters from some big family. Someone said. Many cultivators were discussing this matter. Elder Dragon Turtle rarely accompanied people to walk around the treasure pavilion. Therefore, when he saw the Dragon Turtle accompanying Lin Feng and the cursed doll to the treasure pavilion, they guessed that Lin Feng and the cursed doll's identities were not ordinary. The cursed doll said, "Does your precious treasure pavilion have any special or rare treasures? The rarer and more precious the item, the better. We lack everything, but we don't lack immortal stones." The Dragon Turtle ancestor smiled. Then let's go directly to the 14th floor. The things there are all precious treasures. Alright, let's go to the 14th floor to take a look, Lin Feng said. The clam girl led the way. Everyone came to the elevator and took it to the 14th floor. Very soon, the four of them arrived at the 14th floor. The 14th floor was very large, but it seemed very empty. Every treasure was sealed in a crystal container. As for the crystal vessel, it was protected by a powerful restriction. This was to prevent the treasure from being stolen. He was a thief. There were a lot of them. There weren't many customers on the 14th floor either. The customers who could come here were obviously people of extraordinary status. The Dragon Turtle Elder smiled and said, "Young masters, the treasures here are all treasures among treasures. The prices are extraordinary." Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he walked inside. Lin Feng looked at the nearest treasure and realized that it was a blood coral. The Dragon Turtle Elder said, "This blood coral is different from ordinary blood corals. Firstly, this blood coral has been growing for 173 million years, which is extremely rare. Secondly, this blood coral has been absorbing the cold energy of the deep sea for a long time. This cold energy can change a woman's body and make her more beautiful. Furthermore, the blood coral can greatly replenish one's qi and blood, so it's suitable for refining pills for women. It's very beneficial to their bodies." The cursed doll said, "This thing can be used to refine the face-preserving pill and the beauty pill. The effect should be good, right?" "Of course." The Dragon Turtle Elder nodded. Actually, the so-called face-preserving pill was not really able to preserve one's youth forever. It could only slow down one's aging. How could there be a pill that could preserve one's youth forever in this world? The aging of the human body was a natural phenomenon. It was irreversible. However, the effects of the face-preserving pill were different depending on the materials used. It was mainly reflected in the time it took to slow down one's aging. Some face-preserving pills might only have an effect of 1,000 years. Some face-preserving pills could have an effect of 10,000 years. Some face-preserving pills could have an effect of 1,000,000 years. The difference between the two was obvious. In addition, top-grade face-preserving pills had a nourishing effect on a woman's body. This was a positive change. The higher the grade of the face-preserving pill, the greater the effect it had on a woman's body. Low-grade face-preserving pills not only had no benefits for the body, but they would also cause damage to the body. In order to preserve one's youthful appearance for a period of time. However, using this kind of pill would harm the body. Naturally, the gains did not make up for the losses. However, many female cultivators could not afford high-grade face-preserving pills for the sake of beauty. They would not hesitate to harm their bodies to buy low-grade face-preserving pills. Everyone has a love for beauty. Especially for women. Having a hot and charming body and a beautiful face was definitely very important. Lin Feng felt that he could buy this blood coral and then refine some face-preserving pills and beauty pills for his women. When the time came, they would definitely be extremely happy, right? Lin Feng felt that perhaps this would make them happier than giving them some precious Dharma treasures. I want this blood coral. Lin Feng said. Many customers and salespeople could not help but click their tongues when they heard Lin Feng say that he wanted to buy the blood coral without even asking for the price. The things here were all extremely expensive. Many of the things here were extremely expensive. Lin Feng didn't even ask, he wanted to buy it. How rich and overbearing. Young master, this blood coral is worth 18 million immortal stones. Elder Dragon Turtle said. All right. Lin Feng nodded and then took out 18 million immortal stones and handed it to Elder Dragon Turtle. Elder Dragon Turtle revealed a look of joy. It seemed that he had met an unprecedentedly big customer today. Perhaps he could sell even more things to this young master. Thinking of this, Elder Dragon Turtle could not help but be overjoyed. He did not dare hesitate and quickly took out the blood coral and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept the blood coral and continued to stroll around. There were many dazzling treasures here, but there weren't many treasures that could pique Lin Feng's interest. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't any. For example, Lin Feng saw an item that piqued his interest. There was a glassware in front of him, and there was a porcelain bottle in the middle of the glassware. He could vaguely see that there was some liquid in the porcelain bottle. The reason why he could see it was because the liquid was special. It made the porcelain bottle transparent. What's inside the bottle? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Dragon Turtle Elder said, it's spirit deity liquid, an extremely rare spirit deity liquid. This spirit deity liquid can greatly shorten the lifespan of many vegetable-type treasures. A single drop of this spirit deity liquid can make those vegetable-type treasures grow for 10 years. Oh? It's that magical? Lin Feng said in surprise. Lin Feng had obtained a sky-purple lightning bamboo sapling before. It was a type of plant with the purest yang energy in the world. Lin Feng planned to use it to forge his third natal treasure. However, the sky-purple lightning bamboo's growth period was very long. Although it could be shortened by 10 times in time, Lin Feng didn't know when the sky-purple lightning bamboo would mature. However, if he used the spirit deity liquid to nurture the grand sky-purple lightning bamboo sapling, it would greatly shorten its growth time. In this way, he would be able to successfully nurture the grand sky-purple lightning bamboo sapling in an extremely short period of time. After that, he would be able to forge his third life-bound magic weapon. Lin Feng had 2 natal treasures. The first was the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, which protected Lin Feng's soul. It had saved Lin Feng's life from danger several times. The second treasure was the Primal Chaos Immortal Stone. It was quite powerful and was a supreme treasure for both offense and defense. However, Lin Feng still lacked a purest yang energy treasure. This type of treasure could nourish and warm the body. If a cultivator were to carry this type of natal magic treasure with them, it would bring great benefits to their body. Of course, this was not the most important aspect. The most important aspect was that a magic treasure with the highest yang attribute could ward off evil spirits. It had a relatively high lethality towards yin and evil spirits. Although Lin Feng had some treasures that could restrain yin and evil spirits, such as the monastic robe, ancient Buddhist bones, and other treasures, these treasures weren't purest yang energy treasures. The best thing to restrain yin and evil spirits was the purest yang energy treasures. Therefore, Lin Feng hoped that he could quickly cultivate the sky-purple lightning bamboo sapling. "I want this bottle of spiritual deity liquid," Lin Feng said. The dragon turtle elder took out the item and gave it to Lin Feng. "This bottle of spiritual deity liquid is worth 8 million immortal stones." Lin Feng nodded and took out 8 million immortal stones and gave it to the dragon turtle elder. Lin Feng continued looking at other treasures. Not long after, Lin Feng saw another treasure. It was a precious pearl. There seemed to be liquid flowing inside the pearl. Lin Feng could feel the power of water from the pearl. The pearl was similar to the water avoidance pearl, but Lin Feng could clearly feel that the pearl was many times more precious than the water avoidance pearl. "What's this pearl?" Lin Feng asked. "This is the frozen water pearl. It's a supreme treasure of the deep sea. It's extremely rare. The frozen water pearl can freeze all kinds of waves, tsunamis, and storms in the deep sea. It can even freeze water-attributed attacks," the dragon turtle elder said. "Oh? It's that powerful?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng had the hurricane pearl. With the hurricane pearl, he could ignore all kinds of storms. No matter how strong the storm was, it wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Feng. However, the price of the frozen water pearl was even more shocking. It could freeze all kinds of tsunamis, waves, storms, and even water-attributed attacks. This kind of ability was too abnormal. Lin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. However, this was the powerful effect of the frozen water pearl. Although it sounded inconceivable, the frozen water pearl was that powerful. Lin Feng said, "I want the frozen water pearl too." The dragon turtle patriarch took out the frozen water pearl for Lin Feng and gave it to Lin Feng. Then, the dragon turtle patriarch said with a smile, "The original price of the frozen water pearl was 54 million, but I'll give you a discount. 50 million will do." Hearing this, Lin Feng took out 50 million immortal stones and gave them to the dragon turtle patriarch. When the surrounding cultivators saw Lin Feng buy one item after another, they couldn't help but look at Lin Feng enviously. He was really rich and overbearing. "Lin Feng, I've also taken a fancy to something. Can you give it to me?" the cursed doll said. Previously, the cursed doll had saved Lin Feng. Not to mention a single item. The cursed doll wanted 100 items. Lin Feng wouldn't hesitate to buy it. Lin Feng said, "Of course, no problem. Take whatever you like." "I want this." The cursed doll pointed at an item. Lin Feng looked over. It was a palm-sized piece of wood. It was on top of the wood. There were also some mysterious runes on it. Lin Feng didn't know what the wood was, but since it was placed here, it was definitely not simple. The dragon turtle patriarch didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out the piece of wood and handed it over to the cursed doll. The cursed doll repeatedly flipped through the piece of wood. The more it looked at it, the more it liked it. Obviously. That piece of wood. It was definitely a treasure that could play an important role in the cursed doll. So, when it saw the piece of wood, the cursed doll was so happy. "This item costs 3 million immortal stones," the dragon turtle patriarch said. This item wasn't particularly expensive. Of course, this was relative to other items. The price was indeed not particularly high. After all, there were many items here that cost tens of millions. However, if it was taken out alone, the value of this item was quite high. 3 million immortal stones. Just like in the real world, wasn't 3 million RMB a lot of money? Lin Feng continued to shop. The dragon turtle elder introduced many precious items to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wasn't interested. Lin Feng had been searching for something that could help him. No matter how precious or rare something was, it wouldn't be of any help to him. At most, Lin Feng would only take a few glances at it and wouldn't buy it. After all, although Lin Feng was rich, that money didn't come from nowhere. Naturally, he had to use this money where it was needed most. Lin Feng looked at an item in shock. When he saw that item, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. One of the things that Lin Feng had his eyes on was a part of a broken arrow. The broken arrow was not too long, only a dozen centimeters long, and the tip of the arrow was still there. After a short moment of shock, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. Because, he recognized the origin of the broken arrow. That broken arrow. It was actually the sunshot arrow. Back then, when Hui forged the Hui Bao, he forged 9 sunshot arrows at the same time. Lin Feng now had one. The Hui Bao combined with the sunshot arrow. It was simply an invincible killing weapon. Lin Feng wanted to find the other sunshot arrow. But unfortunately, there had been no clues. Now, he actually saw a broken arrow here. The sunshot arrow was so powerful. It was actually broken. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. Back then, who exactly broke the sunshot arrow? A cultivator who could break the sunshot arrow. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. However, what happened back then was destined to be buried by history. Perhaps future generations would never know the truth behind why the sunshot arrow was broken. I'll take the broken arrow, Lin Feng said. Elder Dragon Turtle took out the sunshot arrow and handed it to Lin Feng. Then, he said, this is the broken arrow of the sunshot arrow. It was originally a priceless treasure, but now that it has been broken, its value has been greatly reduced. However, the price is still not cheap, as high as 60 million. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and took out 60 million immortal stones. He carefully observed the sunshot arrow in his hand. He immediately discovered. Although the sun-slaying divine arrow was broken, the runes on it were not destroyed. As long as the runes were not destroyed, there was still a possibility of repairing the sunshot arrow. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that repairing the sunshot arrow would not be easy. First, he needed to find raw materials that could match the sunshot arrow. This kind of material was extremely difficult to find. Secondly, he needed to set up runes at the broken location. This kind of rune needed to be perfectly compatible with the runes on the broken arrow. Only then could the broken arrow be repaired. Only when these 2 points were perfect could the broken arrow be repaired successfully. If even one point was not perfect, the repair plan would fail. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. He needed to find a top-level refining grandmaster to complete this matter. An ordinary weapon refiner would not be able to complete it. We've bought enough things, let's go. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll. All right. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng left with the cursed doll. Elder Dragon Turtle and the Clam Girl only returned after sending off Lin Feng and the cursed doll. After leaving the precious treasure pavilion, Lin Feng and the cursed doll did not stay outside. Lin Feng planned to go back and study the runes that matched the location of the broken arrow. Because Lin Feng still had a complete Sunshot God arrow, Lin Feng guessed that the runes on the 2 Sunshot God arrows should be the same. When the time came, he should be able to draw the runes according to the complete Sunshot God arrow. Of course, drawing runes was easy in theory, but it was very difficult to do. After all kinds of runes were unpredictable. Drawing them was naturally an extremely difficult task. However, no matter how difficult it was, Lin Feng had to draw the complete runes. When the time came, he could give the complete runes to the weapon refiner who could repair the broken arrow. He could not expect to give the broken arrow and the complete Sunshot God arrow to the weapon refiner. Let the weapon refiner study what the complete runes looked like. Even if he could really do that. Lin Feng was also worried. What if the weapon refiner ran away with his Sunshot God arrow? The cursed doll had obtained that special piece of wood previously, so he was now in a hurry to go back and study it. Of course, it was also possible that Shur had gone to refine that piece of wood. That piece of wood was obviously very useful to him. Lin Feng hoped that the cursed doll could use that special piece of wood to improve his cultivation. However, whether he could do it or not was not something Lin Feng could control. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the broken arrow and the complete Sunshot God arrow. Then he began to compare the runes on them. After a comparison, Lin Feng found that the runes on them were exactly the same. This made Lin Feng very happy. The most frightening thing was that the runes on them were not the same. When the time came to repair the broken arrow, it would be too difficult. Now that he could confirm that the runes were exactly the same, it would be much easier to repair the broken arrow. Lin Feng took out a talisman pen and talisman paper. Then he studied the structure of the runes on them while drawing the runes that he had studied. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to stay here for a day, but it took him 3 days to study the runes on the Sunshot God arrow. After finishing, Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. As for the materials to repair the broken arrow, Lin Feng planned to look for them in his storage of treasures. Lin Feng had so many treasures in his storage, including all kinds of immortal iron and divine stone. Perhaps he could find a suitable material. Demon Lord, what kind of material do you think I should choose to repair the broken arrow? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. Ordinary materials obviously won't do. You should find extremely precious meteorites from outer space. The density of meteorites from outer space is usually higher, and they are more suitable for forging top-notch magic treasures than other materials of the same type. Moreover, the Sunshot God arrow itself was forged from meteorites from outer space. The Demon Lord thought for a moment, then said, I have collected a lot of meteorites from outer space, but I don't know if there are any that can match the broken arrow. Let me see. Lin Feng said. The so-called match here mainly looked at 2 aspects. First, was the density of the meteorite similar to the density of the material used to forge the Sunshot God arrow? Second, could the meteorite form a fit with the broken arrow? This was a very important point. Different materials were divided into 3 attributes: fit, reject, and not affect each other. Even if they couldn't form a fit. But they couldn't form rejection. If they rejected each other and tried to repair the broken arrow, the arrow might even be damaged. Lin Feng searched carefully and found about 30 top-notch meteorites. Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, do you think any of these meteorites are suitable? The Demon Lord looked at them and compared them, then said, I think that purple meteorite is suitable. Lin Feng nodded. He felt that the purple meteorite was the most suitable for the broken arrow. He asked the Demon Lord mainly to confirm and see if the Demon Lord had the same thoughts as him. After asking, Lin Feng was able to confirm that the Demon Lord had the same thoughts as him. Next, he just needed to find a top-notch blacksmith to try to repair the broken arrow. Lin Feng didn't feel at ease finding a blacksmith outside, so he decided to find someone to repair the Sunshot Sun God arrow when he returned to Sin Realm. There were many blacksmiths in Sin City, and they were all talents that Lin Feng had recruited. These people were trustworthy. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the cursed doll didn't. It was still cultivating. After waiting for 2 days, the cursed doll finally came out. After coming out of seclusion, the cursed doll couldn't hide its excitement and happiness. It seemed that this fellow had gained quite a lot. However, the cursed doll was of special life form. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't very sure what the cursed doll's cultivation level was. Lin Feng and the cursed doll didn't stay there any longer. After paying the rent, they left the island and flew toward the immortal moonstream. They were about 150 kilometers away from the immortal moonstream, so Lin Feng and the cursed doll could reach the immortal moonstream in about half an hour. On the way, Lin Feng saw many ships. They were all docked at sea. The cursed doll said, because the bottom of the sea is more dangerous, the cultivators who go out to sea gather together. That way, they'll be safer. They'll use the ship above as the center and circle around it to search for resources in the underwater world. If they encounter any danger in the underwater world, they'll immediately think of a way to send a message back. Once the people on the ship receive the message, they'll immediately go down to rescue them. Lin Feng said, it seems that this place has formed a relatively complete industrial chain. The cursed doll nodded and said, that's indeed the case. That's why this place produces many good things every year. Actually, I heard that this place produces a special kind of thing. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Underwater godstones, the cursed doll said. Underwater godstones? Are they similar to the stones outside? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll nodded and said, it's very similar, but there are some differences. Because life originated from the sea, the history of the seabed god stones is much older than the stones on the land. Some things from the last era can even be mined from the seabed god stones. Therefore, the seabed god stones can often be mined from the seabed god stones. However, the seabed god stones are very rare. For those cultivators, a seabed god stone is a great opportunity. Yes. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Those cultivators risked entering the seabed to search for treasures for the sake of immortal stones. Therefore, finding a piece of seabed divine stone was indeed a very important matter for them. If they sold the seabed divine stone, the immortal stones they exchanged for could very likely satisfy their needs for many years. Lin Feng and the cursed doll chatted as they flew towards the immortal moonstream. When they arrived near the immortal moonstream, the number of cultivators there had decreased. This was because the closer they got to the immortal moonstream, the more dangerous it was. Many cultivators didn't dare to take the risk to enter this area. In fact, a large number of cultivators died in this area every year. This was something that they had to be cautious about. The cultivators who were active in this area all year round naturally knew this very well. Therefore, they basically wouldn't take the risk. They preferred a safe way to deal with the search for treasures at the bottom of the sea. It didn't take long for Lin Feng and the cursed doll to arrive at the immortal moonstream. The immortal moonstream was a huge mountain range on the sea. However, this mountain range was special. Many places had been submerged by the sea. Only a small part of the mountain range was above the sea. In fact, this place was originally an island with a mountain range on it. However, for some unknown reason, the island sank to the bottom of the sea. Ever since the island sank to the bottom of the sea and formed the immortal moonstream, some special changes occurred. The immortal moonstream had undergone some special changes. This place had formed many powerful restrictive spells, and those restrictive spells were quite dangerous. As time passed, the power of the restrictive spells became more and more powerful. In addition, the rules of heaven and earth had even changed the topography of the seabed around the immortal moonstream. With the immortal moonstream as the center, everything within the 300 nautical miles around it had undergone subtle changes. Later, many people discovered that the immortal moonstream had become an extremely dangerous place, and it was not easy to set foot in it. Many precious seabed resources had appeared in the seabed around the immortal moonstream. Lin Feng understood the formation of the immortal moonstream and the uniqueness of the sea around it from the cursed doll. He couldn't help but touch his chin. Even with his years of experience, he couldn't help but feel extremely surprised because this place was really extraordinary. It made people exclaim in admiration and wonder. Lin Feng and the cursed doll floated above the sea outside the immortal moonstream and looked at it. There were many cultivators watching the immortal moonstream. Some of them were eager to enter the immortal moonstream to find their fortune. In fact, every year, there would be some courageous cultivators who would enter the immortal moon crevice in search of opportunities. Most of them would die in the immortal moon crevice. However, there were some who would successfully find some opportunities in the immortal moon crevice and escape unscathed. I've seen the introduction of the immortal moonstream in a Taoist scripture. It is said that the reason why this place changed so much was because many experts died here. After those experts died and were buried here, their magnetic fields were too powerful. They affected and fused with each other, causing the laws of heaven and earth around the immortal moonstream to change. In the end, the island sank to the bottom of the sea. In fact, in recent years, some cultivators did find the burial grounds of experts in the immortal moonstream and successfully brought out some top-level inheritances. At this time, a cultivator not far from Lin Feng said to his companion, "More than 10 years ago, the immortal moonstream had a violent change. At that time, the demonic energy in the immortal moonstream was surging and the pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying. I don't know what happened, but I heard that all the cultivators who went to check it out died. No one came out alive." At this time, another cultivator said, "That's indeed the case. The celestial moonstream has appeared for a very long time and it has always been relatively peaceful. But 10 years ago, there was an unforeseen event which created a huge commotion. However, the specific reason for that is still an unsolved mystery." The third cultivator also talked about this matter. The conversation of a few cultivators attracted Lin Feng's attention. He came to the Undying Realm more than 10 years ago, and there was a huge change in the immortal moon crevice more than 10 years ago. Was there any connection between the two? Soon, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Perhaps he was too sensitive. There was no difference between him coming to the Undying Realm and an ordinary cultivator coming to the Undying Realm. How could it be related to the change in the Immortal Moon Crevice? It was just a coincidence. Where is the crescent moon grass in the Immortal Moon Crevice? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked. Although most of the Immortal Moon Crevice had been submerged by the sea, there were still some exposed areas. In fact, there were still many. In addition, the interior of the Immortal Moon Crevice was very dangerous, so it was naturally very difficult to explore the Immortal Moon Crevice. If he knew where the crescent moon grass was. When the time came. Enter the Immortal Moon Crevice. Go straight to the destination. He would be able to get the crescent moon grass as quickly as possible. We will only know at night, the cursed doll said. Wait until night. Why do we have to wait until night to know? Lin Feng asked in confusion. The cursed doll said, because, to determine the location of the crescent moon grass, we need to rely on the moonlight. When the moonlight shines down at midnight, the place where the moonlight shines is where the crescent moon grass grows, so we need to wait. All right. Then let's wait. Lin Feng said. He summoned the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Then, he and the cursed doll boarded the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship to rest. He did not know if he would encounter any terrifying dangers in the Immortal Moon Crevice this time. So, Lin Feng and the cursed doll needed to adjust their state. It would be best if they could adjust their state to the best. This way, they would be able to better face the dangers that might appear. If they entered the Immortal Moon Crevice in a bad state, they might encounter a disaster inside. Lin Feng would not underestimate such a dangerous place. Time passed. In the blink of an eye. Night came. At night, the Immortal Moon Crevice seemed a little eerie and terrifying. Waves of cold aura surged out from the crevice. So, when night fell, most of the cultivators lingering around the Immortal Moon Stream had already left. They did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid of encountering danger. However, there was also a portion of cultivators who didn't leave. They wanted to see what the Immortal Moon Stream looked like at night. Midnight. The yin qi in the Immortal Moon Stream was at its densest. The moonlight moved. The moonlight shone on a mountain peak inside the Immortal Moon Stream. It's the seventh mountain from the outside. Lin Feng's face lit up. Then, he entered the Immortal Moon Stream with the cursed doll. Damn, is he tired of living? He actually dares to enter the Immortal Moon Stream. A cultivator exclaimed when he saw Lin Feng and the cursed doll entering the Immortal Moon Stream. Another cultivator said, there will always be people who take risks for opportunities, only to end up losing their lives in the end. These words resonated with many people. The cultivators outside felt that Lin Feng and the cursed doll had taken the risk to enter the Immortal Moon Stream and would most likely never return. After entering the Immortal Moon Stream, Lin Feng indeed felt a ghastly and terrifying aura enveloping his body. This place was very dangerous. The void was filled with powerful seals. One had to be very careful when dealing with those seals. If one was hit by those seals, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng was proficient in great arrays, so he successfully dodged many of the seals in the Immortal Moon Stream with the cursed doll. They kept getting closer to the mountain peak where the crescent moon grass grew. However, not long after, the cursed doll said, something's wrong. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. I feel like we're being watched by something. The cursed doll said. It can't be, right? Lin Feng's expression became uncertain. This was not a small matter. Instead, it was an extremely serious matter. Was he really being targeted by something? If that was the case, then the thing that was watching them would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Because, Lin Feng's sudden inspiration ability. He couldn't sense that thing. This was the most terrifying part. This feeling is very weak. If I wasn't a special life form, perhaps even I wouldn't have been able to sense it. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become serious. The cursed doll didn't seem like it was joking. In that case, there really was something terrifying that was watching the two of them. What exactly was it? Lin Feng didn't know. The cursed doll. He didn't know either. Lin Feng tried to use his spiritual will to search. However, he found nothing. It was hidden so deeply. The other party had hidden so deeply that even if Lin Feng wanted to investigate, he had no way to do so. It seemed that they had really encountered something troublesome. Lin Feng said, "Just be careful. As long as it doesn't come out to attack us, we don't have to pay attention to it. Once we get the crescent moon grass, we will immediately leave this place." Yes. The cursed doll nodded. This was the only way. Lin Feng and the cursed doll increased their speed. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that his head was a little dizzy. This caused his expression to become extremely ugly. For no reason. Why was his head dizzy? "I feel very dizzy. I don't know what's affecting me," Lin Feng said with an ugly expression. The cursed doll smiled bitterly and said, "I also feel very dizzy. I don't know if that thing in the dark is affecting us." Actually, even if the existence in the dark was very powerful, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were not necessarily afraid of it. If they couldn't beat the other party, they could still run. However, the existence in the dark would hide and not come out. It would use some dirty tricks behind their backs. This was the most terrifying thing. For example, now, Lin Feng and the cursed doll did not know what attack they had suffered, but they felt dizzy. This was an extremely bad sign. If they fainted here, wouldn't they be dead? Hoo. Lin Feng felt that his breathing had become rapid. The cursed doll was the same. "We're in trouble." Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked at each other. They both knew that they had encountered some trouble. "Let's retreat first," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. If they continued to stay here, they did not know what terrible things would happen. Lin Feng and the cursed doll rushed outside. However, they had just rushed out a distance of more than 10 meters. Their expressions abruptly changed. Because, in the forest in front of them, a little boy actually walked out. Lin Feng and the cursed doll obviously did not believe that the little boy was really a little boy. This place was so dangerous. How could there be a little boy? "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything, we didn't see anything." The cursed doll was hypnotizing itself. This guy. It turned around and wanted to run away, but it was caught by Lin Feng. "F***ck, why did you catch me? Hurry up and leave." The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng angrily. It wanted Kevin to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Lin Feng said, "Since he has already locked onto us, do you think we can still leave?" The cursed doll sighed. Although it didn't want to admit it, it seemed that it had to admit it. Some things still had to be faced. For example, that little boy. Lin Feng looked at the little boy. He originally thought that the little boy would attack him and the cursed doll, but unexpectedly, the little boy didn't attack him and the cursed doll. The little boy just stood not far away and looked at the two of them. He wanted to come over, but he seemed to be hesitating. When Lin Feng saw that something was wrong, the cursed doll also saw that something was wrong. The little boy. He didn't seem to have any hostility towards them. In other words, the dizziness from before wasn't caused by the little boy. However, what was going on with the little boy? In the beginning, Lin Feng and the cursed doll didn't think that he was a real little boy. But now, they didn't think so anymore. Now, Lin Feng felt that the other party seemed to be a little boy. He was very young. His origin was mysterious. "Little brother, why are you here?" Lin Feng tried to ask. The little boy said, "I ran in here by myself." F***ck? You ran in here by yourself? The cursed doll couldn't help but roll its eyes. This place was so dangerous, but nothing happened to him when he ran in. This was too strange, wasn't it? Could it be because he was lucky? How lucky did he have to be able to avoid all the attacks? Although he doesn't have any hostility towards us, this little guy is still a little strange. The cursed doll said. Of course, Lin Feng knew about this point. This little guy was indeed a little strange. Otherwise, how could he run into the immortal moonstream alone and not encounter any danger? This was one of the more bizarre aspects. Lin Feng replied, "Don't be afraid. Let's go." The cursed doll thought for a moment and nodded. He walked towards the little boy with Lin Feng. However, the little boy chose to retreat. Lin Feng and the cursed doll could not help but frown. Since the little boy chose to retreat, in that case, they did not want to continue. Clearly, the boy was afraid and did not dare let Lin Feng and the cursed doll get close to him. Lin Feng replied, "We have no ill intentions towards you." The little boy looked at Lin Feng and the cursed doll with his big round eyes. He didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" The little boy remained silent. He didn't answer Lin Feng. "Where are the adults in your family?" Lin Feng continued to ask. The little boy shook his head. Then, he said pitifully, "I'm the only one left." "Then why don't you stay by our side? Big brother will take care of you." Lin Feng looked at the little boy and said. A conflicted expression appeared on the little boy's face. He was hesitating. Lin Feng did not say anything else. Whether he chose to stay by their side or not was up to the little boy. Therefore, Lin Feng would not interfere with the little boy's decision. In the end, the little boy seemed to have mustered up his courage and walked towards Lin Feng. However, when the little boy was halfway there, a black aura suddenly surged out from the ground. That ball of darkness was about to devour the little boy. Not good. Lin Feng and the cursed doll's expression suddenly changed. That ball of darkness. It was very terrifying. It seemed to be able to devour life. It was unknown if it was some kind of special life form. One had to know. The more dangerous the area was, the more likely it was for that kind of special life form to appear. That kind of existence. They were all very terrifying. Lin Feng and the cursed doll rushed towards the little boy. They wanted to save the little boy. However, it was too late. Just as the darkness was about to devour the little boy, a sun rose from the little boy's dantian. That sun. It protected the little boy within it. When the darkness came into contact with the sun, there was a violent burning sound. Son of the sun, a terrified cry came from the distorted darkness. That ball of darkness had suffered extremely serious damage. However, that ball of darkness was also very extraordinary. Although it was injured, it was not completely destroyed. In the end, that ball of darkness drilled into the ground and escaped. And that sun also disappeared. Damn, isn't that the sun we saw before? The cursed doll could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. This was indeed the sun they had seen before. At that time, Lin Feng and the cursed doll saw the 5 experts besieging the sun. However, that sun was very terrifying. In the end, they managed to escape. After that, Lin Feng and the cursed doll never saw that sun again. But who would have thought that there would be such a little boy in that sun, Lin Feng said. The voice that came from the darkness seemed to be saying that this little guy is the son of the sun. Is he the son of the sun? I don't think so. Could he be the son of the ancient sun god or the ancient sun emperor? The cursed doll said. The ancient sun god and the ancient sun emperor were 2 different kinds of titled gods, whether it was the ancient sun god or the ancient sun emperor. The ancient sun emperor, in the past, he was definitely an extremely terrifying existence that had intimidated many great eras. Of course, titled gods? There was usually more than one. Inherited titled gods? There were strong and weak existences. However, generally speaking, they were all the strongest of the first generation. Because the first generation belonged to the creator of this kind of titled god? Characters. For example, when we talk about the ancient Sun Emperor, we usually refer to the first generation ancient Sun Emperor. As for the other ancient Sun Emperors, we would refer to them as the generation ancient Sun Emperor. At that moment, the little boy came to Lin Feng and the cursed doll's side. The cursed doll looked at the little boy and asked, "Kid, who is your father?" "My father is the ancient Sun Emperor," the little boy said. Lin Feng and the cursed doll could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This little guy, he was actually the son of the ancient Sun Emperor. The ancient Sun Emperor was a character from countless years ago. He had been dead for who knew how many years. Logically speaking, his son should have died a long time ago. However, his son looked only a few years old. This meant, back then, for unknown reasons, the ancient Sun Emperor sealed his son in a divine stone. Until recently. Since you are the son of the ancient Sun Emperor, you can't be called little son, right? The cursed doll looked at the little boy and asked. The little boy nodded and said, yes, he is really called Little Sunday, although this little guy looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. However, he was very smart. The most important thing was, his logic was relatively complete. As expected of the ancient Sun Emperor's son, he was much smarter than his peers. Let's leave this damned place now and come back tomorrow, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng did not have any objections to this. Perhaps it would be safer during the day than at night. If that was the case, the chances of obtaining the crescent moon grass would greatly increase. Little Sun asked, are you here to find something? Lin Feng said, we're looking for the crescent moon grass on that mountain peak over there. Lin Feng pointed to Little Sunday. Little Sun asked, then why are you leaving? Lin Feng said, because we feel very dizzy, as if something is secretly attacking us. Little Sun said, I know what it is. I saw that thing. What? You can see that thing? You're awesome, as expected of the ancient Sun Emperor's son. Hurry up and tell me where that thing is. I'm going to kill it, the cursed doll said angrily. He still felt an intense pain in his head. He did not know what was behind it previously. Therefore, the cursed doll had no way of taking revenge. Now, he knew what was behind it. The cursed doll planned to take revenge. A vengeance would not change one's character. The sun shines upon the earth. At this moment, Little Sun spoke. He waved his small hand. Sunlight surged out. It shone in all directions. Under the illumination of the sun, a shadowy existence appeared. It was a shadow-like existence. It had a pair of blood-red eyes. A dark body. Blood-red eyes. They were combined together. It was really strange. It made one's hair stand on end. It's an essence soul demon. There's actually an essence soul demon in this place. What an unlucky place. After seeing the terrifying existence, the cursed doll could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Next, he directly unleashed the power of the curse towards the terrifying existence. Keek keek. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he frowned. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This guy seemed to have nothing to fear. Sure enough, the soul essence demon dodged the curse power of the cursed doll. However, the soul essence demon did not continue to stay here. After all, he had already exposed himself. He continued to stay. He wondered if there would be any danger. The soul essence demon quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Soul essence demons are really strange. The cursed doll could not help but frown. Lin Feng asked, what the hell is a soul essence demon? The cursed doll said, it's a kind of spiritual demon. This kind of spiritual demon is relatively special. It's the spiritual energy of a powerful cultivator after his death. The most terrifying thing about a soul essence demon is actually not its ability to harm a cultivator's soul. It's because it's immortal. It's very difficult to kill a soul source demon. When one of the two sides is difficult to kill, it's an extremely bad thing. Of course, soul source demons also have things they're afraid of. For example, the body of the little sun is its nemesis. In addition, there are also some weapons of extreme yang, which are also its nemesis. If it weren't for the little sun, that guy wouldn't have left so easily. I think it would have been waiting for an opportunity to attack us. Lin Feng nodded. Then he thought of the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo seedling that he was cultivating. When the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo seedling matured, he would forge the third lifebound magic treasure. This was an item of extreme yang. It was just right to restrain a terrifying existence like the soul essence demon. Now that Lin Feng had the spiritual deity liquid, cultivating the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo should be a matter of course. Of course, this would have to wait until Lin Feng was free to do this. Now that the threat of the soul essence demon had been dealt with, Lin Feng planned to quickly head to the 7th mountain peak and take the crescent moon grass. He told the cursed doll his plan, and the cursed doll agreed. They were currently on the 6th mountain peak. They were very close to the 7th mountain peak. So it was better to pick the crescent moon grass now. Of course, he could also go out now and come back tomorrow during the day. However, who could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter the most terrifying danger during the day? All of these were possible. Therefore, it was better to take advantage of this opportunity to pick the crescent moon grass. After reaching an agreement, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the little son quickly headed towards the 7th mountain peak. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Not long after, Lin Feng found the crescent moon grass at the top of a cliff. Crescent moon grass. It had a silver-white color. This color. It was quite similar to the color of moonlight. Lin Feng quickly flew over and picked the crescent moon grass. His face lit up. He had finally found the 3 types of detoxification treasures. This time, there was hope for Xianxia to detoxify the poison. Next, he only needed to fuse the crescent moon grass and the snow dragon grass into the dustless clean water according to a certain ratio. Let the 3 things fully fuse and react for a period of time. Then, he could feed it to Xianxia. After Lin Feng kept the crescent moon grass, he quickly gathered together with the cursed doll and the little son. They didn't stop and directly rushed outside. However, they hadn't left the range of the 7th mountain peak yet. Suddenly, the restrictions in the entire immortal moon crevice violently fluctuated. Not good, something seems to be happening in the immortal moon crevice. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The 3 of them didn't dare to stay and quickly headed outside. It was just that the immortal moon crevice was densely packed with restrictions, so sometimes they couldn't go fast even if they wanted to. This was because cultivators could be attacked by restrictions at any time. And this time, there seemed to be something wrong with the restrictions in the immortal moon crevice. A large number of restrictions awakened, and then those restrictions released an earth-shattering attack. All of the attacks were aimed at Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the son's child. There is some terrifying existence secretly controlling these restrictions to attack us. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng's face suddenly darkened. Damn, what bad luck. The cursed doll couldn't help but curse in a low voice. There were simply too many restrictions. Lin Feng brought the cursed doll and the little son and shuttled through the restrictions. Although he had avoided a large number of restrictions. However, Lin Feng created a large defensive light shield that enveloped the cursed doll and little Sunday. The cursed doll helped Lin Feng block the attacks of the restrictions while little son watched from the side. His body was rather special. Although he could release the sun-like thing to protect his body, he could not control the power of his body. However, he was unable to control this power in his body. The appearance of the small sun was more of an active release in times of danger. It was equivalent to a form of protection for his body. Bang! 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 All kinds of restrictions bombarded. Those restrictions fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's defensive light shield. Suddenly, there was a violent collision sound. Fortunately, Lin Feng's defensive light shield was relatively strong. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to block the attacks released by so many restrictions. Lin Feng knew that he had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. In such a place, danger was everywhere. If he was not careful, he could die miserably. The key was that there was a terrifying existence hidden in the dark. However, Lin Feng did not know who the existence hidden in the dark was. Could it be a top creature in the immortal moonstream? Perhaps there was such a possibility. Lin Feng displayed his spirit array technique to the extreme. When Lin Feng's spirit array technique was displayed to the extreme, the countless restrictions attacks were successfully dodged by Lin Feng. Lin Feng brought the cursed doll and little son to shuttle through all kinds of attacks. Of course, even if Lin Feng displayed his spirit array technique to the extreme, there were still some attacks that would kill them. However, Lin Feng did not care about those attacks. The cursed doll and Lin Feng had a clear division of labor. Lin Feng was responsible for bringing them away, while the cursed doll was responsible for blocking the attacks that Lin Feng did not dodge. Only in this way could Lin Feng's mind be completely focused on displaying his spirit array technique. Only in this way could Lin Feng freely shuttle through the countless restrictions attacks. In fact, when he fully displayed his spirit array technique, Lin Feng was extremely tired, mainly because of the mental fatigue. However, at this time, he had to go all out. Otherwise, he might really die in the immortal moonstream. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed to the third mountain with the cursed doll and little Sunday. They had already seen the hope of getting out. At this moment, an unparalleled cold light slashed towards Lin Feng. The unparalleled cold light was extremely terrifying. It directly tore through the void. Its power shocked Lin Feng. Damn, someone is attacking us from the dark. What a powerful attack. The cursed doll shouted loudly. He quickly cast a curse technique to resist the attack. The cursed doll's curse technique was quite powerful. Therefore, when the cursed doll chanted the incantation and cast the curse technique, the cold light that was slashing towards Lin Feng directly shattered in the void. Haha, Lin Feng, you piece of trash. Now, you don't even dare to block my attack yourself? You'll only let others block my attack for you. A mocking voice rang out from the void. Following that, a cultivator holding a war spear stepped out from the void. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng could not help but be stunned. This was because the person who appeared before him was actually Di Jue, the crown prince of the Dao Saint Palace. Back then, Lin Feng and Yu Ji had joined forces to defeat Di Jue. After that, Di Jue was swallowed by the space-time storm. Di Jue was indeed a formidable enemy. The combat strength that he displayed back then was extremely heaven-defying. If it was not for Yu Ji's help, it would be extremely difficult to defeat Di Jue. Lin Feng originally thought that Di Jue was already dead. He did not expect him to still be alive. Moreover, the current Di Jue was many times more powerful than when he was in the mortal world. It seemed like Di Jue had also obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. I was wondering who it was. So, it's you, a loser. I don't even bother to attack a loser's attack. Moreover, you're no longer qualified for me to attack. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Di Jue was so angry that his face turned pale. Di Jue had always been invincible in his life. Until that battle, he had never been defeated. That battle ended with his defeat. Di Jue's defeat. It was as though he was driven mad with hatred. Now that he heard Lin Feng's disdainful words, Di Jue became even more enraged. Old hatred and new enmity were added together. This kind of hatred, it made Di Jue wish that he could eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng, what's there for you to be proud of? The reason I lost to you the last time was because someone helped you. If we were to fight one-on-one, I'd crush you like crushing an ant. Di Jue glared at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng said, you really have a kind of mysterious confidence. Who gave you such confidence? Who gave you such confidence to actually say such words? However, why do I feel like you're just bragging? No wonder the sky is so dark today. It turns out that there's a cow flying in the sky. Why is there a cow flying in the sky? It's because Di Jue is bragging on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. Brother, are you trying to make me die from laughter? The cursed doll could not help but laugh out loud. Even Lil Sun was clapping at the side. The little fellow also felt that Lin Feng's teasing of Di Jue was very funny. However, Di Jue did not think it was funny at all. He was not angered to death by Lin Feng. It was already quite good. Lin Feng, you've said so much, but it doesn't change the fact that you can't defeat me, Di Jue said coldly. He knew that he was definitely not Lin Feng's match when it came to bickering. Therefore, he did not have the intention to continue bickering with Lin Feng. Instead, he wanted to attack Lin Feng with some things that he believed in. However, it was obvious that this fellow's plan was going to fail. He wanted to use words to attack Lin Feng. This idea was simply too whimsical. Lin Feng said, you're awesome. You're stronger than me. However, you're only stronger than me in your dreams. In reality, you're far weaker than me. Di Jue immediately sneered and said, if you want to prove who's stronger and who's weaker, that's easy. Let's have a one-on-one battle. Lin Feng said, why should I have a one-on-one battle with you? In your dreams. You're really a coward. You don't even have the courage to have a one-on-one battle with me. I really don't know who spread those rumors about you in the outside world. Di Jue said coldly. Lin Feng said, "It's not that I don't dare, but I don't want to. It's because I prefer to fight in groups. The three of us will fight against you, and I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." "You like to fight in groups?" "Haha, I like to fight in groups too." Di Jue sneered and shouted, "Come out, all of you." As soon as Di Jue finished speaking, silhouettes rushed out from the forest one after another. There were more than 10 terrifying existences that flew out. After seeing those existences, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth could not help but twitch violently. Those existences were all Yin corpses. Ghosts like Yin corpses were usually very powerful. Conferred gods? The Yin corpses they transformed into were even more powerful. Moreover, it was said that conferred gods? The Yin corpses they transformed into were different from ordinary Yin corpses. Conferred gods? The Yin corpses they transformed into usually possessed some divine powers from their previous lives. There were so many conferred gods? The Yin corpses they transformed into were not easy to deal with. "Lin Feng, if we're ganging up on you now, it should be us ganging up on the three of you," Di Jue said proudly. The cursed doll wiped its sweat. Today's situation did not seem good. Now that things had developed to this point, the cursed doll could naturally see that the restriction in the celestial moonstream was acting strangely. It was very likely that this fellow was behind it. The cursed doll guessed. Lin Feng naturally guessed it as well. "More than 10 years ago, the celestial moonstream had something to do with you?" Lin Feng asked as he looked at Di Jue. The reason why Lin Feng said that was because there was a reason. First, at that time, Di Jue was swallowed by the spacetime storm. The celestial moonstream had also acted strangely around that time. The timing was exactly the same. Second, Di Jue seemed to be able to control the celestial moonstream's restriction. This was more terrifying. How did he control the restriction in the celestial moonstream? Third, Di Jue was actually able to command those conferred gods? They were Yin corpses after they died. Yin corpses would not listen to other people's orders. Therefore, logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for Di Jue to command Yin corpses. However, Di Jue was able to do that. This made people feel a little incredulous. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that after Di Jue was swallowed by the spacetime storm that year, not only did he not die, he even obtained a great opportunity of fortune. Di Jue looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He said, "That's right. The strange movement that time was indeed related to me." Lin Feng said, "It seems like you should thank me. If I hadn't beaten you half to death, you wouldn't have been swallowed by the spacetime storm. If you hadn't been swallowed by the spacetime storm, you wouldn't have obtained so many opportunities. If you didn't have so many opportunities, you wouldn't be as strong as you are now." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a ferocious expression immediately appeared on Di Jue's face. "Thank you? You really have the nerve to say such words. Do you know what happened to me after I was swallowed up by the spacetime storm? Do you know what it means to wish you were dead? After I was devoured by the spacetime storm, the pain I suffered was 10 times worse than death. I even wanted to kill myself so that it wouldn't be so painful. But I can't accept it. I don't want to die like this. If I die, who will avenge me? As for my enemy, he's still living a carefree life." When I thought of this, I couldn't help but feel the hatred of 5,000 crises. This hatred made me unwilling to surrender to fate. This hatred made me stronger. I told myself that I must live on. I must live on. It was this strong belief that allowed me to live on until I saw a spatial node in the spacetime storm. I have to say that my luck was pretty good because the spatial node I saw was the spatial node that led to the core of the celestial moon valley. I used all of my strength to rush to the spatial node and then entered it. It was also at that time that my fate changed. Lin Feng asked, "What benefits did you obtain here?" Di Jue said proudly, "I inherited the title of a titled god here. It was a powerful orthodoxy of a godly king. I swallowed some immortal pills left behind by that godly king. My body and my soul were both transformed by the immortal pills. My innate talent was already very strong. Under the effect of the immortal pills, it became even stronger. My strength also increased by leaps and bounds. So, the current me is no longer the same as before. Of course, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that I obtained the method to control the seals here. I even obtained the method to command these powerful corpses. Previously, I went to look for you and even secretly followed you, but you didn't notice. I've been thinking about the safest way to deal with you. Although you're my enemy and your strength is much weaker than mine, there's one thing I have to say. You're like a loach. If I can't kill you once, it'll be more difficult to kill you again. In order to kill you once, I need to be fully prepared. Di Jue had been belittling Lin Feng when he was praising himself. Although this fellow was arrogant and conceited, he was indeed very capable. Lin Feng had to admit that. Lin Feng did not interrupt Di Jue. He wanted to know what Di Jue wanted to say. At this moment, Di Jue continued to ask, "Didn't you suspect that the woman beside you was poisoned?" Upon hearing Di Jue's words, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Di Jue with a gloomy expression and asked, "You're the one behind this?" "Of course." Di Jue burst out laughing immediately. When he saw that Lin Feng was angry, he felt extremely happy. Di Jue said, "Originally, I wanted to use the poisonous bug to deal with you, but you're too cautious, so I didn't do that. The woman beside you is always loud and loud. To put it nicely, a person like her is innocent, but to put it bluntly, she's just an idiot. Of course, it's much easier to deal with an idiot." Lin Feng said, "You really have the talent to be a bad person because your mouth is really cheap." Di Jue did not mind Lin Feng's mockery and continued to say, "After that woman was poisoned, you would definitely look for a way to cure the poison. Coincidentally, there's a crescent moon grass here in the Immortal Moon Valley. I've long asked around about the crescent moon grass and knew that you wouldn't be able to find it outside. In order to cure that woman's poison, you would definitely come to the Immortal Moon Valley. Originally, I wanted to leak the information about the crescent moon grass to your people, but I didn't expect that the cursed baby beside you would know about this as well. It would save me a lot of trouble. Therefore, I've already planned every step. As for you, you're being led by the nose. Now that you're trapped in the Immortal Moon Valley, do you think you still have any hope of getting out alive?" Di Jue looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. It was no wonder that Di Jue was so confident. This guy was very calculative, and his plan was almost perfect. Therefore, that was why Di Jue was so confident. Said Lin Feng. "You miscalculated," said Lin Feng. "What is it?" Di Jue looked at Lin Feng. "I'll meet the only son of the ancient Sun Emperor here," Lin Feng said. "Are you talking about that little brat beside you?" Di Jue glanced at Little Sun in disdain. He was only 5 or 6 years old. What could such a little brat do? Don't underestimate me. Little Sun placed his hands on his waist, looking like a little adult. He was looked down upon by Di Jue. Little Sun looked very unhappy. That was why Little Sun looked so angry now. He was really stubborn. However, when he thought about it, Little Sun's bloodline was the Sun bloodline. It was normal for him to have a bad temper since he was young. Attack. Di Jue sneered and ignored Little Sunday. He was just a child. So what if he was the son of the ancient Sun Emperor? Di Jue did not even bother to pay attention to Little Sunday. He gave the order to the corpses. The corpses quickly charged over. The most powerful ones were these corpses. Conferred God? The corpses that they turned into made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Each of the corpses was very powerful. With so many of them attacking together, even a golden immortal would find it difficult to resist the attacks of these corpses. In this place, not only were there attacks from the corpses, but there were also attacks from many great formations. In fact, Di Jue had provoked Lin Feng earlier. He wanted to have a one-on-one duel with Lin Feng. In fact, it was also to deceive Lin Feng. This guy wanted to lure Lin Feng out. Then, more than 10 corpses that were hiding in the dark attacked together. At that time, they would be able to take down Lin Feng in an instant. However, Lin Feng did not fall for it. This made Di Jue feel very depressed. However, it was fine if he did not fall for it. In Di Jue's opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. The price of Lin Feng not being fooled was that he had to spend more time and energy dealing with Lin Feng. When the dozen corpses attacked, Lin Feng was multitasking, summoning many powerful magic treasures. For example, the stone sword, Hell King Bell, and other treasures. Lin Feng took them all out. The power contained in these supreme treasures was extremely strong. Each supreme treasure could release an extremely powerful attack. Lin Feng took out these treasures and fought with the corpses. The bodies of the corpses were the most powerful weapons. Their fingernails were often very long. When the nails collided with Lin Feng's magic weapon, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Every collision sound was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. Although the corpses were strong, they were still temporarily stalled by Lin Feng. However, the consumption of Lin Feng's dermic powers by summoning more than a dozen dermic treasures at once was just too great. Lin Feng could not hold on for too long. "I didn't expect you to have such an ability." When Di Jue saw Lin Feng multitasking and summoning more than a dozen powerful dermic treasures to deal with the corpses that he summoned, his face instantly turned extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Lin Feng. He, Di Jue, also wished that he had such a terrifying ability. However, Di Jue could only be envious. Di Jue said fiercely, "Lin Feng, how long do you think your dermic powers can last? It won't be long before your dermic powers are depleted. At that time, let's see how you'll die." Lin Feng sneered. He ignored Di Jue and looked at the little sun instead. Lin Feng said, "Little fella, try and see if you can release the sun from before." In fact, Lin Feng did not know what the sun from before was. Was it the energy in his body? Was it a dermic treasure? Or was it some kind of ability that was manifested from his bloodline? Lin Feng thought. Perhaps, it was possible. However, no matter what it was, the sun was the corpse's nemesis. The little sun tried. Then, it said with a bitter expression, "I can't summon it." Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and said, "Cursed doll, help the little sun." The cursed doll nodded. His experience was incomparably rich. It could indeed help the little sun. The cursed doll looked at the little sun and said, "Little fella, relax. Don't block my divine will with your soul. Today, we must borrow your power to deal with those corpses. Otherwise, we'll all die here." "I don't want to die here," the little sun said pitifully. "I don't want to die here," the little sun said pitifully. "If you don't want to die here, you'll do whatever I ask you to do," the cursed doll said arrogantly. The little sun nodded vigorously. Then, the cursed doll reached out and gently tapped the little sun's forehead. The cursed doll then closed its eyes. The little sun's eyes darted around. The cursed doll said, "Close your eyes too and try to communicate with my spirit." After all, the little sun was still too young. The cursed doll's words sounded a little profound to him, so he looked as if he understood it but did not. The cursed doll also knew that the little sun might not understand what it meant. Therefore, it added, "If you don't know how to communicate with your spirit, then don't think about anything." This time, the little sun understood. On the other side, Di Jue also noticed that something was wrong, and his face darkened slightly. Di Jue did not continue to stand in the void and watch the show. He also joined the battlefield. Di Jue's cultivation base was very powerful. When Di Jue joined the battlefield, the pressure on Lin Feng's side increased. Di Jue swept away the stone sword that was slashing at him. Then, he quickly approached Lin Feng. Soon, Di Jue arrived in front of Lin Feng. He held the battle spear in his hand and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also held a battle spear in his hand. However, his battle spear was the epic battle spear. It was much more powerful than Di Jue's battle spear that was at the level of a true immortal. However, Lin Feng was multitasking, and the consumption of his dermic powers was too severe. Therefore, his combat strength had decreased tremendously. Therefore, even with the epic battle spear in his hand, it was difficult for him to defeat Di Jue. Instead, he was suppressed by Di Jue. Di Jue's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. He wanted to take down Lin Feng in one go. However, Lin Feng's techniques were very powerful. Although his combat strength had decreased due to the dispersion of his dermic powers, however, it was absolutely impossible for Di Jue to defeat him quickly. Just as Lin Feng and Di Jue were engaged in a great battle, endless divine sunlight surged out of the little sun's dantian. It illuminated the world. Then, a sun slowly rose into the sky. The sun protected the little sun within it. When the sun appeared, the temperature of the world rose rapidly. The darkness was dispelled. The world became bright and resplendent. The sunlight that was emitted from the sun was different from the others. There was an extremely extraordinary energy contained within it. That energy seemed to be able to dispel all evil in an instant. When the sunlight that was emitted from the sun shone on the Yin corpses' bodies, the Yin corpses' bodies immediately emitted a sizzling sound of burning. The Yin corpses' bodies actually began to burn at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The sun was an energy of the purest yang. Therefore, it was extremely harmful to the Yin corpses. Therefore, when the Yin corpses received the sun's attack, they immediately let out a painful shriek. The Yin corpses no longer dared to get close to Lin Feng and the others. Instead, they quickly fled into the distance. Damn it! How did this happen? Upon seeing this, Di Jue became slightly flustered and exasperated. Initially, Di Jue wanted to borrow the Yin corpses' power to kill Lin Feng and the others. However, the Yin corpses were suppressed by the sun. Now, they did not dare to come forward at all. Di Jue tried to give the Yin corpses an order, but they did not listen to him at all. They did not even care about him at all. This caused Di Jue's expression to turn extremely grave. Initially, he did not take the little sun seriously. So what if the little sun was the ancient Sun Emperor's son? The main reason was that the little sun was too small. If it were anyone else, they would inevitably look down on him. This was also one of the reasons why Di Jue had failed this time. When facing any enemy, one could never underestimate them. If one dared to underestimate their opponent, they would definitely die. If they dared to do so, it was very likely that they would have to pay an extremely heavy price. This kind of thing happened every day. However, there were too few people who could keep this in mind at all times. Di Jue could not do this, and sometimes, Lin Feng could not do this as well. This was also human nature. Di Jue, die. After the Yin corpses fled into the distance, Lin Feng activated more than 10 powerful Dharma treasures and charged toward Di Jue. Di Jue's expression turned grim. This fella also had a way to deal with the attack of those powerful Dharma treasures. A shield suddenly appeared in Di Jue's left hand. The shield was activated in an instant. Then, a huge energy shield emitted from the shield and enveloped Di Jue within it. When Lin Feng's treasures arrived, Lin Feng's expression changed. All the magic treasures were blocked by the energy shield. Damn, what a powerful defensive treasure. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Originally, he had thought that even if he could not kill Di Jue, he would still be able to inflict severe injuries on him. But now it seems his plan fell through. Lin Feng hurriedly put away the other Dharma treasures except for the epic war spear. Previously, he had used so many magic treasures at the same time. More than half of his magic power had been consumed, and his battle prowess had dropped by a lot. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have enough magic power to activate so many magic treasures. When Lin Feng put away the Dharma treasures, Di Jue did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and charged toward Lin Feng. This guy was holding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Attack and defense in one. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and stabbed the spear in his hand at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He held the epic war spear in his hand and performed the total annihilation technique. The epic war spear in Lin Feng's hand swept toward Di Jue's war spear. The epic war spear was indeed worthy of being a top-notch treasure passed down by the sovereign emperor clan. Its power was just too powerful. Even though Lin Feng's magic power had been severely depleted, the power of the epic war spear was still shocking and moving. When Lin Feng activated the epic war spear with all his might, it even sent Di Jue flying. Then, Lin Feng quickly charged toward Di Jue. His magic power surged into the epic war spear continuously. Lin Feng held the epic war spear in his hand and stabbed toward Di Jue. The shield in Di Jue's hand once again released a defensive light shield. The defensive light shield protected Dijue within it. However, when Lin Feng's spear stabbed toward him, the energy light shield was pierced through by Lin Feng's epic war spear. Lin Feng's attack did not stop there. He became one with the spear. He stabbed toward Dijue. Naturally, Lin Feng wanted to kill Dijue as soon as possible. Although he did not really like Dijue, there was one thing that Lin Feng agreed with. That was, Dijue. He was definitely a powerful person. A cultivator who survived a great disaster would usually become more and more terrifying. Dijue belonged to this type of person. If he did not kill him, no one knew what kind of trouble he would cause in the future. Just as Lin Feng's spear was about to stab Dijue, Dijue quickly moved. However, Dijue quickly made his move. The shield in his left hand was placed in front of him. Clang, Lin Feng's spear. It directly stabbed into the shield. That shield of his was an extremely powerful defensive magic treasure. Therefore, when Lin Feng's spear stabbed the shield, other than a clanging sound of collision, nothing else happened. It did not break the shield at all. Lin Feng suspected that the shield was left behind by the Divine King back then. In fact, Lin Feng's guess was right. The origin of the shield was not simple. It was called the Divine King's shield. It was a shield that the Divine King had spent a lot of effort to forge. Its defensive power was extremely powerful. Back then, the Divine King had relied on the Divine King's shield to defeat a few experts who had similar strength as him. It could be seen that the Divine King's shield played a crucial role in a great battle. If it was not for the Divine King's shield, Dijue would have been killed by Lin Feng. Of course, there were no ifs in this world. Moreover, Dijue had mastered this Divine King's shield. Just like how Lin Feng had mastered many powerful Dharma treasures were also a part of a cultivator's strength. Therefore, in a great battle between cultivators, one could not exclude the Dharma treasures of the other party when estimating their strength. This was a kind of self-deception. Heaven-piercing spear. After Dijue used the Divine King's shield to block Lin Feng's attack, he immediately launched an attack at Lin Feng. He held the war spear in his right hand and stabbed it at Lin Feng. The strength of the spear was quite ferocious. After sensing the power of the spear, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the critical moment, Lin Feng's wrist suddenly shook. Following that, the arrow war spear in his hand violently shook the void. Then, the arrow war spear in his hand lashed out like a whip. The arrow war spear collided with the war spear that Dijue had thrust out, causing Dijue's war spear to deviate. Dijue's expression was indifferent. Just as he was about to launch a new attack at Lin Feng. All of a sudden, puff. Ah! Diju let out an incomparably painful scream. His chest was pierced through. To anyone, it was a serious injury. Naturally, it was the same for Dijue. Unlike Lin Feng, Dijue did not possess the undying bloodline that could heal his injuries in a short period of time. He had suffered such a serious injury and needed time to recuperate before he could recover. Dijue's injury was caused by the cursed doll. The cursed doll was an expert in the art of cursing. His art of cursing was much more powerful than Lin Feng's art of cursing. He could launch an attack on the enemy without making a sound. Moreover, it could often inflict serious injuries on the enemy. Such a technique. It was quite terrifying. When Lin Feng was fighting with Dijue earlier, the cursed doll had already begun to brew a powerful art of cursing. Therefore, at the critical moment, the cursed doll had successfully injured Dijue with the art of cursing. I'll kill you while you're injured. Lin Feng smirked. He held the arrow war spear in his hand and charged toward Dijue. Dijue was injured by the cursed doll. This was the best time to kill Dijue. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy to kill Dijue again. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hold back at all. He directly launched his most ferocious attack on Dijue. Dijue, my grandson, your grandfather's technique is very powerful, right? The cursed doll could not help but laugh out loud. Dijue was filled with hatred. After being injured by the cursed doll's attack to such an extent, he could not wait to cut the cursed doll into 8 pieces. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Dijue knew that there was no way to continue this battle, because he was in an extremely bad situation. If the battle continued, he might die. Dijue quickly retreated. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had already charged toward him. Dijue held the shield in his left hand in front of him. He still wanted to use the shield to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng changed his attack pattern. The spear that was originally aimed at Dijue had been changed by Lin Feng to Dijue. Clang, along with the sound of a violent collision. The war spear in Lin Feng's hand struck hard on Dijue's shield. Diju was sent flying along with his shield by Lin Feng. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Dijue let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Feng guessed that Diju's arm that was holding the shield might have been broken by the powerful recoil earlier. Lin Feng's face involuntarily revealed a sneer. Now that Diju was injured again, the threat he posed was greatly reduced. Dijue, I've already told you long ago that you're incapable, but you still refused to admit it and kept boasting about how awesome you are. Now, can you confirm what I've said? If you can't do it, then you can't. Now, you can leave your life here. Lin Feng held the arrow war spear in his hand and quickly charged toward Dijue. At that moment, Lin Feng was like a god of war. His body was emitting a terrifying domineering aura that caused others to be shocked. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. If it wasn't for the fact that you have helpers, do you think you could defeat me? Dijue roared furiously. To a proud and arrogant person like him, his words were like that. Losing twice in a row was indeed a heavy blow to him. Lin Feng sneered. Don't tell me you don't have helpers? You seem to have more helpers, and you can even control the restriction in the celestial moon crevice. These are all your advantages, but you still lost. A loss is a loss. Why are there so many reasons to look for it? Lin Feng said coldly. Very soon. Lin Feng charged toward Dijue again. Lin Feng wanted to stab Dijue to death with his spear, but at that moment, Dijue took out a jade talisman. When Lin Feng saw the jade talisman, his expression changed slightly. This was because when Dijue took out the jade talisman, Lin Feng's blood started to flow at an unprecedented speed. This meant, the jade talisman was extremely dangerous. It was enough to threaten his life. It was a huge threat. Dijue had obtained the orthodoxy of the Divine King. He must have obtained many good things from the Divine King. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange that Dijue could take out such a powerful jade talisman. After sensing the power of the jade talisman, Lin Feng did not hesitate and quickly performed the heaven patching technique. After Lin Feng performed the heaven patching technique, he immediately disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, the jade talisman that Dijue took out exploded immediately. The destructive force drowned the place where Lin Feng was originally standing. A large piece of the void shattered immediately. The power of the jade talisman was actually so terrifying. F***ck. When Dijue saw that Lin Feng had actually dodged the jade talisman's attack, he could not help but curse. Dijue only had one jade talisman like that. That jade talisman was indeed left behind by the Divine King. It was the supreme treasure that Dijue used to save his life at a critical moment. Usually, Dijue would not bear to use it at all. However, this time, he really did not have any other choice. If he did not use that jade talisman, he might die in Lin Feng's hands. Therefore, Dijue used the jade talisman. Originally, he hoped that he could use the jade talisman to kill Lin Feng. Even if he could not kill Lin Feng, at the very least, he would have to severely injure Lin Feng. However, things did not go as he wished. Surprisingly, nothing had happened to Lin Feng. This infuriated Dijue greatly. Dijue did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled into the distance. Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. At this moment, he realized that Dijue had already fled far away. Dijue could control the restriction here. If he wanted to flee, it would be difficult for him to catch up with him. In the end, Dijue fled without a trace. The dozens of corpses also disappeared without a trace. It's a pity that that fella managed to escape. The cursed doll frowned and said. It's indeed not easy to kill him here. Being able to severely injure him is considered a great gain. This time, Dijue being severely injured is definitely a heavy blow to him. However, this person is not a simple character. We have to be more vigilant against him in the future. Lin Feng said. The cursed doll nodded. Lin Feng and the rest did not stay any longer. He left the celestial moon stream with the cursed doll and Lil Sunday. Then, the three of them flew toward the celestial moon island. Lin Feng planned to cultivate in seclusion on the celestial moon island for a while. This was because he had many things to do. For example, he had to merge the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass into the dustless clean aqua. This was not a simple matter. There were many things to pay attention to and he could not make any mistakes. Once he made a mistake, it was very likely that the three heavenly treasures would be destroyed. If such a thing happened, Lin Feng would feel like crying but no tears would come out. Besides, now that Lin Feng had broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, he could continue to open the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. He wondered what kind of treasures he would find after opening the third level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. There was a mistake at the end of the previous chapter. It was actually about opening the fourth level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, not the third level. It had been corrected. This was the first update. Today, it was still 7. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Lil Sun were quite lucky. They rented a courtyard in an inn. The reason why they wanted to live in such a place was not because it was comfortable. The main reason was that there would not be too many people living in such a place. This way, it would not be too noisy. Hungry. Lil Sun looked pitifully at Lin Feng. The little guy had been hiding all this time and had not eaten properly. Basically, he had been looking for some wild fruits in the mountains to fill his stomach. It was already quite good that he could fill his stomach. Could it be that he still wanted to eat well? This was not realistic. Lin Feng said, "Wait a moment, I'll order a big meal for you." "Thank you, big brother." Lil Sun was immediately happy and swallowed his saliva. Although he appeared to be very smart, he was still a child. He still had the childishness of a child and was still very innocent. Lin Feng had indeed ordered a big meal for Lil Sun. 72 dishes filled 2 tables. He and the cursed doll ate together with the little guy. The little guy ate until his mouth was covered in oil. He was very happy. "You heartless little thing," the cursed doll muttered. After eating and cleaning up, Lin Feng took a bath and returned to his room. He took out the pure clean aqua, snow dragon grass, and crescent moon grass. He then transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. "Demon Lord, help me fuse these 3 things." The Demon Lord flew out of the demon orb and looked at the 3 heavenly treasures on the table. It will probably take some time for the medicinal effects to fully take effect. Therefore, we will need to wait for a while. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, "Can Leng Zixi body last until then?" The Demon Lord said, "With the white jade toad suppressing the poison in her body, there shouldn't be any problems for now." "Alright, let's hope that the fusion will succeed as soon as possible," Lin Feng said. "Yes." The Demon Lord nodded. Then, he took the 3 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Then, he returned to the demonic bead. With a thought, Lin Feng entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Now, Lin Feng was about to open the 4th Divine Tao Immortal Palace. The first 3 Divine Tao Immortal Palaces. The first layer was opened by the 3-headed viper, and the opportunity was obtained by the 3-headed viper. The second and third layers were opened by Lin Feng. In the second layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, Lin Feng obtained the blood-stained stone. The blood-stained was the blood of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. The blood had already been absorbed by the dismembered corpse. In the third layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, Lin Feng obtained the crystal to activate the sacred bone. It could be said that the items in the second and third levels were incomparably shocking. Lin Feng didn't know what the 4th level was. However, Lin Feng felt that the items in the 4th level should be even more precious. A place like the Divine Tao Immortal Palace was like this. The further in the palace, the more precious the items sealed in it would be. This was very similar to the Chonglu Demon Palace that Lin Feng obtained. Why did the other party do this? Actually, there was a reason. After these experts left behind their orthodoxies, they wouldn't directly leave all the treasures to their inheritors at once. This was because if they left all the treasures to them at once, their inheritors would easily lose themselves. Moreover, obtaining so many treasures might not necessarily be beneficial to one's cultivation. It was very likely that they would become complacent. Therefore, obtaining one or several treasures step by step could urge their inheritors to cultivate even more diligently. Then, they would open new seals and obtain new treasures. It could be said that these experts had put in a lot of effort. Lin Feng began to attempt to break the fourth restriction of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. This restriction was very strong, but it wasn't difficult for the current Lin Feng. However, breaking the restriction required a certain amount of time. Days passed by one after another. Lin Feng spent 3 days breaking the restriction of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. After breaking the restriction, Lin Feng's face finally revealed an expression of relief. It really wasn't easy to break these restrictions. Following which, Lin Feng opened the door. He entered the 4th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng looked at the items placed in the 4th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace in shock. There was a table placed there. On the table, there were more than 10 gourds. Apart from that, there were also dozens of porcelain bottles. He didn't know what they were. Could it be a miraculous elixir? Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble. His eyes immediately lit up. If it was a miraculous elixir, it would definitely be an extremely extraordinary one. Lin Feng went to the table and opened one of the gourds. He found that it was filled with a lot of liquid. Lin Feng poured out some of the liquid and found that it was actually a green liquid. This was the first time he had seen such a liquid. Facing such a green liquid, Lin Feng didn't dare to casually consume it. Who knew if it was poisonous? If it was poisonous, then wouldn't he be crying without tears by then? The demon lord was concocting the antidote, so Lin Feng didn't disturb the demon lord. Lin Feng thought of Sage Martin. That fellow was very experienced and knowledgeable. He wondered if he could recognize what this liquid was. Thinking about that, Lin Feng said telepathically, "Great Celestial Saint Martin, come out and help me see what it is." Great Immortal Divine Martin flew out and looked at the green liquid before saying, "This is pet cultivation fluid." Pet cultivation fluid? What the hell is that? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Lin Feng said. Sage Martin said, "It said that an extremely terrifying expert of the beast race came up with this spirit fluid. It requires countless precious materials to concoct it, and it can be used to cultivate all kinds of spirit beasts. If those spirit beasts consume this cultivation fluid, their bloodlines will awaken and transform, and their strength will increase greatly." It's that amazing? Lin Feng said in shock. This was really good stuff. Of course it's amazing. Sage Martin nodded. I heard that it requires more than 90,000 precious herbs to concoct this cultivation fluid, so it's normal that it's amazing. Lin Feng was a bit speechless. A cultivation fluid concocted from more than 90,000 precious herbs was really too precious. One had to know that the immortal pills that cultivators consumed, even the more precious ones, only required a few thousand herbs. These things are all good stuff. If Bibi and the others were to consume them, wouldn't their bloodlines continue to evolve and their strength increase by leaps and bounds? Lin Feng immediately laughed. Bibi and the others had a great background. Once they grew up, their battle prowess would be extremely heaven-defying. In fact, although the current Bibi and the others were still young, their battle prowess was already very strong. Moreover, all these years, it had been of great help to Lin Feng. If Bibi and the others could continuously increase their strength, it would naturally be a very happy thing. This was because the stronger they were, the more help they would be to Lin Feng. However, Bibi and the others' evolution was more difficult. They needed time and opportunity to evolve. But now that Lin Feng had obtained a treasure like the pet cultivation fluid, Lin Feng saw the possibility of Bibi and the others evolving. It was extremely possible for them to be able to evolve multiple levels at once and awaken several bloodlines at once. As for how much they could grow, he would need to wait for Bibi and the others to refine the pet cultivation fluid and come out of seclusion to know. Lin Feng looked at the porcelain bottles. He didn't know what was inside the bottles. He opened the bottles and found that they were actually pills. There were about 50 pills in one bottle. Lin Feng poured out a pill. It was a milky white pill. As for what kind of pill it was, Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure, because there were no clues left behind. Lin Feng looked at Great Immortal Sage and asked, "Do you know what this pill is?" Great Immortal Sage said, "It's really a pet aptitude pill. It's 10 times more precious than the pet cultivation fluid." Damn. 10 times more precious than the pet cultivation fluid? Is this pet aptitude pill that precious? Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Great Immortal Sage nodded, "Of course." After pausing for a moment, Great Immortal Sage continued, "There is a fundamental difference between the cultivation fluid and the aptitude pill. The cultivation fluid is precious, but it only allows these pets to complete their evolution. It's equivalent to increasing their cultivation speed. However, even without the cultivation fluid, they can still complete their evolution. It's just that it might take a little longer. But the aptitude pill is different. The aptitude pill can increase a pet's cultivation potential. Cultivation potential represents how far a cultivator can grow in the future. This is just like a cultivator increasing his talent. If a cultivator's innate talent increases, they will have a bright future ahead of them. In the world of cultivators, increasing one's cultivation level is relatively easy, but increasing one's innate talent is extremely difficult. You should know that." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head. Because what Great Immortal Sage was right. It was indeed too difficult to increase one's talent. If it was that easy to increase, how many geniuses were there in this world? Great Immortal Sage Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that the things in the fourth palace were all for cultivating pets. Lin Feng hadn't expected this. Lin Feng was a little envious of Bibi and the others. These little fellows had great opportunities waiting for them even when they were lying down and sleeping. Lin Feng took out these things. After coming out of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, he directly entered the spacetime continuum. Lin Feng called Bibi and the others over. Then, he took out a portion of the cultivation fluid and aptitude pill for Bibi and the others to consume. With so much cultivation fluid and aptitude pill, he naturally couldn't let them use it all at once. That would be a pure waste. Their bodies couldn't absorb it at all. Doing so would even cause harm to their bodies. Lin Feng naturally understood this point. After consuming the cultivation fluid and aptitude pill, the group of little fellows yawned and fell asleep. Bibi and the others often needed to sleep to digest these things. This was very different from cultivators. After Lin Feng came out of the spacetime continuum, he took out the Gourd of Fortune. Morong Yuxuan had been suppressed for many years. Lin Feng felt that Morong Yuxuan and the chart of the God King should have been consumed over the years. It was time. He entered the chart of the God King and captured this woman. "Morong Yuxuan, how are you feeling now?" Lin Feng asked. Morong Yuxuan was silent. "It seems that your situation isn't too good," Lin Feng continued. Morong Yuxuan was still silent. Lin Feng said, "It's time to end our grudge." Morong Yuxuan said, "Lin Feng, what will it take for you to let me go?" "Hee hee." Lin Feng sneered and said, "When you joined forces with Prince Mingyue and the others to deal with me, did you think that you would end up like this? If I let you go, who will let me go? Our God King Valley is not to be trifled with." Morong Yuxuan said coldly. "I know, but I don't care. Although the Valley of the God King is very powerful, it is destined to be an enemy of mine. After all, the Valley of the God King is a faction close to the Celestial Emperor. So, do you think that bringing up the Valley of the God King will be enough to deter me?" Lin Feng said mockingly. Morong Yuxuan's expression turned ugly. Indeed, the Valley of the God King couldn't threaten Lin Feng. In fact, it wasn't just the Valley of the God King that couldn't threaten Lin Feng. Even the Heavenly Court couldn't threaten Lin Feng. "If you listen to me honestly, I might be gentler to you," Lin Feng said. "Don't even think about it. The restrictions of the chart of the God King aren't that easy to break." Morong Yuxuan replied coldly. Lin Feng said, "I think that I should be able to break the restrictions of the chart of the God King now. I want to enter the chart of the God King and see what kind of situation you are in." Lin Feng called out the chart of the God King. The chart of the God King had been heavily sealed by Lin Feng. Therefore, even Morong Yuxuan couldn't use the chart of the God King anymore. This was the top treasure of the Valley of the God King, and its power was terrifying. Lin Feng began to try to break the restrictions of the chart of the God King. Because the chart of the God King had its own space. Therefore, the restriction Lin Feng wanted to break was the restriction of the entrance to the chart of the God King. Lin Feng easily found the restriction of the entrance to the chart of the God King. However, it was very difficult to break it. Fortunately, it wasn't like before where he had no clue. In addition, Lin Feng had placed the chart of the God King in the Gourd of Fortune, so it couldn't absorb energy from the outside world. Therefore, the chart of the God King couldn't replenish itself. The restrictions of the chart of the God King were very weak. Therefore, Lin Feng spent around 20 days before he finally broke through the restrictions on the chart of the Godly King. 20 days passed in the spacetime continuum. Only 2 days had passed in the outside world. After Lin Feng broke through the restrictions at the entrance, Lin Feng directly flew into the chart of the Godly King. He entered the inner world of the chart of the Godly King. The inner world of the chart of the Godly King was filled with beautiful scenery. Lin Feng saw Morong Yuxuan sitting in a pavilion. She was dressed in white. She looked like a fairy. Morong Yuxuan was one of the 10 great fairies of the Undying Realm. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Her natural beauty was breathtaking. How beautiful. Lin Feng landed in the pavilion and said. However, young Master Qingsong doesn't have the fortune to be with you. My fate with you is not shallow. Lin Feng said. Morong Yuxuan ignored Lin Feng's teasing. She looked at Lin Feng and sneered, Lin Feng, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to let me go or not? No. Lin Feng said. Morong Yuxuan said, fine. If you don't let me go, don't blame me. What? Do you still have some powerful techniques that you haven't used yet? Lin Feng looked at Morong Yuxuan and asked. That's right. I don't want to use these techniques easily. However, whether or not I use them in the end depends on your choice. Morong Yuxuan said. Lin Feng said, why don't you use them then? I'd like to see what you're capable of. Morong Yuxuan saw that Lin Feng was stubborn. Morong Yuxuan gritted her teeth. She said, fine. You're forcing me. Morong Yuxuan's hands continuously formed seals. Next. The inner world of the chart of the Godly King began to shake. Lin Feng could clearly feel a terrifying power surging out from the ground and the void. That terrifying power caused Lin Feng's expression to change. The self-destruction of the God King chart. Morong Yuxuan's method was to destroy the God King's chart. If something as powerful as the Godly Monarch chart were to self-destruct, the Godly Monarch chart would be destroyed. The destructive power that was formed was indeed not something that ordinary people could resist. Even for someone like Lin Feng. Most likely, it would be very difficult to resist the terrifying power released by the Godly Monarch chart when it self-destructed. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Morong Yuxuan. He couldn't let Morong Yuxuan succeed. If Morong Yuxuan really succeeded, the unlucky one was Lin Feng. Ninefold Galaxy. Seeing Lin Feng rushing over, Morong Yuxuan gently waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the 9-star river world appeared in front of her. The ninefold galaxy world separated her from Lin Feng. If Lin Feng wanted to come to her side, he would need to cross the 9 layers of the celestial river. This was the use of spatial abilities. Although the 9-star river seemed to be able to be crossed in a single step, it contained a powerful spatial power. Therefore, the distance that seemed close was actually extremely far. It seemed that Morong Yuxuan must have thought of a way to deal with Lin Feng during this period of time. Therefore, every step of her plan was carried out perfectly. However, she neglected one point. That was Lin Feng's ability. Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the first space god. His Tao of Space was definitely not something that Morong Yuxuan's Tao of Space could compare to. On this point, Lin Feng dared to be 100% sure. Morong Yuxuan displayed the Tao of Space in front of Lin Feng. It was a bit similar to the feeling of playing with a broadsword in front of Guangong. Facing the 9-star river. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He directly stepped towards the Nine-Star River. Lin Feng directly crossed the Nine-Star River. How is this possible? Morong Yuxuan couldn't help but exclaim. She originally thought that the Nine-Star River could resist Lin Feng. In this way, it gave her the chance to self-destruct the God King's chart. Self-destruction of the God King's chart made Morong Yuxuan's heart ache. However, this was also the only way. After self-destructing the God King's chart to destroy Lin Feng. Between protecting the God King's chart and becoming Lin Feng's prisoner, Morong Yuxuan chose to self-destruct the God King's chart without hesitation. Morong Yuxuan knew how powerful the God King's chart was. Once the God King's chart self-destructed, Lin Feng would definitely die. Of course, taking into account that Lin Feng also had many powerful treasures. So he might be able to keep his life. However, even if he could keep his life, he would definitely suffer unimaginable damage. At this time, he could kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. The ideal was beautiful. Reality was cruel. Morong Yuxuan's Nine-Star River did not stop Lin Feng. Morong Yuxuan's plan completely failed. Lin Feng slapped Morong Yuxuan with his palm. Morong Yuxuan dodged in a somewhat sorry state. Her movements were interrupted. The space inside the God King's chart that had become extremely unstable began to gradually recover. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Morong Yuxuan fiercely. Lin Feng sneered and said, "When a woman is ruthless, there is really nothing a man can do. You are really ruthless, to even want to destroy the God King's chart, but your plan has already failed. Now, what other methods do you have? Use them all. Later, you won't even have the chance to use them." Morong Yuxuan's face was gloomy. She directly took out more than 10 powerful jade talismans. Those jade talismans directly exploded. Terrifying energy flooded towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng dodged it in advance. When Morong Yuxuan took out the jade talisman, she flew outside. Using the jade talisman to attack Lin Feng was just a feint. Her real goal was to escape. Lin Feng quickly chased after her. Morong Yuxuan's speed naturally couldn't keep up with Lin Feng's speed. Soon, Lin Feng caught up with Morong Yuxuan, and then slapped towards Morong Yuxuan with his palm. Morong Yuxuan had no choice but to stop and fight with Lin Feng. She also slapped out a palm towards Lin Feng. However, Morong Yuxuan was not a match for Lin Feng at all. Previously, Morong Yuxuan and Lin Feng were on par. Even if she couldn't compare to Lin Feng, the gap wasn't particularly big. However, after being imprisoned in the Gourd of Fortune for so many years, her cultivation didn't improve at all. Lin Feng's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. So, compared to the current Morong Yuxuan and Lin Feng, there was already a big gap between them. Morong Yuxuan was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. She only felt that her spiritual power was in chaos, and her blood was tumbling. Morong Yuxuan was aghast. Lin Feng's strength simply made her feel despair. Lin Feng came to Morong Yuxuan's side like a shadow. He used the powerful technique of the 8 divine seals. Dense runes flew towards Morong Yuxuan. Morong Yuxuan's face changed slightly. She wanted to resist those runes, but it was already too late. Those runes were branded on Morong Yuxuan's body, directly sealing Morong Yuxuan's spiritual power. Morong Yuxuan tried her best to calm down, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't calm down. In fact, it was no wonder that she couldn't calm down. After all, she was now Lin Feng's prisoner. Lin Feng could do whatever he wanted with her, so she was naturally afraid. If she was a man, she wouldn't have to worry too much. The worst result would be death. But the key point was that she wasn't a man, but a delicate and beautiful woman. There were naturally more things to worry about. Sometimes, you couldn't die even if you wanted to. That was the most terrifying thing. Why don't you say something about becoming a prisoner? Lin Feng looked at Morong Yuxuan and teased her. Morong Yuxuan really wanted to punch Lin Feng to death. This hateful guy's voice, appearance, everything about him was so hateful. It made Morong Yuxuan grit her teeth. In fact, before she met Lin Feng, her life was smooth sailing. She was born noble, powerful, and talented. Her figure and appearance were all excellent. She was a goddess who was sought after by countless people. The cultivators who liked her could circle the undying world. Moreover, her fiancé was young Master Xianxia of the 8 Great Princes. Such a life was simply envied by countless people. It wasn't until she met Lin Feng that everything began to change. This was a cultivator who suddenly entered the undying world and stirred up a storm. He even changed the structure of the undying world. Morong Yuxuan took a deep breath and said, "Now that I'm in your hands, you can do whatever you want with me. In any case, I can't resist." Lin Feng said, "Are you madly hinting at me?" Morong Yuxuan was startled, and then her pretty face blushed. She spat at Lin Feng. Then, she said speechlessly, "Who's hinting at you? Don't you have any shame? You clearly told me that I can do whatever I want with you. If this isn't a crazy hinting, then what is? Tell me, do you have a crush on me? Don't be afraid. Tell me what's in your heart." Lin Feng continued. Morong Yuxuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had seen shameless people, but she had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng. The word shameless wasn't enough to describe Lin Feng's shamelessness. "I only have one thought now," Morong Yuxuan said. "Is he madly confessing his love to me?" Lin Feng asked. "I just want to chop you to death," Morong Yuxuan said fiercely. It was enough to make a peerless fairy gnash her teeth in anger. This was a job that required a lot of skill. This was because these peerless fairies usually had very good tempers. It was very difficult to make them angry, but now in front of Lin Feng. Morong Yuxuan. It was really hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He saw Lin Feng. Morong Yuxuan couldn't help but be angry. There's a saying that the deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. "Yuxuan, I didn't expect you to love me so much." Lin Feng sighed. Morong Yuxuan was about to cry. This guy in front of her, was there something wrong with his brain? Said Lin Feng. "To comfort your lonely heart, I wanted to make you feel better. I've decided to give you something." "What is it?" Morong Yuxuan asked almost subconsciously. But in the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. Her mind instantly became blank. "My first kiss," Morong Yuxuan was completely dumbfounded. But after a short period of absent-mindedness, Morong Yuxuan had already recovered. Even though her magic power was sealed, she was still able to use it. However, his body wasn't restrained at all. Therefore, Morong Yuxuan's body could still move. She directly reached out to grab Lin Feng. But Lin Feng dodged in advance. "A woman should be gentler, so that a man can love you." Lin Feng looked at Morong Yuxuan with a smile that was not a smile. Morong Yuxuan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She scolded, "You're despicable and shameless. You're taking advantage of people's difficulties. Now, you're my private property, so no matter what I do, it's what I should do." Lin Feng said. "You're the property. I'm a person of flesh and blood," Morong Yuxuan said coldly. Obviously, she was extremely angry that Lin Feng compared her to property. Lin Feng said, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Actually, you don't have to be angry. The world of cultivators is so cruel. If you weren't beautiful, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be my private property. I'll give you some time to think about what you should do next in your life. I think you're a smart person, so you should know how to make a choice." With that, Lin Feng left the inner space of the Godly King's chart. As for the Godly King's chart, it was still thrown into the gourd of fortune by Lin Feng. Morong Yuxuan was a very important person, because the Godly King Valley behind Morong Yuxuan was rather special. If he could pull the Godly King Valley to his side through Morong Yuxuan, it would be extremely important. The reason why he said this was because the Godly King Valley had a lot of connections. When the time came, he would let the Godly King Valley lobby the other forces. Those forces would very likely submit to his side. In the future, in the decisive battle with the Heavenly Court, those forces would definitely be able to play a role. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng realized that the cursed doll and Little Sun were getting along quite well. Sometimes, the cursed doll would take Little Sun out for a stroll. Little Sun was still young, so he was naturally more curious about the outside world. Seeing Lin Feng, Little Sun seemed to be very happy. Tonight is the Immortal Spirit Festival. Let's go light the Immortal Spirit Lantern tonight. Little Sun raised his head and looked at Lin Feng as he said. Immortal Spirit Festival? What kind of festival is that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. It's a festival to light beautiful lanterns. Little Sun said innocently. He was still young, so he didn't understand these things. At that moment, the cursed doll said, it's a festival to worship a peerless fairy. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The cursed doll said, it said that the peerless fairy was a goddess born in the sea. She was beautiful and moved, and she protected the islands in the sea. Later on, during a rather large disturbance, the fairy was killed while protecting the creatures in the sea. Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the outskirts of the island. There were many people here, and many of them were waiting to release the celestial spirit lamp. It said that the fairy's name has the word Xian in it, but no one knows what it's called. She was a holy spirit born from the sea, so later generations gave her name and birth a word each, and named the festival to worship her celestial spirit festival. The cursed doll said. This guy had some understanding of the celestial spirit festival. Lin Feng realized that the cursed doll seemed to know a lot of things. After all, the cursed doll also had a glorious past. Lin Feng said, to be remembered after being dead for so long, it really makes one feel a little emotional. For a dead person, perhaps this is the greatest honor. Yes. The cursed doll nodded, then said, however, being able to live is the most important thing. What's the use of dying with glory? The cursed doll's words were crude, but the logic was not crude. Indeed, as the cursed doll said, being alive was the most important thing. If he died, everything would be for naught. On the beach, there were many peddlers selling celestial spirit lamps. 1 celestial spirit stone for 1 celestial spirit lamp. Just looking at the price, it was naturally not expensive. However, looking at the craftsmanship of the celestial spirit lamp, one could not help but want to complain. Because the craftsmanship was too crude, it was just some wooden strips with a layer of oiled paper on the outside. There was basically no cost. No wonder there were so many people selling celestial spirit lamps. It was simply a business without any cost. Selling this thing would definitely make a lot of money. Lin Feng bought 10 celestial spirit lamps. Then, he walked towards the beach with the cursed doll and Little Sunday. When they reached the beach, Little Sun lit the candle inside the celestial spirit lamp. The candle was not an ordinary candle. It was a candle made from the oil of a ferocious beast in the sea. 1 candle could burn for 10 days and 10 nights. After the candle was lit, the air inside the celestial spirit lamp would quickly decrease due to the burning of the candle. As a result, a difference in air pressure was formed, and the celestial spirit lamp would float. The celestial spirit lamp lit by Little Sun slowly rose into the sky. Little Sun was very happy and kept clapping his hands. Lin Feng also lit a celestial spirit lamp. Then, Lin Feng made a wish. His first wish was that everything he wished for in the future would come true. Lin Feng had too many things to do. Therefore, this wish of his was actually very big. Everything could come true. If it could be realized. He had no regrets in this life. Of course, Lin Feng was very clear that making a wish in front of an immortal spirit lamp and having it come true was simply unrealistic. Actually, it was a wish. It was more of a form of sustenance. The cursed doll also lit up an immortal spirit lamp. Then, he started to ramble. His voice was lowered, and no one knew what he was saying. After the long-winded speech, only then did the cursed doll release the immortal spirit lamp. Then, immortal spirit lamp. It slowly rose into the sky. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and smiled as he said, I really couldn't tell that you were someone who knew how to make wishes. The cursed doll pursed its lips and said, what's wrong with making a wish? If you can do it, then so can I. What did you wish for? Lin Feng asked. I won't tell you. The cursed doll said with a mysterious expression. Lin Feng was only casually asking. He wasn't particularly interested in the cursed doll's wish. The Little Sun continued to light up the other immortal spirit lamps. One by one, the immortal spirit lamps rose into the sky. In the sky, many immortal spirit lamps had already appeared. Those immortal spirit lamps floated into the depths of the sea with the sea breeze. Woo-woo, but at this moment, in the sea, the sound of weeping actually came out. It was the sound of a woman crying. When he heard the weeping in the sea, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why was there suddenly a woman crying? Wasn't this too strange? Moreover, the strangest thing was that this crying sound clearly floated over from the sea. However, it seemed to be ringing in his ears. Lin Feng didn't know why this would happen. Many people had discovered something strange. Some experts were frowning as they thought about what was going on. As for the weaker cultivators, they saw this as a sign of a miracle. Many people even knelt on the ground and shouted, "God has appeared," while kowtowing in the direction of the sea. No matter the time, there would always be people who were superstitious. What do you think is going on? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked. It's the cry of the sea lady, the cursed doll said. The cry of the sea lady? What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion. When she floated out of the water and saw the outside world, there was a huge storm in the outside world. Many ships were overturned by the storm. However, the sea lady found a young man who was still alive, so she saved him. When the young man saw the beautiful sea lady, he fell deeply in love with her. The sea lady was worried about exposing herself, so she pretended to be a mute and followed the young man to the mainland world. However, the young man's family was very unusual. There was a very powerful cultivator in his family who saw through the sea lady's identity and placed her in a glass container filled with water. When the sea lady came into contact with water, she would grow a tail and become a mermaid. Therefore, when the sea lady was placed in the glass container, she grew a tail and became a mermaid. After knowing the identity of the sea lady, the young man's family was very excited because the sea lady knew about countless treasures in the sea. They forced the sea lady to bring them to the sea to search for treasures. What about that man? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll said, he chose to remain silent. Lin Feng said, in the face of benefits and love, he chose benefits. The cursed doll nodded. Of course, it can also be said that in the face of benefits and conscience, he chose benefits. The sea lady saved his life. There are too many cases of people biting the hand that feeds them. If it's like this in the secular world, it's even worse in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng sighed. What happened in the end? Lin Feng asked. Devil Stream. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was an extremely terrifying place. The cursed doll had described Devil Stream as one of the most terrifying places in the underwater world. It was obvious how dangerous that place was. Lin Feng asked, did the sea maiden want to die together with those people? No. The cursed doll shook its head and said, the sea lady knew more about the Devil Stream. She wanted to use the Devil's Stream to escape, so she brought those greedy people to the Devil's Stream. She did manage to get rid of those greedy people, but unfortunately, she didn't manage to leave the Devil Stream. Lin Feng asked, did Devil Stream devour her life? The cursed doll nodded and said, yes, Devil Stream even devoured her. Don't you think that Devil Stream is very scary? It said that her obsession was very strong, and it didn't dissipate even after her death. Every once in a while, she would cry. Is it true that she cries every once in a while? Lin Feng asked curiously. The cursed doll said, I've seen it twice in the past, but it was a very long time ago, spanning several great eras. This is the third time I've heard it. What I mean by every once in a while is actually a very long time ago. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. If it only happened once in a few eras, it was very normal that no one knew about the sea maiden. Lin Feng asked, the sea maiden's obsession never dissipated. Didn't her clansmen try to find her back then? I don't know. The era of the sea lady's existence was rather chaotic. Legend has it that the sea lady is the daughter of the sea god, but during that era, there were many experts capable of killing the sea god. Perhaps the sea lady's clansmen died even earlier than her? The cursed doll said. Damn, if that's really the case, then it's a tragedy. Lin Feng said helplessly. Anyway, there were so many wars that it was unimaginable. Therefore, at that time, there were many experts. Times make heroes. The harsher the environment, the more it could train people. However, although there were many experts, the speed at which the experts were replaced was also very fast. This was because no one dared to say that they were invincible in the world. Since they couldn't be invincible, being killed by others was a common thing. "Look, it's a woman." At this moment, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Above the sea, dark brown fog was rolling. Within the dark brown fog stood a woman in white. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, only her sobbing could be heard. "Come, let's go take a look," a cultivator said. Following that, a good number of cultivators quickly flew towards the ocean region, wanting to find out what was going on. How strange. Could it be that the sea maiden can leave the devil stream? The cursed doll was puzzled. "Let's go take a look," Lin Feng said. The cursed doll had no objections. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the small sun flew towards the sea. "Bad guy." At that moment, Lil Sun said angrily. Lin Feng followed the small sun's gaze and looked into the distance. He saw a cultivator with a pair of dragon horns. It was one of the 5 experts who had besieged the small sun. He was a dragon expert, but Lin Feng didn't know if he was a cultivator from the West Sea Dragon Palace. Lin Feng couldn't be sure. In another direction, Lin Feng saw the female cultivator with the hot body. Lin Feng didn't know who she was, but she had participated in the battle against the small sun. "There's another guy over there." The cursed doll pointed in another direction. It was the middle-aged cultivator with the wings on his back. Of the 5 experts who had besieged the small sun, 3 of them were here. They seemed to have noticed the small sun. However, when they saw Lin Feng and the cursed doll beside the small sun, they didn't act rashly. "Why are these guys chasing you?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, puzzled. The small sun shook his head. He was still too young and didn't understand these things. However, the small sun was extremely sensitive. Who had good intentions towards him, who had ill intentions towards him, he could clearly distinguish between them. The 5 experts who had besieged him back then were full of ill intentions towards him. Therefore, when the small sun saw them again, he said that they were bad guys. What else could it be? It's definitely because of the sun in his body. I don't know what it is. It seems to be a magic treasure, but it doesn't seem to be a magic treasure. It seems to be an ability manifested by his bloodline, but it doesn't seem to be an energy manifested by his bloodline. It's really too mysterious, but no matter what it is, I guess it must be related to the small sun's father, the ancient Sun Emperor. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng also agreed with this point. Lin Feng said, "Ignore them for now. If they know what's good for them, they shouldn't think about capturing the small sun. If they don't, I don't mind teaching them a lesson later." Lin Feng patted the small sun's head, telling him not to be afraid. Lil Sun nodded heavily. Lin Feng and the other 2 continued to fly deeper into the desert. They saw the woman from afar, who was still crying. However, soon, Lin Feng discovered that no matter how they flew, they couldn't reach the woman's location. Is it a mirage? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. Mirages often appeared in the desert. The scene they saw was a shadow that radiated from another spacetime. Therefore, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach the place they saw. In fact, there were also mirages on the sea. Moreover, there were even more mirages on the sea than in the desert. Mirages were originally a term that spread from the sea. It really does look like it. The cursed doll said. Can Fata Morgana transmit sound as well? Lin Feng raised his doubts. He had seen Fata Morgana more than once. He had seen Fata Morgana in the desert and in the sea. However, he had never seen a mirage that could transmit sound. The cursed doll said, "In this world, everything is possible." The explanation of the cursed doll made sense, but Lin Feng didn't know why, but he had the feeling that something was wrong. Lin Feng had always trusted his intuition. Therefore, he decided to continue chasing. He wanted to see if he could catch up to that woman. Although Lin Feng did not have much hope. Many cultivators were still chasing after the female cultivator. However, no matter how hard they chased after the female cultivator, they still could not catch up to her. They were left far behind by the female cultivator. Everyone seemed to be getting further and further away from the female cultivator. We can't catch up at all. It must be a mirage. Since it's a mirage, why are we still chasing after it? Let's go back and drink. I've seen many mirages, but this is the first time I've seen a mirage that can transmit sound. The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. Today, I've truly broadened my horizons. Many cultivators started to discuss. No one had any hope of catching up to that woman. Moreover, the situation in front of them was indeed very similar to a mirage, so many cultivators stopped chasing after that woman. They all flew in the direction of the immortal Moon Island. However, there were still some cultivators who vaguely felt that something was amiss. They did not give up and continued to chase after that woman. However, after chasing for a long time, they still could not catch up to that woman. Thus, the other cultivators also gave up one after another. We can't catch up at all. I think we should leave. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. If this continued, there would still be nothing to gain. Therefore, continuing to chase after her would be a waste of time. Lin Feng also wanted to give up. At this moment, Lil Sun said, "Don't go, don't go." What? Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked at Lil Sun. What's wrong with this little guy? Could it be that he was possessed? Lil Sun said, it's what that big sister is saying in her heart. She's saying don't go, don't go. What? There's such a thing? Lin Feng and the cursed doll could not help but be shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Was what Lil Sun said true? If it was true, in other words, everything in front of them was indeed not a mirage. You can hear what she's saying in her heart? The cursed doll looked at Lil Sun and asked. Lil Sun nodded. Lin Feng asked, what else did she say? Little Sun replied, just keep saying don't leave, don't leave. The cursed doll said, looks like there's a reason for that woman's appearance. Let's continue chasing after her and see if anything else will happen. Lin Feng nodded. Next. Lin Feng, cursed doll, and Little Sun continued chasing after the woman. At this moment, there were very few cultivators chasing after the woman in front. However, the dragon tribe cultivator, the winged cultivator, and the voluptuous female cultivator were also chasing after the woman in front of them. Of course, it was also possible that they weren't chasing after the woman. Their goal was actually the Little Sun. Chasing after the woman in front of them was just a way to conceal their true goal. Lin Feng had been paying attention to the three people. Those three people were very powerful, so he still needed to be on guard against them. F***ck, I can't catch up. I'm exhausted. Give up. 5 days later, a cultivator cried out in frustration. Then, a cultivator left. There were still more than 10 cultivators who hadn't given up. The rest of the cultivators had already left. The cursed doll looked at Lil Sun and asked, is her heart still talking? Lil Sun shook his head. Lin Feng and the cursed doll couldn't help but frown. Why did the woman's heart say something before, but now there was no sound? Since he couldn't figure it out, Lin Feng didn't continue thinking about it. They didn't give up and continued chasing after the woman. Another 3 days passed. Apart from Lin Feng, the cursed doll, Lil Sun, the dragon tribe cultivator, the winged middle-aged cultivator, and the voluptuous female cultivator, everyone else had left. As for the 3 people, they quickly flew towards Lin Feng and the others. These people are about to make a move. The cursed doll reminded them. Lin Feng nodded and sneered, they really don't give up. They're all bad guys. Lil Sun said with an angry expression. Lil Sun would never forget the experience of being surrounded by 5 powerhouses. At the time, he was afraid. As for how he escaped, Lil Sun couldn't remember clearly. When he faced these people again, Lil Sun was still a little afraid of them, but when he thought about Lin Feng and the cursed doll by his side, he calmed down a lot. Not long after, the 3 people flew over and spread out, surrounding Lin Feng and the others. The voluptuous female cultivator looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Young master, you don't look familiar. You're not a cultivator from the West Sea, right? Lin Feng said, I'm not a cultivator from the West Sea, but why are the 3 of you surrounding us? Are you trying to provoke us? The voluptuous female cultivator said, young master, please don't misunderstand. We have no intention of provoking you. We just happened to fly over from 3 different directions. What a lame excuse. It was a lie to a 3-year-old child. No one would believe it. Lin Feng didn't expose her. Instead, he asked, then why are the three of you here? The female cultivator smiled and said, it's like this. That little boy is somewhat related to us, so we want to take him away. Of course, young master, don't worry. As long as you hand him over to us, we'll give you 100 million immortal stones as compensation. Hee, you're really generous. Lin Feng said mockingly. The female cultivator said, young master, you might have misunderstood. When I said 100 million immortal stones, I didn't mean 100 million low-grade immortal stones. I meant 100 million high-grade immortal stones. Young master, you should know how precious high-grade immortal stones are and how hard it is to find them. 100 million high-grade immortal stones is definitely a very sincere offer. Lin Feng said indifferently, I can give each of you 100 million high-grade immortal stones right now, but you have to immediately scram as far as you can. Can you do that? When they heard Lin Feng's words, the corners of their mouths twitched. Next, the faces of the three turned ugly. The winged cultivator was quite powerful, but it was impossible for Lin Feng to be afraid of him. Lin Feng was really not afraid of him. There were not many people who could make Lin Feng afraid, at least not in the Undying Realm. Although this person was strong, he was probably only at the peak of the Tao Immortal Realm or at the Quasi-Golden Immortal Realm. In any case, he had not broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Although such a cultivator was strong, he was not strong enough to make Lin Feng afraid. Lin Feng sneered and said, how interesting. I'm afraid you don't know your identity. You actually dare to talk nonsense in front of this young master. If you scram now, I can still spare you. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born in this world. Brat, you're too arrogant. The winged cultivator's eyes darkened. Lin Feng's contempt and disdain for him deeply angered the winged cultivator. He was quite angry now. Although he felt that Lin Feng was a very troublesome person, the winged cultivator was also incomparably confident in himself. Moreover, they had 3 experts on their side. Naturally, they were not afraid of Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the little son. Come together, because your little grandpa is very busy. Lin Feng said indifferently. Although the winged cultivator was quite angry, he did not lose his mind. The easiest way to deal with Lin Feng and the others was naturally to attack together. This method was also the safest method. He did not want to deal with Lin Feng alone, because although he knew the other two, they were not allies. They were only cooperating temporarily, and there was no trust between them at all. If he attacked Lin Feng, wouldn't he be letting the other two take advantage of him? The cultivator with the wings on his back was very thorough in his considerations. He said, let's deal with them together. The dragon race cultivator and the sexy female cultivator nodded. Then, the 3 of them began to prepare a powerful attack. The winged cultivator flapped his wings, and hundreds of millions of cold lights instantly condensed. Those densely packed cold glints. All of them charged towards Lin Feng and the others. The Dragon Clan cultivator used the 9 dragons playing with beads magic ability. This was a top-notch magic ability passed down by the Dragon Clan. Its power was extremely terrifying. 9 water dragons condensed in the void. The 9 water dragons quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. As for the sexy female cultivator, she used a magic ability called the Sea of Hatred to deal with Lin Feng and the others. A strange power appeared in the void. That kind of strange power condensed together like a large thundercloud, shrouding Lin Feng and the others. Then, it blasted towards Lin Feng and the others. This kind of power was really terrifying. The cultivation of these 3 people should be at the peak of the Tao Immortal Realm or the Quasi-Golden Immortal Realm. The 3 of them were indeed very powerful. Facing their attacks, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Lin Feng released a defensive barrier that protected him, the cursed doll, and the small son. Bang! 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 Along with the violent collision sounds, the attacks of the 3 experts fiercely bombarded the energy barrier that Lin Feng condensed. The energy barrier's defensive power was very strong. This was because it was formed by the power of the Black Tortoise, the defensive power, and the power of Buddhism. Therefore, the attacks of the 3 experts didn't break Lin Feng's energy barrier. The three experts' faces couldn't help but sink, but then they sneered. The winged cultivator sneered, "Do you think that a tortoise shell can withstand the attacks of the three of us? It won't be long before we can completely destroy this tortoise shell. When that time comes, I really want to see what you'll look like. Will you still be as arrogant as before?" After saying that, the winged cultivator continued to attack Lin Feng and the others. The dragon cultivator and the sexy female cultivator didn't stop either. All kinds of powerful attacks were condensed, and all of them were aimed at Lin Feng's group. The energy barrier that Lin Feng condensed had an amazing defensive power. For the time being, it didn't show any signs of being broken by the three of them. At this time, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were chanting incantations. The two of them were using curse arts. The cursed doll's curse arts were very terrifying, and the success rate was very high. After Lin Feng obtained the clay figurine and stone statue, the success rate of Lin Feng's curse arts had greatly increased. Therefore, curse arts could be used as a normal attack method. Pft! Pft! The sound of two bodies being pierced rang out. A bloody hole appeared in the chest of the winged cultivator and the dragon cultivator. The two of them couldn't help but fly backward. The two of them were very strong, so this kind of injury wasn't enough to take their lives. Damn it! The two of them had extremely ugly expressions, and they couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Their tyrannical cultivation had actually been injured. For them, it was a great humiliation. The two of them were mad with hatred. The sexy female cultivator also saw the situation over here. Her expression changed slightly. The female cultivator hurriedly retreated, putting enough distance between them for fear of being attacked. "It seems that you're too weak. Leave your lives here," Lin Feng said indifferently. Just as he was about to join forces with the cursed doll to kill the three of them turned around and ran. The abilities displayed by Lin Feng and the cursed doll were too terrifying, so now, no matter how angry they were and how much they wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others, they were a little powerless. If they didn't leave quickly, they might even die in this place. The three of them naturally knew this very well, not to mention that the dragon cultivator and the winged cultivator had suffered extremely serious injuries. Therefore, their combat strength dropped very quickly, so they didn't dare to stay any longer. Seeing the three of them escape, Lin Feng and the others didn't chase after them. Because catching up to the female cultivator in the distance was obviously more important. They quickly chased after the female cultivator in the distance. Now, only Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little Sun were still chasing the female cultivator. However, the female cultivator didn't have any intention of stopping. Just like that, Lin Feng and the other two chased for another 3 days. The female cultivator's speed finally slowed down somewhat. The female cultivator had to slow down in order to catch up to the female cultivator. Previously, she had been unable to catch up to the female cultivator, but now, she saw hope of catching up to the female cultivator. The female cultivator finally stopped on a nameless island. Her back was facing Lin Feng and the other two. Lin Feng and the others also stopped. Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked at each other. The female cultivator was very strange. They could not detect whether she was a human or a ghost because there was an invisible force that blocked the detection of cultivator's spiritual will. As a result, even Lin Feng and the cursed doll did not know what kind of existence the female cultivator was. Lin Feng thought of the sea lady that the cursed doll had mentioned. Was this female cultivator really a sea lady, or was it related to the sea lady? "Fairy. Are you the legendary sea lady?" Lin Feng asked. He had never liked to beat around the bush. If there was anything he wanted to say, he would say it directly. If there was anything he wanted to ask, he would ask directly. However, the woman did not answer Lin Feng. "Do you want us to do something?" Lin Feng continued to ask when he saw that the woman did not answer him. The woman remained silent. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. "Why aren't you speaking? If you don't speak, who knows what you want to do? If you don't speak, we'll leave," Lin Feng said. However, the woman still did not speak. At this moment, Lil Sun said, "Brother, this big sister is not silent. She is speaking in her heart." Speaking in her heart? Lin Feng was a little surprised. Could it be that this woman could not speak? Was she a mute? So she could only speak in her heart. How did Lil Sun hear this woman's thoughts? Could it be a very special ability? The cursed doll asked curiously. What is she saying in her heart? Under the cherry blossom tree, Lil Sun said. Under the cherry blossom tree? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. What did this mean? What was she trying to say? It was difficult to understand what the woman was trying to say from these 4 words. Anything else? Lin Feng asked. Little Sun said, homeland, parents. At this point, Lil Sun did not continue. The woman's body trembled slightly as if she was crying. Fairy, don't cry. Do you want me to give you a warm hug? Lin Feng said. Bastard, you're really shameless. You're taking advantage of him. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng replied, I'm just showing concern for my fellow women. Shameless, Little Sun said. Little Sun then said with a bitter expression, Big brother, it's not that I'm saying that you're shameless, but it's that big sister's voice. Lin Feng said, I'm such a caring person, yet I've been misunderstood. Those who hear this are sad and those who hear it cry. Shameless. Little Sun continued. Then, Lil Sun continued to look bitterly at Lin Feng and said, it was this big sister who said so. Alright then. Lin Feng decided to speak less. This was because he realized that his image in the female cultivator's heart seemed to be unchangeable. Under the cherry blossom tree, homeland, parents, Lin Feng muttered the words in the female cultivator's heart. She mentioned the cherry blossom tree, homeland, and parents. What was she trying to express? Could it be that something was buried under the cherry blossom tree? Where was her homeland? How were her parents? Was she the legendary sea lady? These were all questions that troubled Lin Feng. Can you give me a more complete explanation? Lin Feng asked. Look for me in the Devil Ravine. Little Sun continued. Then, the female cultivator disappeared into thin air. It's not a real person or a ghost. It seems to be an illusion. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. Lin Feng said, is she asking us to go to the Devil Ravine? Is she the sea lady? The cursed doll said, I don't know if she's the sea lady or not. It's very possible that she is, but there's no way to prove it. However, the sea lady was buried in the Devil Stream, and that place is too dangerous. I think we should just forget about it and not get involved. We shouldn't interfere in this matter, Lin Feng said, since she's already made a request to us, I think it's better to help her. Why? This is a very dangerous matter. The cursed doll said. Because I think she's very beautiful. Is that reason enough? Lin Feng said. The cursed doll said speechlessly, you haven't even seen her face, yet you're saying she's beautiful? Lin Feng said, her figure is very good. With such a figure, her face can't be too bad. The cursed doll rolled its eyes and said, is that a reason? Lin Feng said. Alright, let's change the reason. After a pause, Lin Feng said, actually, I think that woman might really be the sea lady. If we bring the sea lady's corpse out, I wonder if we can find the ruins of the Poseidon Temple. If we can find it, won't there be many fortuitous encounters waiting for us inside? The cursed doll's expression couldn't help but become uncertain. In fact, Lin Feng knew something. The cursed doll had been looking for greater fortuitous encounters all this time. It wanted to quickly increase its cultivation. He seemed to be preparing for something all the time. This included increasing its cultivation. It was also a preparation for some things. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the cursed doll would agree to it. The cursed doll said, alright, let's go then. With our methods, do we have to be afraid of the Devil Ravine? Lin Feng asked, do you know where the Devil Ravine is exactly? Of course I do. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng's group of 3 set off. In truth, the Devil Ravine was in the West Sea realm, but not many people knew how to get there. However, the cursed doll knew. They flew for 10 days, and then the cursed doll brought Lin Feng and the little Sun to a place with a deep blue sea. Could it be below this region? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yes. The cursed doll nodded and said, this place looks very peaceful, but it is filled with endless killing intent. It is still fine during the day, but it becomes extremely terrifying at night. Dark energy fills the world and devours all life, I was wondering why I didn't see any living creatures here. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The three of them quickly dived to the bottom of the sea. The sea here was very deep. It was more than 100,000 meters deep. When they reached a depth of about 150,000 meters, Lin Feng saw that a huge whirlpool had appeared below them. We'll reach our destination after passing through that whirlpool, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said that whirlpool contains an extremely terrifying spacetime energy, so we can't underestimate its power. Be careful later. The cursed doll and little son couldn't help but nod. They had indeed felt the terror of that whirlpool. Lin Feng released a magical energy shield to cover the three of them, and then he quickly rushed towards the whirlpool. Soon, Lin Feng and the other two entered the whirlpool. Inside the whirlpool, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Lin Feng's magical energy shield was very strong, and it wasn't destroyed by the terrifying power surging in the whirlpool. However, as Lin Feng went deeper into the whirlpool, suddenly, an invisible and intangible strength began to collide with Lin Feng's condensed magic power shield. Clang! 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 That invisible and intangible strength kept colliding with Lin Feng's defensive barrier again and again. Therefore, Lin Feng's magical energy shield kept shaking, as if it was going to be destroyed at any time. The situation didn't look good. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "It seems that some unknown creature has launched an attack. Cursed doll, use your curse power to attack that guy. F***ck, it even dares to cause trouble for us. It really doesn't want to live anymore. Watch how I kill that guy later." The cursed doll suddenly shouted. Lin Feng continued to increase the power of the magical energy shield, and the cursed doll began to condense a curse to deal with the existence in the darkness. Lin Feng didn't know what was attacking Lin Feng and the others in the darkness, but Lin Feng vaguely felt a special aura. That aura made Lin Feng feel extremely oppressed. If it wasn't for his bloodline being strong enough and his sudden inspiration ability not being comparable to ordinary people, perhaps Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to sense that terrifying existence. Actually, the cursed doll had not sensed the presence of that being. At first, it thought that the invisible force that attacked them was released by the whirlpool. Actually, it was not released by the whirlpool. It should have been released by an unknown being. This place was truly terrifying. The whirlpool itself was already incomparably terrifying, not to mention the unknown and terrifying creatures hidden in the whirlpool. If he were to be attacked by that creature in the whirlpool, it would be a disaster. The cursed doll was powerful, and its art of curses was unparalleled. His curse had harmed the terrifying existence in the darkness. This was easy to determine because Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little son heard the screams. Although the voice was suppressed very low, it still couldn't escape their ears. After the unknown existence was injured, it did not continue to attack Lin Feng's defensive light barrier. Lin Feng increased his speed. In the end, he successfully passed through the twisting whirlpool with the cursed doll and little Sunday. They rushed out of the twisting whirlpool. Then, Lin Feng saw the continuous rise and fall of the pitch-black mountain range in the distance. There were many mountains in the mountain range, and each mountain peak was carved into the shape of a devil. The mountains were thousands of meters tall, and they looked like huge devils. Ferocious, terrifying, and soul-stirring. Is this the Devil Valley? Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How did so many devil-like mountains appear? It was really like the work of the gods. The Devil Valley is also known as the Devil Mountain Range. This place has an unknown and terrifying power. I've even heard of it. The Devil Valley is even more terrifying than a death zone, or even some life-forbidden zones. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. He could feel the terror of the Devil Valley. They hadn't even entered the Devil Valley yet. Just looking at the mountains that were thousands of meters tall and looked like giant devils, it already gave rise to a feeling of fear. How did a place like the Devil Valley form? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Feng found it hard to believe that such a terrifying place was naturally formed. For example, how could the mountains that had turned into devils be naturally formed? It was too lifelike. However, it didn't seem right to say that it was man-made. Could someone create such a terrifying place like the Devil Valley? How strong would one have to be to create a Devil Valley? The cursed doll said. Who knows how this damned place was formed? In any case, it's very mysterious and terrifying. Not many people dare to come here. It was indeed as the cursed doll had said. This place was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng already had the thought of turning around and leaving, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He was already here. He couldn't leave just like that. You guys wait for me here, I'll go in myself. Lin Feng said. I want to go in with Big Brother. Little Sun grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and said. Yeah, let's go in together. The cursed doll said with a smile. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll's expression and knew that the cursed doll didn't really want to go in with him. It was just being polite. After all, the Devil Valley was really terrifying. It was normal for the cursed doll to give up. Lin Feng said, I have a stone armor here. If you wear it, you can avoid many dangers. However, there is only one stone armor, so I can't help you. That's why you can't go in with me. In that case, we'll wait outside for your triumphant return. Don't worry, I'll take good care of little Sunday, the cursed doll hurriedly said. Big Brother, be careful. Little Sun reminded him. Yes, I will. Lin Feng rubbed Little Sun's head. Then, Lin Feng took out the stone armor and put it on. Then, Lin Feng flew towards the Devil Valley. He landed in the outer area of the Devil Valley. The pitch-black Devil Valley exuded a cold aura, but the cold aura was blocked outside by the stone armor. Sure, this supreme treasure was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng walked inside. As he went deeper into the Devil Valley, Lin Feng discovered that there were many broken stone statues in the Devil Valley. Those stone statues were also devil stone statues. Why are there so many stone statues? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The interior of the Devil Valley was really strange. What was going on with those scattered devil stone statues? Lin Feng even discovered that although some of the devil stone statues were damaged, they were still surrounded by demonic power. Those devil stone statues were very special. They weren't just ordinary stone statues. Something had appeared. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That chilling aura was emitted from the body of that unknown existence. Lin Feng had no idea what that unknown existence was, but that existence was definitely extremely terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had a bone-chilling feeling, so he didn't dare to move recklessly, afraid that the unknown existence would see him. Actually, the stone armor could hide from the detection of some creatures in the forbidden area, and the Devil Stream was also equivalent to a forbidden area. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that the stone armor could hide from the detection of some creatures in the Devil Stream. That chilling aura was getting stronger and stronger, and Lin Feng knew that it was because that unknown and terrifying creature was quickly approaching him. Lin Feng didn't dare to release his divine sense. Because that existence's perception was definitely incomparably strong, if he released his divine sense, it would definitely be sensed by the other party. Once it was sensed by the other party, it would be a tragedy. Lin Feng smelled a stench. It was extremely choking. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. That stench, was it emitted by that unknown creature? Can't you be a little more hygienic? Even at this time, Lin Feng still had the mood to talk about that unknown and terrifying creature. His heart was really big. Lin Feng knew that the existence must be by his side. However, the stone armor could block the detection of some creatures in the forbidden area. It could even affect the vision of the creatures in the forbidden area. Therefore, that was why this unknown and terrifying creature didn't notice Lin Feng. In the end, this unknown and terrifying creature chose to leave. Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of relief. That was really close. He had just entered the Devil Stream, and he had already encountered such danger. This place was like a bottomless abyss, one wrong step and he would fall into the abyss, consigned to eternal damnation. This also reminded Lin Feng. Later, he had to be more careful. Lin Feng continued to walk in. He realized that the deeper he went, the more extraordinary the devil stone statues on the ground were. The extraordinary part was reflected in the materials. There were also runes. Although the devil gargoyles outside and the devil gargoyles in the depths were both made of stone, the materials used were completely different. Different materials would lead to different grades and levels of devilish gargoyles. Apart from the materials used, another factor that affected the quality of the devilish gargoyle was the runes on its surface. There were many runes on the devil stone statue. Some of the runes were strong, while some were weak. Powerful runes could increase the grade and level of the devil stone statue, as well as bestow even greater power to it. Lin Feng was unable to determine whether the runes on the devil statue were natural or man-made. He didn't care about that. Similarly, he didn't care why there were so many damaged devil statues here. The only thing Lin Feng cared about was where the woman's bones were. Once he found that woman's skeleton, Lin Feng would quickly leave this terrible place. Lin Feng went deeper in. There were some terrifying creatures active in the devil stream. Those creatures were hidden in the darkness, and their movements were silent. If one didn't carefully search for them, it would be impossible to find them. Fortunately, Lin Feng's sudden inspiration ability was powerful enough. Relying on this ability, he could sense the arrival of danger in advance. So whenever he sensed danger approaching, Lin Feng would quickly find a place to stand still. Just like that, he dodged one terrifying being after another. Of course, it wasn't like he didn't encounter any danger. Once, after Lin Feng sensed danger, he leaned against a rock wall and waited for that terrifying existence to leave. But that terrifying existence's perception was extremely strong, and it didn't leave immediately. That existence used its nose to smell Lin Feng's scent. Its nose was very sensitive. Then, that existence approached Lin Feng step by step, until it was 1 meter away from Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng's mood was incomparably nervous. Lin Feng once thought that he would definitely not be able to avoid that terrifying existence's detection. Lin Feng was about to make a move to fight that terrifying existence. This was the worst result. Because once the battle started, other creatures might also be attracted. At that time, if he was besieged, it would be extremely dangerous. But what surprised Lin Feng was that when he was about to make a move to deal with that unknown creature actually quickly left. Lin Feng noticed that the unknown creature was rushing towards the depths. As for why it rushed towards the depths, Lin Feng didn't know. Could it be that the unknown creature discovered something, or perhaps something happened that he didn't know about? So that's why it couldn't wait to leave. Lin Feng found that his body was drenched in cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, the result was not bad. But this kind of danger might appear again soon, so Lin Feng didn't dare to truly relax. He still had a cautious look on his face. Lin Feng continued to walk inside. The mountains were continuous. The huge mountain peaks that looked like demonic stone statues gave people a heavy and oppressive feeling. Lin Feng had a strange feeling. He felt that those huge demonic mountain peaks didn't seem to be as simple as mountains. They seemed to have their own lives. Lin Feng was surprised when he thought of that. But this thought was quickly dismissed by Lin Feng. It was just a group of mountains. How could they have their own lives? If there was life, he should have sensed it long ago. But now he didn't sense any life aura from those mountains. Lin Feng walked inside step by step. He climbed over one mountain after another. But on the 9th mountain, Lin Feng encountered trouble. He found that he was trapped. He kept walking back and forth in a forest, as if he had fallen into a dead end. This made Lin Feng's face become extremely ugly. It was very similar to an illusion, but it was many times more advanced than an illusion. What made Lin Feng feel the most solemn was when Lin Feng used his eye of origin to look around, trying to find a way out. However, Lin Feng's eye of origin only saw rolling black fog. In all directions. There was no way out. Damn it. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He continued to walk forward, but Lin Feng felt that his footsteps were getting heavier and heavier. I knew nothing good would come out of every 9. Looks like I was right. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel annoyed. 9 was the ultimate number. It represented danger, the unknown, terror, and death. Lin Feng was currently on the 9th mountain. In truth, as soon as Lin Feng entered the 9th mountain, he had a very bad feeling. Now, it seemed that the feeling was not without reason. He had really encountered danger on the 9th mountain. Now that he was trapped here, it was very troublesome. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, how do you think I can get out of here? However, the Demon Lord did not reply to Lin Feng. The transmission through divine sense has been cut off? Lin Feng frowned. He tried to communicate with Great Immortal Sound Martin, but he failed. Lin Feng was now certain that the transmission through divine sense had been cut off. This was going to be very troublesome. Soon, Lin Feng discovered something even worse. He discovered that he could not even communicate with the spacetime continuum. This was a very bad thing. If he could communicate with the spacetime continuum, he would be able to summon all sorts of powerful treasures from the spacetime continuum to protect himself. He could also communicate with Bibi and the others. If he encountered danger, he could ask Bibi and the others to come and help him. However, since he could not communicate with the spacetime continuum, he naturally could not communicate with Bibi and the others. I don't believe I can't get out of here. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had always been an unyielding person. Although the current situation was not good for Lin Feng, so what? Lin Feng was confident that he could find a way to get out of here. Lin Feng continued forward. He was still walking in circles. Now, Lin Feng was stuck in an endless loop. No matter how many times he walked, he could not get out of it. Maybe I can try walking in the opposite direction. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He tried walking in the opposite direction, but Lin Feng discovered that even though he was walking in the opposite direction, he was still walking in circles. Are there really no clues to be found? Lin Feng could not help but frown. So far, he had indeed not found any clues. This was what worried Lin Feng the most. Why was there no clue at all? Logically speaking, no matter how brilliant a restriction was or how powerful a natural formation was, there should be flaws in some places. However, there were no flaws in the place in front of him. Anyone who was trapped in this place would probably go crazy. Lin Feng felt like he was going crazy. He was very excited. He kept looking for a way out, but he could not find it. Lin Feng felt that he needed to calm down. Now that he was stimulated, his mind was very excited. In a dangerous place, it was very bad for the mind to be in an excited state. Lin Feng was very clear about this. The more dangerous it was, the calmer his mind was. Only by calming down would he be able to better analyze the danger in front of him. Lin Feng firmly believed that he would be able to find a way out. Lin Feng leaned on a big rock to rest. After some time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. That is, Lin Feng was surprised when he saw a ball of light. That ball of light wasn't far from him. It was floating in the air and emitting a dense light. Lin Feng didn't know where that ball of light had come from or when it had appeared. When Lin Feng was resting, that ball of light hadn't appeared. Could it be? Lin Feng immediately sat up from the ground. He felt that the ball of light might be able to bring him out. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the ball of light. The ball of light seemed very close, but in fact, it was quite far from Lin Feng. There was still some distance between them. The ball of light also moved, moving into the distance. Lin Feng's eyes were no longer focused on anything else. There was only the ball of light left. He followed the ball of light all the way, hoping to catch up with it quickly. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng chased, he could not catch up with the ball of light. About 2 hours passed. Lin Feng found that the environment around him had changed. It seemed that this was no longer the same area as before. Lin Feng looked behind him and found that there were 9 mountains behind him. He had already arrived at the 10th mountain. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately became very happy. He had arrived at the 10th mountain. This meant that he had really walked out of the 9th mountain. Lin Feng thought of the ball of light. It was the ball of light that had brought him out. Lin Feng looked around, wanting to see where the ball of light was now. He found that the ball of light had disappeared without a trace. What was that ball of light? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Previously, he had tried to find out what was inside the ball of light. However, Lin Feng was unable to find out the secret of the ball of light. Everything was very mysterious. Now, the ball of light had become an unsolved mystery. Since the ball of light had disappeared, Lin Feng did not continue to think about it. He began to search for the whereabouts of the woman's skeleton in the 10th mountain. Lin Feng felt that since the woman had brought them here, she would definitely give them some clues. If she did not give them any clues, it would be too difficult to find her skeleton in such a huge devil stream. Lin Feng didn't find anything on the 10th mountain, so he continued walking towards the depths of the mountain. Lin Feng was in danger on the 12th mountain. He was attacked by a powerful vicious beast and was almost killed by it. Fortunately, Lin Feng found an opportunity and killed the vicious beast. The vicious beast was completely black. It looked like a leopard, but it had scales, 2 horns, and a tail like a dragon's tail. It looked very strange. Lin Feng had never encountered such a creature. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the 13th mountain, he heard some roaring sounds coming from the 10th mountain. It seemed like some creatures had been attracted by the battle and were fighting over the corpse of the dead cultivator. That corpse was a great supplement for those creatures, so fighting over it was normal. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Luckily, he had left that place quickly, otherwise, those ferocious beasts would have surrounded him and he would have been in big trouble. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Luckily, he had left that place quickly, otherwise, those ferocious beasts would have surrounded him. Shit, my stone armor is broken. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. He hadn't noticed it during the battle, but now that the battle was over, Lin Feng noticed the stone armor on his body. Lin Feng's stone armor was damaged. There was a crack of about 20 centimeters. It should have been damaged by the fierce beast during the battle. Lin Feng was very distressed. Stone armor was precious and extremely rare. Now that it was damaged, he didn't know if it could be repaired. The key was that he needed the stone armor to hide from the fierce beasts. Now that the stone armor was damaged, if a powerful fierce beast appeared next to him, the possibility of being discovered would be greatly increased. After all, after the stone armor was damaged, Lin Feng's chi would leak out from the crack. Even if it wasn't much, the creatures in the Devil Valley were too powerful. Even if only a little bit of chi leaked out, it could be discovered by those terrifying creatures. The current situation was not good news for those who had found a way to deal with it. Lin Feng was very helpless. He could only hope that he could find some clues quickly. Otherwise, he would have to leave. The Devil Valley was really terrifying. Lin Feng felt that the Death Impasse couldn't be compared to the Devil Valley. If he continued to stay in such a place, he would really be doomed. Lin Feng continued to walk inside. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked to the left. There, he saw a woman. When he saw that woman, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. That woman was none other than the woman Lin Feng had seen in the sea. She really appeared. Moreover, his appearance was very timely. Because of the damage to the stone armor, Lin Feng couldn't stay here for too long. Lin Feng was even considering leaving. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the woman. The woman led the way. "Fairy, how should I address you? Are you the legendary sea maiden?" Lin Feng asked. The woman did not answer Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng felt that there was an 80% chance that this woman was the sea lady. The remaining 20% were not sea girls. In Lin Feng's heart, he was certain that this woman was the sea lady. However, he would find out later whether she was the sea lady or not. The woman ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that her state was rather strange. She wasn't a body of flesh and blood, nor was she a soul. She wasn't condensed from spiritual energy. Instead, she seemed to be condensed from a breath or a strand of origin energy. She brought Lin Feng to a valley halfway up the 13th mountain. The valley was very deep. When they arrived at the valley, the woman took the initiative to dissipate. She really condensed in one breath. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then, he walked into the valley. Crack! Crack! As he walked in the valley, the sound of bones cracking could be heard under his feet. When he heard the sound of bones cracking, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There was a thick pile of leaves here. Lin Feng pushed aside the leaves and found a skeleton underneath. Lin Feng waved his hand. A gust of wind swept over and swept away all the leaves. Then, Lin Feng saw that the entire valley was filled with skeletons and skeletons. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He suddenly thought of the story that the cursed doll had told him. At that time, the cursed doll had told Lin Feng. The Sea Maiden had brought those greedy cultivators to Devil Ravine. Those greedy cultivators had all died in Devil Ravine. If that was the case, were these skeletons the cultivators who persecuted the Sea Maiden back then? There was really such a possibility. Greed would make people lose their nature. That was why these people died here. I wonder if the young master who was saved by the Snow Maiden is also here. Lin Feng walked inside. He felt that the Snow Maiden skeleton was very likely here. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived in the depths of the forest. Lin Feng discovered that there was a rusty war spear on the rock wall deep inside. The rusty war spear had pierced through the chest of a female cultivator and nailed her to the rock wall. Lin Feng quickly walked over and arrived beside the corpse. Lin Feng saw a beautiful face that could be broken by the wind. Is she the Sea Maiden? It's said that the Sea Maiden is a mermaid. She is indeed beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Which bastard nailed the Snow Maiden here back then? Wasn't that a little too cruel? How could they treat such a beautiful woman? How could they be so cruel and merciless? As a man who had tender feelings for the fairer sex, Lin Feng hated this kind of behavior the most. Lin Feng muttered to himself, the Sea Maiden's corpse didn't rot and was preserved so well. Is it because of her powerful cultivation or her physique? Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it might be because of her physique. After all, cultivators who were far more powerful than the Sea Maiden would have turned into skeletons after death. Weaker Sea Maidens should have turned into skeletons as well, but the Sea Maiden's corpse was perfectly intact. If the Sea Maiden had a special physique, it might be possible for her body to remain intact. I'll take your corpse and bring you back to your homeland. I'll bury you under a cherry blossom tree, Lin Feng said. He grabbed the war spear and tried to pull it out. The war spear seemed to have fused with the rock wall. Lin Feng tried 7 times. Only then did he successfully pull the war spear out. The Sea Maiden's corpse fell into Lin Feng's arms. At the same time, chilling winds howled in the valley. Next, the skeletons on the ground started to move. The skeletons all stood up from the ground. Damn. Skeletal evil spirits, Lin Feng couldn't help but shout when he saw the countless skeletons. The skeletons had all come back to life. He soared into the sky, wanting to leave as soon as possible. However, an extremely powerful restriction swept over Lin Feng's body at the top of the mountain, causing him to fall back down. Lin Feng fell into the valley once more. Meanwhile, the army of skeletons was slowly approaching Lin Feng. Lin Feng stored the corpse in his space-time pocket. Then, he looked at the approaching army of skeletons. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Let's talk this out. Stop." At that moment, a voice came from behind the skeleton army, causing it to stop. A path was formed in the middle of the skeleton army. More than a dozen golden skeletons walked over. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the golden skeletons. Were these golden skeletons cultivators from the same clan when they were still alive? There really was such a possibility. They should be the ones who had persecuted the Sea Maiden in the past, right? What a bunch of scumbags. Kid, you've got guts. You actually dared to barge into Devil Stream to save someone. The leader of the golden skeletons said. Lin Feng said, "Is this Devil Stream? I was sucked in by the spacetime reversal. As for what you mean by saving someone, I don't really understand. Earlier, I was moved by the beauty of that corpse, so I let her rest in peace. She's already dead, so there's no need to talk about saving someone, right?" Another golden skeleton mocked. "You were moved by the beauty of the corpse? Looks like you're quite an affectionate person. You must have harmed a lot of women outside, right? What are you talking about? That's called true love, but it's called harm to you. You really don't know how to talk." Lin Feng pursed his lips. The golden skeleton sneered. He scoffed at Lin Feng's words of true love. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Please make way." Lin Feng said. "Kid, you're about to die, and you still want to leave? Are you dreaming?" The third golden skeleton sneered. "Are you all planning to fight me to the death? If we're going to talk about it, I might not necessarily be afraid of you." Lin Feng said. "Kid, you're quite good at bragging. Another golden skeleton mocked. These fellows were quite intelligent, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He didn't pay attention to that guy. The leading golden skeleton said, "Kid, why don't we work together for a bit?" "Cooperate on what?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "The fact that you can come here shows how strong you are. But no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape from the army of skeletons. I don't want to kill you," the leader of the golden skeletons said. "What are the conditions?" Lin Feng asked. "The condition is simple. Sacrifice that woman's corpse and we'll let you go," the leader of the golden skeletons said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that things were definitely not that simple. Lin Feng curiously asked, "Why do you want to sacrifice her corpse?" "Because we hate her. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have ended up like this. We'd rather be dead than alive right now," a golden skeleton said with a hoarse voice. His voice was filled with endless resentment and hatred. He hated sea women. Because of her, he had become a skeleton. He had to live forever. He had to suffer all kinds of torture. He couldn't reincarnate. He couldn't reincarnate. It would be better to just die in such a life. At the very least, he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. "Why didn't you do it before?" Lin Feng asked. "Due to some special reasons, we couldn't do it ourselves. We needed the help of others to deal with this corpse. Obviously, something unknown must have happened in the past for these skeletons to not be able to destroy the corpse." Lin Feng said, "I'm guessing that you don't want to sacrifice this corpse for that reason, right?" "Of course." The leader of the golden skeletons was very calm, and his voice was very calm. Lin Feng said, "I don't think so. Perhaps you can regain your freedom after sacrificing her corpse. Or perhaps you won't have to suffer anymore. Or perhaps there are other benefits. You're overthinking it," the leader of the golden skeletons said. "Overthinking it?" Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. When he said those words earlier, he had been observing these skeletons. The golden skeleton was calm and composed. It was obvious that this person had been an extraordinary person when he was alive. However, not all skeletal creatures had the same mental fortitude as him. The eyes of some of the skeletons twitched violently. This meant that he had guessed correctly. That was why their emotions had changed. The changes in their emotions could be seen from the will-o'-the-wisps in their eye sockets. As for why sacrificing the corpse was the key to regaining their freedom, Lin Feng didn't know. The leader of the golden skeletons said coldly, "Brat. We'll give you a chance to live. If you don't cherish it, we don't mind taking it back. I'm willing to cooperate with you," Lin Feng said. "A wise man submits to circumstances." The leader of the golden skeletons let out a burst of laughter. The other skeletons' emotions were fluctuating violently. This was because they felt that they were about to escape from their current predicament. They were about to regain their freedom. They had been looking forward to this day. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, said Lin Feng. "Before sacrificing her, I have something I need to ask you," said Lin Feng. "Speak," the leader of the golden skeletons said concisely. "Will you really let me go?" "Why do I feel a little worried?" Lin Feng asked. The leading golden skeleton said, "Of course. I can swear to the heavens that if we don't let you go, we will die a horrible death." "That's a heavy enough oath." "I believe you." Lin Feng smiled. The leader of the golden skeletons despised Lin Feng in his heart. What an idiot. We're already dead. Now that we've sworn an oath that we'll die a horrible death, does this oath have any restrictions on us? Of course not. However, although the golden skeleton was cursing Lin Feng for being an idiot, it didn't express its thoughts. After all, Lin Feng was still useful to it. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Lin Feng after sacrificing the corpse. "Can we sacrifice the corpse now?" the golden skeleton asked when it saw that Lin Feng hadn't made his next move. Lin Feng said, "Don't be in such a hurry. I still have some things to ask you." "What else do you want to ask?" Lin Feng said, "I want to know what benefits I can get." "What benefits?" The golden skeleton leader couldn't help but stare deeply at Lin Feng. In his heart, he was sneering nonstop. His death was imminent. He was actually still thinking about benefits. What a foolish human. But now, he needed to appease Lin Feng. The leader of the Golden Skeletons asked, "What benefits are you looking for?" "I want your storage ring," Lin Feng said. The corner of the Golden Skeleton leader's mouth twitched violently. In the past, they had been searching for treasures all over the ocean. And those treasures, they were all in his storage ring. In other words, his storage ring. It contained treasures that would make countless people go crazy over it. How could he just casually give it to someone else? "You're not willing?" Lin Feng asked. "Perhaps you can ask for a few treasures," the leader of the Golden Skeletons said. "You're already a skeleton that's neither human nor ghost. Those treasures are of no use to you. Just give me the storage ring. You can't be that stingy, right?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Who says they're of no use to me? Once I reincarnate, they'll still be useful." The Golden Skeleton leader couldn't help but sneer inwardly. But these words, he naturally couldn't directly tell Lin Feng. But when he thought about how Lin Feng would definitely die later, giving the storage ring to Lin Feng now didn't seem like a big deal. Once he killed Lin Feng, wouldn't the storage ring still belong to him? When he thought of this, the Golden Skeleton leader said, "I'm not a stingy person. Since you want the storage ring, I'll give it to you." The Golden Skeleton leader took off the storage ring and tossed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stored the storage ring in his spacetime pocket. The Golden Skeleton leader said, "I've given you the item. Now, can you take out the corpse of the sea lady and sacrifice it?" "Wait a moment, I'll sacrifice the corpse immediately," Lin Feng said. Next, he took out all kinds of strange items. For example, some array flags, offerings, tables, incense burners, and so on. "Why are you taking these things?" asked the leading golden skeleton creature. "Didn't you ask me to sacrifice the corpse of the sea maiden?" "Of course I'm going to build an altar," Lin Feng said. The leader of the Golden Skeletons was speechless. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just sacrifice it," Lin Feng replied. "Offering sacrifices is something that will damage one's own virtue, and one will suffer misfortune in the future. As such, I have to respect the sea maiden's corpse and build an altar with more offerings to make the ceremony more grand. Perhaps this way, I won't lose my own virtue." "Do as you wish." The leader of the Golden Skeletons waved his hand. He was too lazy to bother with Lin Feng now, because Lin Feng really had a lot of things to do. The Golden Skeletons only wanted Lin Feng to settle everything quickly. Then, they would sacrifice the corpse of the sea maiden. When the time came, they would be able to transcend their tribulations and return. Lin Feng began to set up the altar. He placed the array flags around the altar. There were a total of 64 array flags. Lin Feng placed them in a special pattern. "Do you need array flags to build an altar for a sacrificial ceremony?" "Kid, what are you trying to do?" asked one of the Golden Skeletons. The other Golden Skeletons also felt that Lin Feng was up to no good. Thus, they looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. Lin Feng said, "There are so many of you surrounding me. Do you think I'm up to no good?" The Golden Skeletons pondered for a moment. Indeed. If Lin Feng was up to no good, wouldn't he be courting death? The army of skeletons had already surrounded this place. There was a restriction above that prevented anyone from leaving. Therefore, there was no way Lin Feng could escape. Lin Feng continued, "If I use array flags on this altar, it's the most respectful way to honor the dead. Array flags are actually the same as offerings, so if you don't understand, you can just watch. Don't disturb me." "Kid, how can you say that?" One of the Golden Skeletons glared at Lin Feng. The leader of the Golden Skeletons said, "All right, that's enough." Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Use whatever you want. Set up whatever you want. Don't waste any more time. Let's begin." Lin Feng nodded. After the temporary altar was completed, he stood on top of it and sent his magic power into the 64 array flags. The 64 array flags were completely activated. Then, a rune appeared on each of the 64 array flags. The runes intertwined and surrounded the entire altar. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The golden skeletons realized that something was amiss. The leader of the golden skeletons looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, what are you laughing at? Why aren't you starting the sacrificial ceremony?" Lin Feng said, "Idiot, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you think I'll really believe your words? I was just fooling you. You're already a dead man, and you're swearing that you'll die a horrible death? You're still far from being able to play word games with me." The leader of the golden skeletons revealed a murderous look. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "So you don't want to cooperate with us? If that's the case, we'll torture you to death." Lin Feng said, "It's useless. I've refined these formation flags for a long time. Now that I've activated them, you're dreaming if you think you can deal with me. Boy, you're really boasting shamelessly." The leader of the golden skeleton sneered, not taking Lin Feng seriously at all. "Attack." He waved his hand. Then, the skeletons all attacked Lin Feng with all kinds of weapons in their hands. The power of each weapon was quite tyrannical. All kinds of powerful attacks bombarded Lin Feng. Facing these attacks, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He formed a series of seals, which merged into the 64 formation flags. As the seals merged into the flags, the 64 formation flags formed a huge defensive shield. When the attacks of the skeletons came crashing down, unexpectedly, all of them were blocked by the defensive light barrier. After seeing this, the ghostly fire in the eyes of the leader of the golden skeletons flickered even more violently. Obviously, he was extremely angry. No wonder he was so angry. Lin Feng had made fun of him, and then he realized that Lin Feng had used the time he had been playing with him to create a powerful defensive barrier. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be in a bad mood. Especially these experts. They had strong self-esteem. So, they absolutely couldn't tolerate being humiliated. "Boy, do you think you can withstand the attacks of the skeletons with a turtle shell? Your tortoise shell might be strong, but how long can it last?" The leader of the golden skeletons said coldly, "When your defensive formation is broken, you still can't escape death. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece, then pull out your soul and throw it into the endless purgatory. You'll never be reincarnated." It seemed that this guy really hated Lin Feng. He was gnashing his teeth in hatred. But it was no wonder. It would be strange if he didn't hate Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Do you think that the formation I set up with so many precious formation flags is only for defense? If that's the case, then you're gravely mistaken. The formation I set up is both offensive and defensive." The leader of the golden skeleton said disdainfully, "Both offensive and defensive? How laughable. Do you want to rely on this formation to deal with the skeletons?" "You're just daydreaming," said Lin Feng. "I didn't say that my deployment spell could deal with your skeleton army, but my deployment spell can connect to some of the deployment spells in Demon Valley. If I could activate the deployment spells in Demon Valley, do you think I would be able to destroy you?" Hearing this, the ghostly fire in the eyes of the golden skeletons flickered fiercely. The ghostly flames in the eye sockets of the rest of the golden skeletons, including the ordinary skeletons, began to flicker violently. Lin Feng's words, "It was indeed a great deterrent to them," was because the restrictions in Devil Stream were too powerful. If Lin Feng could really use the restrictions in Devil Stream to deal with them, how terrifying would that be? They felt that Lin Feng was just boasting. After all, activating the restrictions in Devil Stream was too difficult. But what if Lin Feng was telling the truth? This was not a good thing for them. The leader of the golden skeletons quickly said, "Attack with all your might and destroy the formation he set up." The skeletons did not dare to hesitate. They all attacked. At this moment, they no longer held back. Everyone. All of them had used their most powerful techniques. Therefore, when the skeletons' attacks gathered together, the power of their attacks was extremely terrifying. It was enough to make one's soul tremble. Bang! 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 The overwhelming attacks bombarded the defensive light barrier Lin Feng had created with his formation. However, the power of the defensive light barrier was still shocking. The attacks of the skeletons were still blocked. At this time, Lin Feng had already begun to activate the 64 array flags to communicate with the restrictions in Devil Stream. Borrowing the power of the restrictions to fight against the enemy was actually a very difficult thing to do. But for the cultivators of the Heaven Master lineage, it was a very normal thing. This was a normal operation for the cultivators of the Heaven Master lineage. Of course, it also depended on where the restrictions were used to fight against the enemy. Ordinary restrictions were naturally very easy to control. But Devil Stream was different. The restrictions here were very powerful, and even Lin Feng was afraid of them. It was really too difficult to use the restrictions here to fight against the enemy. However, although it was difficult, it was not completely impossible. Lin Feng knew that it was almost impossible to deal with the attacks of the skeletons and try to use the restrictions in Devil Stream to deal with the skeletons at the same time. That was why Lin Feng had set up this formation. The formation focused on defense. Once the defense was done, Lin Feng would have time to communicate with the restrictions in Devil Stream. In addition to defense, the formation could also create a special connection with the restrictions in Devil Stream. This connection, it could help Lin Feng to successfully communicate with the restrictions in Devil Stream. Sure enough, soon, Lin Feng communicated with the restrictions in Devil Stream. When Lin Feng communicated with the restrictions in Devil Stream, Lin Feng immediately began to activate the restrictions in Devil Stream. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, an earth-shattering sound spread in the air. Lin Feng had activated the deployment spell of Demon Valley. The activation of the Devil Stream's restrictions was simply shocking to the heavens and earth. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. Even the powerful creatures in the Devil Stream were looking at the 13 mountain peaks in horror. The restrictions in Devil Stream were usually scattered all around. How could it be like now, showing their might together? Even the powerful creatures in the restricted areas only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to approach the situation in front of them. And at this time, the power of the restrictions descended from the sky and blasted towards the skeletons. Bang! 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 When the power of the restrictions blasted into the skeletons were sent flying and their bodies exploded. However, Lin Feng discovered that after the skeletons' bodies were destroyed, they began to recover at an extremely fast speed. We are undead creatures. Clang! His saber landed on Lin Feng's defensive barrier, causing it to shake violently. This guy's strength was truly terrifying. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. However, the barrier Lin Feng summoned was powerful enough. As long as it was there, this guy wouldn't be able to destroy it in a short time. Lin Feng sneered, "How can there be undead in this world? This so-called undying is just a lie. If you find the right method, this so-called undying will become a joke. But don't worry, I won't kill you guys today. That would be letting you off too easily." When Lin Feng finished talking, he started chanting a spell. "Almighty Tao of Destiny, please descend with the power of destiny. Turn these undead creatures who should have turned into undead creatures without godly power. They should be punished. They should no longer possess such great power." When Lin Feng finished chanting, a powerful force of destiny descended from the void. Lin Feng didn't directly kill these undead creatures when he was communicating with the Tao of Destiny. These guys were a bunch of evil and heartless people when they were alive. Killing them directly would instead allow them to be freed. Death wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was despair. Now, Lin Feng wanted to deprive them of their godly strength so that they wouldn't die. But they wouldn't die. They would suffer an endless amount of pain. That was what Lin Feng wanted to do. Now, Lin Feng wanted to deprive them of their godly strength, but they wouldn't die. They would suffer an endless amount of pain. That was what Lin Feng wanted to do. Bang! 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 Lin Feng controlled the power of the barrier to continue attacking the undead creatures. The undead creatures were sent flying like before. Their bodies were blasted apart, but their bodies reassembled at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, as their bodies reassembled, the power of destiny wrapped around them. In fact, the undead were at their weakest when they were formed. At this time, they needed to condense their divine force. But at this time, fate power would directly devour the divine force of the undead. After losing their divine force, the undead would turn into ordinary skeletons. They didn't have much fighting strength left. It was like a middle-aged man in his prime turning into an old man. At this age, even standing up would be a problem, let alone hurting others. The undead creatures were the same. As soon as they reassembled their bodies, many parts of their bodies began to separate from their bodies. A gust of wind could blow their bodies apart. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? The undead creatures roared unwillingly. They were in despair, truly in despair. They had lost their strength. They would become incomparably weak, and they would lose all hope of surviving the calamity. All these years, they had been tortured by the curse of the Sea Maiden before her death. They were living a life worse than death. Their motivation to continue living was that one day, they would be able to survive the calamity. But now, Lin Feng had personally destroyed all their hopes. If they had been killed, it would have been fine. But the key was that they were still alive. Wouldn't that mean that they would be tormented for eternity? Therefore, the undead creatures seemed to have gone crazy. The great art of destiny. Damn it, damn it. The leader of the golden skeletons couldn't help but roar in anger. He was experienced and knowledgeable, and he recognized the great art of destiny that Lin Feng used. His emotions fluctuated violently because he knew that they might not be able to do anything to Lin Feng. Once Lin Feng took away the Sea Maiden's corpse, they would be completely trapped in this place. From then on, they wouldn't be able to leave and would have to suffer endless torment. Thinking of this, the leader of the golden skeletons trembled. He absolutely didn't want to see such a thing happen. Fight him to the death, shouted the leader of the golden skeletons. Fight. Fight him to the death. The dozen or so golden skeletons roared, and the other skeletons followed suit. The skeletons' bodies began to burn. As their bodies burned, an extremely terrifying power was released from their bodies. When Lin Feng sensed the power emitted from their bodies, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. These guys actually knew a secret technique that could increase their battle strength. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He took out a few more formation flags and inserted them into the ground. These formation flags were very precious, and they would be destroyed after a single use. They were also very difficult to refine, but Lin Feng didn't have any misgivings about dealing with the army of undead. He could think of a way to get more things after he used them up, but if he died, he would really be done for. After getting the support of the new formation flags, the defensive barrier suddenly became much stronger. Therefore, even though the undead were going all out, the defensive barrier condensed by Lin Feng was also greatly strengthened. Therefore, the attacks of the undead weren't able to break through the defensive barrier condensed by Lin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Feng didn't stop attacking. The power of the restrictions and the power of the Great Fate technique made it difficult for the undead to resist. The army of undead gradually turned into ordinary skeletons that had lost their divine power. They were simply pitifully weak. In the end, only a dozen or so golden skeletons and 100 relatively stronger undead were left. When these guys saw that the situation was hopeless, they turned around and wanted to escape, but Lin Feng didn't give them the opportunity. Lin Feng used his domineering magnetic field. Suddenly, their speed plummeted, and they couldn't avoid the attacks of the restrictions. After being attacked by the restrictions, their bodies were shattered, and the power of fate surged, instantly depriving them of their divine power. The golden skeletons resisted for a longer time than the other undead. After all, they were relatively stronger. However, in order to deal with these guys, Lin Feng directly flew out. When they saw Lin Feng flying out, the skeletons' killing intent soared to the sky and attacked Lin Feng. However, because Lin Feng could control the power of the restrictions, the attacks of the golden skeletons were dissolved by the restrictions. Lin Feng cooperated with the power of the restrictions to seriously injure the golden skeletons, including the leader of the golden skeletons. The power of fate deprived the golden skeletons of their divine power. These powerful golden skeletons also turned into ordinary skeletons. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The leading golden skeleton roared. He had been looking forward to the day he would be able to complete his tribulation. He had been waiting for this day for so many years, but the result was so cruel that he almost went insane. Why are you helping the sea lady? Why are you helping her? You have nothing to do with the Sea Maiden. She is the daughter of the sea god while you are a human cultivator. What is the reason for you to enter Devil Stream to help her? Asked the leader of the Golden Skeletons, staring at Lin Feng. Before, Lin Feng had said that he had come here by accident, and that he had seen the Sea Maiden, so he wanted to bury her. The leader of the Golden Skeletons didn't believe him at all. Lin Feng was lying, and he didn't believe him at all. It would be strange if he believed him. He wanted to know the answer. Lin Feng sent the leading Golden Skeleton flying with a kick. Lin Feng's kick shattered the leading Golden Skeleton's body. Get the hell out of my sight. I don't have any obligation to tell you these things, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly flew out. Devil Stream was too dangerous, so Lin Feng didn't want to stay here for too long. Now that he had found the Sea Lady's corpse, it was time to leave. The other skeletons naturally didn't dare to stop Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng left the 13th mountain without a hitch. Earlier, when the restrictive power of the 13 mountains was activated, many of the creatures in Devil Stream were alarmed. Most of them had hidden in their nests to observe the situation. That was why Lin Feng didn't discover a single terrifying creature when he left. When he arrived at the 9th mountain, Lin Feng couldn't help but worry. Lin Feng had been trapped in the 9th mountain. If it wasn't for that mysterious ball of light, Lin Feng didn't know if he would have been able to escape. The 9th mountain was indeed very strange. Perhaps anything related to the number 9 was extremely terrifying. What should he do next? This was a rather troublesome matter. Should he charge out directly? Could he do that? Lin Feng was nervous. Should he go around the 9th mountain? But there seemed to be no way around it. After thinking about it, it seemed that he could only go through the 9th mountain. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Thinking about that, Lin Feng took a deep breath and entered the 9th mountain. He carefully observed his surroundings. Lin Feng was surprised that he didn't encounter any danger along the way. He was about to leave the 9th mountain. Lin Feng even heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. The sounds of insects and birds had disappeared. The entire forest became extremely quiet. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw a ball of black flames approaching him. There seemed to be a terrifying creature in the ball of black flames. Normally speaking, the creatures in this place would choose to hide their true body. This was a form of self-protection. But this creature didn't choose to do so. Lin Feng didn't know what this creature in the ball of black flames was, but Lin Feng could feel a suffocating pressure surging towards him. It was a terrible feeling. The creatures in the Devil Stream were already terrifying, let alone the creature in the 9th mountain. In fact, these powerful creatures were extremely sensitive to danger. The creatures in the Devil Stream wouldn't easily set foot on the 9th mountain. This was because the 9th mountain represented misfortune. They naturally didn't want to be tainted by such misfortune, so they wouldn't enter the 9th mountain under normal circumstances. Only those who could ignore misfortune would enter the 9th mountain. And such a creature would be unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng had a feeling. This creature in the ball of black flames might be a creature that could ignore misfortune. Suddenly, the creature in the ball of black flames sped up and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. The other party didn't come with good intentions. Lin Feng quickly took out his epical war spear. To deal with such a terrifying creature, he naturally needed to use a supreme treasure like the epical war spear. Perhaps even divine abilities wouldn't be able to break through this creature's defense. Die. Lin Feng stabbed the epical war spear at the terrifying creature in the ball of black flames. Bang. The terrifying creature swiped its claw and sent Lin Feng's epical war spear flying. Lin Feng's epical war spear stabbed into the ground. When Lin Feng fought against others, even if he was no match for them, it was rare for him to lose his weapon. But now, his epical war spear ghost had lost his grip. Before this was simply unimaginable. The creature in the ball of black flames quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and swiped its claw at Lin Feng. The aura of death instantly enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng hurriedly performed the heaven patching technique. his body instantly disappeared. But at this moment, the terrifying creature in the ball of black flames whipped its tail towards the void. Bang! When its tail hit the void, something shocking happened. Overwhelming power. It rushed into the void. Lin Feng was actually sent flying. Crack! Crack! 2 more cracks appeared on Lin Feng's stone armor. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. The attack just now almost destroyed his stone armor. Lin Feng's body had not stabilized yet. The creature in the ball of black flames pounced at Lin Feng again. Then, a claw came out of the ball of black flames and swiped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the power of the arm of the dragon and elephant and swiped at the claw. But, surprisingly, Lin Feng was blown away by that claw. He sensed a strength which could topple mountains and overturn seas penetrate into his body. That power. It shook his blood and qi, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that terrifying attack. That terrifying existence appeared in front of Lin Feng again as if it had teleported. Then, an invisible pressure enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly realized that his body could not move. He knew that he had been imprisoned by that terrifying existence. Lin Feng didn't know how strong that cultivator was because his draconic elephant arm was 6 times stronger than before, but it hadn't been able to stop that cultivator's attack. From that, one could imagine how strong that cultivator was. Its power. It could only be described as shocking. Now that Lin Feng was imprisoned by this terrifying existence, he couldn't dodge or resist. If his head really suffered this terrifying attack, when the time came, wouldn't he die miserably, this guy? It was definitely a king-level existence, and it was the king of Devil Stream. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such terrifying strength. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He tried to take out some powerful magic treasures to deal with this terrifying existence, but Lin Feng found that his connection with time and space was cut off. It was this terrifying existence. It cut off his connection with time and space. It's over. Lin Feng's face turned pale. The situation in front of him. It was really too despairing. Just as the terrifying existence's claws were about to hit Lin Feng's head, suddenly, a divine light shone on Lin Feng. That divine light. It was dazzling. It instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Shwa, the light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Damn, I didn't die? Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away, revealing a surprised expression. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he would definitely die. But he didn't expect that he would survive. Lin Feng looked not far away. There was a ball of light there. When he saw that ball of light, Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. When he was trapped here before, wasn't it because he saw a ball of light that he was finally able to get out of this place? That ball of light seemed to be the one in front of him. This made Lin Feng's face reveal a happy expression. This ball of light appeared to save him, which meant that it was fated with him. Perhaps he wouldn't have to die. Lonely traveler, you have crossed the line. At this moment, a cold voice came from the black flames. Clearly, the terrifying being in the black flames had spoken. Lin Feng still hadn't figured out what the terrifying creature in the black flames was. Let's call it the Black Flame Beast for now. This name sounds too depressing. It sounded like the name of a low-level ferocious beast, but in reality, the terror of this black flame beast was enough to make the world pale in comparison. Golden Immortal level, Sage Immortal realm, anyway, he was very strong. Lin Feng wouldn't doubt that this guy was at the Sage realm. I will attack when I want to. What can you do about it? A voice came from the ball of light. Listen to the voice. He seemed to be quite young. The black flame beast referred to this person as the Lone Walker. Why was it called the Lone Walker? Lin Feng didn't quite understand. Now, Lin Feng was able to contact the Demon Lord. Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, the black flame beast said that the being in the ball of light is the Lone Walker. What does that mean? The Demon Lord replied, the Lone Walker refers to a special kind of person. This kind of person's cultivation is extremely high. They use some secret technique to divide themselves into 3. Divide into 3? What the hell? What kind of technique is that? Did he refine 2 clones? Lin Feng asked. No. All 3 of them are his body, not his avatars. It's just that these 3 bodies are somewhat special. Of these 3 bodies, one is the body of the present, one is the body of the future, and one is the body of the past. The body of the present lives in the present, the body of the past lives in the past, and the body of the future lives in the future. No way? Doesn't that sound a little unbelievable? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon lord's words were indeed unbelievable. Didn't you cultivate the past, present, and future chapters? Actually, dividing one's body into 3 and entering the past and future isn't impossible. The only reason you can't do it is because you're not strong enough. The demon lord explained. If that's the case, then this existence is one of the past, present, and future sovereigns? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. It should be. The demon lord nodded, but it's hard to say which body it is. Why divide into 3? Isn't that weakening your own strength? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Yes, it does weaken your own strength. The reason it's divided into 3 is because people like him want to surpass the limits of cultivation. The demon lord narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng could understand after hearing the demon lord's explanation. Surpassing the limits of cultivation, it did require some special and powerful techniques, doing things that ordinary people couldn't do. Only then could one complete transcendence, but the method of transcendence varied from person to person. Perhaps the other party felt that this was a method worth trying, so he chose this method. At this moment, the Black Flame Beast and the Lone Walker were fighting. Because the Black Flame Beast's target was Lin Feng. The Lone Walker saved Lin Feng. Although you're strong, you're not necessarily my match, the Black Flame Beast said coldly. Are you daydreaming? The Lone Walker said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Judging from the Lone Walker's tone. This guy. He probably had a very shameless personality, right? But Lin Feng also knew. Being shameless was only on the surface. This kind of person's heart was usually stronger. Their sense of responsibility was probably many times stronger than those so-called righteous cultivators. You're courting death. The Black Flame Beast was very angry. It flew into the air. 10,000 Demon Sky Claw. Suddenly, the Black Flame Beast attacked. A claw slapped towards the Lone Walker. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the Black Flame Beast seemed to have become the lord of 10,000 demons, as if it had become the ruler of heaven and earth. With just a thought, it could destroy a large area of time and space. The Black Flame Beast's attack. It seemed to be able to destroy a huge life planet. The most frightening thing was that it was able to perfectly compress the power of such a powerful attack. This ability was really terrifying. Get lost. The existence in the ball of light curled his lips and slapped across the void. Bang. The Black Flame Beast's attack was broken in an instant. Then, an invisible force slammed into the Black Flame Beast's body. The Black Flame Beast fell into the 17 mountain peaks. The Black Flame Beast was severely injured. It was so scared that its whole body was trembling. It quickly escaped into the forest. The ball of light turned around and left. Junior Lin Feng, thanks Senior for saving my life. How should I address Senior? Lin Feng hurriedly said. After saying that, the ball of light quickly moved forward. In the blink of an eye, it was already very far away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng finally regained his senses. I'm also called Ji. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng felt somewhat apprehensive because his name was actually the same as the mysterious person's. Although, the name Ji was only Lin Feng's alias. However, Lin Feng had used his mother's family name to create this alias. It had an extraordinary meaning. The lone traveler who saved him was also called Ji. Perhaps it was fate in the unseen world. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate and hurriedly left. Lin Feng successfully flew out of Devil Ravine. When they saw Lin Feng, the cursed doll and little son hurriedly flew toward Lin Feng. Damn, you're really lucky. You actually managed to escape from Devil Ravine. The cursed doll exclaimed. Lin Feng was speechless. Were you hoping that I wouldn't be able to escape? The cursed doll said, of course not. It's just that Devil Ravine is indeed very dangerous. I was worried about your safety. Now that you've escaped, I'm happy for you. Lin Feng did not dwell too much on this matter. He said, we can't stay here for too long. Let's leave quickly. The cursed doll said, it seems like you really found the corpse of the sea lady? Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little son flew out of the ravine. After reaching the ocean outside, Lin Feng took off the stone robe. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently when he saw the 3 cracks on the stone robe. The stone robe was rather badly damaged. He wondered if it could be repaired. However, even if it could be repaired, it would probably require some extremely special items to do so. Lin Feng put the stone robe away and said, let's find a place to rest first. We'll see if we can find any clues from the corpse. Let's find a nearby island to stop at. The cursed doll said. Following which, Lin Feng and the other 2 began searching for islands. There were quite a number of islands in this region. Islands of various sizes were scattered all over the place like stars in the sky. Lin Feng and the other 2 landed on a nameless island. They opened up a temporary cave residence. Then, Lin Feng summoned the corpse of the sea maiden. The corpse of the sea lady was immortal. Even though she had been dead for countless years, she was still as beautiful as ever. After seeing her face, the cursed doll couldn't help but exclaim, I really didn't expect this woman to be so beautiful. She's even more beautiful than I imagined. Her face can even surpass many peerless fairies. The cursed doll's praise was not an exaggeration. The sea girl's face was indeed beautiful. The sea girl was a mermaid. Mermaids. They were a branch of mermaids, so mermaids were often extremely beautiful. However, they were different from ordinary mermaids. Mermaids were not born from the union of a man and a woman. Mermaids were born because they drank the holy spring water. They did not need to mate with a man to give birth to a child. Moreover, mermaids had always been hostile towards men. Therefore, mermaids. Naturally, they would not mate with a man. Of course, this wasn't absolute. There were always some unexpected things that could happen. As for the mermaid race, for example, the mermaid race that the sea girl belonged to. They could give birth to children through the union of a man and a woman. Lin Feng said, she's a mermaid. Mermaids are very beautiful, so it's normal for her to be so beautiful. The cursed doll said, not all mermaids are extremely beautiful. Oh? There's such a saying? Lin Feng said in surprise. Of course. The cursed doll nodded and said, the saying that mermaids are very beautiful actually refers to the fact that the mermaids are extremely beautiful. However, the mermaids are often extremely ugly. I see. Lin Feng could not help but nod. This kind of strange racial characteristic was very common in the world of cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng was not surprised. How did her wound heal? Lin Feng looked at the sea girl's chest in surprise. That was because that place had been pierced by a war spear. That was why there was a piercing wound in that place. But now, the wound had completely healed. It was too strange. If the sea girl was still alive, Lin Feng did not find it strange that her body was recovering so quickly. However, the key was that the sea girl had been dead for who knew how many years. Even if she was a cultivator from an undead family, if she had been dead for many years, his injury would not heal on its own. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that something was not right. Lin Feng said, previously, there was a wound on her chest, but now that wound is gone. There's such a thing? The cursed doll could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Big sister won't be resurrected, right? Lil Sun looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng laughed bitterly and said, I don't think so. If she wakes up, she will probably not be her anymore. She will probably be a Yin corpse. Becoming a Yin corpse was also a kind of new life. However, Yin corpses were formed from dead cultivators, and dead people should not continue to exist. However, Yin corpses still existed in the human world. This went against the laws of nature and the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, Yin corpses had to pay an extremely heavy price. For example, their body, soul, spirit, and other aspects would be tortured. It could be seen as a curse. They had to endure endless torture, living a life worse than death. Therefore, Yin corpses' lives were often tragic. It doesn't seem like she will turn into a Yin corpse, because there are no signs of it on her body. The cursed doll observed for a while and said. Maybe we're overthinking it, Lin Feng said. Then, Lin Feng observed for a while and realized that there was still no movement from the sea girl's corpse. Lin Feng could only attribute the recovery of the sea girl's wound to her body's instinctive self-recovery. Otherwise, how could he explain it? The cursed doll's right hand was placed above the sea girl's abdomen, about 30 centimeters away. A special kind of energy surged out of the cursed doll's palm, and that special energy surged into the sea girl's dantian. The next moment, Lin Feng felt a violent energy fluctuation from the sea girl's dantian. Following that, a ball of holy light flew out from the sea girl's dantian. Within the holy light, it was wrapped in a jade green crystal. What is this? The cursed doll held the green crystal in its hand and observed it for a while before saying, "This is a memory crystal." A memory crystal? Is that so? I've seen memory crystals before, but they don't look like this. Lin Feng frowned. The cursed doll said, "The memory crystal you saw is probably a low-level memory crystal. The highest level memory crystal is this kind of green crystal. You can input some important information into it and then hide the memory crystal in your body. There are many acupoints in the body. In addition, the dantian of a cultivator is mysterious. If you hide the memory crystal in some hidden acupoints or somewhere in the dantian, it will be very difficult for a cultivator to find the memory crystal." Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, this memory crystal was left behind by the sea goddess?" "That should be the case." The cursed doll nodded. Lin Feng said, "I wonder if there's any information about the sea god's palace inside?" "Who knows? Maybe there is, or maybe there isn't. We'll know once we check it," the cursed doll said. Then, his divine sense entered the memory crystal. "How is it?" Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll handed the memory crystal to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense also entered the memory crystal and heard a voice. "West Sea and South Sea. Sea God's ancient city. Billions of Oceanids believe in the sea god. Sea God's divine light shines upon the world." However, there was nothing else in the memory crystal. After that, there was no other content. And this paragraph actually sounded like a limerick. Lin Feng said, "It didn't say where the sea god's palace is, but it mentioned the West Sea, South Sea, and Sea God's ancient city. Perhaps the sea god's palace is in Sea God's ancient city, and Sea God's ancient city is at the border between the West Sea and South Sea. That should be the case. What should we do next? Should we go to the border between the West Sea and South Sea?" the cursed doll asked. Lin Feng thought about it and said, "All right, let's go there, but before that, let's go to Immemorial Moon Island." "Why are we going there?" the cursed doll asked doubtfully. Lin Feng said, "Previously, a few friends came to the West Sea world to find the place where sacred ancestor Samsara passed away. They said that they would inform me if they found it. At that time, they already had some clues, so I estimate that it won't take them too long to find the place where sacred ancestor Samsara passed away. They still don't know that I've come to the West Sea world, so I plan to leak the news. Once they hear the news, they will definitely find a way to find me. That way, they won't have to send people to the capital of Sin to look for me." Holy shit! The place where sacred ancestor Samsara died. He's such a strong cultivator. You want to go there? I want to go too. The cursed doll squealed excitedly. Of course. However, let's first search for the ancient city of the sea god and wait for news from my friends, said Lin Feng. All right. The cursed doll quickly nodded. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Lil Sun returned to the immortal Moon Island. Celestial Moon Island. It was as lively as ever. After arriving at the island, Lin Feng and the cursed doll kept a low profile. The all-seeing pavilion had an office on the immortal Moon Island, so Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Lil Sun went directly to the all-seeing pavilion's office. The all-seeing pavilion was the most well-informed, so asking them to help spread the news or find Daoist Qing Shan and the others was definitely the best choice. An elder received Lin Feng's group. This elder's surname was Zhou, and he was a very kind person. After both parties were seated, Elder Zhou asked, "Young master, may I know what information you wish to gather?" Lin Feng asked, does the all-seeing pavilion have any information about Taoist Qin Shan, Fairy Qianhe, Lu Wuchen, and Old Man Ku Hai? When he heard that Lin Feng was asking about the four great experts, Elder Zhou was slightly surprised. However, Elder Zhou was no ordinary person. He said, some time ago, the four great experts did enter the West Sea world. Lin Feng asked, where are they now? Elder Zhou replied, they stayed on the immortal Moon Island for 3 days before disappearing. No one knows where they went, but I'm guessing that they might have gone to a few dangerous places in the West Sea world, such as the Lost Sky Sea, the Disorderly Burial Sea, and a few other sea regions. Those are all places where people rarely go. If they entered those places, they might be able to hide from the eyes of other cultivators. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'll have to trouble the all-seeing pavilion to help me find out. If you can find any information about them, send someone to inform the four great experts that an old friend has arrived in the West Sea world ahead of time and is heading to the border between the West Sea and the South Sea. Tell them to wait for a while, or they can go to the border between the West Sea and the South Sea to search for them. If you can't find any information about the four great experts, the all-seeing pavilion will find someone to spread the news. I'm sure the four great experts will hear about it when the time comes. Elder Zhou was extremely shocked because he felt that this young man before him was not simple at all. He didn't know if this young man was helping to pass on a message, or if he himself was an old friend of the four great experts. If it was the former, it would be easier to explain, but if it was the latter, then it would be too shocking. Elder Zhou said, the all-seeing pavilion will definitely do our best to help young master deal with this matter. After hearing Elder Zhou's promise, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Then, Lin Feng asked, how much will it cost? 1 million immortal stones. Elder Zhou said. Lin Feng took out 1 million immortal stones and handed them to Elder Zhou. Then, he left with the cursed doll and the small son. They didn't rest on the immortal Moon Island. Instead, they headed straight for the border between the West Sea and the South Sea. Meanwhile, in a palace deep within the immortal Moon Island, a dragon cultivator, an absolute beauty, a cultivator with wings on his back, an evil cultivator in grey robes and a bamboo hat, and a tall and sturdy devil cultivator were all gathered together. We must capture the son of the ancient Sun Emperor. I'm sure everyone knows how important he is. The absolute beauty said. The winged cultivator said, the two people next to the son of the ancient Sun Emperor are very strong. It'll be very difficult to snatch the son of the ancient Sun Emperor from them. Even if the 5 of us work together, it'll still be difficult. We need to find other experts to act with us, the dragon cultivator said. The others frowned. The rest of the people frowned slightly. In fact, they did not want others to be involved in this matter. However, it seemed like there was no other way. As for the devil cultivator and the evil cultivator, they didn't know much about Lin Feng and the cursed doll, so they didn't say anything. Who's more reliable? The absolute beauty asked. I can help you. Who is it? The 5 experts said in a deep voice. The other party was actually able to appear without a sound, which showed how powerful he was. Swish. With a flash of light, a cultivator appeared. He was very young. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize who this person was. Xianxia. It was actually him. Previously, the evil ancestors' orthodoxy had been taken by this person, including the stone pagoda, evil ancestors' pagoda. Of course. Lin Feng and the others had snatched a portion of the treasures. Xianxia was very powerful, his talent was heaven-defying, and his cultivation was heaven-defying. His luck was also incomparably strong. Such a person was destined to have a glorious life. Who are you? The beautiful cultivator coldly looked at Xianxia. The other 4 great cultivators also stood up and surrounded Xianxia. Each of them had a cold gaze. Everyone, there's no need to be so hostile towards me, because I'm your friend, not your enemy. Xianxia said. What a joke, when did we ever have a friend like you? The winged cultivator sneered. From now on, we do, Xianxia said. The winged cultivator's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He coldly said, I'd like to see how capable you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the winged cultivator slapped towards Xianxia. Xianxia waved his sleeve. An invisible force surged out. The cultivator with the wings on his back was actually forced to retreat. The winged cultivator's expression changed greatly. He naturally knew that Xiaxi was powerful. Or else. It was also impossible for Xiaxi to come here without making a sound, and even deceive everyone. Even the 5 great experts did not discover any traces of Xiaxi. However, the winged cultivator didn't expect Xiaxi to be so powerful. With a casual attack, he dispelled his attack and even suppressed him. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. The other 4 experts also had expressions of disbelief. Their strength was on par with that of the winged cultivator. The winged cultivator was suppressed. Didn't that mean? If they were to attack, they would also be suppressed greatly? Perhaps, even if the 5 experts joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for this person in front of them. That was very likely to happen. Xiaxi said, "You're all people with great luck, and your cultivations are also very powerful. In the future, you'll have a chance to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. If you're lucky, you might even break through to the Saint Immortal Realm." Hearing Xiaxi say so, the 5 great powerhouses could not help being somewhat proud. No matter what era it was. Even in the most dazzling eras, Gold Immortals and Saint Immortals were lofty existences. Xiaxi continued, but times have changed. So what if they're Golden Immortals or Sage Immortals? When the end of the epic arrives, it will still be difficult to escape death. During the end of the epic, it will still be like an ant. Hearing Xiaxi's words, the faces of the 5 powerhouses could not help but turn slightly pale. The end of an era. It was indeed a matter of despair. Many people didn't want to think about it. However, he had no choice but to face these things. With your strength, you won't be able to survive the end of the epic. Therefore, you need to rely on a wise ruler. Xiaxi continued. Are you trying to get us to join you? The Dragon Clan cultivator couldn't help but sneer. Although Xiaxi was powerful. However, he wanted them to rely on Xiaxi. This was also impossible. Not to rely on me. He's seeking refuge with my master. Xiaxi said. What? You have a master? The faces of the 5 great powerhouses suddenly changed. Xiaxi was already so powerful, then how powerful was Xiaxi's master? Could it be a Saint Realm powerhouse? Was there such a powerhouse in the Undying Realm? There didn't seem to be one. This person was not a cultivator from the Undying Realm? You're a foreign cultivator? The Demon Dao cultivator asked. I came from the wasteland. Xiaxi smiled slightly. Who is your master? The beautiful woman asked. Heaven exterminating ruler. Xiaxi smiled and said. Hiss, sounds of cold air being sucked in could be heard. The faces of the 5 great powerhouses were filled with incomparable shock. The wasteland. For them, it was very distant and very mysterious. It was a place they did not dare to imagine. As for the ruler of the wasteland, he was a legendary figure. The person in front of them was actually the disciple of the ruler of the wasteland. Really? Inconceivable. Xiaxi's image immediately became tall and mighty. Why would a proud son of heaven like you come to a low-level world like the Undying Realm? The Dragon Dao cultivator asked. He could not understand Xiaxi's purpose in doing so. Sect assessment. Xiaxi said indifferently. After hearing Xiaxi's words, the 5 great powerhouses immediately understood. It seemed that the ruler of the wasteland should not only have Xiaxi as his disciple. If he wanted to achieve outstanding results among his fellow disciples, he would have to achieve something. The 5 great powerhouses did not know what kind of assessment the ruler of the wasteland had set. They were also very tactful and did not ask. They only knew, in front of them, a great opportunity was in front of them. To rely on this young master in front of them. In the future, limitless. Greetings, young master. The 5 great powerhouses bowed to Xiaxi. The corner of Xiaxi's mouth curled up into a faint smile, then he said, You may rise. Not long after, Xiaxi led the 5 great powerhouses and left Immortal Moon Island. Lin Feng was not very clear about Xiaxi's matters. At this moment, the Xianyuan ancient star city was flying rapidly above the sea. Even at full speed, it took a full month and a half to reach the border between the South Sea and the West Sea. Although it was at the border, this sea was still extremely vast. If a godly realm cultivator wanted to fly across the border, it would take at least 100 years. Arriving here, Lin Feng's vision was blurry. As for how to find the ancient sea god city, Lin Feng was not particularly clear. He only had a limerick as a clue, but the clues provided by the limerick were very limited. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to find an island where cultivators gathered to stop for a while. Then, he would inquire about the ancient sea god city on the island. Perhaps, he might be able to inquire about the ancient sea god city. If he could find some information about the ancient sea god city, combined with the limerick, he might be able to find the ancient sea god city. Coiling Dragon Island. It was a huge island near the border between the West Sea and the South Sea. When the cultivators of the West Sea went to the border sea, they would often rest on Coiling Dragon Island. A large number of cultivators flew from all directions and then entered Coiling Dragon Island. Lin Feng put away the Xianyuan ancient star city. End of chapter 5189. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.